Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 302 to Chapter 380. The flames engulfed the surroundings, and the force was extremely violent. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they retreated. Strong, too strong, that aura directly crushed Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan, even severely injuring them. This kind of strength was really shocking. Everyone looked at Wang Ting differently. This guy was not a simple person. Xiaxian's face was pale, and he felt terrible. Everything started because of him. Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan might not let him go after this. While no one noticed, he quietly slipped out of the crowd. I'll hide for half a month first, if I can hide. Su Lingxian once again refreshed his understanding of Wang Ting. Two geniuses on the gifted ranking had been defeated by him. This cheap senior brother of his was a little too strong. He had to hug this incomparably thick thigh tightly. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha could not help but look at each other. A strange look flashed deep in their eyes. Wang Ting was the disciple of President Goring. It could be seen that his talent in runes was not weak. Now that he had displayed such a powerful martial cultivation, he was much stronger than the so-called geniuses like Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan. At first, they only thought that Wang Ting was a friend introduced by Su Lingxian, and he was President Goring's disciple, so there was no harm in getting to know him. Now, it seemed that this friend was worth making. Everyone had different expressions, but Wang Ting did not care. His gaze fell on the few attribute bubbles that had fallen on the ground. Fire Force *55, Flaming Sword Force *10, Wind Force *62, Wind Force *12, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. This time, the attribute bubbles had dropped Sword Force and Wind Force. Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan had given him a big gift. Not only did they come over to beat him up, but they also gave him such a big gift. Good people, yes, they were really good people. Wang Ting felt that he should repay them properly. He first picked up the attribute bubbles. His fire force increased by 55 points. Together with the fire force that he had accumulated before, he now had 1,257 points. Fire force, for stars, he was getting closer and closer to 5-star soldier level. Next was his wind origin force. With the addition of 62 points, his wind origin force had reached 263 points. Wind force, 3 stars. In addition, he obtained 2 new offensive techniques. Flaming saber force, 10%, wind force, 10%. It was common knowledge that not everyone was able to comprehend force. It required extremely high comprehension ability and years of bitter cultivation in combat skills to be able to comprehend it. Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan could be called geniuses, which showed that their comprehension was not low. It was not strange that they could comprehend force. Otherwise, how could they be on the young talent ranking? Although it seemed like a long time, only a few seconds had passed. Wang Ting turned to look at Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan. The two of you came here aggressively to seek justice for others. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this? Wang Ting said indifferently. Wan Feiping's expression was ugly. 2 4-star soldier-level prodigies ganged up on one person, but they still lost. This was really embarrassing. How could this fellow be so strong, especially when he wanted to take revenge for his younger brother? In the end, he was beaten up too. What a pair of brothers in distress. Chu Baiyan's expression wasn't good either. He knew that Wang Ting might not be easy to deal with, so he teamed up with Wan Feiping to attack Wang Ting. However, they still lost. As a genius on the young talent ranking, he couldn't accept this result. Xiaxian, this bastard. He didn't even know how strong the other party was before provoking him. He didn't even know better. However, Chu Baiyan forgot that he also didn't know how strong Wang Ting was, so he came to cause trouble for him. In the end, it was just his arrogance as a genius that made him overlook this point. He thought that there was no problem, but in the end, he kicked an iron plate. Now, his leg was crippled. Then, he regretted it. Your strength is only so. If you're not convinced, you can get up and fight with me again. Wang Ting suddenly put on a smile. His eyes shone with eagerness. These two human-shaped sheep were worth beating up. Seeing his eyes, Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan couldn't help but feel scared. His eyes were a little scary. You. Wan Feiping was furious. Chu Baiyan hurriedly stopped Wan Feiping. When they were in good condition, they were no match for him. Now that they were injured, it was even more impossible for them to beat him. Besides, it seemed that Wang Ting hadn't used his full strength. If they continued to fight, they would be asking for trouble. Helpless, they could only endure the humiliation and ask, "What do you want? You don't want to fight? What a pity." Wang Ting shook his head, feeling very regretful. Chu Baiyan's facial muscles twitched. He felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be very scheming. Wan Feiping also shut his mouth. It seemed that Wang Ting still wanted to beat them up. If they fought, it would be even more humiliating. So, they had to endure it. "Since your behavior just now made me very unhappy, you have to compensate me for the emotional damage," Wang Ting said. Emotional damage? Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan were a little confused. What the hell was emotional damage? If you wanted to extort them, just say so. "How much do you want?" Wan Feiping asked directly. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. 50,000 low-grade yellow-tier origin stones. Wang Ting said. Wan Feiping's face darkened. He yelled angrily, "Why don't you just rob us? Are you sure you want me to do it?" Wang Ting chuckled. "Don't. We'll pay for the 50,000 origin stones," Chu Baiyan hurriedly said. 50,000 each. Wang Ting said again. Chu Baiyan's face darkened. He cursed in his heart and laughed dryly. "Isn't 50,000 a little too much? Is it? Why don't you give me a beating? I'll deduct 10,000 for each beating. After 5 beatings, you won't owe me anything. Isn't that a good deal?" Wang Ting rubbed his chin as he spoke. "Good deal, my ass." Wan Feiping and Chu Baiyan both cursed in their hearts. This bastard was too shameless. He wasn't human at all. "Fine, 50,000 it is. However, we don't have that many origin stones on us right now." Chu Baiyan gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "If you don't have enough, you can gather it on the spot. You brought so many people here. If you pull them together, you should have at least 50,000. Wang Ting turned his head to look at Wan Feiping and said, "Right, Wan Feiping, right? Your younger brother did the same thing back then. He's much more sensible than you are." "Humph." Wan Feiping's face darkened even more. He harumphed coldly and turned his head away. He couldn't look at Wang Ting's face anymore. If he did, he was afraid that he would die of anger on the spot. The two of them had no choice but to find people to gather origin stones on the spot. After a long time and rummaging through everyone's pockets, they finally managed to gather 100,000 origin stones. "Take it." Chu Baiyan didn't think much of it before, but when he saw so many origin stones, he instantly felt his heart ache. "Sigh, the two of you are indeed disciples of aristocratic families. Your capital is indeed strong. You managed to gather 100,000 origin stones in just a few minutes." Wang Ting took the origin stones with a smile and weighed them in his hand like a miser. Wan Feiping's face darkened the whole time. He didn't say a word. At this moment, he couldn't stand it anymore and turned to leave. Chu Baiyan was also extremely depressed and didn't want to stay for a moment longer. "Take care, the two of you. You're welcome to trouble me again next time." Wang Ting waved his hand behind them. The two of them immediately staggered, This was the first time that Xu Hongye and Tan Xiaxia had seen Wang Ting do things like this. They were both curious and amused. This guy was really two-faced. Su Lingxian had seen Wang Ting's two-faced behavior before, so she didn't find it strange. At this moment, her eyes were shining as she ran over to stare at the 100,000 origin stones. The origin stones were only about the size of a fingernail, and a large portion of them were mid-tier origin stones. There weren't many of them, so a single pouch could fit them all. However, in Su Lingxuan's eyes, this pouch was like a mountain of gold and silver. Wang Ting spun the pouch in front of her, then put it into his spatial ring. Upon seeing the origin stones disappear, Su Lingxian couldn't help but yell, "Everyone who sees it gets a share. You only earned such a large sum because you came to the institute with me, so I should get a share. Piss off, piss off, piss off. You think too highly of yourself." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. She was young, but she had quite a few ideas. Su Lingxian, this little girl, was a complete money grubber. Xu Hongye and Tan Xiaxia shook their heads and laughed. Su Lingxian knew that Wang Ting wouldn't share anything with her. She rolled her eyes and immediately changed her target. Then you have to treat me. I want to eat the spirit food made by the Institute's spirit chefs. You've got a good plan. Wang Ting glanced at her disdainfully and said, but I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you today. Let's go, let's go. Su Lingxian chuckled. She pulled Xu Hongye and Tan Xiaxia towards the Institute's cafeteria. Slow down, slow down. Xu Hongye shook her head and yelled. Wang Ting slowly followed behind them. Su Lingxian couldn't help but urge him when she saw how slow he was. Hurry up. What's the hurry? The food is right there, and it can't fly away, Wang Ting said grumpily. When Su Lingxian thought of the spiritual food, the corner of her mouth seemed to overflow with some sparkling and translucent liquid. She secretly sucked in a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly said, I don't care about you guys anymore. I'm going to order first. Go, go. Wang Ting waved his hand. Su Lingxian left in a hurry, leaving Wang Ting and the other two walking slowly behind. Lingxian is always like this, mischievous and naive, Tan Xiaxia said with a smile. This is his true nature, Wang Ting said. You are very strong. Earlier, you didn't seem to be going all out, Xu Hongye probed. They are not enough for me to do my best, Wang Ting said calmly. A strange look flashed across the faces of the two girls. They nodded and didn't probe any further. They chatted and laughed along the way as they walked towards the academy's cafeteria. A single meal had cost Wang Ting 1,000 origin stones. Su Lingxian had really taken advantage of this fat sheep. That afternoon, Su Lingxian and Xu Hongye went to class, while Wang Ting strolled around the academy by himself. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of cheering. Wang Ting's attention was attracted. He followed the sound of the cheering and turned into a small path. An extremely wide plaza appeared in front of him. A stone tablet was erected in the center of the plaza. It was particularly eye-catching. Wang Ting gazed into the distance. The words "martial practice grounds" appeared in front of him. Young figures were practicing martial arts on the martial practice grounds. The cheering just now had come from their mouths. Some of these students were practicing swords, some were practicing sabers, some were practicing staffs. There were people using all kinds of weapons. The light of the 5 elements shone in every corner of the plaza. It was extremely eye-catching. Earth-type origin power *25, Fire-type origin power *18, Consciousness *2, Comprehension *8, Water-type origin power *30, Wood-type origin power *24, Consciousness *1, one by one, attribute bubbles floated around the plaza. They were so densely packed that it was dazzling. Wang Ting was overjoyed, he had come to the right place. He was just strolling around. He didn't expect that he would accidentally come to the place where the students were practicing martial arts. There were so many attribute bubbles around him. He was going to strike it rich. Wang Ting was extremely excited. He used a spiritual force to sweep through the area. One by one, the attribute bubbles were pulled over by him to pick them up. He spent over 10 minutes picking up this pile of attribute bubbles. He obtained a total of 361 points of metal origin power, 411 points of wood origin power, 358 points of water origin power, 502 points of fire origin power, 435 points of earth origin power, 121 points of wind origin power, 36 points of spirit, and 250 points of comprehension. Comprehension, spiritual realm, 93, 6 out of 100, consciousness, spiritual realm, 97. 8 out of 100, metal origin power, 4 stars, wood origin power, 4 stars, water type origin power, 4 stars, fire origin power, 4 stars, earth origin power, 4 stars, wind origin power, 3 stars. Wang Ting looked at the changes on the attribute panel and was instantly satisfied. His 5 elements kept getting closer to the 5-star soldier level, especially his fire origin power. It wasn't far away. His comprehension and consciousness were almost at the peak of the spiritual realm. He wondered what the next realm would be. What kind of changes would occur? However, even though he hadn't broken through yet, Wang Ting could already feel that he was getting smarter and smarter. His comprehension was getting higher and higher. When he was free, he would go back and comprehend the sword and saber forces. Who knew, he might be able to improve by a few notches. Wang Ting turned around and left. There was a limit to the number of attribute bubbles that everyone dropped every day. These people had already been taken advantage of by him once. They wouldn't be able to get much more. Wang Ting left Yang City Academy and found Yu Jingfu's place. He asked him to teach him about poison. In the next few days, other than the 3 major guilds, Wang Ting had 2 more places to go. They were Yang City Academy and Yu Jingfu's place. There were many cultivators in Yang City Academy. Countless attribute bubbles would drop every day. Wang Ting picked up a bunch of attributes every day. His 5 elements increased tremendously, and they all broke through to the 5-star soldier level. His wind origin power also broke through to the 4-star soldier level. Also, he went to Xianxia mountain range every night as usual to cultivate his divine spiritual sorcerer and poison origin power. These days, he had absorbed almost all the poison origin power in the swamp. Wang Ting's poison origin power also successfully advanced to the 4-star level. Other than that, all of Yu Jingfu's knowledge had been taken away by Wang Ting. Other than shock, there was only shock left. He thought that Wang Ting was just joking. He didn't expect him to really learn everything in a few days. Every time Yu Jingfu thought of Wang Ting talking to him about some problems, Wang Ting's understanding was on par with a high-level poison master like him. It was even more profound. It was hard to imagine such a young high-level poison master. Yu Jingfu was convinced. He wasn't human. He didn't want to compare anymore. It was worth mentioning that Wang Ting's comprehension and spirit attributes had both broken through and entered a new level, the Emperor Realm. After the Spirit Realm was the Emperor Realm. Wang Ting wasn't sure how strong the Emperor Realm was for the time being. However, he had a feeling that he might be able to fight anyone below the Warlord level. What were the benefits of reaching the Emperor Realm? Flaming Sword Force, 90%, Flaming Sword Force, 90%, Wind Force, 90%, he had comprehended all 3 forces to 90%. With such a powerful comprehension ability, the significance of the Emperor Realm's comprehension was obvious. As time passed, winter arrived in the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting's days in Yang City were coming to an end. He was about to leave and return to Earth Star. On this day, he received a letter from the Yang King residence. Wang Ting was a little surprised when the princess's maid sent him an invitation. Ever since he rejected Li Rongshua's request last time, she had never come to find him again. He thought that they would not have any more interactions. He did not expect her to suddenly do something like this. What does she want? Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Humph. The little maid was still holding a grudge against Wang Ting. She did not have a good attitude towards him. Now that she saw his hesitation, she snorted coldly. I don't know why the princess wants you to do this. After she finished speaking, she flung her sleeves and left. Hey, this little girl has quite a temper. Wang Ting shook his head and did not take it to heart. He looked at the invitation in his hand and casually threw it aside. No matter what Li Rongxue wanted to do, if he did not go, it would be futile. After that, Wang Ting began to cultivate in his room. His strength had increased a lot, but he still needed to work hard. After all, there was still a long way to go. At noon, Wang Ting and Goring sat together for lunch. Su Lingxian had been living in the Yang City Academy recently and would only come over occasionally. Therefore, there were only the 2 of them. Without Su Lingxian chatting at the side, it was a little quiet. There's a banquet at Lord Yang's mansion tonight. They invited me. The outstanding disciples of the other aristocratic families in Yang City will also be there with their elders. Wang Ting, come with me, Goring suddenly said. Wang Ting was a little surprised, but he quickly restrained himself and asked, Teacher, I heard that Lord Yang was poisoned and has been bedridden. Why is there a banquet? They sent word that Lord Yang's poison has been completely removed. I think this banquet is to inform some people with ulterior motives that Lord Yang has recovered, Goring said meaningfully. Recovered? Wang Ting was shocked. The purple core grass was kept by the Yao family. How did Li Rongxue refine the purple core bone developing pill? Did she get the purple core grass from the Yao family, or did he get another purple core grass from somewhere else? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. He suddenly felt that this matter had become interesting. What's wrong? Why do you look so surprised? Goring asked as he looked at Wang Ting. I'm a little surprised. I heard that the poison in Lord Yang's body is very rare and Lord Yang's mansion couldn't do anything about it no matter how hard they tried. How did he suddenly get rid of the poison completely? Wang Ting smiled and said half-jokingly. It's probably because the heavens took pity on him. Princess Li from Lord Yang's mansion traveled all over the place in order to expel the poison from Lord Yang's body. She didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to find the spiritual medicine. It's really rare, Goring said with a smile. Wang Ting smiled but did not express his opinion. Li Rongshua's filial piety was commendable, but he was not fond of the methods she had used on him. However, Wang Ting did not refuse. Since he was going with Goring, there should be no problem. Moreover, he also wanted to meet the geniuses from the aristocratic families. He had stayed in Yang City for almost 2 months, but he still had not met all the disciples from the aristocratic families. He might be able to gain something unexpected this time. At night, the sky was completely dark, but the entire Lord Yang's mansion was shrouded in lights. It was as bright as day. Many people entered and exited the Lord Yang's mansion, and it was very lively. Especially when some important people arrived, the servants at the door would sing loudly to show their respect. Wang Ting and Goring arrived at the Lord Yang's mansion in a unicorn-horned carriage. The unicorn-horned horse was a type of star beast. It was gentle and very fast. It was domesticated and used as a means of transportation. However, not many people could afford to use a unicorn-horned horse. After all, it was a star beast. Even if it was gentle, it was not easy to domesticate it. It required a lot of manpower and resources, so it was very expensive. Goring's unicorn-horned horses were given to him by someone else. They were usually kept in the stable and would only be used for important occasions. When the carriage arrived at the entrance, someone immediately came up to welcome them. Wang Ting jumped down from the carriage and helped Goring down. With his strength, he did not need to help Goring at all. However, Goring said that he had to pay attention to his image during important occasions. He had to look virtuous and respected. In the past, Su Lingxian was the one who did this. However, Su Lingxian came with her father and was not by her side. Therefore, Wang Ting had to do it for her. The servant who came up to welcome them was shocked when he saw Goring. He quickly said loudly, "President Goring from the Runes Guild is here. President Goring, please come in." Then, a pretty maid came forward to lead the way. Goring and Wang Ting were brought into the depths of the Yang King residence's courtyard. Wang Ting turned around and took a look. Many people needed to show their invitation cards before they could enter. However, they came in just like that. Face recognition, it was definitely face recognition. He did not expect Teacher Goring's face to be so useful. Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. He could not help but look at Goring's face. He did not think that he had such a big face. In fact, no one even looked at him and treated him as if he was invisible. The entire Yang King residence was filled with joy and excitement. Many people in the residence were busy preparing for the banquet. There was an endless stream of guests and people who were familiar with each other greeted each other. However, they took a different path from Wang Ting. At this moment, Wang Ting followed Goring into a quiet corridor. Oh my, this is the VIP passageway. Not only was the VIP passageway quiet, but it was also a shortcut. Wang Ting and Goring soon arrived at the banquet venue. Countless lanterns were hung high in the air, illuminating the flowers and trees in the surroundings. It was dreamy and unusually beautiful. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the night sky. The night was perfect. The banquet was very grand. A tall and mighty middle-aged man sat in the main seat at the front. There were 2 long rows of guest seats on the left and right. At this moment, many people were already in the rows, chatting and laughing. There were also several low stages around the banquet. There were zither players playing on the stages. Women covered in veils were dancing. The sound of the zither and woodwind instruments echoed in the banquet. The president of the Runes Guild has arrived. The servant who was in charge of announcing the names suddenly shouted loudly. Then, two figures, one old and one young, walked in. The eyes of the middle-aged man in the main seat lit up. He stood up and walked down from his seat to welcome Goring. The guests also turned their heads to look. Ha ha ha, President Goring, long time no see. A hearty laugh came out of Lord Yang's mouth. Congratulations on your recovery, Lord Yang. It's been a long time since we last met. You're still as handsome as ever. Goring smiled and cupped his hands. Ha ha ha, let's go to the main seat. Lord Yang seemed to be in a good mood. He pulled Goring up and arranged for him to sit in the first seat on his left. It was obvious that the closer one was to Lord Yang's main seat, the higher the status of the person who could sit there. Goring didn't decline and sat down with a smile. When the others saw this, they also took it for granted. Wang Ting had already taken his seat. Behind the 2 rows of seats, there were many small tables for the younger generation. Wang Ting sat at the table behind Goring. He glanced at Lord Yang discreetly. He saw that Lord Yang's facial features were well-defined and he looked dignified. He had a dignified aura. He could also tell that Lord Yang looked similar to Li Rongxue. At this moment, a few guests cupped their fists at Goring from afar. The young people behind the guests couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. They were very curious about the identity of this young man who came with Goring. President Goring, who's this young man behind you? Lord Yang asked. He's a disciple that I just accepted. His name is Wang Ting, Goring said. Lord Yang was very easygoing and didn't put on airs. He smiled and said, President Goring accepted Wang Ting as a disciple. You must be very talented. Lord Yang, you flatter me. He's just a little talented. It's not worth mentioning, Goring said humbly. As they chatted, more guests arrived one after another. President of the Alchemy Guild is here. Master of the Su family is here. Lord of Yang City is here. Master of the Wan family is here. They were all big shots in Yang City. After they came in, they all congratulated Lord Yang. Greetings, Lord Yang. Congratulations on curing the poison and regaining your strength. Master of the Su family bowed and said. You're welcome. Master of the Su family, please take a seat, Lord Yang said with a smile. Su Lingyan greets Lord Yang. Su Lingxian greets Lord Yang. 2 beautiful girls behind Master of the Su family bowed to Lord Yang at the same time. My nieces are getting more and more beautiful. Lord Yang praised. Congratulations on your recovery, Lord Yang. Master of the Wan family didn't want to be outdone. He quickly went forward and cupped his fists. Master of the Wan family, please take a seat, Lord Yang said with a smile. Wan Feifeng greets your highness. A young woman in her 20s standing behind the head of the Wan clan bowed. Niece Wan, you're here too. You've become so beautiful after all these years. I wonder which family will benefit from you in the future. Lord Yang laughed out loud. Then, he asked curiously, oh right, why didn't the 2 of you come today? Those 2 brats are always causing trouble outside. They were injured a few days ago and are still recuperating at home, Patriarch Wan said. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Su Lingxian saw Goring and Wang Ting at a glance. He informed Patriarch Su and ran to their side. Teacher. Senior brother. Have a seat, Goring said with a smile. Su Lingxian winked at Wang Ting and then sat down beside him. When Su Lingyan saw this, she couldn't help but frown. A hint of jealousy appeared on her pretty face. Wan Feifeng glanced at Wang Ting discreetly. She already knew that Wan Feiyu and Wan Feiping were injured by Wang Ting. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. More and more people arrived. Wang Ting saw Xu Hongye and Tan Xia. The 2 girls nodded at him and Su Lingxian before sitting down in their respective seats. The principal of the Yang City Academy is here. A burly old man with white hair and a beard walked over. Behind him were a young man and a young woman. Principal Yang is here. Lord Yang stood up to welcome him. The principal of the Yang City Academy received the same treatment as Goring. Among all the guests, only the two of them were welcomed by Lord Yang personally. This surprised Wang Ting. In his opinion, the principal of the Yang City Academy must have an extremely high status. He might even be higher than Goring. He didn't expect Lord Yang to treat them as equals. "Congratulations on your recovery, Lord Yang," Principal Yang said. "You're too kind, Principal Yang." Lord Yang personally led him to the first seat on the right. It was right across from Goring. Dongfang Yu greets Lord Yang. Yi Kaiqing greets Lord Yang. The young man and woman behind Principal Yang bowed. "Both of you are young talents. You've really brought honor to Yang City," Lord Yang said with satisfaction as he patted their shoulders. "You're too kind, Lord Yang. This is what we should do." The two of them replied. Everyone looked at the two young men with admiration in their eyes. It was rare to see such outstanding geniuses. So these two young men are Principal Yang's favorite students. They're indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Yu is now ranked 10th on the gifted ranking. I heard that her strength has improved again. She might be able to move up 1 or 2 ranks. Yi Kaiqing is not bad either. He's ranked 21st. He's indeed worthy of being Principal Yang to be able to nurture such talented students. The surrounding guests were impressed by Principal Yang's ability to judge people and his ability to teach them. They couldn't help but feel envious when they looked at Dongfang Yu and Yi Kaiqing, who were already powerful cultivators. It would be a great thing for the family if their disciples could achieve such achievements. What a pity, however, these two young talents were both commoners. If they could be connected by marriage, it would be a good way to rope them in. The eyes of the family heads lit up. They all had their own thoughts, but they were still chatting casually. The guests finally arrived. Lord Yang stood up and raised his wine cup. "I invited all of you here today to thank all of you for taking care of Yang City when I was severely injured. I'd like to propose a toast to all of you." He finished his cup in one gulp. "You're too kind, Lord Yang." Everyone immediately stood up and drank the wine in their cups. "Sit. Everyone, sit." Lord Yang gestured with his hands and said, "There's one more thing. Everyone knows that I was accidentally poisoned when I was hunting a poison-type star beast a few months ago. Fortunately, my daughter ran around and found the antidote for me. Otherwise, I would have died. Hence, I have to thank my daughter today." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure slowly walked over with the help of a maid. "Rongxue, you've done such a great service. I have to reward you," Lord Yang said. Li Rongxue bowed to Lord Yang and said softly, "Father, you're fine. This is the best reward for me." "Ha ha ha, you're indeed my good daughter." Lord Yang laughed and said, "However, I still have to reward you. I'll definitely choose a good husband for you in the future. As long as you like the young talents here, I'll kidnap them for you." All the guests were speechless. Li Rongshua's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect Lord Yang to say this at this time. However, the young men's eyes lit up. They immediately sat up straight and puffed out their chests. They hoped that Li Rongxue would see the best side of them. If Li Rongxue liked them, they would become Lord Yang's son-in-law. They would be able to achieve great things in the future with just a word from Lord Yang. To put it bluntly, Lord Yang was the ruler of the entire Yang City. He also had the bloodline of the empire. If he married Li Rongxue, he would have a meteoric rise. This was also why Yao Yu wanted to take the risk previously. In fact, many people had similar thoughts. At this moment, Yi Kaiqing, who was sitting behind Principal Yang, had a glint in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Sogu's website, the banquet began. Everyone toasted each other, chatted, and laughed. It was very lively. Wang Ting did not know many people, so he sat in his seat and tasted the food. Occasionally, he would take a sip of wine. He was happy to be at ease. Beautiful music came to his ears. The Guqin master was playing the Guqin. Attribute bubbles popped out from his fingertips. Guqin skills *10, Guqin skills *8, even Guqin skills have attributes. Wang Ting picked it up with interest. Guqin master, 36/100, basic, there was another profession in the secondary profession column. What's this for? I don't play the Guqin. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He just picked it up out of curiosity. He did not expect there to be another profession. Forget it. I've already picked it up. There were several Guqin masters playing in the banquet. Since they were invited by the Wang residents, they were naturally skilled. There were many attribute bubbles around them. Wang Ting saw that there was an additional profession, so he picked it up again. Guqin Master, 535/1000, Advanced. Compared to runes, the Guqin Dao was much easier to improve. In just a short while, he had reached the level of an advanced Guqin Master. Su Lingxian was eating happily at the side. She was a perfect example of the nature of a glutton. She did not care about what was going on outside. She just ate and ate. When she saw Wang Ting drinking, she was a little greedy and wanted to pour a cup for herself. Just as her little hand reached for the wine jug, it was slapped. Slap. With a crisp sound, Su Lingxian hurriedly retracted her hand. She saw that the back of her hand was red. It hurt so much that she kept sucking in cold air. Why did you hit me? Su Lingxian said angrily. You're just a child. Why are you drinking? Wang Ting said. If you can drink, why can't I? You're only a few years older than me. Su Lingxian felt inexplicably guilty, but she was still unconvinced. Firstly, I'm your senior brother. There's an ancient saying that an elder brother is like a father. A senior brother is also an elder brother. From this, it can be seen that I can be your father. Naturally, I have to take care of you. Secondly, a few years older is still older. If you don't agree, you have to ask your biological father why he didn't give birth to you a few years earlier. Wang Ting said calmly. Su Lingxian was confused by his words about an elder brother being like a father. Her eyes were bewildered and her pretty face was stupefied. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She was furious. Bah. Wang Ting, you have bad intentions. You actually want to be my father. Oh, this silly roe dear, Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, cough, I was just explaining a causal relationship to you. I don't want to be your father. Su Lingxian still wanted to defend himself. Stop. Wang Ting hurriedly stopped her and said, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, the others will finish eating. Su Lingxian suddenly quivered. She no longer cared about arguing with Wang Ting. She ate heartily and complained, it's all your fault. You want to be my father for no reason. You're such a bad person. Can you stop talking about this? Wang Ting was speechless. He only said it once, but Su Lingxian brought it up again and again. Was she afraid that others didn't know? She didn't notice that many people around them were looking at them. Their gazes moved back and forth between him and Su Lingxian. Their expressions were very strange. Many of the people present were big shots with high martial arts cultivation. Their hearing was very strong. Although the conversation between the two wasn't loud, it still fell into their ears. Principal Yang, who was sitting opposite them, said happily, Goring, your two disciples are very interesting. Gorlin felt gloomy, but he said, my disciple is naive and innocent. Her nature is pure. Haha. Principal Yang laughed. Wang Ting saw that the two of them were going against each other. He wondered if his teacher and Principal Yang had a grudge against each other. Li Rongxue sat beside Lord Yang. When she saw Wang Ting, a hint of gloominess flashed across her face. You know President Goring's new disciple? Lord Yang asked softly. He could tell from the slight change on Li Rongxue's face that something was wrong. Yes. Li Rongxue nodded. She didn't hide anything. She used voice transmission to tell him everything that happened when she killed the coxcomb jade scale python. Lord Yang frowned. The Yao family is getting more and more arrogant. He glanced at a certain seat below. The Yao family had a high status in Yang City. Naturally, they were here today. Therefore, he also used voice transmission to say these words. I think the Yao family has ulterior motives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this, Li Rongxue replied. It doesn't matter if they have ulterior motives. Since they dared to use such a method, we can't let them off easily. I'll send someone to investigate. If they really have ulterior motives, we can gather evidence, Lord Yang said. Li Rongxue nodded. She hesitated for a moment before she told Lord Yang about how she tried to trick Wang Teng and asked him for help. You. Lord Yang shook his head and tapped Li Rongshue's head with his finger. Then, he looked at Wang Teng and called out, "Little brother Wang Teng." "Your Highness." Wang Teng was surprised when he heard the voice. He didn't know why Lord Yang called him. He couldn't help but look up. "I've heard from Rongxue about what happened between the two of you. She was in the wrong this time. I apologize on her behalf. Here's a toast to you." Lord Yang drank the wine in his cup. He was very straightforward. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lord Yang actually apologized to Wang Teng, although they were completely confused at this moment. They had no idea what was going on. But, who was Lord Yang? Why did he apologize to Wang Teng personally? According to Lord Yang, this apology was because something happened between the princess and Wang Teng. It seemed like they knew each other for a long time. "You're exaggerating. It's just a small misunderstanding." Wang Teng stood up and replied. Sit. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's better to talk it out." Lord Yang smiled and raised his cup again. "However, I still have to toast to you. As for the reason, you and I know very well. I won't say it out loud." After he finished speaking, he drank another cup of wine. His appetite was so big that it made people gasp in admiration. The people around them felt uncomfortable when they saw the two of them talking in riddles. However, since Lord Yang didn't say anything, they naturally couldn't ask. "Brother Wang, I was in the wrong previously. I hope you don't take it to heart. We're still friends." Li Rongxue stood up and said. "Princess, you don't have to take it to heart." Wang Ting smiled bitterly. Lord Yang and the princess were willing to put down their pride and apologize in front of so many people. It was obvious that they were sincere. If he still didn't let it go, he would seem petty. At this moment, the gazes of the young talents looking at Wang Ting changed. Something fishy, there was definitely something fishy between the princess and Wang Ting. The two of them didn't look like they were enemies at all. Instead, many things seemed to have happened between them. They looked like enemies. Everyone was jealous. Su Lingxian pushed Wang Ting. "Hey, how did you know each other? Do you want to know?" Wang Ting glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Yes. Su Lingxian nodded furiously. She was very curious. "I'm not telling you." Wang Ting chuckled. Su Lingxian was speechless. At this moment, there were two girls sitting at the end of the guest seating area. They looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Why is it him?" One of the girls was stunned. The other girl sighed and felt sad. She thought about her misunderstanding of him and felt that it was ridiculous. He even knew the princess and was the disciple of President Goring. Why would he like her? These two girls were Meng Qiao and Fei Qingxin, whom Wang Ting met on the airship when he first came to Yang City. "Do you know Wang Ting?" A young man next to them asked. "Brother, we just met him on the road," Fei Qingxin said. "Brother Fei Huai, you don't know that we don't just know each other." Meng Qiao immediately told him what happened on the road that day. She described Wang Ting's character with certainty. "I didn't expect him to be such a person. I'm afraid that the princess and Lord Yang have been deceived," Fei Huai said. "Brother, don't listen to Meng Qiao's nonsense. Meng Qiao is biased against him," Fei Qingxin quickly said. "Qingxin, I believe Meng Qiao's words. Think about how many men she has fended off for you over the years. I can only feel at ease when she is by your side." Fei Huai disagreed and said, "You are too naive and you trust others too easily. You should know that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. Some people are very scheming. They will only show their true colors when they get their hands on them. By then, it will be too late." "That's right. You can't see it clearly because you are involved. Look at how attentive he was to you on the airship. In the blink of an eye, he hooked up with the princess." "He just wants to play," Meng Qiao said. "No, I can't let the princess and Lord Yang be deceived." Fei Huai wanted to get up. Fei Qingxin was a little swayed by their words. When she saw that her brother wanted to get up, she quickly pulled him and said, "Brother, have you forgotten that he is President Goring's disciple? If you speak rashly, you will offend President Goring." This? Fei Hui immediately reacted. He felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get up again. President Goring might have been deceived as well. If we can expose him and let President Goring see Wang Ting's character clearly, I don't think he will make things difficult for us, Meng Qiao said. You're thinking too simply. Just a few words won't be enough to expose him. You'll only be in a dilemma. President Goring and Lord Yang might even think that you're creating trouble for no reason. They'll definitely blame you, Fei Qingxin said. When they heard her words, although they were a little unwilling, they still gave up the idea. If they offended President Goring and Lord Yang, they would have no place in their family. They might not even be able to stay in Yang City. Fei Qingxin heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally given up on this idea. She didn't know why she had spoken up for Wang Ting. He probably didn't even remember her. Fei Qingxin could not help but smile bitterly. At this moment, a person in the middle of the guest seats suddenly stood up. Lord, there's something I hope you can help me with. This person looked sorrowful as he bowed to Lord Yang and said. The smile on Lord Yang's face gradually disappeared. He looked at him and said, Yao family head, what do you want me to help you with? My 2 sons were killed, and the murderer is here today, Yao Hongshou said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Yang City knew that the youngest son of the Yao family head was killed by a martial artist from Earth. Now, he said that the murderer was here. Could it be that someone from Earth had sneaked into the crowd? Also, he said that his 2 sons were killed by someone. For a moment, everyone's expressions were different. Some felt sad for him, while others were gloating. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. This crazy dog. Oh, who's the murderer you're talking about? Lord Yang was expressionless. He already knew that Li Rongxue killed Jiao Yu. Did the Yao family head want to fight to the death? As for his youngest son being killed by someone from Earth, he had also heard about it. Now that he said it out loud, could it be related? Li Rongxue's expression froze. She instinctively glanced at Wang Ting. Seeing that he was still calm, she calmed down. Yao Hongshou looked around and finally, his gaze landed on Wang Ting. It's him. He pointed at Wang Ting. In an instant, everyone turned to look at him. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He even smiled slightly. He killed the Yao family head's 2 sons? Meng Qiao, Fei Qingxin, and the other 2 widened their eyes. I heard that the Yao family head's youngest son was killed by a martial artist from Earth. How could it be him? Fei Qingxin was in disbelief. You forgot that he also came from Yang City. That's the territory of the people from Earth, Meng Qiao said. This brat is indeed not a good person. He's dead. The Yao family head will definitely not let him off, Fei Hui said excitedly. Yao family head, some things can't be said carelessly. Goring stood up at this moment and looked at Yao Hongshou. Yao family head, there needs to be evidence to identify the murderer, Lord Yang said. Whether it's true or not, let him come out and confront me, Yao Hongshou said with a hint of madness in his eyes. How does the Yao family head want to confront me? Wang Ting stood up. I've checked. You came from Yang City, right? Yao Hongshou said. There are countless people coming from Yang City every day. That doesn't mean anything, Li Rongxue said. When Yao Hongshou saw Li Rongxue, hatred surged in his heart. He knew what Yao Yu did. Therefore, Li Rongxue definitely had something to do with Yao Yu's death. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Li Rongxue. He could only suppress his hatred and take out a scroll. When my youngest son was killed, I got someone to draw the faces of the martial artists from Earth. You will know once you see it. With a whoosh, the scroll opened up. The members of the Tiger Warrior team were drawn on it, and Wang Ting's face was among them. This Wang Ting is actually an Earthstar martial artist. Everyone looked at the portrait of Wang Ting and compared it carefully. They were shocked. What else do you have to say now? Yao Hongshou asked. My disciple is indeed from Earth. However, Earth and Xingwu continent aren't enemies now. Therefore, I took him in as my disciple. Yao family head, I heard that you killed many people because you weren't sure who killed your youngest son. How can you be sure that it was my disciple who killed your youngest son? Goring said slowly. Because I have a witness. Yao Hongshou suddenly revealed a sickly smile. He cupped his hands at Lord Yang and said, Your Highness, please allow me to bring someone here. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a bad premonition. Permission granted. Lord Yang glanced at Goring and Wang Ting before finally nodding. Not long after, a person covered in blood was carried into the hall and placed between the two rows of guests. This person was severely injured, and his limbs were twisted at an irregular angle. It was obvious that he had suffered inhumane torture. Many people frowned when they saw this person's miserable state. When Wang Ting saw this person, his body trembled, and his expression turned ugly. Although this person's face was covered in blood, Wang Ting recognized him the moment he saw him. Lin Zhan. It was the captain of the Tiger Warrior team, Lin Zhan. Wang Ting never expected to see Lin Zhan here. How about it, Wang Ting, are you still not going to admit it? Yao Hongshou looked at Wang Ting with a smile. You deserve it. Die. Wang Ting's eyes emitted a cold light as he glared at Yao Hongshou. No, it's you who deserves it. Yao Hongshou's face was cold, and killing intent seeped through his body. You deserved it when you killed my two sons. They deserved it. If they wanted to kill me, they should have been prepared to be killed. Wang Ting said coldly. He really killed them. Everyone was shocked. Yao Yu is extremely strong, and he has always been known as a genius. He was actually killed by him? Meng Qiao exclaimed. This Wang Ting killed two of Patriarch Yao's sons, and the enmity between us is too great. There's no way we can settle this peacefully today. Fei Hui smiled. How could this be? Fei Qingxin's heart was in her throat. This guy looks harmless, but he actually killed two of Patriarch Yao's sons. It seems like he's not as simple as he looks. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Ting, but they didn't expect him to have such a ruthless side. On the other side, Wan Feifeng smiled faintly. It seems like I don't need to do anything. As Principal Yang's favorite students, Dong Fengyu and Yi Kaicheng naturally paid close attention to Wang Ting. They wanted to see how he would break out of this situation. Principal Yang also sized up Goring's disciple with a meaningful look. His smile was very unscrupulous, as if he was extremely happy to see Goring in trouble. On the other hand, Goring's expression did not change. With his status and strength, it was not difficult for him to protect Wang Ting. However, he did not want his disciple to be someone who would kill the innocent. Your Highness, the culprit has confessed. Please avenge me by killing this bastard to avenge my two sons. Yao Hongshou bowed deeply to Lord Yang. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lord Yang, wondering how he would deal with this matter. As a disciple of Goring, Wang Ting couldn't be killed just like that. But since Yao Hongshou had complained to Lord Yang, he had to give him an explanation. Yao Yu wasn't killed by him. I killed him, said Li Rongxue suddenly. Wang Ting turned his head and looked at her in surprise. If he had been unhappy with Li Rongshue's scheming before, all these thoughts had disappeared the moment Li Rongxue stepped forward. Perhaps Li Rongxue was just worried that Lord Yang was poisoned and in danger. That was why she lost her composure. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at Li Rongxue. Princess, do you know what you are talking about? Yao Hongshou was also stunned. He didn't expect Li Rongxue to admit it. Yao Yu deserved to die. Li Rongxue told everyone that Yao Yu had plotted against her. Everyone felt like they were listening to a story. The twists and turns in the story were unexpected. Princess, even if you have a noble status, you can't slander my son, said Yao Hongshou with reddened eyes. Actually, you know it very well. You just don't want to reveal it. But since things have come to this, I have to say it. Otherwise, I can't bear to let Wang Ting take the blame for me after he saved me, said Li Rongxue. Yao Hongshou lowered his head. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at him. Now that the princess admitted that Yao Yu was killed by her, what would Yao Hongshou do? Some of the family heads who were enemies of the Yao family were gloating. Wang Ting didn't care about Yao Hongshou's feelings. He walked quickly to Lin Zhan and gave him some healing medicine. Fortunately, Yao Hongshou spared his life in order to let him testify. But what happened to the other members of the Tiger Warrior team? Were they captured by Yao Hongshou? Were they tortured inhumanely? Or were they killed? Suddenly, Yao Hongshou raised his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since my son, Yao Yu, was disrespectful to the princess, he deserved to die. However, my youngest son was killed by Wang Ting. He must pay with his life. Your youngest son wanted to kill me. Can't I kill him?" Wang Ting sneered. "This is just your side of the story," Yao Hongshou said angrily. "Isn't it also your side of the story?" Wang Ting mocked. "Lord, please kill this person." Yao Hongshou bowed to Lord Yang again. "This matter hasn't been settled yet." "I can't kill him," Lord Yang said calmly. "Lord, he's from Earth. He's not one of us. His intentions must be different." Yao Hongshou shouted. "It's a fact that the Xingwu continent has formed an alliance with Earth. Also, we're all humans. How can you say that he's not one of us?" Lord Yang said. "Ha ha ha." Yao Hongshou laughed out of anger. He straightened his body slowly and said with a ferocious expression, "Since all of you are protecting him, I can only do it myself." When he said this, he had already disappeared on the spot. "Die, you little bastard." There were less than 20 meters between Yao Hongshou and Wang Ting. Yao Hongshou was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He seemed to have teleported and appeared in front of Wang Ting in an instant. He formed a claw with one hand and grabbed toward Wang Ting's neck. Wang Ting's pupils constricted to the size of a needle. 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, above the 4-star soldier-level martial warrior level, there was a huge difference between each level. However, Wang Ting wasn't an ordinary person. His force was very strong. Facing Yao Hongshou's attack, his force surged and entered his arm. He punched out fiercely. Boom, the air was exploding, as if it could not withstand this punch and was about to burst open. Yao Hongshou's expression changed. He didn't expect Wang Ting's punch to be so powerful. He had no choice but to change his claw into a palm and face Wang Ting's fist. Bang, the two palms collided. Force exploded, forming a shockwave that spread in all directions. Both of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Ting's mouth. This exchange shocked everyone, especially Wang Ting, who was able to withstand Yao Hongshou's attack. Everyone was in disbelief. Was this really a young man? How could he be on par with Yao Hongshou, who had been famous for a long time? Yao Hongshou's expression darkened when he saw that his attack didn't work. He was shocked and charged toward Wang Ting again. "How dare you! How dare you!" At this moment, two angry shouts sounded at the same time. One was from Lord Yang, and the other was from Goring. Two powerful auras exploded and collided with Yao Hongshou's body. Pfft, Yao Hongshou seemed to have been hit hard. His body froze for a moment. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, but he couldn't even take one hit from the two of them. Ha ha ha. Yao Hongshou's mouth was full of blood, but he was laughing maniacally. His expression was ferocious. "You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." His eyes were bloodshot, and a black ball had appeared in his hand at some point. "This is?" Lord Yang and Goring were stunned when they saw the item in his hand. They reacted instantly, and their expressions changed drastically. They didn't know what it was, but they could feel an ominous dark aura from it. The aura was extremely dense, and it even contained some kind of space rule. Go to hell. Yao Hongshou had already gone completely crazy. Holding the black ball high, his entire body soared into the air, suddenly rushing high into the sky. "Stop him." Lord Yang's expression changed, and he also flew into the sky. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom, in just an instant, a loud sound reverberated in the night sky. A terrifying wave swept down from the sky. Even though Lord Yang was powerful, he was still stopped in midair. Something big is going to happen. Goring looked at the dark night sky with a solemn expression. He seemed to have sensed something. The guests seemed to have sensed something as well, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Yao Hongshou, how dare he? He's crazy. He deserves to die. The Yao family should be destroyed. The fury in everyone's hearts surged to the heavens. It could be said that they hated Yao Hongshou to the bone. This is... Wang Ting was shocked. He looked up with his spiritual vision and saw a terrifying scene. The space was twisting, collapsing, and shattering into pieces. It turned into dust and disappeared, gradually forming a deep whirlpool. Attribute bubbles fell from the sky one by one. Space *10, space *13, space *6, as far as the eye could see, they were all space attributes. There were dozens of them, and their values were all extremely large. None of them were less than 1 point. One had to know that Wang Ting had only brought out a few points of space attribute bubbles when he traveled through space cracks. At most, it was 1 or 2 points. Seeing so many space attribute bubbles, Wang Ting should have been happy. However, for some reason, his heart was beating wildly. It was as if a great danger was coming. However, he still had to pick them up. Pick up, space, 336/10,000. His space attribute had increased from a few points to over 300 points. Wang Ting felt as if his spatial talent had been awakened. His perception of space was particularly sensitive. He even felt that he could travel through space for short distances. How terrifying, he raised his head. Even without using his spirit vision, he could clearly sense that a spatial vortex was slowly taking shape. At this time, the spatial vortex was only 1 meter in size, but it was slowly and steadily expanding. Teacher? That's a spatial tunnel. Wang Ting said. Yes. Gorlin nodded his head with a solemn expression. Where does the spatial passage lead to? Wang Ting asked. It should be the land of darkness, Goring said. At this moment, Lord Yang descended from the sky. His tone was extremely serious as he ordered, sound the war drums and inform the entire city to prepare for war. Yes. The people below had already realized the seriousness of the matter. They responded at the same time. Rongxue, take my token and bring some people to the emergency shelter. Lord Yang waved his hand and a token flew towards Li Rongxue. Understood. Li Rongxue took the token and quickly left. Send people to the surrounding cities to request for reinforcements. Lord Yang gave out orders one by one. The people below received the orders and left. Earth's Crimson Tiger Legion and Black Sparrow Legion are the closest. I'll send people there to request for reinforcements, Yang City's mayor, Xu Yi, said. Go quickly and return quickly. Otherwise, our Yang City will be destroyed, Lord Yang said. Yes. Xu Yi flew into the sky and left. Principal Yang, at this critical moment, I need the Academy's strength, Lord Yang turned and said to Principal Yang. Of course. Principal Yang suddenly stood up. He was tall and burly, and his white hair and beard fluttered in the wind. He turned and left with Dong Fengyu and Yi Kaiqing. President Goring. Lord Yang looked at Goring. Don't worry, Lord Yang. There are hundreds of people in the ruins. They will listen to your orders, Goring said. I'm worried that Yang City's defensive array won't be able to last for long. I hope that you can lead the rune's runemaster to set up a few more layers of defense to buy more time for Yang City, Lord Yang said solemnly. I'll get people to set it up now. Goring directly used his spiritual power to control the array. He turned into a rainbow and left. Lord, I'll take my leave too. Wang Ting cupped his hands towards Lord Yang and left with Goring. After a short while, all the guests left. Sigh. Lord Yang floated in midair and looked at the gradually forming space vortex in the night sky. He couldn't help but sigh. I hope that Yang City can survive this. Dong, 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 in the night sky, many people were sleeping. Suddenly, the sound of war drums resounded throughout the city. The drums sounded 9 times, everyone woke up. After a moment of silence, the entire Yang City fell into panic. The scolding of adults and the crying of babies gathered in one place and turned into a clamor that rushed into the night sky. What's going on? What happened? Mom, I'm scared. A large number of soldiers rushed into the city to maintain order and organize people to leave. One figure after another rushed out of the Rune Guild and walked around the entire Yang city, setting up defensive formations in a hurry. At this moment, Wang Ting was standing beside Goring. He heard Goring say, "Wang Ting, you're not from Yang City. It's not too late to leave now. I haven't seen such a big scene before. Why don't I see it tonight?" Wang Ting chuckled. "This isn't a game," Goring said. "I'm partly responsible for everything that happened tonight. If I leave now, I won't be able to sleep well in the future," Wang Ting said with a smile. "No, Yao Hongshou has already been bewitched. Even without you, he would have done it sooner or later." Goring shook his head. "If things don't turn out well, I'll be the first to run." "Don't blame me then, Master," Wang Ting said. "Ha ha ha, remember to bring your junior sister." Goring laughed. Boom, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. Silver light flashed and terrifying thunder struck down from the depths of the void. What's going on? Everyone in the city looked up at the night sky. Under the flashing silver light, the spatial vortex had already expanded to a size of more than 30 meters. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, a loud shout filled with shock rang out. Someone seemed to have discovered something. Behind the spatial vortex, a red light had unknowingly lit up. Wang Ting raised his head too. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It was clearly a huge eyeball. The red light was the pupil of the eyeball. The huge pupil was looking down at Yang City from an unknown place through the spatial vortex. A thick sense of ominous malice instantly enveloped the entire city. What kind of gaze was that? Chaotic, twisted, violent, cold, evil, and disorderly. All of this formed a terrifying spiritual pressure that could not be looked at directly. The huge scarlet eyeball stared at this pure land through the spatial vortex as if it had passed through two worlds. "Don't look!" someone shouted. But it was too late. When ordinary people stared at the eye, they seemed to be hallucinating. They heard an incomprehensible voice. One by one, they had a mental breakdown. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. They instantly went crazy and ran around aimlessly, howling loudly. This scene frightened everyone. Those who heard the warning lowered their heads in time, not daring to look at the scarlet eyeball again. On the other hand, Wang Ting felt an impact on his mind. A strong and violent spiritual pressure rushed into his mindscape. Then, from the depths of his sea of consciousness, a profound spirit that coiled like a dragon surged out. The spiritual force of the Emperor's domain, it instantly crushed the violent spiritual pressure and expelled it. Then, the confusion in Wang Ting's eyes disappeared. He had regained his senses. Perhaps it was because the spiritual pressure that invaded Wang Ting's consciousness was weakened by the world. Otherwise, even with the spiritual force of the Emperor's domain, it would be difficult to expel this spiritual pressure. "Are you okay?" Goring asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Wang Ting shook his head with lingering fear. Goring saw that he was almost unaffected and said, "It seems that I underestimated you." "Teacher, what is that?" Wang Ting asked. "It should be a demon god," Goring said with a serious expression. "A demon god? It's called a god." Wang Ting was shocked. "Will such a powerful existence cross worlds and come here?" "It shouldn't be. This spatial vortex is about to take shape. Given how terrifying a demon god is, a spatial vortex of this scale won't be able to contain its body." "But," Goring said and paused. Wang Ting had just heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart couldn't help but be in his throat again. "But there might be a demon general coming," Goring said. "A demon general?" Wang Ting was confused. "Demon generals are equivalent to our warlords, but dark apparitions are very difficult to deal with," Goring said. At this moment, Wang Ting felt the terrifying mental pressure disappear. Looking up, he suddenly saw several huge attribute bubbles slowly floating down from the sky. Monarch Domain Spirit *53, Monarch Domain Spirit *36, King's Domain Spirit *42, Monarch Realm Spirit Attribute. Wang Ting was shocked and speechless. Just a little bit of spirit from the terrifying existence's eyes had reached the King Realm, and there were so many of them. Spirit, King Realm 135/1000, Wang Ting took a deep breath. This was a huge hall. However, now was not the time to think about this. In the sky, after the huge eye disappeared, black figures emerged from the vortex one after another. In just a short moment, they were already densely packed and filled with dense darkness aura as they crossed over. Roar, tyrannical roars rose and fell one after another as black shadows descended from the sky. Defensive formation, rise. A loud shout was heard. Light flashed, and a circular light shield enveloped the entire Sun City like a huge eggshell. Bang! Bang! The black shadows smashed down from the sky and crashed into the defensive formation, creating loud muffled sounds as they entered the formation. More and more black shadows fell from the sky and gathered outside the walls of Sun City, launching a fierce attack. Wang Ting followed Goring to the top of the city wall. At this moment, a large number of soldiers were gathered here. They set up force cannons and bombarded the dark apparitions outside the city. There were all kinds of dark apparitions. There were vampires with wings on their backs, tall trolls, and low-level dark apparitions that had no consciousness. Boom. Boom, boom. They crashed into the defensive formation with no regard for their lives, creating loud muffled sounds. The defensive formation was constantly weakened. The force cannons kept bombarding, blasting the dark apparitions away. However, there were countless dark apparitions surrounding the city. The attacks of the force cannons were like ripples in a lake. They could not even create a wave. Suddenly, an extremely tall figure stepped out from behind the spatial vortex. A terrifying aura filled the air. Wang Ting and the others stood on the city wall and felt the arrival of this powerful existence. They all looked up. The figure was at least 3 meters tall and carried a huge black weapon that looked like a blade and a sword on its back. The muscles all over its body bulged like granite and had an extremely hard texture. There were 8 thick arms on its back and it looked extremely terrifying. There were sharp horns on its head, and its face was ferocious. It was terrifying. 8 Arms Demon General. Lord Yang, Goring, and the others were all shocked when they saw this figure. 8 Arms Demon General. Wang Ting repeated the name that they had just blurted out. He felt that it was very vivid, and his heart was extremely heavy. He knew that the existence above him was extremely terrifying. It was the opponent of the big shots. He did not dare to get close to it at all. The 8 Arms Demon General saw that the defense of Sun City could not be broken after a long time. A trace of impatience flashed across his dark face. He spat out 2 words coldly, trash. Wang Ting did not understand at all. To him, the language that the 8 Arms Demon General used was a completely foreign language. It sounded very strange and rough. The 8 Arms Demon General took out the huge weapon on its back and slashed it down casually. A crescent-shaped black light blade slashed out instantly. Boom, crack crack crack, cracks immediately appeared on the defensive array. Finally, with a bang, a huge hole was torn open. A large number of dark apparitions charged towards the city wall through the crack. I'll go and fight it. Lord Yang's expression was ugly as he flew into the sky. As he spoke, he charged towards the 8 Arms Demon General. Count me in. Principal Yang stepped forward and transformed into an arrow that shot out from a bow. He also charged towards the 8 Arms Demon General in the sky. Be careful. Don't force yourself. Goring shook his head and reminded him. He also transformed into a stream of light and shot into the sky. The 3 powerhouses of Sun City charged towards the 8 Arms Demon General and instantly started fighting with it. This was a general-level battle. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle shocked everyone below. Kill. The dark apparitions climbed up the city wall. Shouts of killing filled the air as a tragic battle broke out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was bloody and chaotic. This is a disaster. Wang Ting looked at all this and suddenly understood what the 2 worlds were resisting. If the human race lost, regardless of whether it was Earth Star or the Xingwu continent, they would probably become wastelands and hell on earth. Roar, a black shadow pounced towards Wang Ting from behind. This was a low-level dark apparition. It was violent and had no consciousness. It only knew how to kill. A battle sword appeared in Wang Ting's hand. His expression was cold as he turned around and slashed. A fiery red sword ray directly split the dark apparition into 2. On the other side, Dong Fengyu, Yi Kaiqing, Wan Feifeng, and the rest were also killing the dark apparitions. At this critical moment, these young powerhouses did not retreat. Instead, they charged at the forefront bravely and fearlessly. Kill! Wang Ting's eyes were filled with determination. He held his battle sword and charged towards the place with the most dark apparitions like the god of death. One sword for one dark apparition. Kill, kill, kill. If the dark apparitions descended, he would kill his way out. Sun City. The once prosperous and huge city was now in a desperate situation. Even the tall and majestic city walls couldn't stop the densely packed dark apparitions outside the city. Under the bombardment of a large number of dark apparitions, the layers of protective shields kept rippling, and there were even some small cracks in some places. A large number of runemasters were scattered all over Sun City to maintain the operation of the defensive array. They were also constantly patching up the cracks. The Liu family and the Su family were Rune's aristocratic families. They also sent out their family elites to maintain the operation of the defensive array. Su Lingxian, Su Lingyun, and even Lu Xinghui were all on the city walls. They were known as geniuses. Their abilities were much stronger than normal runemasters. They were considered a new force. At a certain place, a huge crack could no longer be repaired. A large number of dark apparitions rushed into Sun City. The crack was created by the Eight Arms Devil General's attack. Boom boom boom, loud noises kept coming from the sky, 4 figures turned into 4 streams of light. They collided with each other from time to time, flew backward, and then collided again. Every time they collided, there would be an explosion. The aftermath of the battle formed circular force ripples that spread in all directions. It was terrifying. Below, there were many martial artists from various forces in Sun City who were fighting with the dark apparitions. Sun City Academy, various families, soldiers, and so on. The battle was very tragic. There were humans falling every second. The terror of the dark apparitions was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. They were very difficult to deal with and very difficult to kill. To the human martial artists, it was like a nightmare. Fortunately, the human race also knew the dark apparitions' weaknesses. As long as they destroyed their hearts and brains, they would definitely be able to kill them. If they focused their attacks, the dark apparitions would not be able to gain any advantage. The most troublesome thing was that the dark apparitions had a major characteristic, assimilation. Those severely injured human martial artists were very susceptible to the dark force. Once their minds were affected, they would become emotionless killing machines. Just like those low-level dark apparitions. As more and more human martial artists and dark apparitions died, a large number of attribute bubbles floated on the battlefield. Fire Force *3, Earth Force *4, Dark Force *3, Spirit *2, Water Force *5, Dark Force *8. As Wang Ting killed the dark apparitions, he released his psychic energy to wander around and pick up the attribute bubbles nearby. Fortunately, his spiritual force had reached the King realm. Otherwise, it would not be long before his spiritual force was exhausted, and he would not be able to use it for a long time. Dark apparitions would even drop spirit attributes. With the constant replenishment of these spirit attributes, he was able to maintain his psychic power. At this moment, perhaps sensing Wang Ting's strength, 4 to 5 low-level dark apparitions pounced toward him. Be careful. A voice suddenly came from the side, reminding Wang Ting. It was Dong Fengyu from Sun City Academy. Scram! Facing the few dark apparitions, Wang Ting glared at them furiously. He swung his sword, and the crimson flaming sword directly chopped off the heads of these low-level dark apparitions. They were deader than dead. Dong Fengyu was stunned. 4 to 5 dark apparitions attacked at the same time. Even if they were low-level dark apparitions, even she would find it difficult to deal with them. However, Wang Ting had killed them all with one attack. Just how strong was this guy? She suddenly recalled that Wang Ting had exchanged a punch with the 6-star soldier level Yao Hongshou. She was even more astonished. Wang Ting turned to look at Dong Fengyu, who reminded him just now. Suddenly, his gaze focused, and he dashed forward, stabbing his sword into the heart of a dark apparition. This dark apparition pounced on Dong Fengyu from behind while she was still in a daze, wanting to kill her. It was strange. These low-level dark apparitions did not have much intelligence, but they still retained their extremely sharp battle instincts. They knew how to grasp every opportunity and were very difficult to deal with. Don't be in a daze. Wang Ting pulled out his battle sword from the dark apparition's chest. Then, he turned and charged into another group of dark apparitions. I was actually taught a lesson. Dongfang Yu regained her senses and smiled bitterly in her heart. She was ranked 10th on the gifted ranking and had reached the peak of the 4-star soldier level. She was also very powerful and had once killed a 5-star soldier level powerful warrior. Hence, she was definitely not just a pretty face. After being dazed for a moment, she focused her gaze and once again joined the battle. At this moment, Wang Ting did not know how many attribute bubbles he had picked up. He only knew that he was getting stronger and stronger. The force in his body was endless, making him braver and braver as he killed. It was as if he was possessed by the god of war and the god of killing. Others needed pills to replenish their origin power, but he didn't need any. Everywhere he went, dark apparitions would fall one after another. The surrounding human warriors were dumbfounded. However, they were also very excited. How is this fellow so powerful? Yi Kaiching was the second most talented person in Yang City Academy. His ability was only below Dongfang Yu's. During the banquet, he wanted to compete with Wang Ting. Now that he saw this scene, he was so shocked that he could not speak. He felt extremely bitter. They were not on the same level at all. At this moment, a figure swooped down from the sky and went straight for Wang Ting. It was a high-level vampire dark apparition. It had wings on its back and was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. It held a long spear in its hand. A cold black light flashed on the tip of the long spear. It pierced towards Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He slashed out with his battle sword. He unleashed 30% of his 90% sword force and shattered the black light. Seeing that its attack failed, the vampire dark apparition hurriedly flew into the sky. It flapped its wings and left behind afterimages. It kept flashing around Wang Ting, looking for a chance to attack again. A cold smile appeared at the corner of its lips. It looked at Wang Ting with disdain as if it was very happy to see that Wang Ting was helpless. Swoosh, suddenly, its eyes widened. A pair of flaming wings suddenly appeared behind Wang Ting's back. With one flap, he appeared in front of the vampire dark apparition like a red rainbow. 5-star soldier level. Yi Kaiching blurted out. He was completely numb. In the entire gifted ranking, only the top 3 had reached the 5-star soldier level. Furthermore, they were all in their 20s. This Wang Ting was only 17 or 18 years old, but he had already reached the 5-star soldier level, TSK. How terrifying. The vampire dark apparition got a shock too. Its eyes widened in shock. However, it was a 5-star soldier level martial warrior, so it immediately regained its senses. A red glow flashed in its eyes, and a sinister glow appeared. It aimed its gaze at Wang Ting's eyes. This was one of the vampire's innate skills. Bewitchment. You're courting death. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. A red glow flashed past his eyes. He had already cultivated his bewitchment skill to a high level. With the support of his Emperor Realm spiritual power, he faced the dark apparition in front of him. How is this possible? When the vampire saw the familiar glow in Wang Ting's eyes, its face was filled with shock and disbelief. The next moment, a hint of confusion appeared on its face. Its entire body froze in midair. Chi, a sword gleam pierced through its heart. A 5-star soldier level vampire dark apparition died under Wang Ting's sword just like that. It was unbelievable. At the moment of death, this vampire felt very complicated. It woke up from its daze. Then, it was stunned, shocked, and in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that it could have so many expressions in an instant. But this wasn't important. What was important was that it was indirectly killed by the talent ability that vampires were so proud of, bewitchment. What a joke, bang, as this ridiculous thought flashed past its mind, this vampire dark apparition lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Spirit *30, Dark Force *65, Intermediate Dark Talent *10, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles it dropped and didn't look at them again. He turned around and killed another dark apparition. Yi Kaicheng witnessed everything with his own eyes. His throat was dry, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Roar, a roar was heard. He shuddered and dodged pathetically. Then, he turned around and killed the dark apparitions that were pouncing on him. Damn it. Damn it, I'm not made of mud. Yi Kaicheng was provoked by Wang Ting. The viciousness in his heart was stimulated. He fought with the dark apparition with a ferocious expression. Wang Ting placed his wings on his back and looked down at Yi Kaicheng from above. Seeing that Yi Kaicheng wasn't weak and could handle it alone, he stopped paying attention to him and turned around to scan the battlefield. After staying in the Xingwu continent for a few days, his hair had grown very long. At this moment, his thick black hair was dancing in the wind. His murderous aura was so strong that people couldn't look at him directly. After Li Rongxue settled down the elderly, women, and children in the city, she brought her people back to the city wall and joined the battle. She was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Normal low-level dark apparitions couldn't hurt her. Wan Feifeng wasn't far away from Su Lingxian. The runemaster was surrounded by guards, and she was in charge of Su Lingxuan's side. She was also a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. She was much stronger than her 2 younger brothers. Wan Feiping and Wan Feiyu weren't far away from her. The 3 siblings were arranged together so that they could take care of each other. Although no one could be spared in such a situation, every family had their own selfish motives. Naturally, they didn't want their juniors to die in this disaster. This was just a microcosm of the situation. Who could escape in this situation? Many young figures were lying in pools of blood. There was death everywhere. Calm, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy. Su Lingxuan's face was pale as she shook her head. Take a rest first. Forcing yourself isn't a solution, Wang Ting said as he killed a dark apparition that got close to him. Yes. Wang Ting scanned the surroundings. The battle was extremely tragic. If he couldn't do it, he would follow Goring's instructions and bring Su Lingxian away. Even though the runemaster tried its best to maintain the array, more and more cracks appeared on the array under the dark apparition's relentless attacks. More dark apparitions rushed into the city and started a massacre. In the sky, the 8 Arms Devil General was fighting Lord Yang, Goring, and Principal Yang alone. Its 8 thick arms were all holding weapons. Swords, sabers, axes, and spears. The black weapon that looked like a sword and a saber was the most eye-catching. It forced Lord Yang and the other 2 back and laughed loudly. You won't be able to hold on for long. His voice was deafening and spread throughout the battlefield. The human martial warriors were shocked. Many of them felt despair. F*CK, this 8 Arms Devil General can speak? Wang Ting raised his head and shouted in surprise. Li Rongxue, Wan Feifeng, Dong Fengyu, Yi Kaicheng, the surrounding humans, the 8 Arms Devil General, everyone looked at the shocked Wang Ting and almost fainted. Big brother, what kind of situation is this? Can you focus on something else? Yang City is in a desperate situation. Who cares if it can speak or not? No, is this a matter of knowing how to speak? The key is that we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Wang Ting's voice was a little loud. Even Goring and the others in the sky heard it. Goring's mouth twitched. He felt that his disciple's brain circuit was a little different from normal people. He pretended not to know him. Ha ha ha, Goring, your disciple is really interesting. Principal Yang couldn't help but laugh. He's just a little naughty. Lord Yang was speechless. However, after Wang Ting's words, the pressure in everyone's hearts dissipated. When they saw that Wang Ting wasn't afraid of the 8 Arms Devil General and even dared to tease it, they suddenly felt that the 8 Arms Devil General wasn't that scary. The humans had Lord Yang and the other 2 powerful cultivators. Reinforcements would definitely arrive soon. They still had hope. The veins on the 8 Arms Devil General's face twitched. He looked at Wang Ting with his blood-red eyes and said coldly, Human Junior, you're very good. As he spoke, he threw a long spear in his hand. No one expected him to suddenly attack Wang Ting. Get out of the way. Gorlin's expression changed as he used his spiritual force to try and stop the spear. Shameless! Principal Yang and Lord Yang were furious. The Eight-Arms Devil General wanted to kill a human genius in front of him. Su Lingxian, Li Ronxue, and the others turned pale. They watched in horror as the spear charged toward Wang Ting with an invincible aura. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the Eight-Arms Devil General to attack him. However, he regained his senses in an instant. His expression was solemn, and his spiritual power surged out to form a barrier to block the battle spear. Everyone only saw the spear suddenly stop, but it still moved forward bit by bit. It was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking the spear. It came from a general-level powerful cultivator. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Drops of cold sweat dripped down Wang Ting's forehead. He used up a lot of his spiritual force to block the spear with all his might. It seemed long, but it only took 2 to 3 breaths. Goring's spiritual force followed closely and formed a pulling force. Under the influence of the two spiritual forces, the spear finally stopped moving. With a clang, it finally fell to the ground. Phew! Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the Eight-Arms Devil General. Suddenly, he grinned. I'll take this spear. As he spoke, he took the spear from the ground. There was one more thing he didn't say: he would definitely return it one day. The Eight-Arms Devil General's blood-red eyes flickered. He saw the murderous intent in Wang Ting's eyes. An ant had the intention to kill a giant that could hold up the sky? Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. The Eight-Arms Devil General laughed. He looked at Wang Ting and said, I'll remember you, I'll remember you. This sentence echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was worried for Wang Ting. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep well after being remembered by a general-level martial artist. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. However, he looked very calm. It was as if he didn't care at all. Please don't. Why would a male animal like you remember me? It's fine if it's a beauty. Oh right, are there any females among the dark apparitions? Forget it. Even if there are, they will definitely be as ugly as you, Wang Ting said. Everyone's brain trembled, they felt their heads twitching. They looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. He almost died just now, but he still dared to insult the Eight-Arms Demon General in front of him. Not only did he call it a beast, but he also called it ugly. This guy was really trying to test the waters at the edge of courting death. However, why did it feel so good? It was an inexplicable joy. Everyone looked at the Eight-Arms Demon General's dark face. Although they couldn't see anything, they could feel that it was extremely depressed and even furious. Li Ronxue, Su Lingxian, and the rest wanted to hold it back. You just died once, and now you're doing it again. Are you tired of living? I'm afraid you haven't experienced what true despair is. The Eight-Arms Demon General's cold voice sounded. After I conquer this city, I will tear you into pieces inch by inch. I'm so scared. Wang Ting shrank his body and looked very scared. However, the corners of his mouth curled up. Then we'll talk about it after you really conquer Yang City. This sentence, this tone, no matter how one listened to it, it was very annoying. Boom, the Eight-Arms Demon General was already on the verge of exploding. It took a step forward, wanting to rush down and kill this human who insulted it time and time again. Your opponent is us. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were filled with anger. They were already furious when the Eight-Arms Demon General attacked Wang Ting in front of them. Now, it wanted to attack again. It didn't take them seriously at all. Lord Yang Jingwu, hold it back first, Goring said coldly. In terms of anger, he was definitely more furious than Lord Yang and Principal Yang. After all, Wang Ting was his disciple. Goring couldn't tolerate what the Eight-Arms Devil General had done. Lord Yang and Principal Yang seemed to know what Goring wanted to do. They looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Okay, the two of us will try to buy as much time as possible. The Eight-Arms Devil General could not help but look at Goring. However, at this moment, Lord Yang and Principal Yang had already charged towards it. The three of them started fighting again. Teacher, what are you going to do? Wang Ting looked up in confusion. After Goring left the battlefield of the Eight-Arms Devil General and the other two, he sat down cross-legged in the sky. A terrifying psychic energy gushed out from his mind. Teacher is going to set up a formation. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he reacted. Wisps of psychic energy filled the sky and seemed to be outlining something according to a certain trajectory. Runes started shining one after another. I wonder what kind of formation teacher is going to set up. Su Lingxian seemed a little excited as he asked curiously. No matter what kind of formation it is, what we need the most now is time. Wang Ting's expression was serious. He wasn't that optimistic. Just now, Lord Yang and the other two were on par with the Eight Arms Devil General. Now, there were only two of them left. He didn't know if they could hold on. Also, more and more dark apparitions were rushing into Yang City. The human martial artists couldn't hold on any longer. The situation was very bad. He frowned and looked into the distance. I wonder when the reinforcements will arrive. Senior brother, quickly go and help them. The princess can't hold on any longer, Su Lingxian suddenly said anxiously. Wang Ting turned around. Indeed, Li Rongxue and the rest were already showing signs of fatigue. There were so many dark apparitions around them. They couldn't hold on any longer. Okay, you stay here. Don't run around. He said to Su Lingxian and then rushed towards Li Rongxue and the rest. He held a sword in his right hand and a battle saber appeared in his left hand. He moved both his hands, and the sword and saber rays intertwined like a huge net, enveloping the dark apparitions around them. In an instant, several dark apparitions died. Li Rongxue and the rest were shocked. He knows saber techniques too. Leave this to me, Wang Ting said without turning his head as he charged into the dark apparitions. One saber and one sword. The saber aura and the sword aura were invincible. They quickly reaped the lives of the dark apparitions. It was ridiculously powerful. Wan Feiping and Wan Feiyu were dumbfounded. They were shocked and blurted out, "Is this guy still human?" They suddenly felt lucky that they didn't continue to find trouble with Wang Ting. Otherwise, who would dare to offend such a monster? Wan Feifing secretly wiped away her cold sweat. She felt a little guilty. Originally, she wanted to seek justice for her two younger brothers. Now that she thought about it, she felt that she had to reconsider this matter. Harmony was the most important thing. Moreover, her two idiotic younger brothers were in the wrong. Wan Feifing was a reasonable person. How could she twist the truth? That's right. She hadn't taught her two idiotic younger brothers a lesson for a long time. They were always causing trouble. If she could survive this time, she had to teach them a lesson. Wan Feiping and Wan Feiyu suddenly felt goosebumps. They had a bad feeling. They looked around but were confused. They didn't know where this sudden malice came from. Wang Ting was fighting. He was proficient in saber and sword techniques. The dark apparitions around him flew backward. They either had their hearts pierced or their skulls exploded. Swoosh, suddenly, a faint sound entered his ears. Wang Ting suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. The chill made his scalp numb. It's too late. This sneak attack was too sudden. Even with his speed, he might not be able to dodge at such a close distance. Oh, right. In this life and death situation, his mind seemed to have been fast-forwarded. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had an idea. Space talent. In an instant, the space around Wang Ting suddenly distorted. A pitch-black dagger pierced through Wang Ting's heart. Die. At the same time, a ferocious voice sounded. Li Rongxue, Su Lingxian, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at this scene in a daze. They felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. However, in the next moment, the figure slowly disappeared. The sneak attacker was stunned. Boom, a powerful flaming sword aura suddenly appeared and slashed his body, sending him flying. Bang, poof, the sneak attacker fell heavily on the ground. His back was badly mutilated, and his entire body was burning. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. It's you. You're not dead? Wang Ting slowly appeared. He looked at the sneak attacker in shock. This person was actually Yao Hongshou. However, his appearance had changed a lot. Dark green veins protruded from his face and exposed skin. There were even black patterns on them. His entire body was filled with dark force. He looked like a human but not a human. This was dark transformation, dark transformation. Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone looked at Yao Hongshou with shock on their faces. Then, they didn't hide the disgust in their eyes. Everyone had the right to kill dark apparitions. Furthermore, a human had voluntarily turned into a dark apparition. It was even more shameful. He was a traitor. He was born as a human, but he gave up his human identity and turned himself into a dark apparition. Moreover, everyone didn't forget that Yao Hongshou was the one who attracted the dark apparition and caused Yang City to fall into such a desperate situation. Instantly, everyone glared at him, wanting to cut him into pieces. Are you surprised? A voice came from Yao Hongshou's mouth. Black light flashed all over his body, swallowing the flames on his body. Black smoke rose, and his wounds healed quickly. He's fine? Wang Ting's pupils constricted when he saw this. He didn't hold back in that attack, but Yao Hongshou recovered so quickly. His recovery ability after dark transformation couldn't be underestimated. I'm curious. How did you dodge just now? Yao Hongshou slowly got up from the ground and asked. You want to know? Wang Ting tilted his head and smiled. I won't tell you. Yao Hongshou was speechless. Soon, I'll make you unable to smile. Little B** starred, no one can save you today. I'll tear you into pieces to avenge my 2 sons. His eyes were cold, and his face was ferocious. Don't talk nonsense. What 2? I only killed one of your sons. Wang Ting was furious as if he had been framed. If he did it, he would admit it. If he didn't, he would never admit it. I'm Wang Ting. I've always been a principled person. That's all. Yao Hongshou was trembling with anger. You think I don't know that you helped that B***tch Li Rongxue kill my son? You're involved too. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that B***tch. Wang Ting was a little embarrassed to be exposed. He scratched his head and said sincerely, actually, you might not be able to kill me. I admit that you're a genius and you're not weak. It's really surprising that you were able to block my attack. But do you think that was my true strength? If it weren't for the protection of those old fellows, do you think you would have survived until now? Yao Hongshou's face was full of mockery. He clenched his fist and felt the surging power in his body. He said intoxicatedly, what's more, the current me is even stronger. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to admit that Yao Hongshou was indeed much stronger after the dark transformation. Just now, Yao Hongshou was hiding in the dark, and he didn't notice it in time. If it weren't for his spatial talent, that attack would have severely injured him. Yao Hongshou. At this moment, a few angry roars came from the sky, followed by the sound of breaking air. A few figures flew over from afar. They were the leaders of the aristocratic families in Sun City. They all shouted at Yao Hongshou. Yao Hongshou. You still have the guts to show up. You sinner. Ha, ha ha ha. Yao Hongshou lowered his head and let out a strange laugh. Then, he suddenly raised his head. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were flashing with red light. Blame me? You didn't give me a way out, so I won't let you have an easy time. All of you will die with my son. Angry roars came out of his mouth. He went crazy like a devil. Everyone's expression was terrible. Seeing him like this, they even felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Your Yao family is also in Sun City. If you attract the dark apparition and Sun City is destroyed, the Yao family won't be able to escape either, the leader of the Wan family said angrily. As long as I'm here, the Yao family will be here. If I die, there's no need for the Yao family to exist, Yao Hongshou said with a cold smile. Everyone was speechless. Crazy, Yao Hongshou was crazy, he was hopeless. Let's work together and kill it. The few powerful people looked at each other and attacked together. They each used their force battle techniques and attacked Yao Hongshou. You're no match for me after I've turned into a dark apparition. Yao Hongshou was extremely arrogant. He stepped into the air and shattered everyone's attacks. His hands were like sharp claws. Black light flashed as the sharp claws slashed out. The few figures kept overlapping in the air. Their forces collided and created huge explosions. Wang Ting opened his flaming wings. He held his sword and blade and charged into the battle circle. The battle was extremely intense. Wan Feifeng, Dong Fengyu, and the others had already noticed the situation. From afar, they could see the few figures colliding in the air. Every attack was extremely powerful. It was extremely shocking. Is this a battle between 6-star soldier-level martial warriors? Wang Ting can actually join in. Has his ability reached such a level? They found it hard to believe. He was in the same generation as them, but Wang Ting was already able to fight with these powerful people who had been famous for a long time. When they compared themselves, they suddenly felt that they were very weak. Boom, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and smashed a huge hole in the city wall. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was Yao Hongshou. He was in a sorry state and was injured. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, he laughed hideously. He didn't care about the blood at the corner of his mouth and rushed up again. This bastard must be born in the year of the cockroach. The few 6-star soldier-level martial warriors looked at each other with a headache. They didn't expect Yao Hongshou to be so difficult to deal with. They injured him time and time again, but Yao Hongshou recovered time and time again. His speed was shocking. Wang Ting looked up. The array at Goring was only half completed. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were retreating under the 8 Arms Devil General's attacks. They were in a difficult battle. Bang! The 8 Arms Devil General used the weapon that looked like a sword and sent Principal Yang flying. Each of its 8 thick arms was holding a weapon. It was hard to defend against. Lord Yang and the 8 Arms Devil General exchanged blows. Using the recoil, Lord Yang retreated a distance away temporarily. He panted and said to Principal Yang, "Old Yang, can you still hold on? Don't worry. I won't die." Principal Yang stopped in midair and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care at all. "The two of you are not my match." The 8 Arms Devil General's voice boomed. He left the two of them behind and rushed towards Goring. It sensed a dangerous aura from the incomplete formation. He couldn't let him succeed. Lord Yang and Principal Yang flashed and stood between Goring and the 8 Arms Devil General. "The battle isn't over yet. Why are you running? Get lost." The 8 Arms Devil General roared furiously. His voice was so loud that it made people dizzy. They were extremely shocked. "Humph, what are you shouting for? So what if you have a loud voice?" Principal Yang snorted. He stood in front of Goring and didn't move at all. "Since you are in the way, I will kill you first." The 8 Arms Devil General glared at them furiously. His 8 thick arms waved crazily. Black light filled the air, and dense dark force was released. He looked like a violent evil god. Lord Yang and Principal Yang's expressions were extremely serious. They looked at each other and used their strongest battle techniques to fight back. Wang Ting was worried about the battle between Lord Yang and the 8 Arms Devil General. The situation didn't look good. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yao Hongshou, who was fighting with a few 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. His eyes turned cold. "I have to get rid of it as soon as possible." Wang Ting held the battle sword in his hand. He recalled all the abilities he had and tried to find a way to kill Yao Hongshou. It couldn't recover indefinitely. As long as the attack power exceeded a certain threshold, it could be destroyed. It wouldn't be able to recover anymore. He wondered if the dark apparition could resist the poison force of the demon lotus poison body. A meaningful smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. Then, his figure flashed, but he didn't join the battle. Instead, he wandered around. What is Wang Ting doing? Many people below were paying attention to the battle between them. Many people hated Yao Hongshou to the core. They wanted to see him die on the spot. That would be satisfying. However, Yao Hongshou's strength was beyond their expectations. They couldn't do anything to him even when they worked together. Everyone saw that Wang Ting had left the battle and was wandering around. He didn't go to help. Was he scared of Yao Hongshou? He didn't dare to go forward? He's looking for an opening and waiting for an opportunity. Dong Fengyu noticed something. She said as she fought with the dark apparitions. She had killed many dark apparitions. She was tired, but she still continued to kill them. The others were also fighting with the dark apparitions. However, they kept looking at the sky. There were two battlefields that were the most eye-catching. One was the battle between Lord Yang and the Eight-Arms Devil General. They were the key to this battle. If any of them died, Sun City wouldn't be able to survive. After all, a general-level martial warrior was enough to change the outcome of a battle. The other place was where Wang Ting was. Yao Hongshou must die, this was what everyone thought. If he lived, it would be unfair to everyone in Sun City. I hope he can succeed. Li Rongxue prayed as she looked at Wang Ting. She had always felt guilty because she was the one who had killed Jiao Yu. Yao Hongshou had gone mad because of this and wanted to drag the entire Sun City down with him. She felt that she was partly responsible, and her heart was uneasy. However, Yao Hongshou, the culprit, was still out there. Li Rongxue couldn't tolerate that. The people of Yang City needed an explanation. Killing Yao Hongshou was the answer. She admitted that she couldn't do it, so she could only pin her hopes on Wang Ting. After all, that guy was no ordinary genius. Wang Ting was looking for Yao Hongshou's weakness, wanting to give him a fatal blow. It was very difficult to truly kill Yao Hongshou with ordinary attacks. The only way was to attack with all his strength and use all his methods to bombard its vital points. There was only one chance, so he had to seize the opportunity. The few martial artists who were fighting with Yao Hongshou seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's thoughts and did their best to cooperate. They didn't underestimate Wang Ting just because his cultivation level was lower than theirs. Wang Ting's strength had gained their recognition. Although this kid was ridiculously young, he was really strong. He couldn't be judged by common sense. Perhaps he could really kill Yao Hongshou in one hit. Yao Hongshou glanced at Wang Ting and sneered. Little B****, show me what you've got. When I'm done with these old things, it'll be your death. Wang Ting didn't answer. He stared at Yao Hongshou's moving body and circulated his force, condensing a sharp sword glow on his battle sword. At a certain moment, the 90% sword aura was completely unleashed. Wang Ting raised his sword high. Clang, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, a gigantic crimson sword glow shot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce the clouds. Monstrous flames rose from Wang Ting's body and instantly filled half the sky. Rolling heat waves shot up into the sky, a faint sword aura wrapped around it. The people below were extremely shocked. They stared blankly at Wang Ting with their mouths wide open. Yao Hongshou felt that his heart was entangled by a fatal sword aura. It was as if once it descended, he would be drowned by the overwhelming sword aura. He couldn't dodge it, it sounded long, but in reality, it only took an instant. Wang Ting stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the crimson sword glow swept out. In the sky and on the ground, the boundless sword chi filled the air, forming a hurricane. Yao Hongshou was at the center of the hurricane. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't understand how Wang Ting could use such a powerful sword. Yao Hongshou's mind was shaken. His entire body was wrapped by a dense sense of death. Darkness force surged out crazily, and black light flickered as he struggled to resist. The sword aura condensed into a solid form. Yao Hongshou couldn't resist it in the end. Sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood splattered. He felt that the sword aura contained another force. The darkness force in his body was actually being eroded and was fading. What is this? Yao Hongshou's expression changed drastically as if he had seen a ghost. Poison force, and this was just the beginning. A glaring sword glow suddenly appeared in the sky. While he was weakening, it pierced through his heart. Yao Hongshou's eyes widened. He slowly lowered his head. He felt that his heart had already exploded, and only fragments were left. Death descended, boundless darkness swallowed his consciousness. His flesh and blood body lost the defense of the darkness force and couldn't resist the sword aura anymore. It was completely torn into pieces. Yao Hongshou died on the spot, not even his bones were left. The sword aura finally dissipated slowly, and the surroundings fell into silence. The dark apparitions below were also targeted. The sword aura swept the ground, and an empty space was cleared. The human race martial artists stood on the spot in a daze. Gulp, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Is he still human? Ikaichin couldn't help but curse. Everyone looked at Wang Ting in unison. They saw that he was still maintaining his sword stance. Crack, suddenly, the battle sword in his hand cracked. Under everyone's gaze, the battle sword broke inch by inch. In the end, only the sword hilt was left in his hand. Even the battle sword couldn't resist the terrifying sword aura just now. This battle sword had been with Wang Ting for a long time. They didn't expect it to break here today. The few 6-star soldier-level martial artists had already retreated when Wang Ting attacked. They were the closest to him, so they could feel the terror of the sword aura the most. Even they couldn't unleash this level of sword aura. This brat was too monstrous. On the other side of the battlefield, the 8-arms devil general turned around. He squinted his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This brat can't be left alive. Wang Ting's killing of Yao Hongshou boosted everyone's morale, but they were still at a disadvantage overall. Goring's array had reached a critical juncture. His forehead was full of sweat, and his face was pale. However, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. As long as this array was successful, the situation might be reversed. At this moment, a black light shot from the side and went straight for Goring. Goring was trying his best to set up an array. With him as the center, a huge array was slowly taking shape. Countless runes were shining brightly on it. It was extremely dazzling. A faintly discernible sense of danger emanated from the array. Even the 8-arms devil general himself felt uneasy. However, a cold smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a black light shot toward Goring from the side. It was extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt. Goring focused all his attention on the array. His spiritual power enveloped the entire array. The moment the black light entered his range, he noticed it. However, it was so fast that it almost arrived in an instant. Goring's expression changed. He split off a portion of his spiritual power to form an attack, wanting to destroy the black light. However, the black light only paused for a moment before it passed through the spiritual power's obstruction and crashed into Goring's arm. The black light finally revealed its true form. It was actually a small black snake. Goring's arm was bitten by the snake. His face quickly turned black. His spiritual power suffered a backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Goring. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were the first to notice the situation. Their expressions changed. Ha ha ha. The 8-arms devil general laughed out loud. He was extremely pleased with himself. President Goring. Master Goring. Many people below noticed the sudden change and were furious. The other party used such a despicable method. The 8-arms devil general was extremely sinister. At the same time, everyone started to worry. Goring was poisoned. The array would be destroyed halfway, and the human race would be at a disadvantage. Teacher. When Wang Ting saw this, his eyes widened. His heart was filled with extreme anger. During this period of time, Wang Ting knew how Goring had treated him. Goring didn't care about Wang Ting's identity as someone from Earth Star. Not only did he teach Wang Ting everything he knew, but he also stood up for him when he was in trouble. It would be a lie to say that Wang Ting wasn't touched. Seeing that he was poisoned and injured, Wang Ting rushed up without hesitation. At this moment, Goring was in the most dangerous situation. If someone suddenly attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Ting's path. These were 2 5-star soldier-level dark apparitions. They had black force wings on their backs and were extremely powerful. Scram! Wang Ting's expression was murderous as he punched the 2 dark apparitions. He didn't hold back at all. He just wanted to get rid of these 2 dark apparitions quickly so that he could go and support Goring. The 2 dark apparitions looked at him with disdain. They were high-level dark apparitions and had strong physical bodies. This brat's swordsmanship was extremely powerful, but his sword was broken and he couldn't perform any swordsmanship. He was dreaming if he wanted to fight against them with his physical body. However, their expressions changed the next moment. Boom, an unexpected and powerful force landed on their bodies. Wang Ting had once received a physical training scripture from his senior, Qing Wu, from the military academy. It was called Raging Bull Skill. He had already raised it to the perfected stage. His physical body was incomparably strong, and his strength was limitless. When combined with his force, even the air would explode. This showed how powerful it was. The two dark apparitions were sent flying. They spat out blood, and their faces were filled with disbelief. On the other side, Lord Yang and Principal Yang kept the Eight Arms Demon General busy so that he couldn't deal with Goring. The Eight Arms Demon General's gaze turned cold. He ordered, "Kill him." Immediately, a figure flew over from afar, ready to kill Goring. After Goring was poisoned, he quickly took a spirit pill to keep himself awake. However, the pill wasn't effective and could only slow down the poison's corrosion. He struggled to maintain the array and pulled the poisonous snake down. However, he realized that it was already dead. He was about to throw it away when he thought of something and put it back into his spatial ring. Seeing the dark apparition coming for him, he could only use his spiritual power to gather his fire force and use his divine spiritual sorcerer skills to attack his opponent. As for the array, he could only maintain it in its original state. He didn't have time to perfect it. Fireballs formed and shot at the attacker. The opponent dodged quickly in the air and kept getting closer to Goring. "Teacher." Su Lingxian looked at the sky. Her heart was in her throat. She had followed Goring for the longest time. Instead of saying that they were teacher and disciple, they were more like grandfather and grandson. Their relationship was deeper than Wang Ting's. She turned and looked at Wang Ting anxiously. "Senior, hurry up." Wang Ting rushed toward Goring again. However, the two dark apparitions stuck close to him like glue. They knew that they couldn't defeat Wang Ting, so they didn't fight him head-on. Instead, they kept obstructing him. Wang Ting's expression was cold. His battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed. The sword descended, the two dark apparitions quickly dodged. When they saw Wang Ting's attack, they immediately distanced themselves. However, at this moment, the space in front of them fluctuated. A ray of light appeared out of nowhere and split into two rays of light, piercing through the hearts of the two dark apparitions. The two dark apparitions widened their eyes. They didn't know what had happened and their lives were taken away in an instant. Wang Ting didn't even care about the attribute bubbles that they dropped. He directly rushed past them. Goring's situation was very dangerous. He was seriously injured and couldn't resist the opponent's attack. He could only hold on bitterly. The dark apparition held a long spear. The tip of the spear emitted cold rays of light. It attacked Goring like a storm. A flame barrier condensed in front of Goring. Boom! Under the attack of the dark apparition, the flame barrier instantly collapsed and shattered inch by inch. "Old man, go and die." The dark apparition charged toward Goring. It sneered and stabbed the spear in its hand. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were extremely anxious, but they couldn't escape. "You can't save him." The Eight Arms Devil General smiled proudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, an angry roar was heard. The expression on his face instantly froze. "You're courting death." A ray of sword aura shot across the sky. The pale white sword aura illuminated half of the night sky. The dark apparition's expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The terrifying sword aura locked onto it and followed it like a shadow. It slashed down from the sky. Boom! The sword aura filled the sky. The sword aura slashed down from the top of the dark apparition's head and directly split it into two. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly. The two halves of the dark apparition's body fell to the ground along with a large amount of blood. "It's him again! It's him again!" The smile on the Eight Arms Devil General's face completely froze. It instantly disappeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. He was furious. He was so angry that he clenched the weapon in his hand tightly. The veins on his forehead and eight arms popped out. He was so angry, Goring looked at the person who came and couldn't help but smile. His body couldn't hold on anymore and fell down. The incomplete array was about to collapse. "Teacher." Wang Ting supported him with a worried expression. "Quick, the array is about to collapse." Goring's eyes were filled with hope as he said weakly. "Don't worry, teacher. Leave the rest to me." Wang Ting nodded solemnly. On the battlefield, everyone was fighting for themselves. The strong were fighting against the strong, and the low-level martial warriors were fighting against the low-level dark apparitions. The 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star soldier-level martial warriors were considered high-level martial warriors. There were fewer of them, so they usually fought one-on-one. If they were held back by their opponents, it would be hard for them to free themselves. When Goring was attacked just now, 2 6-star soldier-level martial warriors tried their best to free themselves and rushed over to help Goring. Wang Ting handed Goring over to the martial warriors who rushed over and sat down cross-legged in the middle of the formation. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is Wang Ting trying to do? He's Master Goring's disciple. Could it be, as if they had thought of something, many people widened their eyes in shock. A thought appeared in their minds. He's going to replace Master Goring to complete the incomplete formation. When this thought popped up, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In the battle just now, Wang Ting had already displayed terrifying martial skills. He had reached the 5-star soldier level at such a young age. He was proficient in both sword and blade techniques and had killed countless dark apparitions. In the end, he even killed Zhao Hongshou, who was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior and had become even more powerful after the dark transformation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a monster. Now, from the looks of it, he seemed to have reached the Runemaster realm. If not, how could he replace Master Goring to control the formation that was obviously a high-level formation? Lingxian, what level has his Runemaster realm reached? Li Rongxue was recovering her force at this moment. She couldn't help but ask Su Lingxian, who was beside her. Su Lingyun and Lu Xinghui were maintaining the defensive formation nearby. Even Wan Feifeng, Dong Fangyu, and the others were nearby. When they heard Li Rongshua's question, they all looked at Su Lingxian curiously. Su Lingxian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Ting saving Goring. Then, he saw that Wang Ting was going to replace Goring in charge of the formation. He was also shocked. When he heard Li Rongshua's question, he said subconsciously, he was only an intermediate runemaster when he took the test, and he didn't take the test again. But the teacher said that senior brother is making great progress. Maybe, Li Rongxue and the others took a deep breath. Maybe what? Su Lingxian didn't say much, but everyone guessed it. Maybe Wang Ting had already reached the advanced runemaster level, and he wasn't far from the master level. As for reaching the master level, they didn't think about it at all. Not everyone could reach that level. Even if Wang Ting was very talented, he was still too young. He might be able to reach the master level in the future, but not now. Even so, everyone still felt that it was unbelievable. How monstrous was Wang Ting? Lu Xinghui was very talented in runes, and he was often called a genius. He couldn't help but feel jealous of Wang Ting, who was even more outstanding. But now, he felt a chill all over his body. What kind of existence was he compared to? This guy wasn't human at all. Moreover, his martial arts cultivation was so high that he might not even be able to defeat his father. He mustn't look for trouble with him in the future. Otherwise, the consequences, Lu Xinghui couldn't help but shiver at the thought of it. He was afraid of the strong. It was definitely not wrong to follow his heart at a time like this. Su Lingyun was different. She realized that her jealousy of Su Lingxian was even stronger. Why? They were both born in the Su family, and her father was the head of the Su family. Her status was higher than Su Lingxuan's, but she lost to Su Lingxian in every aspect. She couldn't compare to her in terms of looks and talent. Later, Su Lingxian was even accepted as a disciple by Goring. Now, such an outstanding genius had appeared, and he had a very good relationship with Su Lingxian. However, she couldn't do anything about it. It was really frustrating. Dong Fangyu, Yi Kaicheng, and the other geniuses' eyes kept flickering, and their hearts were extremely unsettled. Wang Ting didn't know about everyone's complicated thoughts. He glanced at the 8-arms devil general in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of calmness in his smile. He wasn't afraid of the general level 8-arms devil general at all. There was even a hint of provocation in his smile, which made him look evil. This brat. The 8-arms devil general's expression was hideous. He wanted to rush over and use his 8 thick arms to flatten Wang Ting. As a general-level powerful warrior, he had a high status. Usually, his subordinates were all respectful and fearful of him. No one dared to be so impudent. However, Lord Yang and Principal Yang held him down tightly. He couldn't escape at all. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were shocked. They thought that this brat was really surprising. They couldn't help but place their hopes on Wang Ting. Of course, they wouldn't allow what happened just now to happen again. After the 2 6-star soldier-level powerful warriors sent Goring to a safe place, they returned to the array formation. "Brat, don't worry and set up the array formation. We'll guard outside. Let's see who dares to come up," one of the powerful warriors said. Wang Ting nodded. His expression became slightly serious. He had learned this array formation from Goring before. He had already memorized all the rune structures. However, this array formation was very advanced. It was already a 6-star array formation. Only a master-level runemaster could set up a 6-star array formation. Its power was shocking and could kill general-level powerful warriors. If Wang Ting was asked to set up this array formation alone, it would be very difficult for him to do so. However, Goring had already completed half of it. He only needed to inscribe the last part of the runes. However, the last part was the most important part. The array formation had to be set up from the outside to the inside. The closer it was to the center, the more important it was. The center was the core of the array formation. The runes that formed the core were very precise. If there was a slight mistake, the entire array formation might collapse. All the previous work would be ruined. However, Goring believed in him. Wang Ting naturally couldn't disappoint Goring. Moreover, the current situation was critical. He couldn't afford to fail. To put it bluntly, once this array formation was set up, the scales of victory would tilt towards the human race. Wang Ting took a deep breath and focused his gaze. Boom! A huge wave of spiritual force erupted from Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. It was like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, roaring and roaring. Imperial realm, everyone was shocked. That almost materialized spiritual force, not only was Wang Ting an advanced runemaster, but he had also awakened the extremely rare spiritual force. What words could be used to describe this talent? Could this demon be the illegitimate child of Father God and Mother Luck Goddess? And he was really powerful. That spiritual force was probably not much weaker than Goring's. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were shocked and thought so. This disciple of Goring's was probably going to surpass his master. The younger generation, Dong Fengyu and the others, felt extremely bitter. Wang Ting was actually so powerful. Was he really a young man and not some old monster? The 8 Arms Devil General was filled with killing intent. This child was so terrifying that he couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to the dark world in the future. Sogu's website. In the sky, a huge circular array was spinning slowly, covering an area. The array was shining brightly, and a powerful spiritual power enveloped it. Runes were carefully carved in the center of the array. Runes were carefully carved. A figure sat in the center of the array with a serious expression. He was focused on setting up the array and didn't care about the intense battle outside. The eyes were the window to the soul. At this moment, his eyes were shining brightly. This was a sign that he was using his spiritual power to the maximum. Bang! At a certain moment, a loud sound came from the defensive array below. It shattered into pieces and dissipated into light rain. The expressions of the human powerful warriors changed drastically. The defensive array was destroyed, and they were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Without any obstruction, a large group of dark apparitions charged straight in. Many people would die. As expected, the dark apparitions that were blocked outside the array swarmed in. The pressure on the humans increased tremendously. Many warriors were surrounded by several dark apparitions. They were pounced on and bitten to death. "I'll go down and help." The 2 6-star soldier-level martial warriors protecting Wang Ting looked at this scene with sorrow. One of them immediately said, "Don't worry." "This?" The other person hesitated. Wang Ting couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Goring's lesson was right in front of him. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Both of you can go. I can handle this." "How can we do that?" At least one of us has to stay behind, the two warriors said. Go. Wang Ting glared at them. The two 6-star soldier-level warriors were terrified. It was as though they were facing someone like Goring. No. If anything happens to you, we will be sinners. The two warriors were still insistent. I have a way to protect myself. You don't have to worry. Hurry up and go. If Yang City is destroyed, everything we have done will be in vain. After saying that, Wang Ting ignored them and continued to immerse himself in setting up the array. He didn't dare to be distracted. He was distracted for a moment just now, and something almost happened. The difficulty of setting up the array was beyond his imagination. The last sentence probably moved the two warriors. They looked at each other and nodded heavily. Be careful. Then, they turned around and rushed down. Time passed, and the night was about to end. Too many people died in this battle, but the battle still continued. The younger generation also suffered heavy casualties. Yi Kaicheng lost an arm, and Dong Fangyu was severely injured. Li Rongxue had people protecting her, but she was also severely injured. She leaned on her sword and looked at the battlefield with a sorrowful expression. Out of the 3 siblings of the Wan family, only 2 were left. Wan Feiping, in order to protect his fish-lipped younger brother, he was willing to die. Perhaps this was the innate emotion of human beings. It was a bloodline that could not be removed. But Wan Feifing had gone mad from the killing. The 3 of them had been very close since they were young. Now that one of them had died, she blamed herself and was in extreme pain. She could only numb herself with killing. Such scenes were everywhere. People were dying every second. This was an unfair battle. The dark apparitions came too suddenly, and there were too many of them. The martial artists of Yang City were in a hurry to fight, so they were naturally at an extreme disadvantage. A few 6-star soldier-level martial warriors and above died as well. They were big shots no matter where they went. Yet, so many of them died here. This was a great loss to the human race. Wang Ting glanced down. He was astounded. He didn't know why, but a sense of sadness rose from the depths of his heart. Human race, it was as if a voice from a long time ago was shouting from the deepest part of his heart. He felt that this was ridiculous, but it was so real. It was hard to describe. He closed his eyes, not allowing himself to look at the tragic situation below. He was only a little bit away from completing the array. He couldn't be distracted now. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 demonic crystals, the 8 Arms Devil General suddenly shouted coldly. The eyes of the dark apparitions below glinted fiercely. A few 5-star and 6-star dark apparitions immediately rushed up. Kill. Ha ha ha, die. The dark apparitions released all kinds of attacks toward Wang Ting. 10,000 demonic crystals were enough to make these dark apparitions go crazy. Despicable. Lord Yang and Principal Yang glared at the 8 Arms Devil General. They were injured and exhausted. They panted heavily as they fought the 8 Arms Devil General to the death. Stop them. The 2 of them shouted. The powerful warriors of the human race abandoned the enemies they were fighting and rushed toward the dark apparitions to stop their attacks. However, a portion of the attacks were still directed toward Wang Ting. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were shocked. They couldn't leave to save him at all. The helplessness made them feel hopeless. Was Wang Ting going to follow in Goring's footsteps? After persevering for so long, was he going to fail in the end? Humph. The alarm in Wang Ting's heart rang when danger arrived. He snorted, and earth force gushed out of his body. He didn't hold back at all and congregated into many barriers in front of him. They looked like walls made of mud. The attacks all landed on the barriers. The barriers cracked layer by layer. Eventually, there were only 3 layers left. However, the series of attacks disappeared. Wang Ting was unscathed. Earth force. Lord Yang and Principal Yang heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were shocked. They remembered that Wang Ting had been using fire and metal force previously. Now, he was using earth force as well. 3 elemental martial artist, this was a big surprise. The young warriors below were almost numb. How many trump cards did this guy have? One after another, they kept appearing and attacking their nerves. However, the smiles on the dark apparitions' faces froze. It was as if 10,000 demonic crystals had grown wings and flew away. How infuriating! The Eight-Arms Devil General had never felt so powerless in front of a person before. But now, he truly felt it, and it was very clear. His stable mentality was about to explode. Why, is this guy my nemesis sent by the heavens? Kill him, kill him. If you can't kill him, I'll skin you alive and make you into candles. The Eight-Arms Devil General was furious. The dark apparitions' hearts trembled. They suddenly had a bitter feeling. They came to kill Wanting for the 10,000 demonic crystals. Why was it the other way around? They couldn't kill him and were going to be made into candles. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have come to kill him. The loss outweighed the gain. The dark apparitions were filled with resentment. They could only attack Wanting fiercely. If Wanting didn't die, they would be turned into candles. However, the human race's powerful warriors had arrived and stopped them. Their long-range attacks were blocked by Wanting's earth barrier. They couldn't even see him, let alone kill him. In an instant, the dark apparitions were so anxious that they wanted to pee. Dark apparitions will die. Quick, let us go over and kill him. Move aside, sob sob sob. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the array. The array was completed. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from the array. At this moment, the array was truly completed. It's done. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were overjoyed. The experts of the human race below were also overjoyed, and they all cheered loudly. Su Lingxian was accompanying Goring to take care of him. When she saw this scene, she shouted in surprise, "Seeing your brother succeeded." Unfortunately, Goring was unconscious and couldn't see this. He really succeeded. Li Rongxue muttered to herself. Wan Feifeng, Dong Fangyu, and the others looked up as if they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Even Wan Feiyu and Lu Xinghui, who had some conflicts with Wan Ting, had never hoped so strongly that Wan Ting could succeed. Now that the array was finally completed, they were filled with excitement. In front of Wan Ting, the barrier formed by the earth force slowly dissipated. In the center of the array, Wan Ting sat cross-legged. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and his face was slightly pale. However, this couldn't hide the light in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Eight-Arms Demon General. Their gazes met in midair. Even if the other party was a general-level powerhouse, Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, the dark apparitions that came to kill Wang Ting for the 10,000 magic crystals took advantage of the fact that the human warriors were stunned and rushed toward Wang Ting. They wanted to use this last chance to kill Wang Ting. Now that Wang Ting had just finished setting up the array, he must be in his weakest state. If they didn't kill him now, when would they? After all, the Eight-Arms Demon General's threat was like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. With the Eight-Arms Demon General's character, he would definitely do what he said. If they didn't kill Wang Ting, they would definitely become candles for others to light every day. At this moment, they only had one choice, which was to kill Wang Ting. In the blink of an eye, the three dark apparitions rushed into the array. Be careful! Lord Yang and the rest shouted. They were furious and scolded the martial artists who stopped the dark apparition for being too careless. They actually let the dark apparition get close to Wang Ting after they succeeded. Damn it! The human ancient martial art practitioners' expressions changed drastically as they chased after the dark apparitions. However, at this moment, Wang Ting smiled. The array was activated and raging flames were ignited above it. The three dark apparitions had just barged into the array and could only let out a blood-curdling scream before they were instantly burned to ashes. Lord Yang and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. The human race experts jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped outside the array. Even though they were 6-star soldier-level powerful warriors, they didn't dare to touch the array formation when they saw the dark apparition dying without even being able to resist. Everyone, step back a little, Wang Ting said coolly. The human race experts smiled awkwardly and cupped their fists at Wang Ting as an apology for their negligence. Then, they retreated far away. The Eight-Arms Devil General saw the dark apparitions being burned to ashes with his own eyes. His eyelids twitched as he felt the threat from the array formation. He couldn't help but retreat. Previously, you gave me a spear and ordered people to kill me many times. Now, I'm returning the favor. Wang Ting looked at him and smiled as he spoke calmly. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. The Eight Arms Devil General sneered. His eyes were filled with contempt, but there was a hint of caution in the depths of his eyes. Wang Ting didn't reply. He raised his hand and pointed at the Eight Arms Devil General. The array was activated rapidly, and the fire force in heaven and earth gathered crazily like a whale sucking in water. In the end, it even formed a red whirlpool above Wang Ting's head. The bottom of the whirlpool was connected to the center of the array formation. Fire force kept flowing into the array formation. Then, flames ignited from the array formation and shot into the sky. They formed a huge flaming dragon and roared at the sky. Roar, scorching heat filled the sky, and heat waves swept in all directions. This array formation was called the Eight Flaming Dragon Array. The Eight Arms Devil General's mouth twitched, and he retreated even faster. He couldn't fight it head-on. The Eight Arms Devil General didn't think that he was a coward. He was just retreating strategically. After this attack, he would definitely let this brat know what despair was. What a powerful aura. Lord Yang and Principal Yang looked at each other and hurriedly retreated a distance away. If they were affected by the heat, they would be scalded. Go. Wang Ting said softly. The flaming dragon roared in the sky and charged toward the Eight Arms Devil General. The Eight Arms Devil General felt a scorching aura rushing toward him from behind. When he turned around, his heart skipped a beat. He looked serious, and his body emitted black light. The weapon in his hand that looked like a sword drew a huge arc of black light and slashed toward the flaming dragon. Boom, the huge black light blade seemed to want to kill the dragon. It landed on the flaming dragon and made a loud boom. The flaming dragon was sliced into two. The Eight Arms Devil General was slightly happy. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he looked a little dazed. The two flaming bodies merged into one and rushed toward him, drowning him. A firestorm engulfed the Eight Arms Devil General, and the terrifying flames filled half the sky. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were shocked and had to retreat again. This was the difference between a Master Runemaster and an advanced-level Runemaster. If a Master Runemaster was given enough time, he could set up such a terrifying array formation. Even a general-level warrior wouldn't dare to face it directly. Is the Eight Arms Devil General dead? The people below asked in disbelief. Lord Yang and Principal Yang couldn't do anything to the Eight Arms Devil General when they worked together. Now, Wang Ting used the array formation to put the Eight Arms Devil General in such a predicament. If they could kill the Eight Arms Devil General, they would be able to resolve this crisis. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the flames, and a hole appeared in the flames. Then, a figure covered in black light rushed out from the hole. It was the Eight Arms Devil General. The black light on his body was a little dim, and there were many burn marks on his body. He looked a little pathetic. Lord Yang and the others were shocked. Such an attack couldn't kill him. This Eight Arms Devil General was really terrifying. Ha ha ha, human brat, you can't do anything to me. The Eight Arms Devil General laughed, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. Wang Ting made him so pathetic, and now it was time for him to retaliate. Is that so? Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at him calmly. The Eight Arms Devil General's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. If one fire dragon isn't enough, how about 3? Wang Ting smiled at him. He hooked his finger, and flames rose into the air again. 3 fire dragons were congregated in the sky. Their size wasn't any smaller than the previous fire dragon. Roar, 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 the flames shook the air and let out a dragon-like roar. The 3 giant flaming dragons circled above Wang Ting's head, making him look like the son of fire. The Eight Arms Devil General stared at the 3 fiery dragons in front of him. The muscles on his face twitched crazily. Brat, you're too much. How dare you torture me like this? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? You forced me to do this. Today, I'll show you the forbidden technique of the Eight Arms Devil race. The Eight Arms Devil General's face was hideous. He was determined. As soon as he finished speaking, his body glowed with a thick purplish-black glow. His red eyes shone brightly. The next moment, the 8 Arms Devil General's muscles squirmed. His body expanded rapidly, and he became taller and stronger. He gave off an unparalleled sense of oppression. At the same time, his aura increased by a few times. However, under his muscles, his blood vessels protruded and pulsed crazily as if they would explode at any time. Blood seeped out from his pores. At this moment, he looked extremely terrifying. This was a forbidden technique of the 8 Arms Devil race. If it wasn't a life-and-death situation, he wouldn't use this technique. A mere 5-star soldier-level martial warrior forced me to use a forbidden technique. You should be proud, the 8 Arms Devil General said in a hoarse voice. No, this is the result of my teacher, me, and all the human martial warriors' hard work. You deserve to lose, Wang Ting said. Huh. Ha ha ha, you think you've won? The 8 Arms Devil General laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with disdain. Yes, you'll lose today. Wang Ting nodded sincerely. The 8 Arms Devil General was dumbfounded. He felt that he couldn't communicate with this brat at all. You didn't lose to me. You lost to the entire human race. You dark apparitions will never understand the unity and fearlessness of the human race. Wang Ting pursed his lips as he looked at the human martial warriors fighting with the dark apparitions below. He seemed to be touched. You're wrong. The human race will perish. The 8 Arms Devil General looked at the battlefield below and laughed sinisterly. Even if the human race perishes, you won't be able to achieve true victory, Wang Ting said calmly. What a joke. Death is the greatest failure. No matter how much you say, you're just finding excuses for your failure, the 8 Arms Devil General said with contempt. Wang Ting shook his head without saying a word, as if he felt that the other party did not understand him at all. Brat, I hate you. The 8 Arms Devil General was infuriated, as if he had been greatly insulted. He did not waste any more words and rushed toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting pointed forward, and 3 huge fire dragons swooped down. Boom, monstrous flames filled the sky as if they were burning the clouds in the sky. The power was truly terrifying. He should be dead this time, right? Everyone looked at the flames in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Roar, an angry roar sounded from within the flames. The 8 Arms Devil General rushed out, his body flickering with black light. There were burn marks on his body, and his entire body was covered in blood. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that under Wang Ting's attack, it was also heavily injured. This? Everyone was shocked. The 8 Arms Devil General's strength was beyond imagination. Although he was injured, he still had some strength left. Could it be that he really couldn't be killed? I told you, you can't kill me. The 8 Arms Devil General laughed. Oh, 3 won't do. 6 will do. Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. He hooked his finger, and 6 huge fire dragons appeared, looking down at the 8 Arms Devil General. I % and at hashtag at and asterisk. The 8 Arms Devil General. Come, 8 Arms Grandpa, the fire dragon set meal you ordered is here. Wang Ting pointed at the 8 Arms Devil General, and the fire dragons roared out. The 8 Arms Devil General, Lord Yang, Principal Yang, rumble, terrifying flame swept out, completely drowning the 8 Arms Devil General. Miserable screams could be heard from within. It was hard to tell whether the screams were from anger or pain. Dense black light burst out from within. Apparently, the 8 Arms Devil General was resisting. Boom, a figure rushed out from within. He was in a sorry state, and his body was covered in blood. However, the ferocity in his eyes did not diminish as he charged toward Wang Ting. Die. The weapon in his hand slashed down continuously, and the black light blade enveloped Wang Ting. Be careful. Lord Yang and Principal Yang hurriedly rushed over. They did not expect Wang Ting to be unable to kill the 8 Arms Devil General even after using the power of 6 dragons. Moreover, the 8 Arms Devil General still had the ability to counterattack. What tenacious vitality! Wang Ting shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 fire dragons suddenly rose into the sky and protected Wang Ting. At this moment, he was no longer the son of flames, but the king of flames. The Eight-Arms Devil General wanted to die. How was he going to fight this? Tell me, how was he going to fight this? He turned around and fled without hesitation. He was screaming in his heart, feeling extremely humiliated. Don't go, dear. This is the last time. There won't be any more chances. If you survive this round, you'll win. Wang Ting shouted loudly. He seemed to have found his conscience and felt that he had gone overboard. He should not have killed the Eight-Arms Devil General in one blow. Instead, he should have left some hope for the Eight-Arms Devil General. This was the Eight-Arms Devil General. A general-level existence had to be given the necessary respect. Do you think I am a fool? I don't believe you, bastard. The Eight-Arms Devil General fled frantically. He did not even look back. The human behind him was even more evil than him. He was simply a devil. The corners of Lord Yang and Principal Yang's mouths twitched. Where did Goring find this disciple? He was so lively, so naughty, and so shameless. Could it be that Goring taught him all these? Under Gorlin's virtuous and respectable appearance, he was actually a shameless old geezer. Lu Xinghui and Wan Feiyu, who were below, suddenly shuddered. They confirmed that this was a ruthless person that they could not afford to offend. They decided that after this battle, if they could survive, they would definitely kowtow to Wang Ting and beg for forgiveness. Extremely dense flames swept from the back of the Eight-Arms Devil General. It let out an earth-shattering scream and was once again enveloped by the flames. On this day, it deeply experienced the fear of being controlled by flames. Rumble. The 8 fire dragons were the maximum power of the 8 fire dragon array. The full power of the array was extremely terrifying. Lord Yang and Principal Yang originally wanted to come and save Wang Ting, but now they quickly ran far away. This was too terrifying. Indeed, a runemaster was not to be trifled with. Which general level would be willing to try such a killer move? At this moment, a tiger roar suddenly came from the west. Thick smoke rose from the horizon in the distance. It seemed that a large group of people had arrived. It was the Crimson Tiger Legion. Almost at the same time, a strange cry came from the east. Thick smoke rose from that direction as well. The Black Sparrow Legion had arrived too. After being stunned for a moment, the people of Yang City cheered loudly. Reinforcements are here. We are saved. On the other side, the ground shook from the north and south. Reinforcements were also rushing over. Their momentum was huge and shocking. It was the Empire's reinforcements. Reinforcements from all 3 sides had arrived. At this moment, a ray of light appeared on the horizon. A faint morning glow shone on the ground. The sky was about to brighten. When dawn arrived, the 3 human reinforcements finally arrived. 2 of them were the Crimson Tiger Legion and the Black Sparrow Legion that were stationed in the other world. The other was the local Empire's military. At this moment, the Eight-Arms Demon General, who was the commander of the Dark Races, was also being attacked by Wang Ting's array formation. He was drowned in the flames, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The scales were tilting towards the human race. The human martial artists' morale was greatly boosted, and they all shouted, "Kill! Kill all the dark apparitions and take revenge for our dead friends and family. We can't let them leave. Those who invade our homeland will be killed without mercy." The martial artists' exhausted bodies were filled with energy again. They raised the weapons in their hands and slashed at the dark apparitions closest to them. They're finally here. Lord Yang and Principal Yang looked at each other and instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at the flames that covered half the sky in front of them again. Is the Eight-Arms Demon General dead? Wang Ting looked at the 3 areas of thick smoke in the distance and felt slightly relieved. Since the reinforcements had arrived, the crisis was mostly resolved. He retracted his gaze and looked at the flames. He couldn't help but frown. Using his spiritual vision, he saw that the dark force in the flames was gradually dimming, but it didn't completely dissipate. The Eight-Arms Demon General was probably still alive. What a tenacious life force! Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. He felt helpless. Were all dark apparitions so difficult to deal with? A general-level dark apparition fighting against 3 human general-level dark apparitions was already very shocking. At this moment, after suffering such a destructive attack, it was still alive. It made people feel helpless. Sigh. Suddenly, a soft sigh was heard. Who is it? Lord Yang and Principal Yang's expressions changed drastically. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the voice, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Beside the flames, the space fluctuated slightly, and a graceful figure slowly appeared. Her body was shining with black light, and she stood there casually without any fear of the flames. This was a female dark apparition, and it was actually very beautiful. Her figure was hot, and she was charming. Her ears were slightly pointed, and she had a long tail that swayed gently behind her. Her entire body exuded a different kind of seductiveness. Many male martial artists present couldn't help but swallow their saliva after seeing her appearance. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were no exception. However, they quickly regained their senses, and their expressions instantly, they became extremely vigilant. This dark apparition could even confuse warlords like them. It was definitely not simple. Below them, Wan Feiyu, Lu Xinghui, Yi Kaiqing, and the other young men blushed when they saw the dark apparition. They were all mesmerized by it. Humph. Li Rongxue, Su Lingxian, and the other girls snorted at the same time. Even they had to admit that the other party was indeed very charming. However, that was a genuine dark apparition. The human race and the dark apparitions were irreconcilable enemies. Furthermore, they had a great hatred for each other. It was too embarrassing to be charmed by it. Do you like it a lot? Wan Feifeng asked coldly as she grabbed Wan Feiyu's ear. It hurts. Ouch. Sister, let go. I didn't mean to look. It's that dark apparition. It's poisonous. I can't control it at all, Wan Feiyu shouted. Ha, men. Wan Feifeng laughed coldly. At this moment, Lu Xinghui and Yi Kaiqing shuddered under the chilling aura emitted by the girls. They came back to their senses and said, that dark apparition seems to have the ability to confuse people's minds. Don't find excuses for your lack of mental strength. Only you guys would be mesmerized by such a flirtatious B*tch. Look at Wang Ting. He's so calm. He's not affected at all. This is what a man should be like. The three girls shared the same hatred and said this. Wan Feiyu and the rest looked up at Wang Ting. Indeed, he was calm. He wasn't affected by the flirtatious dark apparition in front of him at all. His calmness was amazing. Could this fellow be the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui? The three of them couldn't help but think. Ha ha ha, in the sky, the flirtatious dark apparition saw that many people were mesmerized by her. She couldn't help but laugh seductively. However, she immediately noticed that Wang Ting didn't seem to be affected by her. She asked in surprise, young man, am I not beautiful? It's okay. I can't say that you're not beautiful, Wang Ting answered honestly. Then why don't you look at me more? The flirtatious dark apparition revealed a seductive expression. She looked at Wang Ting pitifully. Wang Ting, don't be fooled by her appearance. Lord Yang and Principal Yang quickly reminded him. The two of them almost fell into the trap of this flirtatious dark apparition. They still had some lingering fear. To them, even they couldn't resist the temptation. How could a hot-blooded young man like Wang Ting resist it? However, Wang Ting wasn't tempted at all. He said calmly, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in female dark apparitions. Female dark apparition. The flirtatious dark apparition seemed to have heard something unbelievable. She stared at Wang Ting in a daze. The word dumbfounded was written all over her face. Lord Yang and Principal Yang widened their eyes. They couldn't help but admire Wang Ting. This brat really dared to say that. Brat, you're really naughty. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The dark apparition's expression darkened. She glared at Wang Ting fiercely. You can't touch me, Wang Ting said confidently. With that array formation of yours? The dark apparition revealed a look of disdain. She said, that attack just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. How much longer can you last? Our reinforcements will be here soon. I dare to bet that if you don't leave now, you'll definitely regret it, Wang Ting said. Just as Wang Ting finished speaking, a few powerful auras rushed over from afar. They would arrive in Yang City soon. Those auras were all general level. The dark apparition looked into the distance. A trace of seriousness flashed across her eyes. She said, "Consider yourself lucky." A long black whip suddenly appeared in her hand. She swung it at the flames. Then, the whip wrapped around the 8-arms demon general's body and pulled him out. Hee hee. The 8-arms demon general looked extremely miserable. His body was charred black and dripping with blood. 3 of his 8 arms were broken. No one knew where they were. Midas. He looked at Wang Ting with hatred. Then, he said to the dark apparition beside him, "Why are you here?" "Stupid Zers, if I didn't come, you would have died here today." The flirtatious dark apparition smiled. "You're so embarrassed to be beaten up by a human kid who's still wet behind the ears." "Shut up." Zers was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The beautiful dark apparition didn't care about the 8-arms devil general's anger and continued to taunt, "Zers, you failed your mission. That person will be very angry." The 8-arms devil general's expression changed, but he pretended to be calm and snorted. "It's none of your business. I failed my mission, so I'll accept my punishment." "Oh, you're quite self-aware. I hope you won't cry and call me mommy." Midas covered her mouth and giggled. The veins on Zer's forehead were popping. He was obviously very angry, but he couldn't defeat her, so he could only hold back his anger and not talk to her. Midas pouted uninterestedly. She put her hand in front of her and looked into the distance. "Aya, they're almost here." A few general-level auras were approaching from afar. They were extremely fast, and their terrifying auras covered the sky. Zers just realized it, and his expression changed slightly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Ah, I forgot." Midas smiled charmingly. "You." Zers felt powerless. Seeing him like this, Midas couldn't help but giggle. However, the next moment, a voice came, and she couldn't laugh anymore. "Midas, long time no see." The smile on Midas's face instantly froze, and a hint of gloominess flashed past her eyes. She looked in the direction of the voice, gritted her teeth, and spat out 2 words. "It's you." As soon as she said that, a few general-level auras appeared in the sky above Yang City. Every aura was extremely powerful, and they definitely belonged to the general level. Moreover, they were the strongest of the general level. One of the figures said to Midas calmly, "You were lucky to escape last time, and you still dare to come to the human territory. Tantai Xian, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Midas looked at the peerless woman in front of her, whose appearance and aura surpassed her by a lot, and said with a gloomy voice, "I'll leave you here today." Tantai Xian said calmly. It was as if she was just stating an extremely ordinary matter and not killing a powerful general-level dark apparition. Midas was provoked by her tone, and her body trembled with anger. "Teacher." At this moment, Wang Ting called out. Without a doubt, this person was his teacher. Tantai Xian, there was only one Tantai Xian in this world. Tantai Xian turned around and couldn't help but glance at the spirit array that Wang Ting was sitting on. He immediately smiled and said, "Good boy." She had obviously seen that this formation was able to threaten general-level existences. Although she was somewhat puzzled and doubtful that Wang Ting was actually able to control such a formation, she was extremely satisfied. As a teacher, she was naturally happy that her disciple was outstanding. However, the other warlord wasn't in a good mood. His face even darkened. This person was the general of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiaonanfeng. Wang Ting and the Crimson Tiger Army had some disagreements, and Tantai Xian wanted to help Wang Ting vent his anger, so he beat up Xiaonanfeng. Every time he thought about it, Xiaonanfeng was filled with resentment. He had nowhere to vent his anger. "Why are you everywhere?" Xiaonanfeng didn't treat Wang Ting well and said with disdain. "Xiaonanfeng, are you itching for a beating again?" Tantai Xian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said coldly. Xiaonanfeng's mouth twitched, and he immediately stopped talking. However, he was cursing Tantai Xian countless times in his heart, "This crazy woman. Both of you, although I'm very grateful that you came to our rescue, now is not the time to chat. Shouldn't we get rid of these dark apparitions first?" At this moment, another warlord said speechlessly. "General Shintu." Lord Yang and Principal Yang came over to meet him. Greetings, Lord Yang. Xianxia bowed slightly at Lord Yang and then nodded at Principal Yang. He said, I'm sorry that I'm late. Are the two of you all right? We're fine. It's all thanks to Brother Wang Ting's help that we almost killed the 8 Arms Demon General. Unfortunately, we were still saved, Lord Yang and Principal Yang said. Xianxia had already noticed that the array formation under Wang Ting was extraordinary. When he heard Lord Yang and Principal Yang's acknowledgement, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, let's talk about the thanks later. The most important thing now is to kill these 2 dark apparitions. Ha ha ha. Midas suddenly laughed out loud. You want to kill us? Stop dreaming. You'll know once you try. Tan Taishan snorted coldly and rushed towards Midas and Zers. Xiaonanfeng and the rest also took action. They surrounded Midas and Zers, preparing to trap and kill them here. Midas's expression was calm. She raised her head and looked at the pitch-black whirlpool above her. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud sound. A gigantic arm squeezed out from the whirlpool and grabbed towards Tan Taishan and the rest. The arm was like a giant pillar that supported the sky. It stretched out from the other side of the whirlpool and crossed the sky. The arm rubbed against the surrounding space barrier, and there was a cracking sound that sounded like glass shattering. Fragments of space fell from the sky. Oh no! Xiaonanfeng and Xianxu's expressions changed drastically. Their hearts raced as they felt a great threat from the arm. Let's work together. Tan Taishan's eyes flashed rapidly as he said in a low voice. Boom, the few warlords took action at the same time. Tan Taishan used his sword and slashed out an extremely powerful sword aura. The sword aura formed a storm and swept out. Xiaonanfeng's weapon was a battle saber. The saber aura overflowed as if it was going to cut through everything. It was extremely hot. Xianxia held a battle hammer and hammered it together. There was actually a flash of lightning. Boom! It was as if thunder was rumbling in the sky. An extremely thick bolt of lightning struck out from the battle hammer and went towards the gigantic arm. Several general-level powerhouses unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on the gigantic arm. On the other side, Wang Ting also operated the array to the extreme. He gathered the last of his power to form 8 fire dragons and rushed towards the gigantic arm. Flames wrapped around it and burned fiercely. Under so many attacks, the gigantic arm finally paused for a moment, and a wound appeared on its arm. However, it pressed down again. It opened its huge palm and grabbed at the group. Retreat! Xiaonanfeng and the others' pupils shrank as they hurriedly scattered. The gigantic arm was too powerful. Their combined attacks couldn't do anything to it. However, it was stuck in the space crack, and its range of movement was limited. It couldn't catch Xiaonanfeng and the others who escaped in time. It scooped up Zers and Midas and instantly returned to the other side of the whirlpool. That human brat, I'll remember this. The next time we meet, it will be your death date. Zer's voice came from the whirlpool. Then, the whirlpool seemed to have lost its support. It slowly shrank and disappeared. Zer's voice came from the other side of the spatial crack. It was filled with endless hatred and unwillingness, as if Wang Ting had done something indescribable to him. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with strange expressions. How much did the 8 Arms Devil General hate him? There were so many warlord-level powerhouses, yet it chose Wang Ting's name. Wang Ting cursed in his mind. How much hatred? How much hatred? Did it have to remember it so clearly? How petty! It was a warlord-level powerhouse, yet it didn't have any of the demeanor of a powerhouse. Wang Ting looked innocent, but he felt helpless. If he could, he would definitely make the 8 Arms Devil General stay and get rid of it, instead of letting it leave with hatred. Tan Taishan came to Wang Ting's side, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smirk, "My disciple, how does it feel to be remembered by a warlord-level powerhouse?" Xiaonanfeng glanced at him with some schadenfreude. "Serves you right, aren't you very capable? Let's see how many days you can sleep well after being remembered by a warlord-level powerhouse." It was Xianxu's first time meeting Wang Ting, so he didn't know much about him. However, he had heard from the others that Wang Ting had used a formation to torture the 8 Arms Devil General. He felt that it was unreal, but now that he saw the 8 Arms Devil General being remembered, he sympathized with him. After all, this formation was only completed by Wang Ting when Goring was halfway through setting it up. If Wang Ting had been the one to set it up, he might not have been able to set it up smoothly. Moreover, Wang Ting's true strength was too low. Compared to a warlord-level powerhouse, he was like an ant compared to a giant. If he met the 8 Arms Devil General again, he would be in trouble. However, Wang Ting said calmly, "I don't feel anything. The next time we meet, I might torture it again." The warlord-level powerhouses couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This brat was so arrogant. "You dare to say that? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Xianxia laughed in disdain. "Hee, it's okay for a young man to be a little arrogant." Xianxia was a little surprised and smiled. Dan Taixian glanced at Xianxia and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. She said meaningfully, "You're ambitious. Kill Zers from the 8 Arms Devil tribe in the future and show some people what you're made of." "Yes." Wang Ting nodded confidently. He didn't even look at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. His chest felt stuffy from this pair of master and disciple singing the same tune, and he felt extremely depressed. "Kill!" Shouts and shouts. The reinforcements from the 3 parties finally arrived at Yang City and started fighting with the remaining dark apparitions. The giant arm only saved Zers and Midas, but the rest of the dark apparitions were left behind. The space crack in the sky quickly closed. Some high-level dark apparitions saw that the 8 Arms Demon General had left and rushed toward the space crack. At this moment, when he saw that the reinforcements were numerous and aggressive, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed toward the spatial crack even faster. "You want to leave?" Lord Yang, Xianxia, and the rest stopped the high-level dark apparitions with cold expressions. The human race had suffered heavy casualties. How could they let these dark apparitions leave so easily? They had to make them stay in Yang City to be buried with the dead human martial artists. In front of warlord-level powerhouses, soldier-level martial artists were like small fries. The gap between them was like a huge chasm. It was impossible to cross. "No!" the high-level dark apparitions screamed. They watched as the space crack closed completely. They were filled with despair. The high-level dark apparitions couldn't block the warlord-level powerhouses' attacks at all. With just one attack, they died on the spot. They were smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. Boom, then, the warlord-level powerhouses joined the battle below. Large batches of dark apparitions were killed. Wang Ting stood in the sky and scanned his surroundings. A large number of attribute bubbles floated in the air, dazzling him. "Finally, I can pick up a bunch of attributes." Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was exhausted, he was excited to see so many attribute bubbles. He used his spiritual power to scan them, pick them up, space asterisk 230, space asterisk 180, space asterisk 310. When the giant arm appeared, it squeezed the space crack and shattered space. A large number of space fragments turned into space attributes and fell out. Wang Ting picked them all up. He had gained a lot. Space 0. Wang Ting looked at the changes in the space attribute on the attribute interface. He couldn't help but smile. His space talent had increased by almost a quarter. This was a huge improvement. He felt that his sense of space had become extremely sensitive. He could already use some space techniques easily. This would probably become his greatest trump card. After picking up the space attribute, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He looked for the attribute bubbles dropped by the 8 Arms Devil General. Among all the dark apparitions present, the 8 Arms Devil General was the highest realm. The attribute bubbles it dropped would definitely be better than the others. He looked at the place where he attacked the 8 Arms Devil General with the formation just now. As expected, there were a few huge attribute bubbles floating quietly. Dark Force * 450, Dark Force * 360, Advanced Dark Talent * 30, 8-level Demonic Art * 1, Dark Force * 410, a few of the attribute bubbles had dimmed. Wang Ting quickly picked them up. Then, his eyes widened. Huge drop, as expected of a general-level powerful warrior. The attribute bubbles dropped were so plentiful. His dark force was originally a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Now that it was increasing rapidly, in addition to the dark force attributes he had picked up in the previous battle, it directly broke through to 4-star. Then, it broke through to 5-star before stopping. Just the attribute bubbles dropped by the 8 arms Devil General alone allowed him to increase by 2 realms. Dark Force, 5-star. Other than that, the most important attribute bubbles were Advanced Dark Talent and 8-level Demonic Art. At first, Wang Ting only had an intermediate stage Dark Talent. Now that it was upgraded to an advanced stage Dark Talent, his sensitivity to Dark Force became sharper. He could easily absorb large amounts of Dark Force for cultivation and convert it to increase his cultivation rapidly. As for 8-level Demonic Art, after picking up the attribute bubbles, an extremely tall and muscular figure with 8 arms appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It looked very similar to the 8 arms Devil General, Zers. However, its appearance was blurry. The body of this 8 arms devil was just a light shadow. There were veins on it, and there were light spots all over the veins. They represented the meridians and acupoints on the human body. The figure of the 8 arms devil was sitting cross-legged. It was circulating the technique and cultivating. All these were imprinted in Wang Ting's mind. And he instantly understood 8-level Demonic Art. Heaven-level technique. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't expect 8-level Demonic Art to be a heaven-level technique. Heaven-level techniques were extremely fast and had all sorts of special abilities. This 8-level Demonic Art cultivated the physical body. The cultivator would definitely have shocking combat power. People of the same level wouldn't be his match. The reason why the 8 arms Devil General had such combat power was largely due to 8-level Demonic Art. 8-level Demonic Art. Although it's a demonic art, it doesn't matter. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He quickly accepted this demonic art. He was different from others. Others did not have the dark talent and could not cultivate 8-level demonic art. If one wanted to have the dark talent, they had to use a special method to transform it. Just like Yao Hongshou, it was close to being demonized. This method had a huge price to pay, and it was not perfect. Being able to transform into a half-human half-dark apparition state was already the greatest success. Most of the people who were transformed ended up having their minds affected and became slaves to the dark. Just like those low-level dark apparitions, they became walking corpses and killing machines. Wang Ting obtained the dark talent through the system. It was as if he was born with it. There were no negative effects at all. Just from this point alone, it was incomparable to those half-finished products. Now, he even had the high-level dark talent that he obtained from the 8 arms Devil General. In terms of talent, he was more outstanding than many high-level dark apparitions. Even among the dark apparitions, he was an outstanding genius. Therefore, he was completely capable of cultivating this 8-level devil art without any side effects. Life with a cheat was just that awesome. Wang Ting's eyes moved and scanned the entire place. Countless attribute bubbles of various sizes floated in Yang City. The scene was spectacular. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could see this scene. No one else could. It was time to show off his skill of picking up attributes. His spiritual force was fully unleashed, and as it swept across, each and every attribute bubble was like a beautiful woman with a myriad of postures and appearances pouncing on him. That feeling could only be described with one word: awesome. Fire Force *12, Earth Force *20, Dark Force *6, Comprehension *10, Spirit *8, Advanced Fire Talent *21, Advanced Fire Talent. One of the attribute bubbles attracted Wang Ting's attention. Wang Ting's fire talent was the second to be upgraded to the advanced level after his dark talent. He instantly felt the surrounding dark force pouncing on him like tadpoles that had found their mother. Ah no, they had found their father. Ordinary people could not experience that feeling. Apart from that, most of these attribute bubbles were the most common of the 5 elemental origin power attributes, such as perception, spirit, and of course, darkness origin power was the most abundant. During this invasion, a large number of dark apparitions had been killed by the human race, leaving behind a large amount of darkness origin power. All of this darkness origin power now belonged to Wang Ting. His dark force, which had just reached the 5-star soldier level, soared again and broke through to the 6-star soldier level. Darkness force, 6 stars. Wang Ting's 5 elemental force had also increased tremendously. He had already picked up many attributes during the previous battle. With the addition of this huge harvest, his 5 elemental force had all broken through to the 6-star soldier level. Metal force, 6 stars, wood force, 6 stars, water force, 6 stars, fire force, 6 stars, earth force, 6 stars. Now, they were already at 6-star soldier level. There were still many attribute bubbles that they hadn't picked up yet. Their levels would only get higher later. Even so, Wang Ting wasn't too happy. This was his first time witnessing a war between humans and dark apparitions. People would definitely die in a war, many dark apparitions had died, and many human warriors had sacrificed themselves. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, all the warriors in Yang City would have been wiped out. This price was a little too high, and it made his heart heavy. He sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about it. If he didn't want such a tragedy to happen again, he had to improve himself so that he could be more useful on the battlefield in the future. Continue picking up, Dark Force *32, Shadow Killer Swordsmanship *1. Suddenly, a combat attribute bubble appeared. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Shadow Killer Swordsmanship. After picking up the bubble, a figure held a sword and practiced the swordsmanship in his mind. This swordsmanship was very fast and had a sharp killing intent. It left behind many afterimages, making it hard to tell which sword was real and which was fake. The Shadow Killer swordsmanship's level wasn't low. It was a mid-grade Earth-level combat technique. Normal warriors couldn't afford an intermediate Earth-level combat skill. They couldn't afford it even if they sold their kidneys. Wang Ting sighed. No one can get rich without a windfall. Although he had obtained the Heaven level, 8-level demonic art, before, and this, Shadow Killer swordsmanship, was only an intermediate Earth-level technique. It couldn't be compared to 8-level demonic art at all, but he was already satisfied. To a poor man, would he look down on the 100 yuan next to him after picking up 10,000 yuan? You can't be so wasteful. But why was this another combat skill belonging to a dark apparition? The only thing missing was a sentence at the end of the combat skill. Cultivating with the darkness force is even more intimate. Am I, Wang Ting, going to sink into darkness just like that? F***ck. Wang Ting complained helplessly. He didn't slow down at all as he picked up the attribute bubbles. After all, there were so many attribute bubbles. If he wasn't careful, some would disappear. If he was a beat slower, he would lose tens of billions. Who could withstand that? Monarch Realm Comprehension *12, Ape King Fist *1, Ape King Fist Intent *20, Emperor Realm Comprehension, Ape King Fist, and Ape King Fist Intent. Wang Ting's gaze paused, and he was immediately pleasantly surprised. Emperor Realm Comprehension was also a relatively rare existence. Such a high comprehension could be called a top genius, and 12 points of Emperor Realm Comprehension wasn't considered little. Then there was Ape King Fist, Advanced Earth Rank Combat Skill, another Earth Rank Combat Skill. Other than that, there was an even rarer attribute bubble. Fist Intent Attribute Bubble. It was intent, not force. It directly crossed a level, and its power was even more terrifying. A martial artist who had comprehended force could easily defeat a martial artist of the same level who hadn't comprehended force, but a martial artist who had comprehended intent could easily defeat a martial artist of the same level who had comprehended force. The gap between them could be said to be huge. As the Ape King Fist Intent merged into his body, Wang Ting was absent-minded for a moment, and then he immediately understood. An incomparably terrifying Ape King appeared in his mind. That figure was extremely huge, as if it was holding up heaven and earth. It walked in the mountain forest, and suddenly, a tall mountain blocked its path. The giant ape didn't move aside. Instead, it lowered its eyes slightly and then punched out. Boom, that mountain was directly blasted apart by this punch. Then, the giant ape stepped over it without looking back. It gradually disappeared into the mountains. This was the Ape King Fist Intent. Wang Ting was a little shocked. How powerful was this power? It was simply unimaginable. If a person was hit by this punch, they would probably be blasted into pieces. At least, in Wang Ting's opinion, if he punched with his current ability, a normal 7-star soldier-level martial artist might not be able to block it. Amazing, only these two words could describe it. There were too many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting couldn't take them all in. He couldn't pick them all up. Damn it, I can't pick them all up. You dare to think about it. This was his first time encountering such a large number of attribute bubbles. Even when he was at Jisan Martial House, Huanghai Military Academy, and Yang City Academy, he didn't encounter so many attribute bubbles at once. One could only imagine how many attribute bubbles were waiting for him to pick up now. Just thinking about it made him feel hopeless. Too many attribute bubbles had disappeared without him noticing. This was too cruel. They were right in front of him, but sometimes they would disappear just a second or two away. They would disappear completely as if they had never existed in this world. The empty space where the bubbles used to be was like an expressionless face mocking him mercilessly. Can't pick them up, can't pick them up, you just can't pick them up, ha ha ha. Sticking out tongue, Wang Ting could only pick up faster and faster. He tried his best to pick up the bigger and darker attribute bubbles first. According to the system's nature, the bigger the bubble, the more there were. The darker the bubble, the higher the level of the item. Wang Ting focused on picking them up. He activated his spiritual power to the maximum and scanned the entire area without any blind spots. He would pick them all up first and count them when he got back. The battle below ended very quickly. Reinforcements arrived. Coupled with the addition of the warlords who were known as the meat grinders on the battlefield, the battle was almost one-sided. The dark apparitions were quickly wiped out. Looking around, the inside and outside of Yang City was devastated. The victory of the war should have been celebrated, but there were no loud cheers. Everyone was silent in a sorrowful and heavy atmosphere. Too many people had died. More than 60% of Yang City's martial artists had died in this war. Many martial artists were exhausted and covered in wounds. They knelt on the battlefield and cried bitterly. As the war ended, the elderly, women, and children who were hiding in the shelters walked out. They looked at their almost ruined homes in disbelief. Tears filled their eyes and flowed down their cheeks. The blood on the ground and the corpses everywhere stung their eyes. They searched for their loved ones like crazy. The lucky ones were still alive. The unlucky ones could only hug the corpses of their loved ones and cry bitterly. In an instant, cries and wails reverberated. Although they had won the war, their loved ones would never return. How sorrowful was that? Wang Ting stood on the city wall. Beside him were Lord Yang, Shen Tuxiong, Tan Taixian, and the others. Their expressions didn't change when they saw the scene. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see the unconcealable fluctuations in their eyes. It was obvious that even as a general-level powerhouse who had experienced more than one such tragic battle and was used to seeing life and death, he could not remain indifferent. Life is worthy of respect. Wang Ting was deeply moved. Was this war? All the martial artists were facing such a situation. They were facing danger and death at all times. Not only for themselves, but also for their parents, wives, and children. In other words, it was for the sake of the entire race. Perhaps at this moment, Wang Ting finally understood the meaning behind the word martial artist. Martial artists were not only powerful existences, but they were also the sturdiest shield and sharpest spear of the entire race. As long as this shield didn't shatter, as long as the spear didn't break, the entire race would be able to live and work in peace. Martial artists were strong. Looking at the absent-minded Wang Ting, Tan Taixian asked softly, "What are you thinking?" "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about what would happen if such a large-scale invasion of dark apparitions occurred on Earth," Wang Ting asked. He thought about many things. Since the dark apparitions had invaded the Xingwu continent, there was no reason why the same would happen on Earth. He thought about the large number of martial artists from Earth who were stationed in the other world all year round. The Xingwu continent even chose to coexist peacefully with Earth. A large part of the reason must be to resist the dark apparitions together. Not for the time being, Tan Taixian said. Only for the time being. Wang Ting naturally understood the meaning behind Tan Taixian's words. He asked, "How much time do we have?" Tan Taixian couldn't help but look at Wang Ting in surprise. She didn't expect him to think of the main point so quickly. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Between 2 to 3 years." She paused for a moment before continuing. "When that time comes, Earth's situation might be worse than the Xingwu continent's." After all, we haven't had a revolution for long. We don't have as deep a foundation as the Xingwu continent. Time is so tight. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a chill wrap around his body. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Why? Is this happening? Tan Taixian hesitated again. At this time, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly said, "Tell him." Since he has already seen such a situation and his strength isn't low, it won't be long before he comes into contact with these things. It's better to tell him early so that he can be mentally prepared. Tan Taixian's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at Xiao Nanfeng. Why are you looking at me? If it weren't for the fact that we're from the same race on Earth, do you think I would remind you of these things? Xiao Nanfeng couldn't maintain his composure. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. Tan Taixian curled her lips, organized her words, and said to Wang Ting, "It's because of the spatial rifts. According to our research, more and more spatial rifts have appeared on Earth in recent years, and the frequency has also increased. Currently, these spatial rifts are only connected to the Xingwu continent. At the same time, for some reason, the Xingwu continent can't reach Earth through the spatial rifts. That's why the dark races can't indirectly invade our world on a large scale through the Xingwu continent. However, once the number of spatial rifts on Earth reaches a certain level, the space on Earth will become extremely fragile. At that time, the dark apparitions will definitely take advantage of this weakness to invade." Wang Ting's expression turned serious. His heart was heavy as he asked again, "Why can't the people of the Xingwu continent reach Earth through the spatial rifts? This question has been bothering me. Some people say that it's rejection from the world's consciousness." Tan Taixian hesitated again and said slowly, "Rejection from the world's consciousness?" Wang Ting was a little stunned. This thought had appeared in his mind before, but when he thought about it, he felt that it was very absurd. Now that he heard this from Tan Taixian, Wang Ting really didn't know what expression to make. "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" he asked. "This is the opinion of countless experts and professors who study spatial theory. How am I supposed to ask if you're asking me?" Tan Taixian couldn't help but roll his eyes and said in a bad mood, "Alright, what the experts and professors said isn't unreasonable." Wang Ting shrugged and said half-jokingly, "If that's the case, Earthstar's mother is buying time for us poor children." Tan Taixian was stunned for a moment, and said with a complicated expression, "That's quite appropriate." Wang Ting asked again, "Speaking of which, have those experts and professors found the reason for the spatial rift's appearance?" Collision of worlds. Tan Taixian spat out these 4 words and explained, "More than 30 years ago, a world collided with Earth's star and wanted to merge with Earth's star. This world is the Xingwu continent, and because of this, it caused the changes on Earth's star, and the martial arts era has arrived." Wang Ting finally understood the cause and effect today. What little was left of his worldview was finally completely shattered. Collision, fusion, colon. Wang Ting heard a lot about the secrets of the 2 worlds from Tan Taixian. Ordinary people wouldn't know about this. It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything, but if this news was made public, what kind of chaos would there be in the world? Every country was using a more moderate method to let the people of the world accept the arrival of the martial arts era. They were also letting them accept all kinds of hidden dangers. These thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. Then, he asked, "In 2 to 3 years, the Xingwu continent and Earth will completely merge into one?" The scene of the 2 worlds merging would probably be very magnificent. Of course not. How can the merging of 2 worlds be so simple? However, in 2 to 3 years, the will of Earthstar's world will no longer be able to stop the Xingwu continent and the dark apparitions from descending. By then, there will definitely be more chaos on Earth, Tan Taixian said. Wang Ting nodded to express his understanding. Then, he slapped his forehead. He felt that it would be better if he didn't know this secret. Now that he knew, it was a huge headache. You don't have to think too much. Even if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. If even the tall people can't hold it up, then there's no point in you worrying. Tan Taixian seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "You're right." Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. When he realized what Tan Taixian said, he couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that the truth? Could he save an entire world by himself? At this moment, Lord Yang, Shen Tuxiong, and the others walked over. Shen Tuxiong smiled and introduced them. These two are the commander of the Crimson Tiger Army, His Excellency Xiao Nanfeng, and the commander of the Black Sparrow Army, His Excellency Tan Tai Xian. Then, he introduced Lord Yang and Principal Yang to Tan Tai Xian and Xiao Nanfeng. I've heard a lot about the two of you. Thank you for coming all the way here to save Yang City, Lord Yang said sincerely. You don't have to thank us. It's our duty, Tan Tai Xian said. Earthstar and the Xingwu continent have already helped each other. You're treating us like strangers, Xiao Nanfeng said. Both of you have a point. I was wrong. Lord Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang City must have suffered heavy losses from the Dark Apparitions invasion this time. Tan Tai Xian looked at the scene below and sighed. That's right. Lord Yang, Principal Yang, and Shen Tuxiong looked sad. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to young brother Wang Ting's help before you came. Otherwise, Sun City would have been in even more trouble, Dean Yang suddenly said. Wang Ting, who had been quietly listening to the few big shots conversation, couldn't help but be slightly taken aback when he was suddenly mentioned. Brother Wang Ting is a peerless genius. I think there are only 2 or 3 people in the Xingwu continent who can be compared to him, Lord Yang exclaimed. I've been teaching for so many years, but I haven't seen many prodigies like him, Dean Yang said. Tan Tai Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect the two of them to have such a high opinion of Wang Ting. He smiled proudly and said, haha, although my disciple is a little unreliable, he can still be relied on during crucial moments. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. You can praise me, but why do you have to insult me? What do you mean by unreliable? Am I, Wang Ting, that kind of person? What a joke. This was the misunderstanding of the world. He didn't expect Tan Tai Xian to be one of them. How disappointing, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. He thought to himself that this kid was actually so talented. No wonder Tan Tai Xian, who hadn't taken in any disciples for many years, accepted him as his disciple. However, when he heard Dan Taishuan's proud words, he couldn't help but retort, there is no lack of outstanding talents in the younger generation, and there are countless of them who have yet to mature. It is still too early to say these things. Tan Tai Xian glanced at him and said, Xiao Nanfeng, I remember that your disciple is also participating in this year's National No. 1 Martial Arts competition. Why don't you let my useless disciple compete with your disciple? Since you want to compete, then let them compete. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes flashed as he said this. He hadn't vented his anger after being beaten up by Tan Tai Xian. However, he didn't want to attack Wang Ting. Letting his disciple beat Wang Ting up during the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition would help him vent his anger. It was reasonable and reasonable. No one could find fault with it. When I go back, I must remind that kid to be ruthless. I must let this Wang Ting taste despair. Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself. He admitted that he couldn't defeat Tan Tai Xian. However, he wasn't afraid of his disciple at all. Although Wang Ting was a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior and had some achievements in runes, he felt that his disciple was much stronger than Wang Ting. After all, his disciple had been fighting on the battlefield for many years. He was different from ordinary martial warriors. His ability had also reached. Xiao Nanfeng seemed to have thought of something extremely delightful. He couldn't help but smile. Tan Tai Xian chuckled. He didn't mind at all. He looked at Wang Ting meaningfully and asked, how is it? Are you confident? Teacher, you want me to participate in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition? Wang Ting asked in surprise. He had heard about the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition when he was in school. It was open to young martial warriors under the age of 30. Usually, only 4th-year students would participate. After all, they weren't strong enough. It would be embarrassing if they went. However, it wasn't strange. Wang Ting was strong enough to participate in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition. Why? You don't want to go? Tan Tai Xian asked. That's not the case. I thought that you would let me out when I'm in my 4th year. That way, I would be able to get the 1st place. Wang Ting sniggered. There's nothing wrong with that. To a genius, time is the most precious thing. You're already in front of many people. What you need to do now is to maintain this distance and keep widening it. This is the only way to ensure that your ability continues to increase. Tantai Xian said, as for first place, you naturally have to have the mentality of taking first place. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Wang Ting was stunned. Then, he remembered what Tantai Xian had said, the path of invincibility. This path wasn't easy to walk, however, he wasn't afraid. You're the teacher. You have the final say. Wang Ting didn't seem to care. He was confident that he would always be in the lead. Even if Tantai Xian didn't specifically point it out, he would still do so. Pardon me for asking, but I was curious just now. Wang Ting is your disciple? Lord Yang asked in surprise. Is there a problem? Tantai Xian asked. You don't know, but Wang Ting is the disciple of our Yang City Runes Guild's president, Goring. I didn't expect him to be your disciple. I'm just a little surprised, Lord Yang said with a sigh. This Wang Ting was incredible. Both of his teachers weren't simple people. It's okay. I'm only teaching him martial arts. He can take whoever he wants as his teacher. However, I'd like to meet this Master Goring and thank him for taking care of my disciple, Tantai Xian said. How's the teacher now? Wang Ting asked hurriedly. The president of the Alchemy Guild is personally taking care of him. I think it's not a big problem, Lord Yang said. Oh, the president of the Alchemy Guild did it personally. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lord Yang's words. The president of the Alchemy Guild was an alchemy master. With his help, there shouldn't be a problem. Goring left the poisonous snake behind. Master Aogu took the snake's gallbladder and made it into an antidote. Goring should wake up soon, Lord Yang said. I'll go and take a look. Wang Ting was still worried. We'll go too, Tantai Xian said. Lord Yang and Principal Yang nodded and brought them to the Alchemy Guild. Goring was placed here and many alchemists took care of him. Ordinary people didn't have such treatment. Oh right, is my friend here too? Wang Ting asked. Yes. Although he suffered some physical pain, he managed to survive. With treatment, he will be as good as new in no time. Lord Yang knew that Wang Ting was talking about Lin Zhan, who was held hostage by Yao Hongshou. Thank you very much. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief again. Because of the invasion of the dark apparitions, he couldn't take care of Lin Zhan. Now that he thought about it, he was extremely worried. Luckily, his life wasn't in danger. Otherwise, Wang Ting would really feel guilty. He wondered how the other members of the Tiger Warrior team were doing. Wang Ting felt uneasy, but he still followed them to Goring's room. They walked into the room quietly and realized that Goring had already woken up. He was drinking water under the care of Su Lingxian. Looking at him, he seemed to be fine. Seeing them enter, Goring propped himself up and said, "Why are you here? How's the situation outside?" "Teacher, slow down." Su Lingxian quickly held him up. "Don't worry, the reinforcements have arrived. Other than the 8 arms demon general that escaped, the rest of the dark apparitions have been wiped out. It's just that we suffered heavy losses." Lord Yang then introduced Tantai Xian and Xiaonanfeng. He especially pointed out that Tantai Xian was Wang Ting's martial arts teacher. "Forgive me for not being able to get up." "My apologies." Goring nodded and then looked at Tantai Xian. "I've heard a lot about you from Wang Ting. Now that I've met you, you're indeed a peerless talent." "Really? Would this brat say good things about me behind my back? I'm really embarrassed." "What peerless beauty? That's too much." When Dan Taixian heard Gorlin's praise, she laughed proudly like an auntie. Goring, Wang Ting, Su Lingxian, Xiaonanfeng, Lord Yang was speechless. It was Su Lingxuan's first time seeing Tantai Xian. She was shocked by her peerless appearance. However, when she suddenly heard these words and the piercing laughter, her expression instantly froze. She finally knew where Wang Ting learned his nonsense from. Haha, like teacher, like disciple, Goring's mouth twitched. He smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. He pointed at Su Lingxian and introduced her. "This is my other disciple, Su Lingxian. What a beautiful girl." Tantai Xian's eyes lit up. She walked forward and pinched Su Lingxuan's face. After praising her, she was a little disappointed. Your face is so smooth. It's good to be young. Unlike me, I'm already old. Su Lingxuan's face was suddenly touched. She was stunned. Then, she regained her senses and laughed dryly. Sister Tantai, you're not old at all. You're very young. Wang Ting's eyes twitched. Sister Tantai, little junior sister had instantly pulled down his seniority by a level. What kind of wicked idea was this little lass planning? Io, little Lingxian is so sweet. Tantai Xian was very happy when she heard this. Wang Ting was a little speechless. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman. Women often believed such words. It was just like how they always believed that the more they massaged, the smaller the stomach would get and the bigger the stomach would get. Was this a brain circuit given by the creator? Come. You're Wang Ting's junior sister. I don't have much to give you since it's our first meeting. I just got this recently. Let me give it to you as a gift. A necklace appeared in Tantai Xian's hand and she directly stuffed it into Su Lingxuan's hand. Su Lingxian looked at the necklace in her hand. It was clearly not an ordinary necklace. Not only was the necklace beautiful and elegant, it was also a rare defensive tool with runes engraved on it. Even though she came from an extraordinary family and was a rune master herself, she had only seen this item a few times. Wang Ting's teacher was too generous. If it were an ordinary item, she would have accepted it, but this, no, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Su Lingxian hurriedly refused. Take it. This item is useless to me. It's just waiting to collect dust with me. Take it. Tantai Xian said with a smile. Since Miss Tantai has said so, please accept it. Goring said. Alright, thank you, big sister Tantai. Su Lingxian finally accepted the necklace. Her eyes flickered with joy. By the way, I was planning to give this necklace to my disciple's wife, but seeing how he's still single, I decided to give it to you first, Tantai Xian said with a hint of regret. Wang Ting, a 10,000-year-old single dog, how vicious was that? Was he really her teacher? He was afraid that it wasn't fake. Su Lingxian, she felt like she had been tricked. Was it too late to return the necklace? She suddenly felt like crying. Didn't Tantai Xian mean that she was going to be Wang Ting's wife, but who would want to be his wife? This guy was strong and handsome, but he really didn't know what to do. He always bullied her. How could someone like him be her future husband? Su Lingxian shuddered at the thought of being bullied by Wang Ting every day if she married him. She looked at Goring pitifully. Teacher, save me, Goring. At this moment, he really wanted to shout, bastard, how dare you have designs on my precious disciple, but on second thought, Wang Ting seemed to be his disciple too. How could it be considered cheating another disciple for the sake of one disciple? For a moment, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Trick, this person was so cunning. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. In the end, he could only cough dryly and say, ahem, let's let the younger generation make their own decisions. Let's not interfere. In this era, arranged marriages are not popular even in the Xingwu continent. Could it be that Earth star hasn't changed? Ha, I'm just joking. I can't be bothered with children's matters. Tantai Xian patted Su Lingxuan's shoulder and said, don't worry, as long as you don't want to, no one will dare to force you. Su Lingxian immediately let out a big sigh of relief. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Teacher, let's go out first. Teacher Goring just recovered and needs to rest, Wang Ting said with a face full of black lines. Tantai Xian immediately gave Wang Ting a look of disappointment and smiled at Goring. Alright, Master Goring, rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities to communicate in the future. After Wang Ting left Goring, he parted ways with Tantai Xian and the others and went to visit Lin Zhan alone. Lin Zhan's injuries had improved after taking the healing elixir. However, he was still very weak. No one knew what he was thinking as he lay on the bed. How are you? Are you feeling better? Wang Ting walked into the room and asked. I'm not dead yet, Lin Zhan turned around and said in a hoarse voice. Lu Yan and the others. Wang Ting hesitated. Don't worry. I covered for them and let them escape first. The Yao family didn't catch them, Lin Zhan said. He knew what Wang Ting was worried about. That's good, I thought. Anyway, it's good that they're fine. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Yeah. If anyone else is missing, the Tiger Warrior team will only exist in name, Lin Zhan lamented. How did you get caught by the Yao family? Wang Ting asked. Do you remember the people who took the Yao family's bounty to kill us? After those people were killed by us, the Yao family started targeting us. They personally sent people to spy on us in Yong City. Once they discovered that we were out, they sent 5-star soldier-level martial warriors to intercept us, Lin Zhan said. Don't worry. Yao Hongshou has been killed. The Yao family no longer exists. I've avenged you, Wang Ting said. Yao Hongshou is dead. The Yao family is gone. How did he die? How did he die? Lin Zhan asked in shock. Yao Hongshou was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. The Yao family's influence wasn't weak either. How could he die just like that? Although Lin Zhan hated Yao Hongshou and wanted him to die, he still felt that it was unreal. I killed him. Wang Ting said calmly. You killed him. Lin Zhan widened his eyes as if he heard something unbelievable. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting smiled but said nothing. Lin Zhan looked at him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're too abnormal. It's nothing much. Compared to the real experts, I'm still far from them. Wang Ting could not help but think of the 8-arms devil general and the giant arm that broke through the world. As expected, he was still too weak. As expected, the Tiger Warrior squad couldn't keep you here. Lin Zhan sighed. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had long known that Wang Ting's world was in a wider place, while the Tiger Warrior team was just a shallow beach. Allowing this hidden dragon to rest for a while before it matured was already the limit. Don't say that. The Tiger Warrior team has helped me a lot, Wang Ting said. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Zhan smiled and asked curiously. Oh right, why are you in Sun City? I'm here to travel. After that, Wang Ting chatted with Lin Zhan for a while longer before leaving the room. Wang Ting returned to his residence in the back garden of the Runes Guild alone. Many buildings in Sun City had been destroyed, but the Runes Guild itself had an extremely high-level defense formation, so it was naturally spared. Ordinary dark apparitions could not break through its defense at all. In the room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged. He immersed himself in his thoughts and looked at his attribute panel. The changes were extremely huge. First, his enlightenment and spirit had both reached the Emperor realm. After picking up the attribute bubbles dropped on the battlefield, they had increased a lot. Enlightenment, Emperor Realm, 21/1000, Spirit, Emperor Realm, 165/1000. It was extremely difficult to increase one's enlightenment and spirit at the Emperor Realm. The ratio between the Spirit Realm and the Emperor Realm was 10:1. In other words, the ratio between ordinary enlightenment and Spirit Realm was 1000:1. 1000 points of ordinary enlightenment and spirit could only obtain 1 point of Emperor Realm enlightenment and spirit. This was insane. Fortunately, the powerful existence behind the spatial vortex had appeared and dropped a lot of Emperor Realm spiritual energy, which benefited Wang Ting. If it really appeared, how many Emperor Realm spiritual energy would drop? Of course, Wang Ting only dared to think about it. He could not look at such a terrifying existence directly, let alone appear in front of it. Many geniuses had fallen on the battlefield. Some had reached the Spirit Realm, and some had reached the Emperor Realm enlightenment. Therefore, his Emperor Realm enlightenment had increased a little. The Emperor Realm enlightenment was already extremely terrifying. Wang Ting did not find it difficult to comprehend a high-level heaven-rank force cultivation method like the 8-level demonic art at all. He could even understand it at a glance. Not many people had such a high level of enlightenment. Next was his talent. Wang Ting had picked up a lot of low-level talents, but once higher-level talents appeared, they would immediately be covered up. Now, all his 5 elemental talents had reached the advanced level. This was very terrifying. High-level talents were rare, and Wang Ting actually had all 5 elements at the advanced level. If word got out, many people's jaws would drop. As for wind and ice talents, there was not a single one. After all, special force attribute talents were rare. In addition, he had also obtained an advanced saber talent. His understanding of the saber had instantly improved. He vaguely felt that the saber combat skills he cultivated were showing signs of a breakthrough. My sword talent is already at the advanced level. Now, my saber talent has caught up and is on par with it. Saber and sword dual mastery is still very promising. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and thought. Below that was the force attribute. After picking up all the force attribute bubbles on the battlefield, his force attribute had increased by a large margin. Dark Force, 2890/4000, 6 stars, Metal Force, 2670/4000, 6 stars, Wood Force, 3110/4000, 6 stars, Water Force, 2963/4000, 6 stars, Fire Force, 3560/4000, 6 stars, Earth Force, 3350/4000, 6 stars. Seeing this, Wang Ting's lips curled up. He was not far from reaching the 7-star soldier level. Would the 8 Arms Demon General be shocked the next time he saw it? Speaking of which, should he torture it again? He was getting too full of himself. He had to respect and revere general-level powerful individuals. How could he talk about such frivolous things? What torture? He had to at least wait until he reached the general level before talking about it. He calmed himself down and straightened the curl of his lips. He became serious. Other than these 6 forces, Wang Ting also obtained a new force attribute, Thunder. Wang Ting couldn't help but recall the situation at that time. The one who used the Thunder Force seemed to be the general of the army in the alternate world, Xianxia. Regrettably, he only had the Lightning Force and no Lightning talent. Thus, these Thunder talents could only be stored in the Force Core temporarily. They couldn't be used at all. Should he go and give Xianxia a surprise attack, he might even get a Thunder talent. F***ck, what was he thinking? He was still a general-level powerful individual. Wang Ting felt that he was courting death. However, this was the Thunder Force after all. It had strong attack power and was a very rare and special element. It was really tempting. Should he ask Tan Tai Xian to give him a surprise attack? Once this dangerous idea popped up, it was like a stubborn weed that fell into the soil and took root. It couldn't be stopped. Lightning Force was abnormally strong. In the same realm, a Lightning Force fighter's attack power was even above Fire and Metal Force fighters. However, Wang Ting suppressed the extremely dangerous thoughts in his heart. Knocking a Warlord rank powerhouse out of the blue, and a Lightning Warlord rank powerhouse at that, was really a bit of a suicide mission. Wang Ting continued to look at the status panel. In addition to the huge increase in his force attribute, Wang Ting also picked up many martial arts and combat skill attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's 5 element scriptures had been completed long ago. He had corresponding scriptures for the ice element, wind element, and even the rarer poison and dark elements. Besides the lightning force that he had just obtained, he could use all the other forces. If he used all 9 elements in one day, the situation was unimaginable. Or should he continue? Most of these martial arts and combat skills were below the dark rank. They weren't of much help to the current Wang Ting, so he didn't plan to waste his energy on them. However, even if they were yellow-ranked martial arts and battle skills, their value was not low. In any case, these martial arts and battle skills were all stored in his mind. As the saying goes, one can comprehend by analogy and use other people's stones to polish jade. There was no harm to him. There were 2 or 3 martial arts and combat skills that weren't low level. Apart from the 8-level demonic art, Shadow Killer Sword Technique, and Ape King Fist, the remaining 3 combat skills were the Grey Flame Finger, Overflowing Rain Blade Technique, and Star Shattering Spear Technique. Grey Flame Finger, as the name implied, was a fire attribute combat skill. This was Wang Ting's first time seeing it, and he felt that it was quite novel. Wang Ting raised his finger and circulated his force according to the combat skill's route. Finally, the fire force condensed on his right index finger. He pointed his finger, an extremely dense scarlet ray of light shot out from his index finger and landed on the wall. Chi, the extremely hard wall was instantly pierced through like a piece of tofu, creating a hole. The surroundings were also scorched black. The power was extremely impressive. As expected of a high-grade profound rank battle skill. If I were to cultivate it to perfection, its power would definitely increase by several times. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The Overflow Rain Saber art was a water-type saber art. It had also reached the high mystic rank. Although the water origin power didn't seem to be very strong, this water-type saber art couldn't be underestimated. This saber technique was derived from the overturning rain intent of overturning clouds and overturning rain. If one cultivated it to a high level, they would be able to comprehend the overturning rain saber intent with a powerful and majestic aura. The reason why Wang Ting valued the overflowing rain saber technique so much was that he not only obtained the saber technique attribute, but also the overflowing rain saber essence attribute. Overflowing rain saber intent. After the Ape King's fist intent attribute, he obtained another intent attribute. The star-shattering spear art was a metal element high mystic class battle skill. The metal element had always been known for its destructive power, but it was a spear-type battle skill. Wang Ting had never used a spear before. Now that he had obtained this relatively high-level spear technique, he could store a spear in his spatial ring when he had the time. One could never have too many trump cards. If he didn't have enough trump cards in this battle with the Dark Apparition, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Ordinary martial artists would be worried about biting off more than they could chew, but Wang Ting didn't have such worries. As long as he had enough attributes, what couldn't he learn? Wang Ting had gained a lot from this battle. Not only did his strength increase by a lot, but he also obtained many powerful techniques and battle skills. In terms of value, they were probably worth more than 10 billion. The next day, Lord Yang ordered someone to call Wang Ting. Did he say what he wanted? On the way, Wang Ting asked the butler in front of him. This? I'm not very sure, but it can't be anything bad, the butler said with a smile. When the two of them arrived at Lord Yang's residence, Wang Ting realized that other than Lord Yang and the others, Tantai Xian and Xiao Nanfeng were also there. You're here. Tantai Xian nodded at him. May I know why Lord Yang is looking for me? Wang Ting asked. Lord Yang didn't beat around the bush. He waved his hand, and an item landed on the ground. He said directly, this is the item that the 8 Arms Devil General dropped. It's your spoils of war. Wang Ting's gaze landed on the ground. He saw a thick broken arm holding a weapon that looked like a sword lying on the ground. This is the arm of the 8 Arms Devil General, he said in surprise. He remembered that the 8 Arms Devil General did seem to have a few of its arms blown off. Wang Ting thought that under such power, its arms would have been blown into pieces. He didn't expect one of its arms to be intact. Moreover, it was still holding the weapon of the 8 Arms Devil General. That's right. It's the arm of the 8 Arms Devil General. The weapon in its hand isn't an ordinary weapon. It's a divine weapon made of black gold with demonic patterns. The 8 Arms Devil General used this divine weapon to make us suffer a lot back then, Lord Yang said emotionally. Black gold with demonic patterns. When Tantai Xian and Xiao Nanfeng heard that, they looked at the strange weapon on the ground in surprise. Tantai Xian took the weapon and shook it lightly. The arm of the 8 Arms Devil General fell to the ground. She looked at it carefully and nodded. It's really black gold with demonic patterns. Then, she turned to Wang Ting. You're too lucky. Black gold with demonic patterns. Wang Ting was now an advanced blacksmith. He was very familiar with all kinds of rare materials. Black gold with demonic patterns was a special kind of metal that was born in an extremely cold place. It was extremely hard and had extremely cold characteristics. It got its name because of the black patterns on its surface. However, it was an excellent material for forging divine weapons. Although the black gold with demonic patterns was very similar to the dark ice stone that Wang Ting obtained in the past, and they both had extremely cold characteristics, the black gold with demonic patterns was much inferior. Even so, the black gold with demonic patterns was still an extremely rare material. The weapons it forged were definitely hard and sharp. Moreover, its volume was much larger than the dark frost stone. It was even rarer to forge such a huge and strange weapon. Wang Ting took the strange weapon from Tantai Xian. His hand immediately sank down. So heavy. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Of course. Black gold with demonic patterns is not light. In addition, this weapon has a huge appearance. It's at least 1,500 kilograms, Xianxia said. Wang Ting nodded. After getting used to it, he felt that it was quite handy. His gaze swept across the surface of the weapon. Suddenly, he paused. There were two words that he didn't recognize. This is the language used by high-level dark apparitions, Xianxia said. What does it say? Wang Ting asked. MOK. I think that's the name of this weapon. Xianxia glanced at it and said. MOK. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He smiled at King Yang and said, since King Yang is so generous, it would be impolite for me to reject this weapon. It should be yours, King Yang said with a smile. Although he coveted this weapon, he was a general-level powerhouse and a member of the Empire's royal family. He wouldn't be greedy for other people's belongings. Moreover, he had high hopes for Wang Ting. Returning this weapon to him was a form of good karma. Even though it was a spoil of war, if Lord Yang didn't hand it over to Wang Ting wouldn't know about it. It all depended on Lord Yang's character. Lord Yang was a righteous person, which was evident during the banquet. However, he gave MOK to Wang Ting out of goodwill. Wang Ting wouldn't be so stupid to reject it. Oh right, there's one more thing, Lord Yang said again. Wang Ting kept MOK and looked at Lord Yang with a confused expression. In view of your help to Yang City, we have decided to give you the title of Honorary Baron. Lord Yang's words were shocking. Xianxia and Xiao Nanfeng were shocked again. The title of Baron, the Xingwu continent's decision was undoubtedly acknowledging Wang Ting's identity. Ever since the crack in space appeared, no one from Earth had ever received the title of Baron from the Xingwu continent. This was a special honor and had a great meaning to Earth. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. They saw many things in each other's eyes. Was this a signal from the Xingwu continent? The two of them instantly thought of many things, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. This matter needed to be reported. Let the people in charge of diplomacy between the two worlds worry about it. Honorary Baron. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it. He was just a student. At most, he had a military rank. However, other than sounding nice, it was useless. He shouldn't be thinking about these things. He should be thinking about what benefits this title of Honorary Baron would bring him. At this moment, he was just a little surprised. After all, he didn't need to think to know that titles wouldn't be given to people casually. He felt that he didn't do anything, so why did the Xingwu continent want to give him a title? The title of Honorary Baron means that you have no land and no official position. It's just a title, Lord Yang explained with a smile. Just a title? Then, what's the use of it? Wang Ting was confused. He was a little disappointed. He thought that the other world would give him a small territory or something, and let him live the life of a rich man in the other world. There are still many uses. For example, with this title, no matter which city you go to in the future, the locals won't treat you as an outsider. Instead, they will treat you as a VIP. Also, don't many people from Earthstar do business with us? If you're interested, you can enjoy many benefits. Lord Yang explained patiently. Sounds good. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He laughed and said, thank you very much. Ha ha ha, you brat. Lord Yang laughed. He took out an item and passed it to Wang Ting. This is the Baron's badge. Since it's an emergency, I'll skip the formalities. Take this and you'll be an honorary baron of the Empire. Is this badge a baron? Wang Ting sized up the badge. It was golden in color and had a picture of a bird. It probably represented the title of a baron. He asked curiously, if it's taken by someone else, can't they impersonate a baron? Whoever dares to do this is courting death. This badge has a special identification method. You just need to drip your blood on it, and it will be bound to your identity. No one will be able to impersonate you, Lord Yang said. So convenient. Wang Ting did as he was told. He dripped a drop of blood on the surface of the badge. A golden light flashed, and the badge returned to its original state. The blood stain disappeared. I need to drip my blood all the time in the other world. It's a waste of blood. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He kept the badge and his interspatial ring with a smile on his face. Xiao Nanfeng was a little jealous. The divine weapon MOK, and now he was an honorary baron. Even he couldn't take these things lightly. What did Wang Ting do to deserve such recognition from the people of the other world? On the other hand, Tan Taixian was very happy. She was proud of her disciple. Then, Wang Ting bade farewell to Dan Taixian and the others and left Lord Yang residence. Lord Yang and Shin Tuxiong sent them to the door. Shin Tuxiong asked, why are the higher-ups willing to give a baron to someone from Earthstar? Moreover, he's a young man with no status. You're wrong. He's not someone without status. Lord Yang smiled meaningfully. Oh, please elaborate, Shin Tuxiong said. Firstly, he's the disciple of the Black Sparrow General. Secondly, he's Goring's disciple. These identities have never happened before. Secondly, he helped Sun City overcome this crisis. Thirdly, his other identities aren't sensitive. These three are indispensable, Lord Yang said. Shin Tuxiong's eyes flickered. After a while, he said, the Empire wants to use this as an opportunity to improve our relationship with Earthstar. That's right. Since the situation has reached this stage, it's a win-win situation. There's no turning back, Lord Yang said with a deep gaze. Wang Ting didn't know what the two of them were talking about. It wasn't his place to worry about where the world would end up. The final exam is coming soon. Go back and prepare. Tan Taixian said, after the final exam, it'll be the national #1 martial arts competition. I'll go back then. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. The final exam was half a month earlier than in his previous life. There was plenty of time for the martial arts competition. Tan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng still had to stay in Sun City for a few days. Wang Ting was preparing to return to Earthstar. Teacher, I'm preparing to go back. Goring had already returned to his residence in the ruins. Wang Ting called Su Lingxian over to have one last meal with them. Hearing Wang Ting's words, Goring raised his head and smiled. Go ahead. I knew you were preparing to leave. Come back and visit me when you're free. I will. Wang Ting nodded. Even though Su Lingxian always complained that Wang Ting bullied her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss when faced with this situation. After the meal, Wang Ting bid farewell to Goring. Su Lingxian sent him to the door. Don't send me off. Go back and take good care of teacher, Wang Ting said as he turned around. I know. Hurry up and go. Su Lingxian waved her hand impatiently. You. Little brat. Wang Ting shook his head and turned to leave. Su Lingxian looked at his back, and the impatience on her face gradually disappeared. She thought to herself, senior brother, have a safe trip. When Wang Ting arrived at the floating airship dock, he saw an unexpected person. Why are you here? He asked in surprise when he saw Li Rongshua's pretty face. We're friends. I'll send you off, Li Rongshua said with a smile. Thank you, Wang Ting said. You're treating me like an outsider. Here, I bought you a ticket. Li Rongshua handed a ticket to Wang Ting. Then I won't say any more thanks. Wang Ting took it with a smile and waved his hand. I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Li Rongshua was a little disappointed as she watched the airship take off. The maid beside her said, Princess, why didn't you ask him to stay? What status do I have to ask him to stay? Besides, his world is destined not to be in this city, Li Rongshua said with a smile. Wang Ting sat on the edge of the deck of the airship and looked at the stars in the sky. The Spirit Flame Underworld Crow slowly descended. Ever since Wang Ting came to the Spirit Flame Underworld Crow, it had grown to 1 meter in size and reached 2 stars. It was becoming more and more like a ferocious bird, like its parents. We're going home. Wang Ting said as he touched its metal-like feathers. When they came, it was a man and a crow. When they left, it was also a man and a crow. Earth. Wang Ting walked out of the space crack and stood on the street outside. There was a lot of traffic, and the modern atmosphere of the city hit him in the face. It made him feel as if he was in another world. Phew, I'm back. Wang Ting let out a long sigh. He felt better for some reason. It was night time, so he went back to school directly. He walked into the dormitory, washed up, and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, he woke up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. He hadn't been back for a long time, so the breakfast on Earth was really nostalgic. The most ordinary steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk almost made him cry. Damn, it was too delicious. Although the food in the Xingwu continent was also very delicious, sometimes, it was better to eat what you were most used to. Why didn't he realize that they were so delicious in the past? Wang Ting seriously suspected that the chef in the cafeteria had changed. Brother Teng? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. Ho Pingliang. Wang Ting turned around and saw Ho Pingliang, Song Shuhang, and the others standing behind him. They looked at him with uncertainty. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, it's been a long time." Damn. Ho Pingliang saw that it was really him and shouted. He ran over and said, "It's really you. I thought I saw wrongly. Where have you been recently?" "I went to the Xingwu continent," Wang Ting said casually. Song Shuhang, Lu Shu, and Bailey Qingfeng also walked over. When they heard what he said, they were shocked. "You went to the Xingwu continent? How have you been?" Wang Ting smiled and asked. "We've been like that. We've been going to classes and cultivating all day, but we've done a few missions," Ho Pingliang said. "That's not bad. Have you reached the 2-star soldier level?" Wang Ting asked. "It's not that easy." Ho Pingliang, Song Shuhang, and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did Wang Ting ask this question as if it was natural for him to reach the 2-star soldier level from the 1-star soldier level? "No one has reached the 2-star soldier level in our entire year," Ho Pingliang said. "Is that so?" Wang Ting nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After that, he chatted with Ho Pingliang and the others about the recent happenings in the school. It wasn't anything major, and it was all trivial matters. For example, some students got into a fight because of jealousy, or some seniors challenged the top 100 students on the ranking list. When one's ability reached a certain level, their horizons. Ho Pingliang and the others asked him many questions about the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting chose to tell them what he could. They were amazed. After all, they had never been to the Xingwu continent. Once they saw it, they would realize that it wasn't that special. "I'm done eating. I still need to go to the head of the department to hand over my work. Let's talk when we're free." Wang Ting stood up and said to them. "Lu. Wang." Bailey Qingfeng nodded. Then he really became stronger. Ho Pingliang concluded. He nodded as if it was true. He sighed. The four of them couldn't help but look at each other and spit out 2 words at the same time: pervert. Wang Ting went to Ping Yuanshan's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." President Peng's stern voice came from inside. Wang Ting pushed open the door slightly and squeezed his head in. He smiled at Ping Yuanshan, who was behind the desk. "President, I'm back to report to you." "If you knew it was you, you would have come in," President Peng said calmly without raising his head. Wang Ting didn't care at all. He walked into the office and heard Ping Yuanshan say, "Tell me what you experienced this time." "It's a long story." Wang Ting gave a rough account of what happened. Of course, he only told him what he could. When Ping Yuanshan heard about the invasion of the dark apparitions, he finally raised his head with a serious expression. He waited until Wang Ting finished before saying, "Even the principal and the Crimson Tiger military commander were alerted? It seems that the situation is very serious." "Yes, many people died," Wang Ting said. "I know about this. It seems that your strength has increased a lot." Ping Yuanshan looked at Wang Ting as if he wanted to see through him. However, it was useless. "I did improve a little." Wang Ting chuckled. "You're still keeping it a secret from me." Ping Yuanshan shook his head and said, "I won't ask in detail. I'll wait for your final exam." "No problem," Wang Ting said confidently. After coming out of Ping Yuanshan's office, Wang Ting went to report to Tong Hu, the dean of Zhangjing College. The next few days were normal classes. Wang Ting started his daily life of picking up attributes from various colleges. Then, all the students and teachers were surprised to find that Wang Ting, who had disappeared for a while, had actually returned. After the surprise, it was nothing much. Everyone went to class as usual. Only some classmates who were close to him would ask about him. The entire school had entered an intense revision period. Everyone was busy. Some seniors who had gone out on missions also returned to school. The atmosphere in the school gradually became lively. A few days later, the final exam began. The entire school was in a state of examination. The exam lasted for a total of 2 days. Wang Ting was a little special, so Peng Yuanshan prepared a separate examination room for him. Wang Ting looked at the examination room specially prepared for him and was speechless. Is this necessary? It's very necessary. President Peng nodded calmly and said, I'll give you 1 day to finish all the subjects. Is that enough? You really think highly of me. It's barely enough, Wang Ting said. Then take the exam. If you pass my requirements, you can continue to play freely in the next semester. Peng Yuanshan turned and left after saying that. Play freely. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. Was this what President Peng said? He didn't expect President Peng to be such a person. Wang Ting sat down helplessly. He glanced at the prepared exam papers on the table and started to write. 1 day, I'll take half a day to finish it. When Wang Ting walked out of the room, the invigilators looked at each other. So fast? Are they done? Could it be that they couldn't do it, so they just did it casually? All kinds of doubts appeared in the invigilators' minds. They felt that it was very unreliable. Forget it. Tidy up the exam papers and give them to the instructors. The invigilators hurriedly tidied up the exam papers and ran to the dean. The instructors quickly finished grading Wang Ting's paper and handed it to Peng Yuanshan. Peng Yuanshan looked at the paper in his hand and raised his eyebrows. His hands trembled. He looked at it seriously for a long time before letting out a sigh. This kid is really crazy. The final exam ended very quickly. Other than the theory exam, there was also a combat exam. All the students had to take part in it. However, Wang Ting was the only exception. President Peng had specially approved that he didn't have to take part in the combat exam. Peng Yuanshan knew that Wang Ting had improved a lot during his trip to the Xingwu continent. He could tell a thing or two from Wang Ting's explanation. Asking him to take the exam with the other students in the same year was purely a blow to his pride. There was no meaning to it. After the end of the final exam, the tense atmosphere in the campus suddenly relaxed. There was a lot of laughter, and the students could finally play happily. Only a few students who didn't do well were probably still training crazily in the actual training building. The students didn't leave the school immediately. Some of them stayed in the school to train, while others continued with their missions. News about the national #1 martial arts competition kept spreading. There were reports about it every day in the world of martial warriors. To martial artists, this was an extremely grand occasion. The martial artists of the younger generation would all participate. Since ancient times, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The national #1 martial arts competition was named the first place because it was meant to select the most powerful person among the young martial warriors. The winner would not only receive a huge amount of resources, but he would also gain a huge reputation. The benefits were limitless. Hence, countless young martial warriors flocked to the competition. The various universities were also the gathering places for young martial warriors. More than 70% of the young martial warriors were from these universities. There were fewer casual martial warriors or martial warriors from other organizations. Hence, the news about the national #1 martial arts competition was the focus of the students' attention. After all, it was closely related to them. Even among the first-year students, many of them gathered in 2s and 3s to talk about this. They were excited and felt as though they could also participate in the competition. In fact, the first-year students were still 1-star soldier-level martial warriors. None of them were qualified to participate. At this moment, Wang Ting was eating with Ho Pingliang and the others. They were also talking about the competition. I remember that the champion of the competition in recent years was from the first university in capital Xia, Ho Pingliang said as he ate. 3 years. Song Shuheng continued. Oh, that's right. The first university has won the championship for 3 consecutive years. However, it's not hard to understand. They have the best geniuses in the country. It's not difficult for them to nurture the strongest of the younger generation, Ho Pingliang said. I heard that in the past 2 years, the major schools have nurtured many genius martial artists. They are all strong contenders for the championship. They are holding back their anger for the sake of becoming the champion of the martial arts competition. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the first university to continue winning the championship, Lu Shu interrupted. That's true. Senior Peng Kwa from Capital Military Academy, Senior Li Guangqi from Jinlin University, Senior Ma Xiaoxia from Donghai University, and so on are all very powerful young martial artists. It's said that they've been in the military for a long time and have been on the battlefield all year round to carry out missions. They're very strong. Song Shuheng nodded in agreement. Don't always boost the morale of others and diminish our prestige. The seniors in our school's 4th year are also very strong. Moreover, our Huanghai's overall strength isn't weaker than Capital Military Academy or Jinlin University. Just last year, didn't our school also get 3rd place? Ho Pingliang said. Senior Wu Hao was there last year. It's rare to see such a stunning young expert. I wonder how strong the seniors are this year. Lu Shu frowned. They definitely won't be bad, Ho Pingliang said. Of course, I know that our school isn't bad. I'm just a little worried. After all, the school hasn't confirmed the main combatants yet, Lu Shu said. That's true. The other schools have already announced the list of participants. Why hasn't our school announced it yet? Could something have happened? Song Shuheng rubbed his chin and wondered. Wang Ting listened to the few of them discussing this matter as if they were familiar with it. He felt a little confused. Why didn't he know any of the genius martial artists they were talking about? It was as if he was a savage who had just come out of a primitive forest. Embarrassing, this was too embarrassing, he had to hold it in. He couldn't let them know that he was so ignorant. Wang Ting kept a straight face as he listened to Ho Pingliang and the others talk. He nodded and shook his head from time to time, as if he agreed with someone's opinion or felt that something was wrong. In short, he acted very well. On the other hand, Bailey Qingfeng was much calmer. He didn't pay much attention to these things. Hence, he didn't interrupt. He just listened to the few of them talk quietly, digesting all the information they revealed. F***CK. Suddenly, a cry of surprise exploded from the group of people. Wang Ting was shocked. What the hell, what are you yelling about? What are you screaming about? Then, Ho Pingliang, Lu Shu, and the others looked at Wang Ting as if they had seen a ghost. Brother Teng, are you going to participate in the national No. 1 martial arts competition? Ho Pingliang gulped as he asked in disbelief. I haven't received any notice. How did you know? Wang Ting looked at them in surprise. That means you are really going to participate. The few of them instantly understood what Wang Ting meant. Their faces were full of shock. Ho Pingliang pointed at his phone and said, "It's already announced." It turned out that the few of them had just talked about the fact that the school hadn't announced the list of participants. Hence, they went to the official website to check. In the end, they found out that the list of participants had been released today. And Wang Ting's name was on it. The few of them rubbed their eyes a few times before they confirmed that they hadn't seen wrongly. It was really Wang Ting's name. The main thing was that there was an introduction behind the name. Once they checked, it was confirmed. It was the guy in front of them who was eating with them as if nothing had happened. So it's already announced? They didn't even tell me. I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Wang Ting shook his head and said. Hey, that's not the main point. Ho Pingliang was going crazy. The main point is that you are only in your first year. Why are you going to participate in the national No. 1 martial arts competition? Are you confident? As he spoke, he suddenly felt that it wasn't right for him to criticize Wang Ting as his friend. He hurriedly said, "No, I'm not looking down on you. It's just that the participants are all extremely powerful and talented martial artists. Furthermore, they have cultivated for a few more years than you. If you compete with them now, you won't stand a chance." That's right. You don't have to participate now. In a few years, you might even be able to bring back a champion for Huanghai. Bailey Qingfeng's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but speak up. Sit, sit, sit. Why are you all so agitated? Even if I don't stand a chance, it's not a bad idea to broaden my horizons, Wang Ting said calmly. Wang Ting spent a lot of effort to convince Ho Pingliang and the rest to accept this fact. They were worried. As Wang Ting's closest classmates in school, they didn't want him to go to the competition. They didn't want him to be traumatized, which would be detrimental to his martial arts cultivation in the future. Wang Ting was naturally touched by this. Although his mental age was older than these youngsters, he had gradually gotten used to his current identity and life. Hence, he got along well with them. Compared to them, they were more worthy of being his friends. There was no need to wait until the moment of danger. A friend in need was a friend indeed. In an ordinary life, some things were enough to show some things. After Huanghai Military Academy announced the list of participants, Wang Ting's name was known by many people. The students were shocked and confused. They knew who Wang Ting was. Even if they didn't know, they could ask around. The top freshman, after all, Wang Ting was quite famous in Huanghai. They were even more shocked and confused. The top freshman was still a freshman. Since when were freshmen allowed to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition? Why did this feel a little ridiculous? The people outside were also shocked by Huanghai Military Academy's decision. Just like how Ho Pingliang and the rest were paying attention to Capital Military Academy, Jinlin University, and other schools, the other schools were also paying attention to Huanghai Military Academy. They knew the moment Huanghai Military Academy's list of participants was announced. The others weren't surprised, except for Wang Ting. Who was he? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they looked down. A freshman. Huanghai Military Academy actually sent a freshman to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition. Could this be any more child's play? No matter how they complained and felt puzzled, they still investigated Wang Ting's information honestly. He was the top scholar of Donghai Military Academy. He was a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior and was specially recruited by a few top universities. In the end, he chose to enter Huanghai. All the information about Wang Ting was placed in front of the various factions. It wasn't comprehensive, but it was all they could find. Interesting, but it's not enough. Some people sighed. They felt that Wang Ting was quite talented, but they didn't think that he was qualified to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition. Wang Ting had entered the university as a 1-star general, but only one semester had passed. How much could he have improved? 2-star soldier level, a 3-star soldier level martial warrior, a 3-star soldier level martial warrior was already the limit. It was very difficult. However, if a 3-star soldier level martial warrior participated in the national #1 martial arts competition, he would only be at the bottom. What was Huanghai Military Academy thinking? Many people were puzzled and sent people to investigate Wang Ting, but in the end, there was no result. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a little helpless. Wherever he went, he would be stared at. Those gazes were like flowers that could be seen from his face. He walked all the way to the practical training building, went up to the 4th floor, and walked into a spacious training ground. There were a few people standing in the open space of the training ground. Ping Yuanshan and the deans of the 5 great academies were all present. In addition, there were also 10 unfamiliar seniors. The moment Wang Ting walked in, many gazes turned to him. I will feel shy if you all look at me like this. Wang Ting scratched his head and said shyly. Han Zhu, do you, Ling Jiming, Wan Baiqiu, the 5 deans? Ping Yuanshan raised his eyebrows subtly and said expressionlessly, get over here. Coming. Wang Ting ran over obediently and stood in front of Ping Yuanshan. President, do you have any instructions for me? Ping Yuanshan didn't bother with him. He looked around and said, since everyone is here, I will say a few words. The national #1 martial arts competition isn't a small matter. It concerns the reputation of the school. At the same time, it is a huge platform for the various universities to compete with each other. The higher-ups are all paying attention to it. They will evaluate the potential of each university based on their performance in the competition and decide on the allocation of resources for the coming year. Therefore, you all must give it your all. This is not only for yourselves but also for the school. Do you all understand? Peng Yuanshan shouted at the end of his sentence. Understood. Hanju and the others stood up straight and replied loudly in unison. Wang Ting stood in a relaxed manner and said in a normal voice, understood. However, the moment he shouted, it was obvious that something was different. The seniors frowned slightly and looked at Wang Ting. Peng Yuanshan glared at him and said, I know that all of you are confused and even suspicious about Wang Ting's participation. I won't explain anything, but I will give all of you a chance to prove that he is not worthy of participating. F***CK. Wang Ting glared at Peng Yuanshan. President Peng, you are causing trouble. Swoosh. Swoosh, immediately, 10 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Ting with inexplicable expressions. In particular, there was a pair of eyes with deep hostility. It was a young man with a long sword on his back. He had half-long hair and looked very handsome. He walked out and said straightforwardly, I'm Zhang Fengyu, ranked 5th on the list. The school sent 10 people to participate in the martial arts competition. The top 5 are in the first echelon, and the bottom 5 are in the second echelon. But because of your appearance, I was squeezed into the second echelon, so I can't live without a fight. Is that so? Why don't I give up my spot to you? I'm just going to be a bystander. I'll be in the second group, Wang Ting said. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other fourth-year students changed slightly. You're looking down on me. Zhang Fengyu narrowed his eyes. Stop fooling around. Let's begin, Peng Yuanshan said helplessly. Zhang Fengyu nodded and unsheathed his sword. Hey. Don't be agitated. I'm serious, Wang Ting shouted. Without saying a word, Zhang Fengyu stepped forward and swung his sword. The dense sword light instantly enveloped Wang Ting. You're serious? Wang Ting moved slightly and dodged left and right. He easily avoided Zhang Fengyu's attack. Zhang Fengyu's swordsmanship is getting stronger and stronger. The seniors commented silently. When they looked at Wang Ting, they could not help but frown. But this guy is not simple. Wang Ting easily avoided all the attacks. He took a step and retreated lightly to distance himself from Zhang Fengyu. Senior, if you really want to compete, I'll do it, Wang Ting looked at his opponent and said with a slightly serious expression. Zhang Fengyu did not speak. He explained everything with his actions. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, and an extremely sharp sword chi dissipated. 50% sword momentum. Zhang Fengyu has comprehended 50% sword momentum. A few people's expressions changed slightly as they watched the scene unfold. Would Wang Ting be able to withstand such a heavy blow? It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Zhang Fengyu said lightly. Come and try slashing, Wang Ting said with a smile. Zhang Fengyu's eyes narrowed. He swung the long sword in his hand. A sword light swept across the sky and slashed toward Wang Ting. Boom, facing the extremely powerful sword light, Wang Ting threw a punch. It was only one punch. Then, the sword chi collapsed and the sword light shattered. All of it disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Sogu's reading website, one punch, it was a punch without any fancy moves. Facing this result, everyone felt that it was somewhat unreal. Zhang Fengyu was ranked 5th on the ranking. His strength was undeniable. However, compared to Wang Ting, the difference was obvious. Are you really just a freshman? Even the deans were shocked, let alone Han Zhu and the rest. I lost. Zhang Fengyu stared at Wang Ting and shook his head bitterly. Although he wasn't injured and could still fight, it was meaningless. The difference between them was obvious. If he continued fighting, he would just be humiliating himself. This fellow was too strong. There was no way he could compete with him. He kept his longsword and retreated to the side. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Ting didn't feel proud. He looked at Peng Yuanshan calmly. Since there are no more problems, the list of participants will be decided. Peng Yuanshan paused and looked at everyone. Han Zhu will be the team leader. Do you have any objections? The students looked at each other and then looked at Wang Ting. Based on the ability Wang Ting displayed, he was probably on par with the top 3 on the ranking board. However, they had never fought him before. How strong was he? The strong would always be respected. Hence, they looked at Wang Ting instinctively. After all, he was the only exception. Why are you looking at me? You can decide the team leader. I said that I'm just going to be a bystander. Don't worry about me. Wang Ting waved his hand. Everyone, bystander, we don't believe you. You're so strong, but you're pretending to be lazy. You're so evil. I don't care if you're going to be a bystander or not. However, if you don't get a good ranking, someone will teach you a lesson. Ping Yuanshan glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes. Wang Ting's expression froze. He suddenly thought of Tan Taixian's character. If he really went to be a bystander, he would probably end up in a miserable state. He couldn't help but recall the fear of Tan Taixian's iron fists. Even though he was already a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, he didn't have the confidence to face Tan Taixian at all. Wouldn't he die a horrible death? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what Ping Yuanshan and Wang Ting were talking about. However, looking at Wang Ting's expression, it was obvious that he had thought of something very bad. Their hearts were inexplicably happy. Ping Yuanshan's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Then, he said, "All right, let's do it this way. Go back and get ready. We'll head to capital Xia tomorrow." Yes. Everyone responded and dispersed. Watching them leave, Tonghu lamented, Wang Ting's talent is indescribable. It's just that his personality is a little too unruly. That's right. The other deans had strange expressions on their faces as they nodded in agreement. What rank do you think he will get? Su Jing, the dean of the Command Academy, asked. It's hard to say. I have a feeling that he hasn't completely exposed his strength and is still hiding it, Oh Chongsong, the dean of the Smithing Academy, said. He should be strong enough. He seems to be on par with Han Zhu, Tonghu said. That can't be. Compared to Han Zhu? The other deans felt that it was impossible. Han Zhu ranked first in Huanghai Military Academy. How could Tonghu say that Wang Ting could be on par with him? Maybe even stronger. Ping Yuanshan suddenly said. Stronger? The 5 deans looked at Ping Yuanshan in unison. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, since President Peng said this, it couldn't be without reason. President, Wang Ting. Tonghu swallowed his saliva. His eyes were filled with excitement. If Wang Ting was stronger than Han Zhu, wouldn't that mean that Huanghai Military Academy would be able to squeeze into the top 3 again? As for the champion, it would depend on how strong the geniuses from the other academies were. This was an unknown. Let's wait and see, Ping Yuanshan said noncommittally. I understand. Tonghu seemed to have understood something when he heard this. He revealed an expression that said, I understand everything. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, it's good to keep it a secret. When the time comes, we can shock the other academies in the martial arts competition, Cui Heng, the dean of the Alchemy Institute, said evilly. That's true. He, the deans laughed unscrupulously. They seemed to have foreseen an interesting scene. Wang Ting didn't have much to prepare. All he had to do was bring a weapon to the martial arts competition. He could buy the rest with money. It wasn't a problem. Hence, he returned to his dorm and started his daily cultivation. He had to practice the powerful combat techniques that he had just obtained. They would definitely come in handy during the competition. He thought about how he could use the ancient flame finger and ape king fist. It would be a beautiful scene. Would he be able to sweep through the entire field? If he couldn't, he could use the shadow killer sword technique and overflow rain saber technique. That should be enough. At night, Wang Ting received a call from Lin Chuhan. Hello? Wang Ting smiled. Why did you suddenly call me? Lin Chuhan, I saw your news. You're going to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition? Wang Ting didn't find it strange when he heard Lin Chuhan's words. He said, yes, I'm leaving for capital Xia tomorrow. Lin Chuhan sighed. I didn't expect you to come this far. the gap between us seems to be getting bigger. Wang Ting laughed. I don't think you can catch up to me. However, a woman's success lies in conquering a strong man. How about it? Consider it. Lin Chuhan snorted. Do you want to die? Wang Ting chuckled. Lin Chuhan said, oh, right. I've transferred the money to you. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Then, he understood. He said disappointedly, why are you in such a hurry to return the money? I thought you'd still owe me. Lin Chuhan had borrowed some money from Wang Ting to treat her sister's illness. If she hadn't mentioned it, Wang Ting would have forgotten about it. Who would remember such a small amount of money? However, Lin Chuhan had always remembered it. Now that she was a martial arts student, it wasn't hard for her to earn such a small amount of money. She would return it to Wang Ting whenever she had money. Lin Chuhan said unhappily, I don't want to owe you forever. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. He chuckled. That's not up to you. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Chuhan suddenly had a bad feeling. She gritted her teeth and said, the good news. The good news is that I found a way to cure Xianxia, Wang Ting said slowly. Really? Lin Chuhan's voice suddenly went up by 12 octaves. Of course. Wang Ting smirked. I'll tell you when I get back. Huff. Huff. Lin Chuhan's rapid breathing could be heard from the other end of the phone. She looked as if she wanted to crawl out of the phone and grab Wang Ting by the neck. So, what's the bad news? The bad news is that you owe me again. Wang Ting laughed. You win. Lin Chuhan said fiercely. Donghai University. In the female dormitory, Lin Chuhan hung up the phone. A certain someone's smug face appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. At the same time, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Her sister's problem could finally be solved. Originally, she wanted to wait until she was stronger before looking for a solution. She didn't expect Wang Ting to be one step ahead of her. Although she owed a certain someone a favor, it was still a good thing. The sooner she solved it, the sooner she could return to her normal life. For a little girl, living alone in the dark was too cruel. Chuhan, are you calling your little boyfriend? Why are you smiling so happily? Lin Chuhan's two roommates squeezed over and teased her. What? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Chuhan's cheeks instantly turned red. She quickly put away her phone and showed an expression as if nothing had happened. Io, we didn't talk nonsense. Look at your expression. You almost have the word love written on your face, Su Wantong teased her. I'm so sad. I haven't even gotten little brother Wang Ting's WeChat, but you've already eaten him up. The other roommate, Tian Xiaoxiao, pretended to hold her heart and said sadly. Go away. What do you mean eaten by him? Tian Xiaoxiao, you fujoshi, Lin Chuhan felt disgusted. Ha ha ha, Chuhan, you finally admit that she's a fujoshi, Su Wantong laughed. Humph. I'm not a fujoshi, Tian Xiaoxiao snorted. Oh right, Chuhan, is he the Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy participating in the martial arts competition? Su Wantong asked curiously. That's him, Lin Chuhan nodded. It's really him. That's really surprising, Su Wantong said. Little brother Wang Ting is so powerful. He's participating in the martial arts competition in his first year, Tian Xiaoxiao said in surprise. That guy seems to have become a lot stronger, Lin Chuhan sighed. Let's go to capital Xia to watch the competition. Su Wantong's eyes flashed as she suddenly said. Ordinary people might not be able to get tickets to the national #1 martial arts competition, Lin Chuhan said hesitantly. That's right. I heard that it's priced up to 50,000 yuan outside, Tian Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Don't worry, I have a way. Su Wantong patted her chest. Really? That's great. Tian Xiaoxiao jumped up happily and said. How can we do that? The tickets are so expensive, Lin Chuhan said hesitantly. What's wrong with that? Why would a good sister care about that? Besides, it's all taken internally. In fact, it doesn't cost much at all. It's a waste to just leave it there. Su Wantong waved her hand indifferently and said, "You can come to my house to play for a few days." Go, Chu Han. Don't you want to watch Brother Wangting's competition live? Tian Xiaoxiao egged her on. In the end, Lin Chuhan was persuaded. Besides, she also understood that since they were friends, there were some things that couldn't be separated so clearly. Being calculative about gains and losses would only cause their relationship to drift apart. Hence, the three of them decided to go to capital Xia to watch the national #1 martial arts competition. Wangting didn't know about Lin Chuhan's decision. In fact, many people wanted to go to capital Xia to watch the competition live. Even some well-informed ordinary people came after hearing the news. After all, the national martial arts competition was not much different from the Olympics in his previous life. It was a grand occasion for the entire country. There was a saying that said it well. If the youth were strong, the country would be strong. The national #1 martial arts competition was a competition for the younger generation of martial artists to compete with each other. The country organized this competition to motivate the younger generation of martial artists and promote healthy competition. Only through competition could one continue to grow stronger. The younger generation of martial artists was the future of mankind. After Wangting hung up the phone, he looked at his message. Indeed, there was a message about a remittance. He shook his head with a smile and continued to cultivate. The next day, early in the morning, Wangting met up with the other seniors at the field. They were waiting for the dean and the others to arrive. They would be leading the teams for the competition. Yesterday, Wangting had taken some time to learn about the seniors who were ranked in the top 10. In the past, he had seen their names because he needed to challenge them. However, he didn't remember them after he went to the Xingwu continent. Among the 10 seniors, he had to pay attention to the top 3. They were the strongest. They were ranked first, Senior Han Zhu, second Senior Du Yu, and third Senior Wan Baiqiu. The 3 of them were considered the best among the students in the various universities. They had rich combat experience and couldn't be compared to ordinary martial artists. Seniors, you came very early. Wangting greeted them from afar. He walked over confidently. The 10 fourth-year students had different expressions on their faces when they saw Wangting walking over. They still felt that the ability Wangting displayed yesterday was unreal. People who were too outstanding would always feel out of place. It was difficult for them to integrate into their social circle. However, they didn't care about some people. Morning. Hanju smiled. Du and Wan Baiqiu also nodded their heads at him. Are the dean and the others not here yet? Wangting looked around and asked. They should be here soon, Wan Baiqiu said. I knew it. These big shots like to be late. Wangting shook his head. Ahem. Hanju and the others coughed when they heard Wangting's unbridled ridicule. Even though they had been in the university for 4 years, their reverence for the dean was deeply rooted. They had never dared to criticize him so casually. Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but glance at Wangting a few more times. Her expression was a little strange. This junior brother's guts aren't ordinary. You're quite bold. How dare you talk about us behind our backs? Suddenly, a rough voice was heard. Wangting didn't turn around. He immediately put on a smile and turned around. Dean, don't talk nonsense. I'm a good student who respects my teachers. Why would I talk about you? You must have heard wrongly. Haha. Tonghu looked at him with a faint smile. The other deans shook their heads and smiled. They didn't intend to pursue the matter. Is everyone here? Peng Yuanshan asked. Yes, Hanju said. Okay. Let's get on the bus and set off. Peng Yuanshan nodded and walked to the bus parked at the side. Everyone followed closely behind him. The bus drove out of the university and went straight to the airport. Then, everyone boarded a private plane to capital Xia. No one else could receive such treatment. Even on Earth, there were some extremely dangerous birds in the sky. If they attacked the plane, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hence, these planes had been specially modified. Not only were they equipped with protective shields, but they were also guarded by martial artists. Nothing would happen to them easily. However, because of this, the cost of taking a plane was getting higher and higher. Most people could only take land transportation. Capital Xia. Wang Ting and the rest alighted from the plane and stepped onto the land that belonged to Huaxia. The feeling was the same. Wang Ting looked around curiously. Forget it. We are in the airport. What difference can there be? Let's go. Han Zhu called out. Ping Yuanshan and the rest had already walked out of the airport. Wang Ting hurriedly followed behind them. Someone is here to pick us up. Wang Ting's eyes were sharp. He saw a sign in the crowd with the words Huanghai Military Academy written on it. They walked closer and saw a few young people. They were wearing the same uniform with the words the First Academy on their chests. There was also a middle-aged man. Are you teachers and students from Huanghai Military Academy? The middle-aged man asked. That's us. Peng Yuanshan nodded. Welcome to Capital Xia. I'm a teacher from the First Academy. My surname is Chen. I'm here to pick you up. The car is ready. I'll bring you to your accommodation, the middle-aged man said. The fact that the students and teachers from the First Academy were here to pick them up showed how important Huanghai Military Academy was to them. Wang Ting had met a teacher from the First Academy when he was applying for university. He was very arrogant and had high standards. However, this teacher was very humble in front of Ping Yuanshan. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. This must be the benefit of status and power. Wang Ting sighed. Ping Yuanshan nodded and let him lead the way. The car was already waiting outside. Teacher Chen led them into the car. When the car started, he said, Are you President Peng from Huanghai Military Academy? You know me? Peng Yuanshan looked up in surprise. I've seen you in a war in the other world. President Peng is still as elegant as before. Teacher Chen was even more respectful as he smiled. While Teacher Chen was talking to Ping Yuanshan and the rest, the students from the First Academy were secretly sizing up Wang Ting, Han Zhu, and the rest. Wang Ting did not mind. His ears were listening to the conversation between Ping Yuanshan and the others, but his eyes were looking out of the window. Looking at the heavy traffic in Capital Xia, he had a different meaning. He had been to Capital Xia in his previous life, but the feeling he had now was completely different. Both sides of the street were lush with vegetation, and the buildings were magnificent. There were people coming and going all around, and the level of prosperity far exceeded that of his previous life. Not long after, the car slowly stopped. Wang Ting and the others alighted from the car. From afar, they saw a huge and strange building standing not far away. The building in front of him looked like a huge lair made of steel. A huge dragon was coiled around the building, as if it was roaring at the sky. Its aura was astonishing. And there was more than one dragon in the building. With the eyesight of a cultivator, even from a certain distance, they could see that the building was made up of intertwined eastern dragons. It was extremely peculiar. Surrounded by lakes and shady trees, the environment was extremely beautiful. This is the dragon's nest. Han Zhu and the others exclaimed in shock as they looked at the building in the distance. Dragon, the dragon's nest. Wang Ting was a little confused. He felt that something strange had sneaked in, and it was a little out of place. There were similar buildings in his previous life, but only the style was the same. The structure of the building had changed, and the name was naturally different. Nest was a nest, but it was a dragon's nest. It sounded awesome. Wang Ting was speechless. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these messy things. Junior Wang Ting, what's wrong? Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but ask when she saw him like this. Oh, nothing. Wang Ting smiled embarrassedly and shook his head. It's magnificent, isn't it? The dragon's nest was built with countless manpower and resources. The national #1 martial arts competition will be held there the day after tomorrow. This shows how much importance the country places on martial arts, Instructor Chen said with a smile. Everyone stopped for a moment. Instructor Chen said, Everyone, please follow me. I will arrange your accommodations. Then, under his lead, Wang Ting and the others walked into a hotel behind him. This hotel was owned by the government. It was specially set up for the participants of the martial arts competition. Of course, ordinary people couldn't stay in this hotel. Only key schools and those who were recognized by the government had the right to stay in this hotel. The other participants had to find their own accommodations. However, there were many private hotels further away that could satisfy the needs of many participants. Of course, it was first come, first served. There were limited rooms in the hotels. If they were late, they could only blame it on their bad luck and rent a room in a hotel further away. Also, they had to squeeze into the subway. Would they go crazy? Instructor Chen arranged the accommodations for the Huanghai Military Academy students and left. You can walk around for the next 2 days, but don't cause trouble. The waters in capital Xia are deep. Even the sweeping aunties you meet along the way might be powerful martial artists. Of course, Huanghai doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. If you encounter something that you can't solve, as long as you are in the right, the school will stand up for you. Hanju, keep an eye on them. Ping Yuanshan gave a few instructions and left with Tong Hu and the other deans. No one knew what they were going to do next. Everyone, go back to your rooms and tidy up. We'll come out for lunch later, Hanju said. No one objected and went back to their rooms to tidy up. This treatment is not bad. Wang Ting walked into his room. He was surprised when he saw the decorations. He couldn't tell from the outside at all. The exterior was low-key, but the interior was luxurious: a bedroom, a living room, a lounge, a bathroom. Everything was available. No wonder Wang Ting was impressed by the treatment. Each of them had a single room. The room was spacious and comfortable. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of the bed. When the curtains were pulled open, they could see the dragon's den. The view was amazing. Wang Ting walked around to familiarize himself with the place. When it was lunchtime, he went out to the hotel restaurant with Han Zhu and the rest. The hotel was free of charge. They didn't have to pay for their meals. When they arrived at the restaurant, they realized that there were already many people there. Many of them were young people. They had an aura that couldn't be underestimated. When they saw Wang Ting and his team, they glanced at them with scrutinizing and probing gazes. Wang Ting and the rest didn't mind. They looked around and found an empty seat. Then, they went to get their own food. The restaurant was buffet style. There were all kinds of food. Some of them were even spiritual food. Each person could get one portion. There was a limited supply. Wang Ting took some meat, fruits, and vegetables. He sat down and chatted with Han Zhu and the rest. Old Han, are these people here for the martial arts competition? Wang Ting asked. Yes, they should be. Han Zhu didn't mind how Wang Ting addressed him. He looked around with a serious expression and nodded. Looks like you're going to have a fight. Wang Ting chuckled. To be honest, these people's abilities were beyond his expectations. It's going to be a tough fight. Ghost blows out the light in the restaurant of the hotel. Han Zhu and the rest were secretly observing the other participants. Those who could afford to stay in this hotel were not ordinary people. Naturally, the participants from these factions were not ordinary people. Wang Ting was more relaxed. At least, he hadn't met an opponent that he could take seriously yet. Those are the students from Donghai University, right? Wan Baiqiu's eyes moved. She suddenly whispered. They're here too? Han Zhu and the rest turned around. As expected, they saw a group of handsome figures. In Donghai University and Huanghai Military Academy were like two huge mountains. Both sides had their own strengths and weaknesses. It was hard to tell who was better. Just take the rankings of the national #1 martial arts competition as an example. Both schools had their own strengths and weaknesses. One against the other, and the other one against the other. They were in the same place. Naturally, they were united against the other provinces. However, there was intense competition between them. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. Wang Ting sized them up curiously. Han Zhu explained, the leader is Donghai University's top student, Xiaoyun Fan. I think he's the leader of Donghai University. How strong is Xiaoyun Fan? Wang Ting asked. Peak 4-star soldier level. Han Zhu said. Yes, it's quite powerful. Wang Ting nodded as though he was telling the truth. You shouldn't get too close to him, Han Zhu hesitated for a while before saying. Just as Wang Ting was confused, Xiao Yunfan and the rest from Donghai University saw them. They turned around and walked towards them. Han Zhu, long time no see. Xiao Yunfan, who was the leader, had a smile on his handsome face as he greeted Han Zhu. Not long. We met 5 days ago in the Xingwu continent. Your memory is bad, Han Zhu said with a straight face. Actually, he didn't like Xiao Yunfan. He looked friendly, but he was actually very scheming. If he really believed that he could be friends with him, he would be too naive. Even if he was sold one day, he would still help him count the money. Xiao Yunfan's lips twitched. It was just a greeting. Did he have to be so serious? Haha, you're still the same. You came here just to say this? Han Zhu asked. Xiao Yunfan took a deep breath and said with a smile, I heard that Huanghai sent a freshman to participate in the martial arts competition. I'm here to meet him in person and see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Senior Xiao, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm not a monster. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and smiled. Xiao. Yunfan seemed to have a good temperament and seemed to be very approachable, but when Wang Ting saw his smiling face, he didn't know why, but he wanted to punch him. What kind of problem was this? Logically speaking, this guy was only average in terms of handsomeness. He was far from being as handsome as her, so there was no need to ruin his appearance, right? Could it be? Thinking of Han Zhu's reminder, he wondered if Han Zhu had such a hobby. Was that why his smile made people want to hit him? Hiss, Wang Ting's buttocks tightened, and his entire body shuddered. This was too scary. F*CK, what's with this guy's expression? Xiao Yunfan felt depressed. He could see strong malice in Wang Ting's expression. He calmed down and sized up Wang Ting. A glint flashed across his eyes. Was he only a peak 2-star soldier-level martial warrior? He was a little suspicious, but he didn't take it to heart. He was at most a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Hence, he smiled and said, Wang Ting is indeed outstanding. You're only a freshman, but you're already so powerful. You're not simple. However, there are many powerful people in the martial arts competition. Wang Ting, you still have to be careful. Of course, we're all from Donghai. If you meet the seniors from Donghai University in the competition, we'll definitely go easy on you. You're only a freshman. You can participate a few more times if you have the chance. Right now, the most important thing is to participate. It doesn't matter if you get a ranking or not. From his words, he seemed to think that Wang Ting was just a bystander. As for the ranking, he didn't even need to think about it. Then, he turned and said to the others, everyone, take a look at him. If you really meet him, don't go too hard on him. Then, he nodded at Wang Ting. He looked like a senior taking care of a newbie. The seniors from Donghai University held back their smiles and nodded, indicating that they would definitely take care of their junior. Wang Ting, Han Zhu and the others had strange expressions. They knew Wang Ting's ability. Most of the people from Donghai University would probably be tortured badly. Zhang Fingyu's facial muscles twitched. He had fought with Wang Ting before, so he knew how powerful he was. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. He saw that Wang Ting was smiling as if he didn't take Xiao Yunfan's words to heart. However, for some reason, he felt that this Wang Ting was even scarier. These people from Donghai University were looking for trouble. Thank you, seniors. Please take care of me when the time comes, Wang Ting said with a smile. Sure, sure. Xiao Yunfan also nodded with a smile. Then, they found an empty table nearby. They chatted and laughed as they ate. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. Don't take their words to heart. Xiao Yunfan is. Han Zhu didn't finish his sentence and shook his head. Don't worry. I don't take their words to heart, Wang Ting said with a smile. Okay. Han Zhu saw that he didn't take it to heart and didn't say anything else. Wan Baiqiu changed the topic. She smiled and said, I plan to go shopping in the afternoon. Who wants to come along? Me, you said. Count me in, Wang Ting said. It was rare for him to come to capital Xia, so he wanted to look around. Then let's go together, Hanju said with a smile. In the end, 5 or 6 of them prepared to go shopping. The rest of them planned to rest in the hotel and wait for the martial arts competition to start. In the afternoon, Wang Ting and the rest drove 2 cars from the hotel and went shopping. The hotel also provided free transportation, so it was very convenient. They were all young people. Hanju and the rest wore their military uniforms in school. Now, they had changed into casual clothes. When they were in school or representing the school, they looked serious and serious. Now, they were all dressed fashionably, carrying a DSLR camera and a small backpack. They looked like fashionable men and women. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He looked at Hanju, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had a crew cut. He had one hand on the steering wheel while the other turned on the car speaker. He looked rather cool. It was hard to believe that Hanju was the same person as the previous Hanju. He looked back through the rearview mirror. Wan Baiqiu was wearing jeans and a white shirt. She had a short black leather jacket on the outside. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Although it was simple, it was youthful and beautiful. Capital Xia had many historical sites, classic snacks, and modern business streets. These were all places that young people must visit. Traveling was nothing more than eating, drinking, and walking around. As long as they were happy. Wang Ting and the others didn't have a specific destination. They just walked around and played. Time passed quickly. After dinner, they went back to rest for the night. The next day, they continued to play happily. They climbed the ancient city wall early in the morning. Because of the national #1 martial arts competition, a large number of people gathered in capital Xia. Not only in China, but also overseas. Therefore, at this moment, capital Xia was as crowded as it was during a holiday. Early in the morning, many people had already arrived at the ancient city wall. The ancient city wall was built during the Warring States period. After more than 2,000 years of wind, frost, rain, and snow, it had become a symbol of China. Some people even listed it as one of the 8 wonders of the world. This was enough to show the significance of its existence. Almost everyone who came to capital Xia had to come to the ancient city wall to make their trip worthwhile. Wang Ting and the others climbed the ancient city wall. They walked and stopped to admire the beautiful mountains and rivers around them. They felt a majestic aura rushing towards them. Hanju took a photo and looked at the effect. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, "It's said that there are divine dragons hiding under the ancient city wall. I'm afraid that's just a rumor. After all, divine dragons are legendary creatures." Diyu shook his head. Even martial arts have appeared. Many star beasts in the Xingwu continent are named dragons. Although I haven't seen what they look like, it proves that they exist. It's not impossible for divine dragons to exist in China, Wan Baiqiu said. If they really exist, where can they hide on the ancient city wall? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Who knows? There are many dragon veins in China. Many people speculate that there are real dragons in those places. There are many different opinions and no one has a conclusion. Wan Baiqiu shrugged. Now that you mention it, I remember that people have seen legendary creatures in some famous mountains and rivers. According to the experts, even if they aren't real legendary creatures, they are very similar. Perhaps the star beasts have mutated and are close to the legendary creatures, Hanju said. If the legendary creatures really appear, it will be fun. Another girl in the group, Wei Jing, smiled. That might not be fun. It might be a disaster. Hanju shook his head. Hearing his words, the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. For Earthstar, the current situation is still under control, but once a large number of terrifying star beasts appear, it will be a disaster for human civilization. It was true that powerful human martial artists could protect a region, but there were too few martial artists. Everyone followed the flow of people and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a commotion in front of them attracted their attention. Let's go and take a look. Wan Baiqiu squeezed through the crowd and walked over. Hanju and the others shook their heads and hurriedly followed him. At the same time, the discussions in the crowd continuously entered their ears, causing them to gradually frown. These African people are too much. They came to our country to bully us. Is no one going to do anything about it? Let's go. They are martial artists. We can't afford to offend them. Are we just going to watch them bully those little girls? What else can we do? I saw a piece of news before. A few African people also bullied an old man who shined shoes. Someone couldn't stand it and stood up for the old man. He beat up the African people quite badly. Do you know what happened after that? Let me tell you, the person who stood up for them was arrested. He even had to pay a hefty sum of medical fees. How could such a thing happen? Who would dare to stand up for their own people in the future? Everyone was discussing fervently, but no one dared to step forward to help. Some people even squeezed through the crowd and turned to leave. Wang Tang and the others easily walked to the front of the crowd. Four African people surrounded two girls. They spoke frivolously and kept teasing them. The two girls wanted to go around them, but they were relentless. They forced them into a corner and even pulled on their arms to prevent them from leaving. The two girls were so anxious that their faces were red. They looked at the crowd with fear and pleading eyes, hoping that someone would help them. Although many people couldn't bear to see them like this, they still subconsciously avoided their gaze. Ordinary people couldn't afford to interfere in such matters. After Han Zhu and the others figured out what had happened, they couldn't stand it anymore. They were furious and were about to take action. Let go of that girl. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted angrily. Three guys walked out of the crowd and pointed at the four African people. They glared at them coldly and angrily. The four African youths turned around. They were tall and burly, and their skin was dark. In addition, they were martial artists, so their bodies were even more muscular. They faintly exuded the aura of martial artists, giving people a great sense of oppression. Hey, this has nothing to do with you. Don't be a busybody. One of the African young men glared at them. Faced with the pressure from the four African young men, the three guys almost wanted to retreat instinctively. However, they forced themselves to stop. They mustered up their courage and said loudly, "Who says this has nothing to do with us? These two girls are our compatriots. If you bully our compatriots in Xianxia, it has something to do with us." Clearly, they were saying this for the others to hear. There were many Xianxia people around. If everyone spoke up together, they would definitely scare off the four African young men. Indeed, after hearing what the three guys said, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They all spoke up. That's right. If you bully our compatriots, it has something to do with us. Everyone, let's attack them together. I don't believe that they dare to offend everyone. This is Xianxia. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. Everyone had guts. However, there were many things that ordinary people couldn't afford to offend. Hence, they could only choose to avoid it. At this moment, everyone spoke up together. Their imposing aura gave many people courage and they all joined in. I want to see who dares to be a busybody. When the four African young men saw this, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became even more ferocious. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The four of them attacked immediately. They pounced on the three guys first. They could already tell that the three guys were instigating the others. The others were just putting up a strong front and didn't dare to attack. They were fearless. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they actually attacked the three guys directly. They were extremely arrogant. The four African young men were all martial artists. Their fists were violent as they smashed toward the three guys. They were so scared that their faces turned ashen. The three guys were just ordinary people. They didn't expect the other party to suddenly attack them. They couldn't fight back at all. Be careful. The two girls who were being harassed couldn't help but look anxious as they shouted a warning. The surrounding crowd retreated in fear. Many people even closed their eyes, not daring to watch the tragedy that was about to happen. Smack, suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Something was clearly wrong with that sound. Everyone looked at the scene and saw a few figures appear in front of the three guys. The four African young men's attacks were all blocked. There were three guys and one girl. They were Wang Ting, Han Zhu, and the others. Compared to the four African young men, they were undoubtedly skinny and weak. However, everyone realized that they easily grabbed the other party's fists. Martial artists. They're martial artists from China. Those who could block the attacks of martial artists were definitely martial artists. Everyone regained their senses and looked excited as they cheered loudly. The three guys heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, and their legs were a little weak. "Step back," Hanju turned and said. The three guys nodded and supported each other as they retreated to the side. "You guys are really infuriating." Wang Ting looked at the four big guys in front of him and grinned, revealing his white teeth. The four African young men struggled with all their might, but they couldn't break free from the four people's hands. Their expressions changed slightly. "Who are you?" "Us?" Hanju's eyes were cold. "We're here to fight for justice." "How dare you touch us?" "Do you know who we are?" one of the African young men shouted. "I don't care who you are. Even if God comes today, he won't be able to save you." Wang Ting sneered. He didn't waste any time talking to them. He let go of his hand and kicked the head of the African young man in front of him. Bam! The African young man's tall and muscular body was sent flying. He crashed heavily on the city wall, and one of his cheeks swelled up instantly. Mark. The other three African young men's expressions changed drastically when they saw their comrade being beaten up. "How dare you hit us? You're finished. You're finished." The three of them shouted furiously. "We don't know if we're finished, but you guys are definitely finished." Wan Baicho's expression was cold. She punched the nose of the African young man in front of her. Crack, there was a crisp sound. Blood spurted out from his nose. The African young man quickly covered his nose and screamed in pain. He was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. UB*TCH. You're dead. How dare you spout nonsense? Wan Baicho raised her eyebrows and kicked him mercilessly. He flew a few meters away and fell on his face. On the other side, Hanju and Du also attacked. They beat up the other two African young men until they were rolling on the ground with bruises all over their faces. Although they were martial artists, they couldn't fight back at all in front of Hanju and Wang Ting. They could only be beaten up. Satisfying. After beating them up for a long time, Hanju, Wang Ting, and Du finally stopped. They heaved a sigh of relief and felt much better. "Get lost. If we see you again, we'll beat you up again." Wang Ting kicked the butt of one of the African young men and shouted coldly. The four African young men's faces were filled with hatred. They left without looking back. The crowd cheered when they saw the four African youths running away. The crowd applauded. People were always like this. They did not dare to stand up for themselves, but they always hoped for a hero to appear. The actions of Wang Ting and his friends fulfilled their hero's plot. The two girls heaved a sigh of relief. They walked up and thanked Wang Ting and the rest. "Thank you so much for what you did just now." "It's nothing. You're welcome." Wan Baicho waved her hand casually. Wang Ting and Hanju didn't take it to heart. To them, this was a piece of cake. It wasn't a big deal. The three boys also went up to thank them. If Wang Ting and the rest had not helped them, they would have been in deep trouble. "You have good intentions. However, you must be careful when you encounter such things in the future," Hanju reminded them. "We did not expect that martial artists would attack ordinary people like us." The three boys smiled bitterly. They still had lingering fears when they recalled the situation. Everything is possible. Most martial artists will not attack ordinary people easily. However, there are many people like them who are unscrupulous. "You must be more careful in the future," Hanju said. The three boys were very grateful. They nodded in agreement. The two girls said to them, "Thank you for your help just now." "You're welcome. We're all from the same race. Anyone would speak up for us." The three boys were embarrassed. They quickly waved their hands. The two girls smiled bitterly. After what happened just now, they knew that not everyone would dare to speak up for them. They chatted for a while more before Wang Ting and the rest left. The three boys and the two girls were discussing and guessing the identities of Wang Ting and the rest. Such young martial artists. They must be here for the national martial arts competition. Definitely. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Those 4 African youths couldn't even resist before they were beaten to a pulp. If only I could be as strong as them. Some were envious, some looked forward to it, and some were in awe. The 2 girls also asked for the 3 boys' WeChat. It seemed like they were going to make a good thing happen. However, with 2 girls and 3 boys, someone was destined to suffer a tragedy. After Wang Ting and the others finished touring the ancient city walls, they went to the ruins of the imperial palace. The day was over. In the evening, they found an authentic mutton hot pot restaurant. Fortunately, I came early. If I were a little later, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any seats left. Everyone had just ordered their dishes and was about to start eating when they saw the endless stream of customers entering the restaurant. They immediately felt somewhat fortunate. The mutton used in this restaurant wasn't ordinary mutton, but mutton that had been washed by origin power to make the meat even more tender and plump. Although it hadn't reached the level of a star beast, it was still a rare delicacy. Therefore, this shop was extremely popular. Many people came to visit because of its reputation, and guests came in an endless stream. Delicious. Han Zhu picked up a few pieces of mutton, dipped them in chili sauce, and stuffed them into his mouth. He was sweating profusely. Wan Baiqiu, do you, and the others weren't slow either. As cultivators, their appetites were astonishing. Even though they were still chatting, they were still stuffing food into their mouths at the same time, not slowing down at all. We beat up those African youths today. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Wang Ting asked as he ate a mouthful of vegetables. Don't worry. Didn't the president tell us before he left that as long as we are in the right, even if the sky falls down, the school will hold it up? What happened today? Don't you think we are in the right? Wan Baiqiu winked at him and chuckled. Han Zhu, do you, and the others also chuckled. Their expressions were very meaningful. Seeing them like this, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel speechless. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. They were very experienced. He was worried for nothing. Therefore, he didn't mention it again. Everyone continued to eat and drink. It was freezing outside the restaurant, and it was snowing like goose feathers. However, inside the restaurant, it was hot and the atmosphere was lively. As the national #1 martial arts competition was tomorrow, they had to go back early. Therefore, they didn't stay outside for long. After dinner, they drove back to the hotel. Not long after they returned to the hotel, it was already past 8 o'clock. Ping Yuanshan and the deans gathered everyone in the room. You guys had fun these 2 days. Ping Yuanshan smiled. Not bad, not bad. Everyone glanced at each other and chuckled. You've had fun. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the competition. It's time to focus. Ping Yuanshan stopped smiling and said seriously. Yes. Han Zhu and the others quickly replied. There are many forces participating, so the opening ceremony is quite complicated. Tomorrow, everyone will meet and listen to the nonsense of the people above. There's nothing else to pay attention to, but there's one thing you should pay more attention to. Ping Yuanshan paused for a moment as he spoke. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The national martial arts competition was very important. Naturally, they didn't dare to be negligent. Moreover, this was something that President Peng had personally mentioned. Tomorrow, students from the First University, Capital Military Academy, and other famous schools, as well as genius martial artists from various factions, will appear. You have to pay attention to your opponents. After the competition starts, if you have time, go and watch their matches. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, Ping Yuanshan said. Understood. Han Zhu and the others nodded. Ping Yuanshan glanced at everyone. He wasn't worried about Han Zhu and the others, but Wang Ting, this kid always acted as if he didn't care. Did he take my advice seriously? Wang Ting, take the competition seriously. You're not the only genius in the world. You have to know that there's always someone better than you. Don't fall here. It'll be hard to explain to your teacher, Ping Yuanshan said with a headache. Wang Ting was speechless. Speaking of which, did Chief Physician Peng misunderstand something? He appeared calm not because he didn't care. It was because he was strong enough. There was no need for him to be so serious. However, President Peng seemed to think that he was a little arrogant. He even reminded him. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only nod gloomily and say, "Don't worry, President. I won't underestimate any opponent." Peng Yuanshan nodded and didn't say anything else. Some things were better said once. There was no need to mention it multiple times. They weren't kids who needed to be watched. That's all. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Go back and rest. After instructing everyone, Peng Yuanshan sent everyone back to their rooms. Wang Tang and the others said goodnight to each other and returned to their rooms to rest. That night, the hotel wasn't as lively as the previous 2 days. It was very quiet. Everyone seemed to be preparing for the national #1 martial arts competition the next day. The next day, the national #1 martial arts competition had officially begun. Early in the morning, countless people had already gathered outside the Dragon's Den. The reporters surrounded the Dragon's Den and squeezed at the front of the crowd, their cameras flashing non-stop. Black cars drove in from the outside and stopped outside the Dragon's Den. Someone walked out of the car. "It's the Minister of Education. Quick, take pictures. Look, the president of the Martial Arts Association is here too. That's the governor of capital Xia." The big shots entered the Dragon's Den one by one. Under the escort of the staff, they walked into the Dragon's Den. The people outside were still unsatisfied and were discussing fervently. It was difficult to meet even one of these big shots. Now that so many of them had appeared, it was too much for the eyes to take in. It was an eye-opener. When they went back, they could brag to others about who they had met in capital Xia. Among the crowd, Lin Chuhan and her 2 roommates had arrived early. Like Wang Ting and the rest, they had come to capital Xia in advance and had been touring for 2 days. However, capital Xia was so big that they did not meet each other. Tian Xiaoxiao stood on her tiptoes and looked around. She said without thinking, "Chuhan, why don't I see your sweetheart and the rest?" "What sweetheart? Don't talk nonsense." Lin Chuhan instantly blushed. "Hee." Tian Xiaoxiao laughed unscrupulously. Su Wantong also laughed and said, "The big shots must be entering first. The participants will come later. However, I heard that they have a special entrance. Speaking of which, do you think Senior Xiaoyun Fan from Donghai University and the rest have a chance of entering the top 10? Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. That's hard to say. The national #1 martial arts competition is filled with geniuses. Donghai University has never had a good ranking in the past few years, Su Wantong said dejectedly. What about Huanghai Military Academy? Lin Chuhan could not help but ask. Okay, Chuhan. You're in Cao Cao's camp, but your heart is elsewhere. You're too much, Su Wantong said, pretending to be angry. No, I'm just asking. Lin Chuhan was a little embarrassed. Was he being too obvious? I suddenly remember that Senior Xiaoyun Fan seems to be interested in Chuhan. I remember that during the school activity last time, Senior Xiaoyun Fan's eyes never left her, Tian Xiaoxiao teased. I think so. Chuhan, Senior Xiaoyun Fan is also very outstanding. I heard that he has been valued by Alibaba Group and signed a contract in advance. He has a bright future. Do you want to consider him? Su Wantong joked. There's nothing going on between us. We haven't seen each other since the school activity. Don't bring this up. I'm going to get angry, Lin Chuhan said sternly. All right. I'm just kidding. Look at how anxious you are. Su Wantong saw that she was really unhappy, so she shrugged and stopped joking about it. She said, Huanghai is a little stronger than us. Usually, they can get into the top 10. Last year, they even got into the top 3, which was a record high. But it's hard to say if they want to get into the top 3 again this year. After all, the competition for the top 3 is very fierce. Look. Another big shot is here. Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted out. At the same time, there were bursts of dazzling flashes. The reporters were definitely the fastest. It's Alibaba's Chairman Ma. The car behind is Tencent's chairman's car. These two are very punctual, one in front and one at the back. Many big shots in the business circle are here today. Not only were there reporters present, but there were also streamers from various live streaming platforms. The atmosphere was very lively and unprecedented. The big shots quickly entered the venue. Then, the staff opened the audience passage and let the audience in. The crowd was already impatient. As soon as the passage opened, they pushed each other and squeezed in. The entire dragon's lair was close to 300,000 square meters. There were close to 100,000 seats in the audience. It could accommodate a lot of people. After the audience entered the dragon's lair through the various passages, the dragon's lair was suddenly filled with people. The noise was so loud that it reached the sky. There were too many people. It took 10 to 20 minutes just to enter. A large number of staff members were maintaining order. The layout of the dragon's lair was very strange. There were many martial arts arenas of various sizes scattered around. The arenas at the edges were smaller. The closer to the center, the wider the arenas were. In the center was a high platform with tables and chairs. At that moment, the big shots had already taken their seats on the high platform in the center. Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted, "Silence!" It was the Minister of Education. His voice was not loud, and he did not use any voice transmission device. However, when it spread out, it turned into a rolling sound wave that covered all the noise. The venue fell silent. It was obvious that the Minister of Education was a martial arts powerhouse. "Everyone, please keep quiet and find your seats. The martial arts competition is a grand event of the country. I hope everyone will respect it." Perhaps because they felt the solemn atmosphere, the audience completely quieted down. There were many ordinary people present. They did not understand martial arts before, but now, they seemed to feel something special. The Minister of Education looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Next, I hereby announce the official start of the National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition." Everyone was stunned. That's it. Shouldn't the leader give a long speech? Why didn't the big shots come up and show their faces? This was completely out of the ordinary. The audience was used to listening to the leader's speech. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the broadcast. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the martial arts commentator, Zhang Jun. I am the martial arts commentator, Su Xiao. The two of us will be the commentators for this National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition." In the middle of the dragon's nest, there were more than 10 huge electronic screens. At that moment, the voices of a man and a woman appeared on the screens. Zhang Jun and Su Xiao, the commentators of the CCTV. So it's the two of them. Many people recognized the two people on the screens. Discussions broke out again. Zhang Jun's voice came from the screen again. "I am very happy to be the commentator for this year's martial arts competition. Next, I will briefly introduce the rules of the competition. The competition will be one-on-one elimination mode. The contestants will be randomly selected by the computer. There are a total of 108 martial arts arenas in the Dragon's Nest. They are divided into 16 zones. The top 16 will be decided at the same time. Of course, for the sake of fairness, there will be a revival match. Some martial artists who have been defeated can return to the main arena through the revival match and continue the competition. After the top 16 are decided, the final ranking match will be held in the central arena. The champion will be decided. Today's opening ceremony is to introduce everyone to the younger generation of martial artists from all over the country. At this point, Zhang Jun paused for a moment. Then, he spoke at the same time as Su Xiao. "Next, let's welcome the martial artists from the various universities and factions." On the screen, as the commentators, Zhang Jun and Su Xiao, announced the contestants' entrance, passionate music started playing. A line of teams walked out from the contestants' entrance. Zhang Jun flipped through the information in his hands and said, "The first team to appear is the previous champion, the First University. The First University can be said to have the most outstanding young martial artists in the country. There are always one or two outstanding geniuses among them. This time, they are still a strong contender for the championship. The leader of the first university this time is Ji Xiaoming, who has always been famous. Ji Xiaoming is the top scholar of the 2005 Capital Xia's martial arts exam. He was specially recruited by the First Academy as a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. In the past 4 years, the First Academy has been nurturing him with all their might. Ji Xiaoming didn't disappoint. He displayed unparalleled talent and has been the top student in the First Academy for the past 4 years. He is the leader of the First Academy. Su Xiao took over the conversation and said, Ji Xiaoming is really a genius. He will definitely perform well in the national #1 martial arts competition. Look, everyone. The first one to enter the arena is Ji Xiaoming. He seems to be quite a handsome young man. Hearing the commentator's voice, the audience saw a line of young people walking into the dragon's den through the contestants' entrance. The person in the lead had a tall figure. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He carried a long sword on his back and had an outstanding aura. He's so handsome. Many girls couldn't help but exclaim when they saw him. Their eyes sparkled, and they instantly became his fans. Ji Xiaoming. Some of the girls who already knew him waved their hands and screamed his name on the spot. He looked as if he had just seen his idol or a celebrity. It looks like our Ji Xiaoming is indeed very popular. The competition hasn't started yet, and so many girls are cheering for him. This isn't something an ordinary person can get, Su Xiao said with a smile. Even I'm a little jealous. Zhang Jun chuckled as he joined in the conversation. He's a little fresh meat. You can't compare to him, Su Xiao teased. I can't compare to him. Even if I'm 10 years younger, I can't compare to him. Zhang Jun waved his hands. The two of them talked back and forth, livening up the atmosphere. It was very relaxed and humorous, and the audience couldn't help but smile. These two commentators are quite interesting. In the audience, Tian Xiaoxiao said to Lin Chuhan and the other two beside her. Of course. They are the commentators of CCTV. Their professionalism is unquestionable, Su Wantong said. Speaking of which, this senior Ji Xiaoming is really handsome. He's only a little bit less handsome than big brother Wang Ting, but his temperament is also very outstanding. This is a bonus point, Tian Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Lin Chuhan and Su Wantong couldn't help but roll their eyes. This love-struck fool. However, senior Ji Xiaoming is indeed very popular in capital Xia. Almost every student in the school knows him. Many girls regard him as their idol, Su Wantong said. Is he strong? Lin Chuhan asked. Very strong. The commentator just said that he's a leading figure. He wasn't exaggerating at all, Su Wantong said. While Lin Chuhan and the other two were talking, Ji Xiaoming from the first university had already led the other students to the ring closest to the central platform. The positions were determined according to the ranking of the previous years. The first place would be the first ring, and so on. Next up is the team from Capital Military Academy. Capital Military Academy is the top military academy in the country. Every year, they send a large number of military talents to the country. The martial artists they train fight on the front lines all year round. They don't care about life and death. It's admirable. The leader of Capital Military Academy is Luo Qing. Luo Qing was the top martial arts scholar in Luobei province in 2005. He came from an ordinary background, but he was determined to join the military. At that time, he was admitted to Capital Military Academy as an extreme martial disciple. In the past 4 years, his strength has increased rapidly, and he has killed countless enemies on the battlefield. The commentator's introduction caused everyone's gaze to involuntarily land on the first person from Capital Military Academy. They saw a young man with a buzz cut and a resolute face wearing a military uniform striding onto the second arena. Facing countless gazes, he was calm and composed. He didn't look sideways, and an awe-inspiring aura surged from his body. People couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. No wonder he was a genius nurtured by Capital Military Academy. He was indeed a dragon among men. Speaking of which, it's interesting. In the previous martial arts competition, the competition for the second and third place was extremely intense. Moreover, they were both from military academies. However, Capital Military Academy won by a small margin and took second place. The military academy that won third place is from the south. It's also one of the top 5 universities in the country. This school is Huanghai Military Academy. Now, let's welcome Huanghai Military Academy from Donghai. Zhang Jun's voice spread, and a group of people walked out from the tunnel. They were also wearing military uniforms, but their appearance was slightly different from capital military academies. It set off their postures, and as they walked, they highlighted the extraordinary elegance of military academy students. In the audience, Su Wantong turned her head and smiled at Lin Chuhan. Wang Ting is out. Lin Chuhan nodded. She looked at the crowd and saw a very familiar figure. Little brother Wang Ting looked so handsome in his military uniform. Tian Xiaoxiao held her heart, and her eyes were mesmerized. As expected, little brother Wang Ting is more handsome. Su Wantong was speechless. This girl was hopeless. Lin Chuhan didn't pay attention to this at that moment. Her gaze was still following that familiar figure. This was the first time she saw him in his military uniform. This guy really does look a little good in his military uniform, she muttered in her heart. The leader of Huanghai Military Academy is Han Zhu. Han Zhu is the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam in 2005. He also entered Donghai University as an extreme martial disciple. He has great potential. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us in the martial arts competition this time. Zhang Jun asked. I'm looking forward to his match with Luo Qing. Su Xiao smiled. Ha ha ha, I hope they will meet. It will be a fierce battle, Zhang Jun said. In the arena, Luo Qing lowered his head and looked at Han Zhu, who was walking toward him. Their gazes met in midair, and it was as if sparks were flying. Their gazes were sharp, and they didn't show any weakness. Han Zhu also had a buzz cut. His face was resolute, and his temperament was similar. However, compared to Luo Qing, Han Zhu was like a piece of steel that had been tempered countless times. He was introverted and didn't have a sharp aura. The audience couldn't help but compare the two of them together. They excitedly discussed the strength of the two of them, looking forward to their next match. Oh right, there's another person from Huanghai Military Academy who is attracting a lot of attention, Zhang Jun suddenly said as if he thought of something. You're talking about the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, Wang Ting, right? Su Xiao asked. That's right. Some people might not know this, but Wang Ting is the same as Ji Xiaoming. He entered Donghai University as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. I heard that the first university even sent people to Donghai to recruit him. However, Wang Ting chose to stay in his hometown and entered Huanghai Military Academy, Zhang Jun explained as he flipped through the information in his hands. The audience's curiosity was piqued again. The news that Huanghai Military Academy sent out a freshman, Wang Ting, was only spread in the martial arts circle. Ordinary people didn't know much about it. They only knew about some famous young martial artists like Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and Han Zhu. Some people who already knew about this revealed meaningful expressions. They looked at Wang Ting, who was among the crowd from Huanghai Military Academy. Many big shots were also paying attention to this. After all, it was the first time that a freshman was sent to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition. They couldn't help but be curious. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. Wang Ting's strength seemed to be shrouded by a fog. No one could see his true strength. Did he use a special method to hide his cultivation? Many people frowned. The curiosity in their hearts grew stronger. When Ji Xiaoming from the first university heard that Wang Ting also entered Donghai University as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior and even rejected the first university's special offer, he lowered his head and looked at him. Wang Ting didn't expect the commentator to mention his name. At this moment, he felt countless gazes from all directions. He couldn't help but feel helpless. If one was too outstanding, they would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Sigh, life was just so helpless. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. He couldn't help but look up. Coincidentally, he met Ji Xiaoming's gaze. He confirmed it with his gaze. This fellow was quite handsome, however, he was still a little lacking compared to him. After seeing Ji Xiaoming's appearance, Wang Ting's conclusion was surprisingly similar to Tian Xiaoxiao's. If he knew that Tian Xiaoxiao also thought the same, he would definitely treat her as his confidant. Wang Ting glanced at Ji Xiaoming. Their gazes were deep and their expressions were calm. Then, they walked past each other. Interesting. In the audience seats, Su Wantong said, Wang Ting's name was actually mentioned. Now, more people are paying attention to him. Will someone try to trip him up? Lin Chuhan asked worriedly. You're worried? This is such a grand event. So many big shots are paying attention. Who would dare to trip him up? However, when the competition starts, many people will definitely want to test his strength, Su Wantong said. How's little brother Wang Ting's ability now? Tian Xiaoxiao asked. I'm not sure either. I hope he can get a good ranking, Lin Chuhan said. Su Wantong shook her head. She didn't have high hopes for him. There were many geniuses in the national #1 martial arts competition. If he participated as a freshman, his ability was still too weak. The result wouldn't be good. On the other side of the audience seats, Li Xiaomei pulled Wang Xinghua. She looked proud and agitated. Our son. That's our son. Wang Ting probably didn't expect that his parents had also come to capital Xia to watch his competition. He didn't inform them because he was worried that there might be casualties during the competition. However, he had obviously underestimated how much attention his parents paid to him. How could they pretend that they didn't know about such an important matter? If Wang Ting hadn't participated in the martial arts competition, it would have been fine. However, since he was participating, they definitely had to come and watch. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua didn't know much about the martial arts world. To them, becoming a martial artist was already something that could bring honor to their ancestors. The national #1 martial arts competition was a grand event in the country. It was organized by the government and was extremely well known internationally. They were extremely proud to be able to participate in such a competition. Their son was so promising, old Master Wang wanted to come as well. However, he was old after all. He was persuaded by the crowd and decided to watch the live broadcast at home. Wang Ting's appearance caused a commotion. Many people were discussing him. No one knew how strong he was. No one knew why Huanghai Military Academy would send a freshman to compete. Perhaps he was really strong. However, it was also possible that they wanted him to experience the martial arts competition to pave the way for him to participate in the future. The live broadcast platform broadcasted the situation. Some people even started betting on Wang Ting's strength. How many places could he get? Instantly, countless people placed their bets. There were many different opinions and the popularity of the competition remained high. Wang Ting probably didn't expect that his appearance would cause such a huge reaction. Everyone was debating about it. Alright, although Wang Ting is very handsome, everyone shouldn't keep staring at him. Let's leave some time for the others. After Huanghai Military Academy, the next to compete is. Zhang Jun spoke again. One after another, key universities and forces appeared before the audience. It was an eye-opener for the audience. Only now did they realize that there were so many martial arts organizations in the country. Of course, some people already knew about it. After all, martial arts competitions had been held before. Hence, they weren't too surprised. Every time a force appeared, the commentator would give a brief explanation so that the audience would have a better understanding. Thunder Martial Arts School is one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the country. Ren Xingsong is the leader of the Thunder Martial Arts School this time. Everyone may be familiar with this young martial artist. He is the direct disciple of the Thunder Martial Arts School's master. He is extremely talented. It is said that he is determined to win the first place in this martial arts competition. Suddenly, a name caught Wang Ting's attention. Ren Xingsong. Was it that Ren Xingsong? Wang Ting's heart jolted as he looked at the person at the front of the group. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had a head of long hair, a chiseled face, and an exceptionally handsome appearance. His expression was arrogant and seemed extremely cold. This guy seems to be a little showy. Wang Ting curled his lips and muttered in his heart. As if sensing his gaze, Ren Xingsong looked up. Wang Ting grinned at him, revealing his white teeth. Ren Xingsong was slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to remember something and narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard the commentator's introduction just now. It was Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy. He couldn't remember the name, but now that he saw Ren Xingsong's appearance, some memories surfaced. The person his father was talking about seemed to be him. His eyes flashed, and he no longer paid attention to Ren Xingsong. He was just a freshman. No matter how talented he was, what could he do? He was just a nobody. He could just get rid of him during the competition. Was he, looking down on him? Seeing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. He had heard that Ren Xingsong was already a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wondered what level he was at now. He hoped that Ren Xingsong wouldn't disappoint him. Zhang Jun continued explaining. The Qianyuan sect is one of the top sects in the country. They have a long history. After the Force invaded Earth, their legacy shone with new brilliance. In recent years, the Qianyuan sect has taken in many talented martial warriors with their legacy. This time, there is an extremely talented young martial warrior participating in the martial arts competition. He is the young master of the Qianyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Hearing Zhang Jun's explanation, Wang Ting was stunned. Sex actually existed in this world. There was very little information about sex on the internet. Even if there was some news occasionally, many people would think that it was just a rumor and couldn't be trusted. After all, this was modern society. Sex and whatnot were too old. Even if there were martial warriors, they would be from the new era. Everyone would either participate in the martial arts exam or join a martial arts dojo. Sex and whatnot were really rare. However, some people seemed to know something. After being stunned for a while, they revealed a surprised expression. Are these sex and whatnot going to appear on the stage? Then, a few more sex and whatnot appeared. These forces might not have participated in the martial arts competition in the past, so they were the last to appear. Time passed very quickly. Although the appearance ceremony was relatively boring, the audience was still watching with great interest. They were especially curious about the young martial warriors. They were all commenting excitedly. There were many big shots sitting on the second floor of the audience stand. At this moment, someone laughed and said, "There are many top geniuses in this competition. There will be a lot of fights in the next few days. There are indeed many geniuses, but my disciple, Ren Xingsong, is destined to dominate the competition. There is no doubt that he will be the champion this time." A burly man laughed conceitedly. This man was the president of Thunder Dojo, Lei Jinting. "President Lei, it is too early to make a conclusion," a sloppy middle-aged man said with a chuckle. "Yi Jisun, don't be unconvinced. This year, your Jisun Dojo doesn't seem to have any outstanding young martial warriors," Lei Jinting said with a smile. That sloppy middle-aged man turned out to be the famous Jisun Martial Arts Club's owner. If Wang Ting saw him like this, he would probably be shocked. "That might not be the case," Yi Jisun said nonchalantly. "Speaking of which, Wang Ting seems to be from your Jisun Dojo," someone interrupted. "He is indeed from our Jisun Dojo. I didn't expect Huang Hai to let him participate in the competition," Yi Jisun said with a strange look in his eyes. "Old Wu, why are you paying attention to him? Wang Ting might have a chance to win in a few years. As for this year, he is just joining in the fun," Lei Jinting said nonchalantly. "I heard that Jisun Dojo gave him an SSS grade contract, so I am curious," Wu Lian, the president of Balian Dojo, said. "Now that you mention it, I remember that my subordinates did mention this to me. Yi Jisun, your Jisun Dojo is really going all out. Is that kid really worth this price?" Lei Jinting said in surprise. "You will know in the future whether he is worth it or not," Yi Jisun said. "Tisk, why are you being so secretive?" Lei Jinting said with disdain. "Ha ha ha." Wu Lian couldn't help but laugh. "Why are the three of you chatting so happily?" At this moment, an ordinary-looking skinny man walked over. "President Ma." The three of them turned around and saw President Ma from Alibaba. They greeted him with a smile. Their dojo had been working with Alibaba for a long time, so they knew each other in private. "We are talking about a few contestants," Wu Lian said with a smile. "President Ma, you want to recruit some talents this time, right?" "Of course. Martial artists are strategic resources now. Doing business can't be done without their help," President Ma said. President Ma, who do you think highly of? Lei Zhenting asked. I don't have much hope for those students from the military school, but I think your disciple, Ren Qingcong, is quite good, President Ma said with a smile. Ha ha ha, President Ma, you have good taste. We can have a good chat after the competition. Lei Zhenting laughed. On the electronic screen, Zhang Jun said slowly, all the contestants have entered. All the contestants have entered the arena. I'm sure everyone has a preliminary understanding of them. If you want to know more about them, you'll have to wait for the next match. I dare say that there will be many top figures among these contestants in a few years' time. It is even possible for them to become warlords. As soon as he said this, the audience was in an uproar. Warrior-level powerhouses. In the minds of many ordinary people, a general-level powerhouse was an extremely powerful existence. Just like the presidents of the three major dojos and the generals in the military, they were all important figures without exception. Now that the commentator said that there would be such figures among these young martial artists, how could the audience not be surprised? Of course, some people felt that it was normal. These young martial artists were all geniuses. If they were given time to grow, many of them could reach the warlord level. Today's opening ceremony will end here. Finally, let us raise the national flag and play the national anthem. Then, we will leave in an orderly manner. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the national anthem started playing. Everyone looked toward the center and saw the national flag slowly rising. Everyone left. Today's opening ceremony was spread across the country through various media outlets. It even spread to other countries. The internet was in an uproar. Too many people were talking about the national #1 martial arts competition and the contestants from various schools and factions. The news continued to spread, and it became more and more popular. The next day, in the morning, at the Dragon's Den, once again, the audience seats were filled with people, and the discussion never stopped. At 8 o'clock sharp, the electronic screen showed the names of the contestants, their area, and their arena numbers. Wang Ting found his name. His opponent was a fourth-year student from Jilin University. From his name, he did not look like a famous genius. Arena number 66. Wang Ting looked at his arena number and could not help but smile. This number was pretty good. He found his arena number and walked up. The referee was already in place. His opponent was also here. Get ready. When I say start, you can start fighting. The winner will be decided by one side surrendering or losing the ability to fight. The referee was a martial artist. He was not weak. If necessary, he could intervene to prevent accidents. Wang Ting and his opponent nodded to show that they understood. After a while, the referee blew the whistle. Start. At the Dragon's Nest, the national #1 martial arts competition was in full swing. Various media outlets and live streaming platforms were broadcasting the competition live. Everyone's focus was different. Some people paid more attention to Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and the other popular contenders for the championship. Some people paid more attention to Luo Qing, Han Zhu, and the other military school students. For many people, joining the military was a kind of passion. Perhaps one or two of these students would become generals in the future. No one could be sure. At that time, they would be able to brag to others that they had witnessed the rise of a certain big shot. There were also people who paid more attention to the sex participants. Many of them were hearing about sex for the first time. They were curious and wanted to see what kind of background they had. Although Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and the others were popular contenders for the championship, anything could happen before the results were out. Perhaps a dark horse would appear and cause an upset. Who could be sure that this dark horse would not appear in any of the sects? After all, these sects were entering the world for the first time. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, they had to show something. For example, if a genius disciple obtained a good ranking in the competition, their sect would naturally become famous. Many people were paying attention to Wang Ting. There were other participants and some big shots. His opponent was a fourth-year student from Jilin University. His name was Fei Ning. On the second floor of the spectator stand, the dean of Jilin University's Martial Arts Academy was sitting. He smiled at Ping Yuanshan and said, "Old Peng, that little guy from Huanghai has encountered our Fei Ning. I'm afraid he's done for." "That's not necessarily true." Peng Yuanshan looked at the situation calmly. "Fei Ning is ranked 7th in our school. I don't think I need to say much about his combat power. Do you think Wang Ting has a chance? It's fine if he meets a martial arts student from an ordinary school. However, you should know the strength of our Jinlin University. Even if he's only ranked 7th, he can crush the first place of an ordinary school," said Yan Kong, the dean of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy. "I remember that Jinlin University also wanted to recruit Wang Ting, right?" Peng Yuanshan did not answer his question. Instead, he asked another question. Yan Kang's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "That's true. Unfortunately, he chose Huanghai in the end. If he was in Jinlin University, he might get more attention." "Let's wait and see," Peng Yuanshan said. In the audience, Li Xiaomei said worriedly, "That Fei Ning looks pretty strong. Can our son beat him? We have to believe in him." Wang Xinghua was also a little nervous, but he still smiled and comforted her. On the other side, Lin Chuhan and the others were also paying attention to Wang Ting's match. After all, it was the first match. They had no idea how strong Wang Ting was, so they were very nervous. "Our opponents are from Jinlin University," Su Wantong said. "Ordinary students can't compare to the students of famous universities." "It shouldn't be a problem," Lin Chuhan said nervously. "I hope so. Otherwise, he will lose a lot of face. Now that so many people are paying attention to him, if he is eliminated as soon as he enters the arena, it will be a big joke." Su Wantong smiled bitterly. "Don't say such depressing words. Let's cheer for big brother Wang Ting." Tian Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was optimistic. As she spoke, she cupped her hands into the shape of a loudspeaker and shouted, "Go, little brother Wang Ting." She didn't care if Wang Ting could hear her or not. The surrounding audience was shocked and turned their heads to look. When they saw that it was a little girl, they couldn't help but smile kindly. Although it was currently 2009, many things were ahead of the original era because of a big turn in the course of history. For example, live streaming. In the original era, live streaming had been popular since 2015, but it was already very popular in this era. There were even martial arts live streamers who specialized in live streaming martial arts competitions. They could be considered as products of this era. Many of these martial arts live streamers were very famous and had a lot of traffic. There were many live streamers at the scene, but those famous live streamers usually broadcast the champion and the popular contestants. They rarely paid attention to the contestants on the sidelines. However, there was a popular live streamer who took the unconventional approach and directly broadcast Wang Ting's match. When the match started, the live streamer said to the camera, "Good morning, friends. I am your most handsome martial arts live streamer, General Bai. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the name Wang Ting. Today, General Bai won't pay attention to any contestants. I'm only broadcasting Wang Ting's match." As soon as General Bai finished speaking, there was an uproar in the live streaming room. "No, we want to watch Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong, old Bai, don't make a mistake. Broadcasting Ji Xiaoming and the others is the right thing to do. Although Wang Ting is popular, not many people pay attention to him. If you broadcast his match, the traffic will run out. Yeah, we want to watch Ji Xiaoming and the others match more. Give me back my Ji Xiaoming. I don't want to watch Wang Ting. F*CK, you're courting death, Bullsh*T, I want to watch Wang Ting's match. I even bet 100 yuan on him. Who dares to bet with me?" General Bai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the one-sided situation in the live streaming room. He had made up his mind to choose to broadcast Wang Ting's match this time. He had thought it through. If Wang Ting lost the first match, he would immediately switch to the other popular contestants. Even if some of the traffic ran away, he would be able to recover quickly. However, what if Wang Ting lost? Then this match would definitely be big news, and his live streaming would also benefit. There were definitely not many people broadcasting Wang Ting's match now. As the first live streamer, he would definitely be recognized by everyone. Then, there would naturally be a lot of traffic flowing in. That was why he took the risk and chose to broadcast Wang Ting live. However, the current situation still made him feel a little apprehensive. As everyone knew, it was not easy to attract traffic in the live streaming industry. However, it was very easy to lose one's fans. It was common for one to make a slight mistake and lose all their fans overnight. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. He could not slap himself in the face. He still had to broadcast. In the ring, the referee announced the start of the match. Wang Ting and Fei Ning stood in front of each other. Fei Ning held a broadsword in his hand. His expression was calm as he looked straight at Wang Ting. I'm very curious. Why did you participate in the national #1 martial arts competition? You should know very well what kind of people are in this competition. Oh, I heard that there are many geniuses. So, I came to take a look, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. You won't be able to continue with this mentality, Fei Ning said. Senior Fei Ning, right? Do you think you will definitely win? Wang Ting smiled faintly. What else? Fei Ning raised his eyebrows. In that case, you can send me off personally. Wang Ting waved at the other party. You don't need a weapon? Fei Ning asked. I don't need one, Wang Ting said casually. You're too arrogant. Fei Ning's gaze instantly froze. Anger appeared on his face. He stopped talking and walked forward. Draw your sword. You only have one chance, Wang Ting said calmly. He was not afraid at all. As soon as he said this, White Ginseng's viewers went crazy. Wang Ting is too arrogant. F***ck, he's so arrogant. Why do I feel like Wang Ting is asking for a beating? Wang Ting seems to be more handsome than Ji Xiaoming. Did a dog eat your principles? You just said you were a fan of Ji Xiaoming. It's been a long time since I've met someone as ridiculous as you. A hint of disdain appeared at the edge of Fei Ning's lips. He didn't take out his blade. Instead, he continued walking towards Wang Ting. He seemed to want to scare Wang Ting away and subdue him without fighting. This was his first competition. He knew that he did not have as much attention as the top few people. Hence, he wanted to win beautifully. That way, he would be noticed by some big financial groups. He might even be hired by them after he graduated. That would be perfect. What's this guy trying to do? Wang Ting was puzzled. Fei Ning did not seem to be very smart. He did not draw his sword when he was asked to. Was he trying to get himself killed? He was getting closer and closer. At such a close distance, Wang Ting's lips curled into an evil grin. He did not know when, but a brick appeared in his hand. Then, he threw it at Fei Ning. Trying to ambush me? Fei Ning did not take Wang Ting's attack seriously. In fact, he was a little disdainful. What was the use of a sneak attack in a head-on battle? But in the next second, he was shocked. That was because the flying object was already in front of him in an instant. I can't dodge it. Fei Ning's pupils constricted. He realized that his reaction could not keep up with his opponent's speed. He was shocked. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The object smashed into Fei Ning's head. How can he be so fast? Fei Ning's eyes rolled back. That thought flashed through his mind. Then, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Silence, the audience was silent, even the commentator was attracted by the situation. He said loudly, what happened? What just happened? Arena 66, Wang Ting and Fei Ning's match. Fei Ning fell with just one hit. What happened? As the sound of the broadcast spread, the audience's attention was attracted to this side. General Bai's livestream was also quiet for a moment. Then, a large number of bullet screen comments flew past. F***ck, what happened? How did Fei Ning fall with just one hit? Is this Fei Ning an idiot? Are you kidding me? The 7th place of Jinlin University is only at this level? Ha ha ha, I made a lot of money from my 100 yuan, 666, how much did you make from your 100 yuan? At this time, Wang Ting's match appeared on the electronic screen in Dragon's Denver. Let's slow down the replay and see what happened. The replay was slowed down a lot. Then, the audience saw, a brick shone brightly under the sunlight. It was very dazzling. Then, it hit Fei Ning's head directly. On the screen, the audience saw the entire process. There was nothing fishy about it, nothing shady. It was just a shiny golden brick. Wang Ting threw out a brick, and then Fei Ning fell down. It was that simple, but why did it feel so unreal? Was this really the national #1 martial arts competition and not a street fight? It was not interesting at all, it was too sloppy. Shouldn't they have fought for 300 rounds before one side fell to the ground and couldn't take it anymore before the victor was decided? How were they supposed to watch this? Everyone looked at the brick on the ground with a strange expression. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The commentators Zhang Jun and Su Xiao looked at each other. The muscles on their faces twitched. Then, they said, ahem, this competition is unprecedented. Even with the commentator's vast vocabulary, he couldn't help but pause for 2 seconds before he found an idiom to describe it. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. Wasn't this unprecedented? General Bai was extremely excited. He shouted into the live broadcast room, did you see that? Did you see that? Wang Ting won. He won without any suspense. He won like never before. I knew that Wang Ting was going to explode. Now, you should believe me. You can't go wrong following the streamer. The audience in the live broadcast room had already forgotten their previous unhappiness after watching an interesting competition. At this moment, the bullet screen was floating by, and the atmosphere was quite joyful. Ha ha ha, old Bai, you're lucky. You picked up a good piece of news. Stupid streamer, you're so lucky. This competition is a little short, but it seems quite interesting. Damn, someone used a brick as a weapon. No wonder the commentator said it was unprecedented. This Wang Ting is really cunning. It's confirmed. He's a cunning man. It's confirmed. He's a cunning man. It's confirmed. He's a cunning man. Humans were essentially repeaters. In an instant, the bullet screen was filled with the same comments. They kept rolling and flooding the screen. General Bai was overjoyed when he saw this result. Although he also felt that Wang Ting was a cunning man, he didn't care about that. He was going to explode today anyway. He had taken such a huge risk to broadcast Wang Ting's competition. Boom, suddenly, several rockets soared into the air in the live broadcast room. Swordsman from Mabe has gifted the streamer 10 consecutive super rockets. I like this brick. Moaning Monster has gifted the streamer 10 super rockets. Wang Ting is so handsome. Among the countless bullet screen comments, an extremely eye-catching banner appeared in the upper right corner of the comment section. What? Swordsman from Mabe. Wailing Monster. What a tycoon. Doesn't Boss Dao like big swords? Why did you become a brick fan? Everyone, look, we found a mewling monster. Let's quietly approach and catch her. Swordsman of Mabe and Guai were both well-known local tycoons on the live streaming platform. Every month, they gave gifts of millions of dollars. Many people knew them. Who would have thought that Wang Ting's livestream would even cause these two big shots to show up? With the addition of the two nouveau riches, General Bai's live broadcast room became even livelier. General Bai was grinning from ear to ear. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. One super rocket cost 1,000 yuan, so the two of them added up to 20,000 yuan. According to the split, he could get 10,000 yuan. And this was just the beginning. Today was only the first match. As long as Wang Ting continued to make waves in the following matches, his live broadcast room would definitely become even more popular. General Bai made up his mind to follow Wang Ting closely. This was a money tree. He couldn't let him run away. In the arena, Wang Ting picked up the brick that had fallen on the ground and turned to look at the referee. I won, right? Oh, yes, you won. The referee reacted and announced the result. Wang Ting glanced at the unconscious Fei Ning. 2 attribute bubbles fell beside him. Comprehension *10, Spirit *16, these attributes are very ordinary. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles, shook his head in disappointment, and walked down the arena. He had picked up too many attributes in the Xingwu realm. Now, he didn't care about these ordinary attributes. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. How could he dislike it? This wasn't right, Wang Ting immediately reflected on himself. When everyone saw him like this, they thought he shook his head because Fei Ning was too weak. They looked at Fei Ning with pity in their eyes. What a poor kid, today, he was knocked out by Wang Ting with a brick. He was now completely famous, however, Fei Ning himself probably wouldn't like this kind of fame. Who knew if he would go crazy when he woke up? On the second floor of the audience stand, Yan Kong, the dean of the martial arts school of Jinlin University, looked a little embarrassed. Just now, he was certain that Wang Ting was no match for Fei Ning. However, in the end, Fei Ning couldn't even take one hit from Wang Ting. The contrast between before and after was simply too great, causing his old face to be unable to hold on any longer. In particular, the deans and principals of the various schools were all watching. Their gazes were strange, as if they were smiling. Everyone was laughing at him. Fei Ning, this brat, did he still want to graduate? Old Yan, what do you think of our school's training? Peng Yuanshan laughed. It's just the first match. I can't see anything yet. Also, I'm curious. Since when did your military school use bricks as weapons? Yan Kong said, unwilling to be outdone. Peng Yuanshan's mouth twitched, but he still said, what's wrong with bricks? As long as it can kill, it's a good weapon. Old Yan, when did you become so pedantic? Are you restricting the students from using certain weapons? Hee, that's not the case. It's just that this is the first time I've seen this weapon. I'm really surprised, Yan Kong said. Wang Ting is good at many things. The brick is just an appetizer, Peng Yuanshan said. Although he found an excuse for Wang Ting, the brick was too embarrassing. Peng Yuanshan couldn't help but reveal some things. Yan Kong and the other bosses felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. Did Wang Ting have some trump cards? On the other side, on the second floor of the spectator stand, the president of Jisun Martial House, Yi Jisun, was convulsing with laughter. He seemed to find Wang Ting's match very interesting. He was overjoyed. He didn't have the bearing and dignity of a warlord at all. Good boy. I didn't expect him to improve so much in such a short time, Yi Jisun said with a smile. Lei Zhenting had a whole new level of respect for Wang Ting's performance. However, his expression was a little strange too. He thought that he was very knowledgeable, but he had never seen a martial warrior using a brick as a weapon. After hearing Yi Jisun's words, he couldn't help but nod slightly and say, based on his speed, this boy's strength is quite interesting. Amazing. Wu Lian, the president of Balian Martial House, said. Too bad he's a military school student. Otherwise, I would have signed him. Mr. Ma of Alibaba shook his head in disappointment. This kid. Li Xiaomei saw that Wang Ting had won. While she was relieved, she couldn't help but blame him. Ha, no matter what, it's good that he won. Wang Xingwu didn't care. He laughed happily. On the other side, Lin Chuhan and Su Wantong looked at each other. They felt that the result of the match was really confusing. Lin Chuhan suddenly felt that Wang Ting's move was inexplicably familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Oh right, at that time. Suddenly, she remembered that Wang Ting seemed to have used this move to help her family get rid of the debt collectors. She shook her head and laughed. This guy is addicted to it. Chuhan, I think I need to apologize to him, Su Wantong said seriously. What do you want to apologize for? Lin Chuhan asked in surprise. I've dissed him before. Now that I see him like this, I feel a chill in my heart, Su Wantong said with lingering fear. Ha, let's see if you still dare to diss people. Tian Xiaoxiao laughed, taking pleasure in Su Wantong's misfortune. Alright, he definitely won't be so narrow-minded. Lin Chuhan laughed. You don't understand. Men are all narrow-minded, Su Wantong said. Wang Ting didn't know what everyone thought of him. He just felt that there was no need to use stronger moves. That was why he used the brick. Who asked Fei Ning to be so stupid? He was so close to him that it was hard for him not to win easily. As for what bad taste, that was not true. Wang Ting was such a serious person. He never had bad taste. Moreover, he was so kind. He used the brick instead of weapons like swords to prevent Fei Ning from suffering unnecessary injuries. He was completely thinking for Fei Ning. At this moment, Wang Ting completely ignored the big bump on Fei Ning's head. Since he had nothing to do, Wang Ting decided to watch the other matches. At this moment, a picture appeared on the screen, and the commentator Zhang Jun's voice sounded. After Wang Ting, Ji Xiaoming defeated his opponent from Capital Military Academy in one hit. As we can see, Ji Xiaoming's swordsmanship is very good. His sword is as fast as lightning, and his opponent couldn't resist at all. In the end, his sword was pressed against his opponent's throat, and he could only admit defeat. Although it was only one hit, it was amazing. No wonder Ji Xiaoming is so popular. It was indeed amazing. Ji Xiaoming's swordsmanship is amazing. I hope we can see more powerful swordsmanship from him in the next match. Su Xiao said with a smile. Below the stage, Wang Ting's eyes flashed when he saw Ji Xiaoming's performance. However, after hearing the commentator's words, he couldn't help but curl his lips and say, "This guy is quite showy. He's already so awesome in his first match." Suddenly, the audience was filled with screams of Ji Xiaoming. Ji Xiaoming. The decibels were even scarier than dolphins. The screams came from all over the audience. It could be seen that Ji Xiaoming's female fans were quite scary. It was enviable. Many male contestants were so jealous that their eyes turned red. They had a common enemy and decided to compete with Ji Xiaoming in the next match. As for whether they could win or not, they didn't even consider it. In the arena, the competition was still ongoing. Wang Ting and Ji Xiaoming were among the first batch of contestants to finish their matches. They were much faster than the other contestants. In the entire arena, the two of them were probably the most relaxed ones. Very few people were able to end the first round of the competition with such ease. Ji Xiaoming walked down the arena and saw Wang Ting not far away. He didn't look at Wang Ting for long and walked past him. Wang Ting smiled faintly and didn't mind. He casually sat down in the resting area and looked at the arena. There, Ren Qingsong and another contestant had just walked up the arena. There were many onlookers around. It was obvious that many people were paying attention to Ren Qingsong's match. After all, he was the direct disciple of the Thunder Dojo's president. This identity was enough to make him dazzling. Many people wanted to know Ren Qingsong's true strength. Wang Ting looked from afar and glanced at Ren Qingsong's opponent. He was a little disappointed. With his spirit vision, he could see his opponent's strength at one glance. He was only a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. He definitely couldn't force Ren Qingsong to use his full strength. Similarly, he could see that Ren Qingsong was still a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he could only confirm his combat strength through actual combat. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Let's wait and see. Wang Ting shook his head. The judge announced the start of the match. Ren Qingsong's opponent attacked first. This person's weapon was a battle axe. He didn't dare to underestimate Ren Qingsong at all. His first attack was a powerful one. A sharp golden glow gathered on the blade of the axe and slashed at Ren Qingsong. The golden glow of the axe came at Ren Qingsong ferociously. When the audience saw this attack, their expressions all changed. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the sharpness and terror of the axe. If it hit their body, even a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior would probably be cut in half. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He stared at Ren Qingsong and waited to see how he would react. In the arena, Ren Qingsong watched calmly as his opponent attacked. Even when faced with such a terrifying attack, he remained unmoved, as if he did not see anything. In the blink of an eye, the golden axe had already arrived above his head and brazenly chopped down. Ren Qingsong also had a lot of fans, and there were even a lot of female fans. After all, he had both looks and strength. In fact, he wasn't much weaker than Ji Xiaoming. The two of them were different types. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences. Some young girls liked this type of domineering, cool, and arrogant type. At this moment, the girls couldn't help but close their eyes, afraid that they would see the bloody scene of Ren Qingsong being split into two. Clang, suddenly, the sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. What's going on? This sound didn't sound like it was cut into flesh and blood. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. Ren Qingcang's expression was calm as he raised his hand high up and grabbed the other party's battle axe with his bare hand. His opponent's face was flushed red. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to move at all. The commentator timely projected the situation on the big screen. The entire arena's attention was instantly attracted. The commentator, Zhang Jun, said loudly, "An extremely shocking scene happened in Arena 37. Contestant Ren Qingcang grabbed his opponent's battle axe with his bare hand. This is really shocking. I don't know how many people saw the entire process just now. Let's replay it." From the replay, we can see that Ren Qingcang's opponent used an extremely powerful attack, but Ren Qingcang only used one hand to shatter the attack. Then, he grabbed his opponent's battle axe with his bare hand. He flipped through the information in his hand and continued speaking. According to the information, the owner of the Thunder Dojo, His Excellency Thunder Body, has a unique skill called Thunder Body. He uses thunder to temper his body, making it as hard as metal. Another commentator, Su Xiao, immediately followed up and said, "I know, Ren Qingcang must have practiced this thunderbolt body, and he must have practiced it to an extremely profound level. Therefore, he can rely on the strength of his body to achieve this level." While the commentator was explaining, Ren Qingcang had already counterattacked. He didn't use any combat skills. He only used his physical strength to kick his opponent out of the arena with a sweep of his leg. The whole process was easy and relaxed, as if he was just warming up. The result was already obvious. The referee immediately announced Ren Qingcang's victory. In the resting area, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He muttered in his heart, "Thunder Body." It was obvious that this was a type of body tempering skill, and it was a lightning-type body tempering skill. He didn't expect Ren Qingcang to be a lightning-type martial artist. Just nice, Wang Ting was lacking lightning-type talent. He couldn't afford to offend Shin Tuxiong, who was a lightning-type warrior in the other world. However, he could take advantage of Ren Qingcang. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Wang Ting's gaze gradually turned strange, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Speaking of which, he didn't know if this thunder body was stronger than the 8th-level demonic art that he had obtained from the 8-armed devil General Zers. As he was thinking, Wang Ting suddenly noticed that when Ren Qingcang attacked, 2 attribute bubbles had dropped from the arena. Lightning Force *20, Metal Force *35, Wang Ting's gaze moved. He used his spiritual force to bypass the crowd and quickly scanned them without leaving a trace. He picked them up, the 2 attribute bubbles instantly entered his body. It is indeed a lightning-type attribute. Wang Ting grinned. He glanced at Ren Qingcang from time to time. He decided to follow this fat sheep closely and not miss out on any lightning-type attribute bubbles. At the same time, he finally realized that this national #1 martial arts competition was the best opportunity to pick up attributes. Now, the entire dragon's nest had turned into a huge attribute bubble production base. Countless geniuses had gathered. When they competed, all sorts of attribute bubbles would definitely drop. This time, he could earn a huge sum of money again. If he was lucky enough to find some rare attribute bubbles, he would earn even more. As the competition progressed, more and more attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Ting secretly extended his spiritual force and picked them up one by one. Earth Force *15, Water Force *20, Spirit *10, Flaming Sword Force *25, Wang Ting's gaze froze. Someone had actually mastered the Flaming Sword Force. It was a good opportunity for him to nurture his Flaming Sword intent. His Flaming Sword Force had already been condensed to more than 90%. He might only be one step away from mastering his Flaming Sword intent, or he might just be lacking the final accumulation. Now, the more Flaming Sword Force he obtained, the more helpful it would be for him to master his Flaming Sword intent. As everyone knew, intent was even more difficult to comprehend than force. Out of 100 martial artists, perhaps only one martial artist would be able to comprehend force, and out of 100 martial artists that had comprehended force, perhaps only one person would be able to comprehend intent in the end. This showed how rare it was to comprehend sword intent. Wang Ting was just one step away from mastering it. His comprehension ability had already reached the Emperor realm. His comprehension ability was very strong. Coupled with the accumulation of Flaming Sword Force, It was only a matter of time before he comprehended the flaming sword intent. Speaking of which, he already had two other intents. One was the Ape King Fist intent, and the other was the overflowing Rain Saber intent. Time passed. Wang Ting didn't have any more matches in the morning. Hence, he spent his time in the resting area quietly. He had picked up many attribute bubbles and had a very fulfilling time. However, on the second floor of the spectator stand, Ping Yuanshan couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Ting had won the match easily and gave him a lot of face. However, when he saw Wang Ting's lazy expression, he couldn't help but get angry. This brat is completely ignoring my words. Before the match, Ping Yuanshan had told him to watch other contestants' matches if he had the time. Know yourself and know your enemy. You will never be defeated. However, this kid didn't take it seriously at all. Huanghai Military Academy was already under a lot of pressure when they sent a freshman to the competition. If Wang Ting couldn't get a good ranking in the competition, he wouldn't be the only one who would be a laughingstock. The entire Huanghai Military Academy would be embarrassed too. In the resting area, Wang Ting suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if there was an inexplicable sense of malice enveloping him. He couldn't help but look around and mumble, "Is someone cursing me?" At this moment, Han Zhu and the others' matches had already ended. They had been watching other people's matches for a long time. They only walked over when it was time for halftime. This was Huanghai Military Academy's resting area. When they walked over, they immediately saw Wang Ting sitting there calmly. This posture, don't tell me you've been sitting here since the end of the match? Han Zhu asked with a strange expression. Yeah, of course, Wang Ting said matter-of-factly. Have you forgotten that the president asked us to watch the other contestants' matches when we have the time? Even if the president didn't say anything, it's good for us to observe more. Otherwise, we won't even know how strong our opponents are. Wan Baiqiu was speechless. Don't worry, I watched the match between Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong. Wang Ting waved his hand casually. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong. Han Zhu and the others were speechless. They wanted to throw all their insults at Wang Ting. Both of them were popular contenders for the championship. What's the use of paying attention to them? Even Han Zhu and the others admitted that they were no match for him, so they settled for the next best thing. They paid attention to Luo Qing and the other contenders from Capital Military Academy. However, Wang Ting was bold enough to set his sights on Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong. Admittedly, Wang Ting had won the first match beautifully, but he was still far from the championship. It was unrealistic to say that he was going to be the champion. Ahem, I think you should pay more attention to the other contestants. Han Zhu couldn't help but remind him. Wang Ting knew what they were thinking when he saw their expressions. However, he couldn't tell them that he was actually very powerful. They might not believe him even if he told them. Why should he ask for a snub? Hence, he smiled and nodded. He changed the topic and asked, "How was the competition today?" Han Zhu saw that he didn't think much of it and sighed in his heart. He didn't say anything else. He replied, "Not bad. We were lucky. We didn't meet any strong opponents and won the match without getting injured. That's not bad. At least you maintained your advantage. If you got injured, it would affect your performance in the later matches," Wang Ting said. Who doesn't get injured in a martial arts competition? Let's see what kind of opponents we meet in the afternoon, Han Zhu said. While everyone was chatting, the morning matches finally ended. The contestants left the arena one after another. The audience also walked out of the Dragon's Denver. Everyone was talking about the morning matches enthusiastically. The atmosphere was very lively. At noon, Wang Ting and the others had lunch at the hotel and rested for more than an hour. Before the afternoon matches started again, Ping Yuanshan said to everyone, "Everyone performed well in the morning. Keep it up in the afternoon. However, you should know that the morning matches were more or less a warm-up match. After eliminating some weak contestants, the remaining contestants are naturally the best. It won't be as easy after this." Everyone naturally knew this as well. Their expressions were slightly solemn as they nodded. Go ahead. Peng Yuanshan glanced at Wang Ting again. In the end, he didn't say anything and waved for everyone to enter. As for Wang Ting, it would depend on his luck. how far he could go depended on himself. Ping Yuanshan could only remind him now, but he couldn't remind him forever. Hence, there was no point in doing so. The dragon's den was filled with people again. The audience's enthusiasm didn't decrease at all. The images of the two commentators appeared on the screen. Zhang Jun said, "Hello everyone. We meet again. Without further ado, let's start the afternoon matches. We've seen many young martial artists in the morning. However, I have to tell you that the morning was just the appetizer. The real exciting matches will only start in the afternoon." The audience was in an uproar. In their opinion, the morning matches were already very exciting. Now, the commentator was saying that the matches would only start in the afternoon. Don't think that we're easy to fool just because we're not good at studying. If the afternoon matches weren't as exciting as the morning matches, they would just drag the commentator out and play with him. No matter what, the audience's curiosity was piqued. Alright, let's look at the big screen now. As soon as Zhang Jun finished speaking, the name list appeared on the screen again. Wang Ting found his name and looked at his opponent. Suddenly, his expression changed. His opponent's name was Shi. He was from Jinlin University. Am I going against Jinlin University? Wang Ting thought to himself. On the second floor of the audience, Ping Yuanshan couldn't help but look at Yan Kong, the dean of Jinlin University's martial arts school. "Old Yan, who do you think will win this time?" he asked. Yan Kang's lips twitched. He thought about it seriously and said confidently, "Shi is the third in our school. Wang Ting isn't weak, but unfortunately, Shi will definitely be the winner." "I admire your confidence, Old Yan," Ping Yuanshan said. "Humph, just watch." Yan Kong snorted. Below the stage, Wang Ting and Shi walked up to the stage. The referee announced the start of the match. Shi looked at the empty-handed Wang Ting and said, "It's useless even if you hide the brick. It's impossible for you to sneak up on me. I'm not as stupid as Fei Ning." Wang Ting, this fellow looked confident and fearless, but his vigilant eyes betrayed him completely. Wang Ting wanted to laugh, but he felt that he should show respect to his opponent, so he held it in. Shi watched the battle between Wang Ting and Fei Ning. Wang Ting's attacks were extremely fast, and Fei Ning couldn't dodge because he was too close. He kept pulling away and circled Wang Ting, looking for an opening. Wang Ting just stood there. Even when Shi moved behind him, he didn't move at all. It was as if he wasn't worried about a sneak attack from behind. "Old Yan, this Shi from your school is very steady," Ping Yuanshan teased from the second floor of the audience. In a martial arts competition, victory and defeat are often decided in an instant. "It's normal for Shi to spend more time looking for an opening," Yan Kong said without changing his expression. Ping Yuanshan didn't say anything. Yan Kang's words were reasonable. He just said that to mock him. In the arena, Shi circled Wang Ting 3 times, but he didn't attack him. General Bai had already focused his camera on Wang Ting's match, and the livestream room was filled with jubilation. "Ha ha ha, is Shi so scared by Wang Ting's brick that he doesn't dare to attack? Is Jinlin University's third place so cowardly? Shi, nonsense, he's following his heart. Why do I feel like Shi is a little wretched, don't be reckless. Mighty brick. Mighty brick. Mighty brick." At this moment, Shi couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Why aren't you attacking?" "I'm waiting for you to attack," Wang Ting said innocently. "Shi, I'm waiting for you, you're waiting for me? Bro, we're in a martial arts competition, not playing a boring waiting game, can't you be more serious?" Originally, he was very afraid of Wang Ting's brick, so he wanted to wait for Wang Ting to attack first. However, Wang Ting was more patient than he was, and he showed him the perfect strategy of "I won't attack if the enemy doesn't attack." F***ck. F***ck. F***ck, Shi had never felt so frustrated before. Facing Wang Ting, he felt extremely helpless even before the fight started. F***ck, take this. Shi couldn't take it anymore and exploded. He condensed a terrifying blade aura and slashed at Wang Ting from afar. 30% of the blade aura, he used his most powerful attack, wanting to finish off Wang Ting in an instant and not give him a chance to attack. Boom, the blade aura pressed down on Wang Ting with an extremely powerful aura. Slash marks appeared on the hard arena floor as if it was going to cut everything into pieces. So powerful. The audience was shocked. Was this the power of a martial artist? To be able to do this, an ordinary person would die under such an attack. Whoosh, suddenly, a sound pierced through the air, and ordinary people couldn't hear it clearly. However, Hui heard it and smiled proudly. Finally, you're willing to attack. He raised his blade and slashed forward. Clang, Hui's blade hit a metal object. Victory was in his hands. As long as he knocked the brick down, Wang Ting would be a piece of meat on his chopping block. He wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, the next moment, his expression stiffened. So heavy. Hui felt a terrifying force coming from his blade. His blade was smashed open, and a golden rectangular object came toward him. Piaji. Piaji, her voice was crisp and clear, lingering in the air and lingering in his ears. A golden brick was stuck in the middle of Hui's face and slid down slowly. Dong, the brick fell to the ground, and a long red mark appeared on Hui's face. It looked very enchanting. There was still a trace of disbelief on Hui's face. He was extremely stunned, but his eyes had already lost focus, and his whole body fell backwards. A 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Couldn't even withstand a brick. As for how heavy the brick was, perhaps only those who had enjoyed this special treatment would be able to understand it. Would he have a concussion? The entire place was silent. It was so quiet that it was eerie. No one knew how to express their feelings. They looked at Hui and couldn't help but pity him. Being hit in the face by a brick in the national #1 martial arts competition would probably be traumatized for the rest of his life. Luckily, he wasn't the first one. It was obvious that he wouldn't be the last one. General Bai's livestream room was filled with a joyous atmosphere. 2333, I'm dying of laughter. Wang Ting has such a bad taste. The brick is invincible. This isn't bad taste. He's simply evil. Ha 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 ha, let me laugh for a while. That Hui is too pitiful. The red mark on his face is too horrible to look at. He'll probably remember it for the rest of his life. Why does Jinlin University have to bear this unbearable pain? At this moment, a super rocket appeared in the livestream room. The banner was hung high. Swordsman from Mabe has gifted 10 super rockets to the streamer. I really like this brick. Can I ask Wang Ting if he's willing to sell it? Strange guest has gifted 10 super rockets to the streamer. Sob sob sob, I become a fan of Wang Ting. Kicking Nanchon Kindergarten has gifted 20 super rockets to the streamer. Just one word, ticklish. The appearance of the tycoon made the livestream room even more lively. The atmosphere was ignited again. F*CK, F*CK, even the boss of the kindergarten is here. Boss, does Nanchon Kindergarten accept orphans? I'm 3 years old. I'm good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can take you away with a bun. Is that Luoli? If you're not, please go away. The kindergarten bully has spoken. There's only one word to describe it, tickle. The kindergarten bully has spoken. There's only one word to describe it, tickle. The kindergarten bully has spoken. There's only one word to describe it, tickle. Once again, the screen was filled with the repeater. General Bai's lips curled upward as he watched all this. In the past 2 days, the traffic in his livestream room had skyrocketed. The increase was not something that could be compared to the usual small increase. Although he had benefited from the national #1 martial arts competition and Wang Ting, even if he managed to retain a third of his points, it would still be a good thing for him. What's more, his commentary style was very unique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated so much popularity. Therefore, 1/3 was a conservative estimate. There were 2 aspects to a martial arts live broadcast. One was that the host's commentary style had to be attractive, and the other was whether the live martial arts competition was exciting enough. General White Ginseng had grasped this opportunity and was already beginning to have the potential to become popular. At the same time, commentator Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the dragon's lair. What did I see? Wang Ting won the competition with a brick again. This is too dramatic. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I still can't see how strong Wang Ting is. Is he really strong? Or is it just luck? I'm suddenly looking forward to his next match. I suddenly feel that Wang Ting might be a dark horse. Another commentator, Su Xiao, said with a smile. Let's wait and see. On the second floor of the spectator stands, Yan Kong felt his face hurt. Before the competition started, he had said that Shi would definitely win, but now, he seemed to have lost miserably. Why, even Shi, who ranked third in Jilin University, was no match for Wang Ting. This kid is strange, definitely strange. At this moment, many people had noticed something, but they couldn't confirm it. Many people wanted to peek into Wang Ting's realm, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. They couldn't sense the force in Wang Ting's body. Everything was in vain. The leaders of the other universities looked at Yan Kong and felt an inexplicable sense of sympathy. If it was a normal competition, the loss would have been a loss. There was nothing to say about being inferior. However, two of Jilin University's talented students met a two-faced opponent like Wang Ting. They were smashed in the face by a brick twice in a row. It was really embarrassing to lose. If it happened again, Jilin University would probably become a laughingstock this time. Ping Yuanshan didn't taunt Yan Kong anymore. He felt that Yan Kong was like a barrel of gunpowder that would explode at the slightest touch. At this time, it was better not to touch his bad luck. It was better to be happy with the gain. On Lin Chuhan's side, Su Wantong felt even more guilty. She looked at Lin Chuhan pitifully and begged, Chuhan, I'll treat you after the competition. You must make Wang Ting forgive my past mistakes. I was too young. I know my mistake now. Tian Xiaoxiao held her stomach and laughed. It was really rare to see her sharp-tongued roommate being humiliated. Lin Chuhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Su Wantong's reaction. He hurriedly comforted her, all right. After the competition, I'll definitely ask him to come out and talk to you guys. You said it. Su Wantong hurriedly said. I said it. Lin Chuhan was a little speechless. She couldn't believe that Wang Ting didn't do anything. It was just a competition. He probably didn't even take it to heart. However, her courageous roommate was scared to this extent. Below the stage, Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingsong, and the others also saw Wang Ting's competition. However, they all looked at him with disdain. Beside Ji Xiaoming, a student from the first university said, this Wang Ting doesn't seem to be weak. To be able to defeat his opponent in one hit, he definitely didn't rely on pure luck, another student from the first university said. He's just playing to the gallery, Ji Xiaoming said calmly as he closed his eyes to rest after hearing their discussion. Of course he can't compare to you. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. On Ren Qingsong's side, there were also people commenting on Wang Ting. Many of them knew that Wang Ting had joined Jisun Martial House a long time ago. Thunder Martial House and Jisun Martial House had always been rivals. Although Wang Ting didn't represent Jisun Martial House in the competition this time, if they met, people would definitely compare the two martial houses. I heard that Wang Ting signed an SSS grade contract, someone suddenly said. SSS grade contract, the others couldn't help but exclaim. That's the highest grade contract. It seems like Jisun Martial House values him a lot. Ren Qingsong's eyes flickered slightly before returning to normal. Big brother Qingsong, what do you think of Wang Ting? Someone turned to Ren Qingsong and asked. Don't worry about him. He's just a clown. Ren Qingsong had a faint smile on his face. It seemed like he was looking down on Wang Ting. The situation in the arena changed rapidly. Wang Ting's match was full of joy and funny. However, some of the matches were bloody and cruel. These scenes were also magnified by the electronic screen in the center and presented to the audience. At this time, in one of the arenas, a young martial artist who was neither from a big force nor a school fought fiercely. His opponent was a student from Peace City University. Located in the south, Peace City University was one of the top 20 universities in the country. This student had obviously experienced actual combat before, and was not a rookie who was still young and inexperienced in combat tactics. Then again, rookies would not participate in the martial arts competition. The two of them fought back and forth and the battle was extremely intense. Although this fight is between Ding Rong and Kai Xingping, it is also a fight between casual warriors and academy warriors. Many people are paying attention to it. For a long time, casual warriors and academy warriors seem to be in two different camps and have always been in a competitive relationship. Some people say that academy martial artists take up too many resources, which is unfair to casual martial artists. However, there are also people who say that the world of martial arts has always been very realistic. Martial artists speak based on their strength and contributions. Although academy martial artists take up more resources, they have also made greater contributions. Therefore, this is what they deserve. In short, both sides have always been arguing about this matter, and there has never been a conclusion. When the audience heard this, they were a little confused. Martial artists, contribution, they were not very clear about these things. Ordinary people only knew that martial artists had a high status and good treatment. However, they never thought about why they had such status and treatment. Now, it seemed that there were some things that the world did not know. Okay, back to the topic. We can see that Ding Rong and Kai Xingping are evenly matched. With the commentator's explanation, the battle between the two gradually reached its climax. Ding Rong held a saber and slashed out a sharp saber light. It was extremely tricky and he was suppressing Kai Xingping. Kai Xingping's weapon was a long spear. At this time, he swung the spear away from Ding Rong's saber. The long spear was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its hole, stabbing toward Ding Rong's heart. Ding Rong pulled back and dodged. Taking advantage of Kai Xingping's previous strength, he swept his saber from the side and slashed toward Kai Xingping's neck. Kai Xingping's scalp exploded and he instinctively stepped back. Chi, the saber light slashed across his neck. The sharp saber chi cut the skin on his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out. Kai Xingping could feel the strange sensation on his neck, and immediately broke out in cold sweat. If he was any slower, his head would have been separated from his body. Ding Rong attacked again. The weapons of the two clashed continuously. Kai Xingping was tired of dealing with it. He kept raising his spear to block, but his hands were numb from the impact, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked. Not long after, Kai Xingping finally found an opportunity. He forced Ding Rong back half a step and stabbed out with his spear. Not only was Ding Rong ruthless to others, he was even more ruthless to himself. At this moment, facing Kai Xingping's attack, he only leaned slightly to the side, allowing the spear to pass through his armpit and break one of his ribs. Kai Xingping wanted to pull back his spear, but he was shocked to find that the spear was clamped by Ding Rong. Ding Rong sneered and slashed out with his saber. Kai Xingping wanted to give up on the spear, but it was already too late. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, followed by shrill screams. Everyone in the audience saw this scene clearly through the big screen. Ding Rong had cut off Kai Xingping's arm, and the blood splattered at least 3 meters away. The scene was extremely bloody. Admit defeat. On the second floor of the audience, a leader of Ning City University shouted. However, Ding Rong did not care. He kicked Kai Xingping's chest, who was screaming in pain, and kicked him out of the arena. The referee quickly announced Ding Rong's victory. The medical staff, who had been waiting at the side, immediately rushed up. If they had saved Kai Xingping's arm in time, he might have been able to keep it. On the second floor, the leader of Ning City University looked gloomy. He snorted angrily, but did not say anything. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. How could this be? Was the national #1 martial arts competition not a sports competition? Why was it so cruel and bloody? Many people were puzzled, and discussions could be heard for a long time. The commentator's voice was heard. A martial arts competition is nothing less than this. A martial artist walks the path of a powerhouse. A martial arts competition is not a performance. It is a real life and death battle. Why is it like this? Because a martial artist has to face many dangers. Once they step out of the arena, they have to face a real cruel massacre. Some people seemed to understand the commentator's words, but some still did not. However, no matter what, the competition had to continue. The next competition was even more intense. Tragic scenes were displayed in front of everyone through the big screen. In the scenes, some people were drenched in blood, and some had their arms and legs broken. The audience turned pale, and they were in an uproar. Why did they have to fight to such an extent in a mere match? It was as if one of them had to die. Everyone was filled with shock. They were so shocked by these scenes that they were speechless. In the past, ordinary people's understanding of martial artists was very limited. They only knew about martial artists through the internet. Many videos and news were restricted, and ordinary people had no access to them at all. However, the restrictions were gradually loosening. For example, in the national #1 martial arts competition, ordinary people were allowed to watch the competition and see such scenes with their own eyes. At the same time, everyone knew what it meant to be a martial artist. This is too terrifying. In the audience, Xianxia's face was pale as she muttered to herself. What do you think? This is the real world of martial artists, Su Wantong said. Xiao looked at Su Wantong and fell silent. Then, she looked at Lin Chuhan and asked in surprise, Chuhan, why do you not seem surprised at all? My father was a martial artist, Lin Chuhan said through gritted teeth. Xiao and Su Wantong were very surprised. They had thought that Lin Chuhan was a child from an ordinary family. They did not expect her father to be a martial artist. However, why had they never heard her mention it before? The two of them looked at each other. When they saw Lin Chuhan's expression, they did not ask her about it. At that moment, Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei were silent. Although they already knew that the world of martial artists was full of danger, the scenes today had left a deep impression on them. Now, they finally knew what was hidden behind the glory of martial artists. Blood, cruelty, death, cold words flashed through their minds. When they looked at Wang Ting's figure below, they were full of worry. On the other hand, Wang Ting wasn't surprised. He had seen even more tragic battlefields. Compared to this, the killing in the arena paled in comparison to this. Time passed slowly. After the battle, Wang Ting returned to the resting area. He found a corner and sat down. He quietly picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around the dragon's nest. Fire Force *10, Water Force *5, Comprehension *12, Metal Sword Force *10, it's actually a Metal Sword Force. Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed. An attribute bubble had caught his attention. Another Sword Force attribute, Wang Ting had already possessed the Metal Sword Force. However, he had only comprehended 70% of it. There was still a long way to go before he could comprehend the sword intent. He did not expect to obtain this Sword Force attribute again in the martial arts competition. He instantly felt that his comprehension of the Metal Elemental Sword Force had improved by a step. Let's see if there are any more. Wang Ting followed his spiritual force and found the arena where he had obtained the Metal Sword Force attribute bubble. From afar, he saw a familiar person fighting in the arena. This familiar person was none other than senior sister Wan Baiqiu. Wang Ting had become familiar with Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, and the others over the past few days. When he saw her in the arena, he could not help but watch. The Metal Sword Force came from Wan Baiqiu's opponent. Wang Ting had an impression of her opponent. It was the young sect leader of the Qianyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. He held a long sword in his hand and unleashed a powerful metal sword force. Streaks of golden sword qi crisscrossed and enveloped Wan Baiqiu like a large net, leaving bloody marks on her body. Wang Ting could not help but frown. Wan Baiqiu was obviously not Zhao Yuanwu's match. However, this senior was too headstrong. Even at this stage, she was unwilling to admit defeat easily. This Zhao Yuanwu is already a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Senior has no chance of winning. Wang Ting saw Zhao Yuanwu's strength through his spiritual sight. He sighed and shook his head. In the arena, Zhao Yuanwu's expression was indifferent. Admit defeat. Wan Baiqiu did not reply. The long whip in her hand created the sound of waves. It formed the shape of a python and coiled towards Zhao Yuanwu. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Zhao Yuanwu snorted. Dazzling golden sword rays gathered on his long sword. He slashed with his sword, the python was beheaded in an instant, and Wan Baiqiu's whip weapon was broken into two under his attack. Zhao Yuanwu took advantage of the situation and slashed with his sword again. Wan Baiqiu was shocked. She hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. She could only use her force to defend herself. Then, she was directly struck by the sword. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Bang, Wang Baiqiu fell to the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. Her breathing was weak, and she could not get up. Her eyes dimmed. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to admit defeat. I admit, boom, however, at this moment, a foot stepped on her back. Splurt, Wang Baiqiu bent backward. Her face was pale, and she vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanwu, Hanju and the others were also watching the competition. When they saw this scene, they were all furious. They glared at Zhao Yuanwu. She hasn't admitted defeat yet. Zhao Yuanwu looked at them and grinned. He lifted his foot and stomped on her again. Boom, this stomp caused Wang Baiqiu to vomit blood. She fainted. Useless. Zhao Yuanwu smiled in disdain. He did not care about the fairer sex at all. He rubbed the dust off his shoes on Wang Baiqiu's back and said coldly, "You should have admitted defeat earlier. Why did you waste my time? You're asking for trouble. Bastard." His words made Han Zhu and the others even angrier. In the resting area, Wang Ting stood up slowly. His narrowed eyes flashed coldly. This person is really annoying. Wang Baiqiu was severely injured and could no longer fight. The referee announced that Zhao Yuanwu was the winner. The medical staff rushed forward and carried Wang Baiqiu away for treatment. Through the big screen, the audience could clearly see this scene. Immediately, there was a commotion. How can Zhao Yuanwu be so cruel? He's so cruel to a girl. He's crazy. That girl was about to admit defeat. How can he be like this? Everyone's impression of Zhao Yuanwu plummeted. They felt disgusted. His actions were terrifying. However, Zhao Yuanwu didn't care at all. He calmly walked down the stage under everyone's gazes. Many students from Huanghai Military Academy followed him. Only Han Zhu and Wang Ting remained in the arena. Han Zhu took a step forward and stood in front of him. Zhao Yuanwu looked at him and said expressionlessly, "Get out of my way. She can't fight anymore. Why did you have to be so cruel?" Han Zhu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Haha. Zhao Yuanwu chuckled. Faced with Han Zhu's question, his expression was calm. He said disdainfully, "Cruel? Are you always so naive? I'm already being merciful by not taking her life. If she's on the battlefield, who cares about her life? If she's not strong enough, she could have just admitted defeat. Why did she have to show off? You should thank me for letting her see the truth." You. Han Zhu was so angry that he could not speak. This person is too shameless, too arrogant, too arrogant. Han Zhu had never met anyone who could make him so angry. He could not suppress his anger and was about to explode. You want to hit me? Zhao Yuanwu stared at Han Zhu and smiled. Why don't you try? Han Zhu was on the verge of exploding. Force surged out of him and gathered on his fists. Zhao Yuanwu lowered his head and looked at his hands. His lips curled up. We'll meet in the arena in the end. Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind Han Zhu. At the same time, a hand landed on Han Zhu's shoulder. Wang Ting. Han Zhu's heart skipped a beat. The force in his hand slowly dissipated. I know you. Zhao Yuanwu tilted his head and looked at Wang Ting, who was walking behind him. He smiled faintly. Do you think you can make it to the end? Ah, who knows? Wang Ting said indifferently. Zhao Yuanwu stared at Wang Ting and said, If you meet me in the competition, I will let you know that little tricks are just little tricks. They can't be used on the stage. After saying that, he walked past the two of them. Wang Ting and Han Zhu did not stop him. They watched him leave. Following which, the two of them returned to the resting area and prepared to visit Wang Baiqiu. Zhao Yuanwu isn't easy to deal with, Han Zhu said to Wang Ting with a stern expression. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. Although Zhao Yuanwu was arrogant, Wang Ting was not afraid at all. His strength was above the other party. If they really met, Zhao Yuanwu would be the one being tortured. The two of them arrived at the infirmary. Not only were the other students guarding by the side, but Ping Yuanshan and the others were also there. The medical staff had already treated Wang Baiqiu's injuries. She was still unconscious and seemed to be severely injured. That bastard Zhao Yuanwu. How could he be so heavy-handed? Another girl in the team said angrily. That guy is very arrogant. He did it on purpose, Hanju said. He's very strong, Du said with an ugly expression. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Peng Yuanshan said, Hanju, are you confident of defeating Zhao Yuanwu? President. Hanju looked at Peng Yuanshan and said solemnly, I will do my best. Good. Don't embarrass Wang Hai. Peng Yuanshan nodded and left with Tong Hu and the others. In the afternoon, the list of opponents appeared on the screen. Wang Ting scanned the list. When he saw his name, he couldn't help but shake his head. His opponent was not Zhao Yuanwu. What a pity. He sighed. Then, he searched for Zhao Yuanwu's name. Suddenly, his gaze paused, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Zhao Yuanwu, Hanju. He didn't expect to meet Zhao Yuanwu but Hanju instead. Hanju's ability. It's a little difficult now. Wang Ting frowned and sighed again. With his spirit vision, he could see that Hanju was also a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he was still weaker than Zhao Yuanwu. Also, Zhao Yuanwu was the young master of the Qianyuan sect. He probably had a strong foundation. Hanju shouldn't be able to compare to him in this aspect. The outcome would depend on their combat power now. With this thought in mind, Wang Ting walked to the arena where the next match would take place. This time, his opponent was from the First Academy, and it was a girl. Everyone's attention was drawn to Wang Ting. Would he be able to continue walking? This time, his opponent was from the First Academy. According to the information, she was one of the top 5 students in the First Academy. General Bai pointed the camera at Wang Ting's arena again. He whispered to the audience in the livestream room, everyone, who do you think is stronger, Wang Ting or Mao Na from the First Academy? All sorts of replies flashed past the bullet screen. The First Academy is very strong. Although I want to see Wang Ting's match again, I feel that it's a little difficult. I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling that Wang Ting will win. Brick Maniac, invincible. What Brick Maniac? General Bai had an idea. He asked again, and I'm just saying if, Wang Ting is stronger than Mao Na, do you think Wang Ting will throw a brick at Mao Na? Everyone was stunned by his question. Throw a brick? General Bai, are you a devil? You're destined to be alone forever. Throwing a brick at a girl? How can you think of that? How can he do that to such a beautiful girl? Even if he's stronger than Mao Na, Wang Ting will definitely take care of her. That's hard to say. Have you forgotten about Zhao Yuanwu from this morning? What if Wang Ting becomes a fool from practicing martial arts like him? That makes sense. He's crazy. In the resting area of the Qianyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu sneezed violently. He looked puzzled. Everyone in the livestream room was speculating. However, there was no doubt that their interest was piqued again. They were very curious about Wang Ting's next match. In the arena, the referee blew the whistle and the match officially began. Mao Na from the First University walked slowly. She held a dagger in each hand that shone with a cold light. Her gaze was calm and deep like a ghost in the night. Wang Ting stood on the spot lazily. He looked at Mao Na with interest. This girl was not weak. She seemed to be a dexterous fighter. Looking at her weapon, she was obviously good at close combat. She was looking for an opportunity to attack. At a certain moment, Mao Na suddenly moved. Her body turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was already behind Wang Ting. Her 2 daggers were like the twin blades of a mantis. They stabbed towards Wang Ting's temples from both sides at an extremely fast speed. Mao Na's sudden attack shocked many people. She was so fast that she was much faster than ordinary martial artists. She appeared behind Wang Ting almost instantly. Seeing that the 2 daggers were about to pierce Wang Ting's temple, many people exclaimed. There was an uproar in General Bai's live broadcast room. Damn. 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 She's too fast. Is she still human? Wang Ting is in danger. However, at that moment, Wang Ting suddenly squatted down, causing the 2 daggers to miss. A trace of surprise flashed in Mao Na's eyes. Then, her long leg shot out like a cannonball and kicked Wang Ting, who was squatting down. Bang, there was an explosion in the air. It was obvious how powerful the kick was. Mao Na was so fast that she was surprised to see that she was so strong. The next moment, her leg hit something solid. Wang Ting directly reached out and grabbed Mao Na's calf. If an ordinary martial artist caught this kick with his hand would probably be crippled. However, Wang Ting firmly grabbed Mao Na's leg. He was still squatting there and did not move at all. Mao Na's pupils contracted. Her strength had been specially tempered and was much stronger than that of martial artists in the same realm. However, Wang Ting blocked it effortlessly. Suddenly, she felt a strange feeling on her calf. "You've trained your leg well." A teasing voice was heard. "Hooligan." Mao Na's expression changed. Wang Ting was pinching her calf. "Let go." She jumped into the air and swept her other leg toward Wang Ting's head. "Woman, you're ruthless. Every move is aimed at my vital points." Wang Ting shook his head. He suddenly exerted force in his hand and flung Mao Na away. As a result, her attack naturally missed. Mao Na did a somersault in the air and landed lightly on the ground without making a sound. In the audience, Su Wantong had a strange expression and said, "Why do I feel like he was flirting with Mao Na just now? This guy." Lin Chuhan bit his lip. "Little brother Wang Ting is too naughty. He hasn't even flirted with me before, and he actually went to flirt with a flirtatious slut outside," Tian Xiaoxiao said angrily. Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong, the two of them looked at Tian Xiaoxiao speechlessly. They couldn't help but feel that this girl's thoughts were not pure. In the arena, after Mao Na landed on the ground, she didn't stop. She turned into a shadow and dashed towards Wang Ting again. This time, she had chosen to attack head-on. The daggers in her hands were suffused with azure origin power and formed numerous sharp azure blades. She would stab, sweep, or flick vertically with the two daggers. She had played with the two daggers until they were nothing more than afterimages in the eyes of an outsider. This scene was extremely thrilling. However, Wang Ting stood where he was and moved his body left and right. He moved his head slightly and dodged all of Mao Na's attacks. Mao Na did not hurt him at all. General Bai was dumbfounded. The battle between the two was really dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. It was a well-known fact that Mao Na was strong, so no one was too surprised. However, at this moment, Wang Ting made everyone look at him in a different light. He dodged the attacks with ease and looked extremely graceful. It was obvious that his ability wasn't ordinary. Just this move alone was enough to make people feel that he was not as unruly as he had been before. At the same time, General Bai's live broadcast room was also in an uproar. 666, Wang Ting seems to be quite strong. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I feel like he's pretending, but I don't have any evidence. On the stage, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows in a short period of time. At this time, Mao Na swept her leg and kicked Wang Ting's elbow. Then, using the recoil force, she retreated. Mao Na panted slightly and looked at Wang Ting, whose expression did not change. Her heart was extremely heavy. How can this guy be so strong? She could not understand. Wang Ting, who had won the previous two matches by unruly means, was actually so strong. Mao Na took a deep breath and realized that there was no point in continuing the fight. If she did not use her strongest means, she would probably be the one to lose this match. As Mao Na thought this, the force in her body surged wildly into the daggers. The light on the daggers grew brighter and brighter, as if it had condensed into a solid substance. This is wind momentum. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little surprised. He had already known that Mao Na was a wind-based martial artist, but he did not expect her to have comprehended wind momentum. At this moment, the daggers in Mao Na's hands clashed together, creating sparks. Rumble, the two wind momentums on the daggers intertwined and actually formed a whirlwind. And that whirlwind had sharp wind blades spinning continuously, like a meat grinder. If one was sucked into it, they would definitely be severely injured. Go! Mao Na waved her daggers, and with a light shout, the whirlwind charged straight at Wang Ting at an extremely fast speed. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, but there was no trace of panic on his face. Facing this terrifying whirlwind, he suddenly raised his hand. Rumble, a punch blasted out, there was nothing fancy about it. It was just a straight punch. Everyone seemed to have heard the roar of an ape, but no one took it to heart, thinking that it was an illusion. Their gazes were fixed on the intersection of the two attacks. Following Wang Ting's punch, that whirlwind suddenly froze for a second, and the terrifying fist force blasted into it, creating a loud rumble. Bam! In the next moment, the whirlwind suddenly exploded. Under the fist force, the wind blades all turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, and the solid ground of the arena was blasted apart, raising clouds of dust. Seeing this, Mao Na was completely dumbfounded. Her attack was actually destroyed by Wang Ting's punch. Was this a joke? How was this possible? I'm not playing with you anymore. At this moment, a voice suddenly exploded beside her ear. Mao Na's scalp went numb, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A gust of wind came from behind her, and Mao Na's expression changed drastically. Bam! Then, she felt something smash into the back of her head. Bastard! Mao Na's eyes rolled back, and in the instant before she fainted, she felt as if something had materialized. Wang Ting, that bastard, definitely used that brick to smash her head. As a girl, she actually had to endure such inhumane treatment. After the dust settled, the situation on the arena was finally revealed to everyone. The victor had been decided. Mao Na had fallen, and Wang Ting was still standing. It was obvious that Wang Ting had won again. However, they could not figure out how he had won. Is there a big bump on the back of Mao Na's head? Someone with sharp eyes seemed to have noticed something. Then, more and more people noticed the bump. Because it was really too conspicuous, Mao Na was lying face down on the ground, and the back of her head was facing the sky. There was a bump the size of a hill on her head, and it was difficult not to see it. It's a brick, right? Someone could not help but guess. This kind of injury was definitely caused by a brick, even if they did not see it, everyone was sure. Wang Ting really used a brick to smash the back of Mao Na's head. How terrifying. The brick maniac is invincible. This sentence suddenly appeared in General Bai's livestream. Many people were confused by what had happened in the arena. The shockwave from the last blow had swept across the arena, and ordinary people couldn't see what had happened clearly. This match is unexpected. Mao Na from the First University lost to Wang Ting. Let's replay it and see what happened just now. The big screen immediately replayed the battle scene, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Although the image was still blurry, everyone could see that Wang Ting had appeared behind Mao Na and smashed the brick mercilessly. Bam! A muffled sound came from the big screen. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard that, and they felt an inexplicable pain in their heads. Ruthless, too ruthless, this guy is ruthless. As the first live streamer to broadcast Wang Ting's battle, General Bai's live stream attracted more and more viewers, and it was very lively. After the wave of Brick Maniac, invincible in the world, the live stream exploded again. Boom! Kicking Nanshan Kindergarten sends 20 consecutive super rockets to the live streamer. He's ruthless. Swordsman from Mabe sends 20 consecutive super rockets to the live streamer. He's ruthless. Whining Monster sends 20 consecutive super rockets to the live streamer. He's ruthless. Hallelujah sends 10 consecutive super rockets to the live streamer. He's ruthless. Husky Demolisher sends 10 consecutive super rockets to the live streamer. He's ruthless. General Bai was overjoyed. 2 more bigwigs had arrived. These tycoons had their own traffic, and many people came to watch in a short while, causing the number of viewers in his live stream to skyrocket. The live stream was also filled with jubilation. 2333, everyone, this guy is definitely a ruthless person. So many bigwigs, why are there suddenly so many bigwigs here? Speaking of which, this brick is really too magical. He can even lay his hands on such a beautiful girl. He's crazy. From now on, I will recognize Wang Ting as my big brother. Big brother, please accept my bow. 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 The livestream went off topic again. General Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. None of these idiotic netizens were normal. Within the dragon lair. In the ring, Wang Ting scanned with his spiritual telekinesis and picked up all the scattered attribute bubbles. Spirit *20 Comprehension *28, Wind Force *76, Wind Force *30. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. As expected, there was a Wind Force attribute bubble. It was a sure win and not a loss. His Wind Force had already reached 90% when he was in the other world, and he was only a step away from the concept of wind. Now that his Wind Force attribute had increased by another level, it was greatly beneficial to him. In an instant, his understanding of the power of wind appeared in his mind. It was extremely mysterious and wonderful. Others needed to spend a lot of time to comprehend force, and it also depended on one's perception and luck. However, Wang Ting directly relied on picking up attributes. It was simply too great. At the same time, his wind force had also increased by a lot. Wind force martial artists were rare, and it was completely up to luck to catch a wind force martial artist and take advantage of them. Fortunately, he was lucky this time. He met a genius wind force martial artist, Mao Na, in the ring. If there was a chance in the future, he could take advantage of her again. At this moment, Wang Ting had finished his match. He walked down the ring slowly, not caring about the strange gazes around him. A few students from the first academy were waiting below the ring. They glared at Wang Ting fiercely as if they wanted to cut him into pieces. Many female martial artists were very average-looking. Girls like Mao Na, who had both strength and beauty, were rare. She was very famous in the first academy, and many boys had feelings for her. Among the boys participating in the national #1 martial arts competition, a few of them were her admirers. They were extremely angry at Wang Ting's actions. They had already restrained themselves by not rushing up to beat Wang Ting up. A handsome student from the first academy stood in front of Wang Ting and said coldly, "Don't let me see you in the ring." "Who are you?" Wang Ting was confused. He didn't know this person at all. The first academy, ranked second, Yu Tao. The boy's tone was calm, and his face was full of arrogance. He looked like he was #2. Oh. Wang Ting looked like he had a sudden realization. He nodded and said, "So, it's #2. Number 2? Yu Tao was stunned. His face was full of confusion. Then, he realized that they were talking about him. His face instantly turned black. The people around tried their best to hold back their laughter. Even the other students from the first academy were no exception. One had to know that Yu Tao was a popular male idol in school. No one dared to call him that. Wang Ting was really sarcastic. The second place of the first university was a very high ranking. He was only below Ji Xiaoming. In most schools in the country, he was definitely the most powerful student. However, Wang Ting had turned him into the second place. #2, #2 forever. Even if he was #2, he wouldn't like people calling him that. "Do you know how to speak?" Yu Tao's face darkened as he said coldly. "Do you know how to listen to people?" Wang Ting didn't answer his question. Yu Tao was speechless. "Please make way," Wang Ting said calmly. "I hope you can still be so arrogant in the ring." Yu Tao stared coldly at Wang Ting. "Do as you wish." Wang Ting smiled faintly and walked past him. To be honest, other than Ji Xiaoming, no one else in the first academy was worthy of his attention. Yu Tao looked at Wang Ting's back view. His face instantly turned ugly. "This guy is too arrogant," someone said angrily. "Humph, let him be for a while. I'll teach him a lesson in the ring." Yu Tao's eyes were malicious as he snorted. Wang Ting returned to the resting area of Huanghai Military Academy. Hanju was waiting for the competition to start. He sat alone in his seat. When he saw Wang Ting, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many ways to defeat your opponent. Why do you have to use this unique method? It feels better this way. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He found a random excuse and came up with a random excuse. He couldn't tell Hanju that it was because he would lose his spirit and enlightenment attributes if he smashed their heads. These contestants were all talented. It would be a pity if he didn't smash their heads. My hands, feel better? Hanju was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. He couldn't understand what was going on in this guy's mind. Did something go wrong when he was in his mother's womb? He had a strange expression on his face as he said helplessly, as long as you're happy. When is your match with Zhao Yuanwu? Wang Ting changed the topic and asked. Soon. The competition in Arena 12 is about to end. Zhao Yuanwu and I will be next, Hanju said. Okay, be careful. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, but he still replied in the end. He wanted to persuade Hanju to admit defeat if he could not win. However, he did not say that in the end. There were some things that only Hanju could decide. He could not interfere. Men did not need others to interfere in their battles. After a while, the battle in arena number 12 ended. Hanju stood up slowly. He held a long rod in his hand. He did not say anything to Wang Ting and walked toward arena number 12. On the other hand, Zhao Yuanwu had a faint smile on his face. It was as if he did not care about this match at all. He walked up to the arena as well. Match, begin. The referee announced. Hanju did not hesitate. He waved his long rod. Earth elemental force gathered on it. Shadows of the rod shot toward Zhao Yuanwu. Zhao Yuanwu was very calm. He held his battle saber. Fire elemental force gathered on the saber and blocked Hanju's rod attack. He was a fire elemental martial artist. The long rod and the battle saber collided. Sparks flew. Boom, the huge force on the long rod made Zhao Yuanwu's heart skip a beat. He realized that he had underestimated Hanju. The force was as heavy as a boulder. Every collision caused the battle saber in his hand to vibrate. The force was transmitted to his hand. His palm hurt as if it was going to split open. Get lost. Zhao Yuanwu's face was filled with anger. He dodged Hanju's attack and slashed his saber. The crimson saber aura carried a terrifying aura as it slashed toward Hanju. Hanju's expression was serious. His long rod shone with a rich yellow light. He shouted and blocked the attack. Clang, the saber aura collided with the long rod. It made a loud sound. Hanju's expression changed drastically. The huge impact caused him to stumble backward. Thud. Thud. Thud, every step he took actually left a shallow pit in the heart arena. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Hanju had suffered internal injuries from the attack. Zhao Yuanwu took advantage of the situation and attacked Hanju with his saber. Hanju hastily blocked the attacks and retreated. His face was pale. After a while, he was forced to the edge of the arena. At this moment, the injuries to his internal organs were becoming more and more serious. His situation was very bad. With such little strength, you want to avenge others? Although Zhao Yuanwu acknowledged Hanju's strength, he did not show any mercy. He sneered and mocked Hanju. At the same time, his attacks became more and more violent. Hanju gritted his teeth, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He no longer tried to defend himself. Even when the saber energy was about to hit him, he still brandished his long rod and fought against Zhao Yuanwu. The two of them fought from the edge of the ring to the center. In just a short while, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Even though Hanju had given it his all, he was still at a disadvantage. Boom, after a violent collision, Hanju flew backward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. He abruptly stabbed the long rod into the ground and forcefully stopped his body from retreating. However, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and staggered. But then, his feet sank, and the ground cracked. In the end, he stood still. On his chest, there was an extremely conspicuous saber mark. A large amount of blood spurted out, and his flesh was badly mangled. His injuries were extremely serious. Hanju wanted to get up and fight again, but he felt weak all over. His vision turned black, and he gripped his long rod tightly to prevent himself from falling. Then, his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. Zhao Yuanwu strode forward, seemingly wanting to attack again. Below the ring, Wang Ting's expression changed. He wanted to rush into the ring to stop him. At this moment, the Referee stood in front of Zhao Yuanwu and said expressionlessly, "He has already lost consciousness." "You win." "Humph." Zhao Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and looked at the referee. In the end, he snorted and could only give up. Phew. Many people in the audience had noticed the battle. Now that the battle had ended, many of them finally let out a long breath. Exciting, intense, this battle had opened many people's eyes. Han Zhu and Zhao Yuanwu's battle was very intense. It gave people the feeling that this was a battle between men. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even though Han Zhu was defeated, no one felt that he was weak. On the contrary, they silently acknowledged Han Zhu's strength. He was much stronger than most of the contestants they had seen before. Huanghai Military Academy is indeed a famous school. This contestant named Han Zhu is not weak at all. Of course. Huanghai Military Academy is one of the top military academies in the country. It's a pity that he lost to Zhao Yuanwu. Humph, I really hope that someone can teach that arrogant Zhao Yuanwu a lesson. In the resting area of Capital Military Academy, Luo Qing looked at the half-kneeling figure in the ring and shook his head. He felt that it was a pity. "I'm afraid that Huanghai Military Academy won't be able to compete with us after this defeat," a participant from Capital Military Academy said. "If Han Zhu can make it back to the finals in the revival round, we might still have a chance to fight him," another person said. "Don't let your morale be affected," Luo Qing said calmly as he crossed his arms. An opponent who had lost their morale was not a good opponent. On the second floor of the audience stand, Ping Yuanshan was expressionless. The other 5 deans also looked serious as they stood up slowly. "I'll go down and take a look," Tong Hu said. "Let's go together." Su Jing and the other 3 followed him down. "Old Peng, even your strongest student, Han Zhu, lost. I'm afraid that your ranking will be affected," Yan Kong, the dean of Jilin University's martial arts department, said with a hint of schadenfreude. "Victory and defeat are common in the military. If you lose, so be it. We'll get it back in the next martial arts competition." "It's not like Huanghai can't afford to lose," Ping Yuanshan said calmly. "Plus, there's still the revival round. With Han Zhu's ability, it won't be difficult for him to make it back." "You're right." Yan Kong smiled and didn't say anything else. They weren't enemies. They shouldn't argue with each other. In the arena, the medical staff wanted to carry Han Zhu down for treatment, but they met with an awkward situation. They couldn't move Han Zhu. Han Zhu was holding the long rod tightly. The rod was stuck in the ground and couldn't be pulled out. The judge went forward to help. He wanted to pry open Han Zhu's hands and pull out the rod. However, he couldn't pry it open. The rod couldn't be pulled out either. The judge was also a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. He used all his strength, but nothing happened. His face turned red. What's going on? The audience looked at this scene in astonishment. They started discussing among themselves. From the looks of it, Han Zhu used a lot of strength to hold the rod so that he wouldn't fall. At the end, he even stuck the rod deep into the ground. Even the judge couldn't do anything about it, the commentator explained in astonishment. "Let me do it." At this moment, Wang Ting walked over. "Can you do it?" the judge asked curiously. "Let's try." Wang Ting walked forward and gestured for the judge to step back. Then, he slowly pried open Han Zhu's hands. The judge widened his eyes. "This guy is so strong, he looks so relaxed. How did this happen? Did Han Zhu know that his friend was here, so he subconsciously controlled his body and let go? Yes, that must be it." The referee found a reason to comfort himself. Wang Ting didn't know what the referee was thinking. After handing Han Zhu over to the medical staff, he grabbed the long rod with one hand. "Young man, don't try to show off. How can you pull it out with one hand?" the referee reminded him. Wang Ting didn't reply. Instead, he exerted strength in his arm and pulled the rod up. Screech, with a piercing screech, he pulled the rod out. Then, he turned to look at the referee. "What did you say?" The referee was speechless. He felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Heh. "Young man, you are quite strong." The referee laughed dryly. When the audience saw this scene, they didn't know why, but they found it funny. What's the referee's impression of him? Ha ha ha, this referee is too funny. But Wang Ting seems to be quite strong. I think so. Is his strength? I can't say for sure. I'm looking forward to his next match. The commentator was shocked. Wang Ting seems to be quite strong. I thought that Huang Hai would be defeated in the national #1 martial arts competition after Hanju was defeated. But now, it seems like Huang Hai still has Wang Ting. I think Wang Ting is getting better and better. Another commentator, Su Xiao, laughed. The commentator's words made the audience pay more attention to Wang Ting. Some people who didn't care about Wang Ting before started talking about him. In the arena, Zhao Yuanwu's eyes flashed. He sized up Wang Ting seriously. He had personally experienced Hanju's strength. Wang Ting could easily break Hanju's hand and move a long rod. This showed that his strength wasn't below Hanju's. He might even be stronger. At this moment, he looked at Wang Ting seriously. Their gazes collided in midair for a moment, and then they passed each other without saying anything. Wang Ting walked down the stage with Hanju's Vajra staff. Pick up, with a sweep of his spiritual telekinesis, he picked up all the attribute bubbles on the ring. Earth Force *70, Fire Force *86, Flaming Sword Force *35, Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Flaming Saber Force was another type of force attribute bubble. There were indeed many geniuses in the national #1 martial arts competition. Ordinary warriors could not easily comprehend force, but many people in the competition had already comprehended it. Wang Ting already possessed 90% of the Flaming Saber aura. Now, as the attribute bubbles merged with his body, he gained a deeper understanding of it. When he walked down the steps of the arena, he had already finished receiving all the comprehensions. No one saw it, but a crimson light flashed in his eyes, as if there were flames gathering in them. On the other hand, Zhao Yuanwu, who was also walking down the stage, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned to look at Wang Ting's back. That feeling just now. Was it an illusion? He could not help but frown as he muttered to himself. As the competition ended, everyone dispersed. At night, in the hotel, Peng Yuanshan gathered everyone. Wang Ting looked around and realized that everyone was injured. Among them, Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu's injuries were the most serious. Their faces were still pale, and they looked very weak. It was unavoidable for martial artists to get injured in a battle. However, no one would be as heavy-handed as Zhao Yuanwu. Of course, this was not something that could be easily controlled. Sometimes, when two people were evenly matched, they would go all out to determine the winner. It was easy for them to get injured. When Peng Yuanshan saw everyone, he said, "Today, the Yellow Sea suffered a crushing defeat." His words made everyone lower their heads in shame. They were full of confidence when they arrived. However, before the competition was even halfway through, the Yellow Sea had already suffered a crushing defeat. Wan Baiqiu. Peng Yuanshan suddenly called out. Yes. Wan Baiqiu looked up with a pale face. Do you know what you did wrong? Peng Yuanshan asked. I'm not strong enough. I shouldn't have tried to be brave and angered my opponent, Wan Baiqiu said. That's not your fault. Peng Yuanshan shook his head and said, You're wrong because you didn't recognize the difference in strength between you and your opponent. If you encounter an enemy who's much stronger than you on the battlefield, you should run away immediately. Even if you're under orders and have to fight, you should take a roundabout route and think of other ways instead of going to your death. It's meaningless. Wan Baiqiu's face turned even paler. She fell into deep thought. Go back and think about it. Peng Yuanshan did not say anything else. He told everyone to recuperate before he waved his hand and dismissed them. However, he asked Wang Ting to stay behind. In the room, Peng Yuanshan and the other 5 deans stared at Wang Ting. Victory and defeat were common in battle. Peng Yuanshan said this during the day. But if possible, who wouldn't want to win? And now, all of Huang Hai's hopes were probably on Wang Ting. Deans, don't look at me like that. I'm a decent person, Wang Ting suddenly said. Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Su Jing, what do you mean by decent? What do you think we're doing? At this moment, Ping Yuanshan and the others' hearts collapsed. Their hearts were so tired. Why would their school have such a student with an abnormal brain circuit? They suddenly remembered that they had spent a lot of effort to recruit Wang Ting. So, they were suffering the consequences of their own actions. They had to teach the student they chose even if they had to hold back their tears. After a moment of silence, Ping Yuanshan picked up his crumbling heart and pieced it together. Then, he said, "How confident are you in the upcoming competition?" "What do you mean by confidence?" Wang Ting touched his chin and asked. "Oh, what do you mean?" Peng Yuanshan asked with interest. He thought that Wang Ting would give an ambiguous answer. He didn't expect to hear such a rhetorical question. Tong Hu and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. Third place, 100% confident. Second place, 90% confident. I think I have an 80% chance of getting first place, Wang Ting said calmly. Tong Hu and the others were speechless when they heard this. This kid was really arrogant. The first thing he said was that he would be in the top 3. His confidence was frighteningly high. He even said that he was 80% confident. "Are you sure you're not messing with us? Are you sure?" Even Ping Yuanshan couldn't believe it. He rubbed his forehead and asked tiredly. He realized that talking to Wang Ting was really tiring. This kid didn't play by the rules at all. "Actually, if I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I would have said that I was 100% confident in getting the first place." Wang Ting chuckled shyly when he noticed that the heads were shocked by his words. In the room, Ping Yuanshan and the others fell silent. Tong Hu and the other deans looked at each other. By then, they had already sent Wang Ting away. "Do you think this kid's words can be trusted?" Peng Yuanshan asked. "I don't think he has a reason to lie to us," Tong Hu said with a frown. "If only that were the case," Su Jing said. "Perhaps the principal knows more about this than us. It's a pity she won't be back until the finals." Peng Yuanshan shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's good to have some expectations. It seems like Huang Hai hasn't completely failed yet." Wang Ting returned to his room. He didn't care about what Peng Yuanshan and the others were thinking. He sat on his bed with his legs crossed. His eyes flashed as he thought about what he had gained from the national #1 martial arts competition. When he thought about the move Mao Na had used today, he couldn't help but have an idea. Mao Na had merged the 2 wind forces together to form a powerful whirlwind. This method gave him a flash of inspiration. He thought about the various forces he possessed now, and he even possessed 2 types of concepts. Why didn't he fuse them into one? If I can merge them together, the power will be shocking. For example, if I merge the wind force and the fire sword force, it will be the sword blade storm. Wang Ting was a little excited. He started deducing in his heart. The understanding of wind force that he had gained from Mao Na in the morning appeared in his mind. It gave him a better understanding of how to merge them together. Wang Ting decided to try to merge the force first. After he succeeded, he would think about merging the intense. The more powerful it was, the harder it would be. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Ting felt that it wasn't too difficult. He stood up and went to the training room. One of the benefits of this hotel was that it was well equipped. The walls and floor of the training room were strengthened by runes. Other than being resistant to damage, it was also resistant to attacks and had good soundproofing. Of course, it wasn't cheap. An ordinary hotel wouldn't be able to afford it. Wang Ting stood in the training room and protected his hands with a layer of earth force. Then, he gathered the wind force with one hand and formed a sword with his other hand. Sword chi surrounded his fingers. Then, he moved them closer to each other. Bang, a sound that was neither loud nor soft rang out. Just as the 2 of them approached each other, they exploded. Wang Ting's expression instantly froze. Not too difficult, my ass, it didn't even do anything, but it exploded with just a touch. Failure, face slapping. It wasn't someone else who slapped him in the face, it was him who had slapped himself in the face. How painful. Fortunately, he was quite cautious and had condensed earth origin power in his hands. Moreover, he hadn't used much origin power during the fusion, so the power was limited and wouldn't injure him. Wang Ting frowned. After thinking about it carefully, he came to a realization. Right now, he was fusing two different types of force, which was very different from Mao Na's fusion of two wind forces. It would be strange if it didn't explode if he followed Mao Na's method. Two different attributes would naturally repel each other violently. Even if they were in the same room, they would still fight, let alone fusing the two together. Wait, in the same room, Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. Weren't there several types of origin power in the same room within his origin core? And with the help of the system, they had been coexisting peacefully all this time. Wang Ting immediately closed his eyes and immersed himself in sensing the situation within the origin core. Half an hour passed as he closed his eyes. Half an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with confidence. He was extremely confident. He condensed two types of force in his hands again, one wind and one fire. They slowly approached each other with light in his eyes. This time, he would definitely succeed. Bang, explode. Explode, it exploded again. Why, he had clearly figured out the key and found a way for the two to coexist peacefully. Why did they still explode? Wang Ting's eyes were a little confused. He had been slapped in the face again, and he felt that his face was going to swell. I don't believe it. He made up his mind. The wind and fire forces condensed again, and he tried again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 hours later, Wang Ting lay on the ground in a tie shape with a look of despair on his face. It was too difficult. Why was it so difficult? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't he a genius? His self-confidence as a genius was completely shattered. He felt so inferior that he started to doubt his life. After a while, he stubbornly got up again. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. Then, bang, bang, that night, Wang Ting's training room kept exploding. It only stopped after midnight. The next morning, everyone gathered in the dining room for breakfast. At the table, Hanju suddenly asked, why do you have such dark eye circles? Before you could say anything. Just then, a student from Donghai University walked past and asked the same question. Yunfan, why do you have such dark eye circles? Someone asked Xiao Yunfan, who was beside him. Don't mention it. I don't know which bastard is playing with explosions at night. It's so noisy that I can't sleep, Xiao Yunfan said angrily. Wang Ting, Sigma, degree, you too? Hanju and the others looked at Du strangely. Du nodded gloomily. That's so mean. Is it one of our opponents? Using such a despicable method to affect your condition, a student from Donghai University said. Who knows? Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I'll beat him up until his parents can't recognize him, Xiao Yunfan said as he walked away. Wang Ting. After breakfast, everyone went to the Dragon's Den. The competition started at 8. The name list for the morning's competition was displayed on the big screen. Wang Ting, Xiao Yunfan haha. Wang Ting laughed. What is this? Enemies are destined to meet? A competition between a senior and a newbie? Xiao Yunfan's journey had been smooth since the start of the competition. He hadn't encountered any strong opponents. He had made it all the way here without any problems. He had even defeated a participant from the first university. This had boosted his confidence to the max. Hence, even though he knew that Wang Ting had defeated Mao Na, he did not think that he was no match for him. The two of them went to the arena. He smiled and said, Junior Wang Ting, I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't expect it. Wang Ting smiled too. He was smiling happily. Don't worry. We're both from Donghai. I'll go easy on him. Xiao Yunfan waved his hand. In the audience seats. Su. Wantong looked at Lin Chuhan and said, Senior Xiao Yunfan and Wang Ting bumped into each other. Is this fate? Why do I feel like it's an ill-fated relationship? Tian Xiaoxiao mumbled. Shut up. Lin Chuhan and Su Wantong glared at her. I wonder if Wang Ting is a match for Xiao Yunfan? Lin Chuhan was worried. In the arena, the referee announced the start of the competition. Xiao Yunfan was very confident. He said calmly, Junior Wang Ting, you go first. I won't stand on ceremony then. Wang Ting sniggered. He didn't reject the offer. After he finished speaking, he dashed forward and threw a punch at Xiao Yunfan. When the audience saw this scene, they began to discuss. Wang Ting is too arrogant. Donghai University's Xiao Yunfan is not weak. Xiao Yunfan won't wait to be beaten up. He's still lacking in battle experience. Xiao Yunfan looked at Wang Ting, who was charging at him with disdain. He also raised his hand and threw a punch at Wang Ting. Even though he said he would go easy on Wang Ting, he did not hold back at all. He used all his strength and wanted to defeat Wang Ting with one punch. A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hanzhu had already lost. If he defeated Wang Ting, the other contestants from Huanghai University would not be a threat. Then, Donghai University would be able to make a comeback in the next 3 years. Bang! In the next instant, the two fists collided, and a terrifying explosion sounded. The expression on Xiao Yunfan's face suddenly froze. His fist felt like it had hit a huge mountain. A terrifying force came from the opposite side and sent him flying. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Wang Ting's figure flashed and appeared above Xiao Yunfan. He gave Xiao Yunfan a strange smile and said, "Senior, I'll be gentler." Xiao Yunfan was dumbfounded. This sentence is very ambiguous. Can you not say it in such a flirtatious manner? He didn't even have the time to complain before he saw a golden brick smashing down on his face, enlarging in front of his eyes. No, don't. Xiao Yunfan screamed in his heart. Xiao Yunfan's face was bruised and swollen. He was lying on the stage unconscious, but his body was still twitching slightly. The surroundings were very quiet, and the audience was silent. The referee looked at Xiao Yunfan in a daze and mourned for him for 3 seconds. What a poor kid. The other contestants from Donghai University were gathered under the stage. They wanted to see Wang Ting get defeated, but the results seemed to be reversed. Xiao Yunfan was too miserable. The leader of Donghai University was defeated so thoroughly. They felt that it was unreal. The script was wrong. Shouldn't Wang Ting be defeated and Xiao Yunfan win? Everyone from Donghai University was speechless. They were bitter. Donghai University was still not as good as Huanghai Military Academy. In the audience, Tian Xiaoxiao, Su Wantong, and the others were silent. To be honest, this result was a bit beyond their expectations. Xiao Yunfan was a famous figure in Donghai University. He had a lot of support in the school. Everyone felt that he would be able to squeeze into the top 10. However, he was mercilessly defeated by Wang Ting. Who was Wang Ting? He was a freshman and the champion of Donghai University's martial arts exam. He was a household name in Donghai. He was the perfect example of a slacker. Since he became the champion of the martial arts exam, everyone guessed that he was a genius with high martial arts talent. However, in the competition between the freshmen and the seniors, the freshman actually won. You dare to think about it, 4 years of difference, what kind of talent did he have to overcome? Shouldn't you be happy now? Su Wantong looked at Lin Chuhan and smiled bitterly. I should be happy, but Xiao Yunfan is representing Donghai University. I can't be happy that my alma mater was defeated. It's very complicated. Lin Chuhan frowned. Yeah, didn't you see that I didn't even dare to cheer for Wang Ting just now? I was afraid that I would be called a traitor. Tian Xiaoxiao said. Forget it. We can't do anything about this. Let them fight among themselves. Su Wantong waved her hand. As the match ended, the commentator's voice rang out. In this match, the battle between Donghai University and Huanghai Military Academy has ended in a shocking manner. Xiao Yunfan was defeated by Wang Ting. Huanghai Military Academy won in the end. Their match was very exciting. It's just that Xiao Yunfan's face injury is quite serious. Someone come quickly and take him away for treatment. The audience didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even the commentator couldn't bear to watch such a big pig head. On the 2nd floor of the auditorium, the leader of Donghai University suddenly regretted his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would have snatched Wang Ting back then. Judging from his current performance, it was worth it no matter what price he had to pay. How regretful, how regretful. Wang Ting defeated more and more participants, and none of them were nameless. This made many people start to take him seriously. They felt that he was not just here to be a bystander. Hanzhu from the Yellow Sea had been defeated, but he might be able to continue competing with Wang Ting. Even if this brat's attacks were always so evil and unorthodox, his strength was undeniable. Earth Force *58, Mental Strength *36, Enlightenment *48, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles that Xiao Yunfan dropped and walked down the arena. He returned to the Yellow Sea resting area and found a place to sit down quietly. He continued to pick up attributes. He used his spiritual power to scan the area. The attribute bubbles were like huge transparent marbles, bouncing towards him. Water Force *35, Wood Force *66, Mental Strength *25, Enlightenment *20. Just as Wang Ting was focused on picking up the attributes, a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. It's a little familiar. He raised his head and saw the person. He couldn't help but blink. He revealed a smile and asked, "Beautiful lady, what can I do for you?" Mao Na touched the back of her head and said expressionlessly, "You're really ruthless." It's okay, it's okay." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. Mao Na looked at the face in front of her that deserved a beating. She took a deep breath and said, "Then I really have to thank you for not treating me like how you treated Xiao Yunfan." "Of course, I usually take care of girls," Wang Ting said shamelessly. Mao Na took another deep breath and slowly spat out a word, "Scram." "Hee hee." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, he saw the scene on the big screen and said, "Your school's second brother is fighting with Zhao Yuanwu. Yesterday, he even came over to fight for you. It seems like he's your admirer." "Second brother?" Mao Na turned around and was about to leave. When she heard this, she suddenly froze and couldn't help but turn around. "So it's him, Yu Tao." Then, she was speechless and had a weird expression. Second brother, she could imagine that Yu Tao must have been angered half to death by Wang Ting yesterday. It seems like he's not Zhao Yuanwu's match. Wang Ting looked at the enlarged match on the screen and said with a slight change in expression. Mao Na didn't have time to complain about Wang Ting. She quickly looked at the stage again and said with a serious expression, "Yu Tao's strength isn't bad, but he can't beat Zhao Yuanwu. He seems to be hiding a lot of his strength." This time, the sects have entered the world. A few of the participants from the sects seem to have performed well. This Zhao Yuanwu is one of the best. Wang Ting didn't seem to pay much attention to the match, but in fact, he knew most of it. Entering the world is naturally to fight for resources. It's understandable that the people from the sects have to go to the battlefield. Mao Na said, "It's just that Zhao Yuanwu's methods are a bit too cruel. If it was on the battlefield, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after all, this is an internal competition." Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He watched the match between Zhao Yuanwu and Yu Tao with interest. Boom, in the arena, explosions could be heard from time to time. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Yu Tao had already given his all, but he was still no match for Zhao Yuanwu. A crimson saber light flashed past, and it was extremely dazzling. Yu Tao was sent flying. His chest was split open, and his bones could be seen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. He was defeated on the spot. "This is 90% Flaming Saber Force," Mao Na exclaimed with a serious expression. She wasn't the only one. Many people stared blankly at Zhao Yuanwu in the arena. They were shocked by his stunning saber. How can Zhao Yuanwu be so strong? Even Yu Tao from the First Academy isn't his match. He's really too strong. Could it be that only Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingcong can compete with him? Many people immediately compared him to Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingcong. They felt that he had a chance to be in the top 3. Below the arena, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He smiled when he saw the huge attribute bubbles floating in the arena. He picked them up, Flaming Saber Force *126, Fire Force *88, Nice Guy. Flaming Sword Aura *126, as the flaming sword aura merged with his body, Wang Ting's mind was filled with all sorts of insights. It was as if there was a sword aura and a sword radiance. Then, there was a sudden qualitative change. A powerful force that was even stronger than the sword aura was born. Flaming Sword Intent. Wang Ting's flaming sword intent was finally formed. If Zhao Yuanwu knew that his sword aura had led to the birth of Wang Ting's sword intent, what would his expression be? At this moment, Mao Na was standing beside Wang Ting. She suddenly felt something and turned to look at Wang Ting. However, she only saw his calm expression. There was nothing special about him. It was as if everything was just an illusion. Mao Na looked at Wang Ting suspiciously. She stared at his face for a while. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I too handsome?" Wang Ting asked. "You have eye boogers," Mao Na said expressionlessly. Wang Ting was speechless. Mao Na ignored Wang Ting and walked away arrogantly. Wang Ting looked at the arena and picked up the attribute bubbles that Yu Tao had dropped. Would Force *50, Spirit *8, Enlightenment *14. After the morning competition ended, everyone returned to the hotel for lunch and waited for the afternoon competition to begin. In the afternoon, the competition continued, and the list of opponents appeared on the big screen. Wang Ting, Zhao Yuanwu. As soon as this arrangement was announced, many people were stunned, revealing looks of astonishment. Wang Ting had actually met Zhao Yuanwu. This was going to be a good show. Many schools and forces were watching. Many people felt that Wang Ting had reached this stage. Now that he met Zhao Yuanwu, he would definitely lose. Zhao Yuanwu's actions were indeed unacceptable. However, his performance was extremely eye-catching. His strength was comparable to Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingcong's. Moreover, no one knew if he had other tricks up his sleeve. In the resting area of the Yellow Sea, Han Zhu and the others' expressions changed slightly. They looked at Wang Ting and opened their mouths. In the end, they only said, "Just try your best." "Don't worry," Wang Ting stood up with a faint smile on his face as he slowly walked towards the battle ring. In the audience, Lin Chuhan said worriedly, "That Zhao Yuanwu is so cruel." Wang Ting actually ran into him. "This is going to be troublesome. I wonder if big brother Wang Ting can hold on," Tian Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "Don't try to be brave. That Zhao Yuanwu is extremely ruthless." Su Wantong shook her head. Clearly, the three of them did not have much confidence in Wang Ting in this match. Zhao Yuanwu's previous performance was too strong. Ordinary martial artists were not his match at all. On the arena, the two of them stood still. Zhao Yuanwu looked at Wang Ting mockingly and said, "It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, I'll beat you down like your two seniors." "You're very confident." Wang Ting looked at him calmly. Wang Ting's calmness made Zhao Yuanwu frown. He shook his head and said, "You people won't give up until you see the coffin. You want me to do it myself." The referee blew the whistle. "Match, begin." Wang Ting and Zhao Yuanwu looked at each other. Then, the two of them disappeared at the same time. Boom, two streaks of light shot across the sky and collided with each other. The shadows of the fist and the saber intertwined with each other. The audience was dazzled. They could only see the afterimages colliding, separating, and colliding with each other in the arena. The sound of explosions could be heard. So powerful. The audience widened their eyes in shock. This match was on a completely different level from the previous matches. Wang Ting's strength is actually on par with Zhao Yuanwu's. Everyone was shocked, especially by the strength displayed by Wang Ting. He was actually on par with Zhao Yuanwu and was not at a disadvantage at all. It was really unexpected, General. Bai's live broadcast room was silent. Then, countless bullet screens exploded. Damn, what did I just see? Wang Ting is so strong. Wang Ting didn't use his full strength before. He only showed it now that he met Zhao Yuanwu. Exciting, wonderful. Awesome. Many people had been attracted by Wang Ting's brick fighting method and found it very interesting. Now that they had seen Wang Ting fight seriously, they were instantly attracted by the contrast. On the second floor of the auditorium, Peng Yuanshan revealed a smile. "Good boy." The other heads exchanged glances with one another. Surprise flashed past their eyes uncontrollably. Wang Ting's ability had exceeded their expectations again and again. They felt inexplicably good. Yan Kong, the dean of Jilin University's School of Martial Arts, who was next to them, widened his eyes and lost his composure. How was this possible? Was Wang Ting really a freshman? How could he be so strong? How did Huang Hai train him? Yan Kong was depressed. Back then, Jilin University had also fought for Wang Ting, but Huang Hai took him away. How could he not regret it when he thought about it? At this moment, Wang Ting was punching Zhao Yuanwu with his bare fists. His fists were all smashed into smithereens. The 8th-level demonic art had trained his body to be extremely strong. Even without weapons, Zhao Yuanwu could not hurt him. Wang Ting's body was not strong and looked like a normal person. However, at this moment, he looked extremely tall. Like a violent ape, he strode forward and attacked Zhao Yuanwu wildly. This scene made everyone's blood boil. Zhao Yuanwu's expression was ugly. Since the beginning of the competition, he had never been treated like this. He had always been the one suppressing others, but now, he was being suppressed. Moreover, it was someone he did not take seriously. Scram! How could Zhao Yuanwu endure it? He roared and a terrifying saber aura erupted from his body as he slashed at Wang Ting. The terrifying flame saber aura swept out. The intense flame seemed to want to swallow Wang Ting and burn him to ashes. I've been waiting for this move. Wang Ting sneered. A battle saber appeared in his hand and he slashed down. The same terrifying flame saber aura erupted. The saber aura swept across the sky and instantly collided with Zhao Yuanwu's flame saber aura. Boom, the flames exploded and soared into the sky. The two huge saber auras eroded each other. In the end, Wang Ting's saber aura was stronger and directly split Zhao Yuanwu's saber aura in half. How can this be? Zhao Yuanwu's eyes widened. He could not dodge in time and was hit in the chest by the saber. As if struck by lightning, he flew backward and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Yuanwu, lost. The audience watched the scene in disbelief. Wang Ting's saber aura is close to saber intent. Someone saw something and was extremely shocked. Saber intent was much stronger than saber aura and was more difficult to comprehend. However, Wang Ting was close to comprehending saber intent. How old was he? What kind of monster was he? At this moment, the power that Wang Ting displayed was enough to make everyone's jaws drop. They found it unbelievable. He was clearly only a freshman, but he could compete with a genius like Zhao Yuanwu and win. He even showed a monstrous comprehension ability. Everyone was astonished. Zhao Yuanwu was sent flying by Wang Ting's saber and landed on the ground. However, the force of the impact pushed him back. Zhao Yuanwu made a prompt decision and stabbed his saber into the ground. Sparks flew from the friction as he took 3 steps back. Finally, he stopped himself. Puff, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was terrible as he looked down at the saber mark on his chest. This scene was so familiar. It was the same when he killed Han Zhu. Wang Ting was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yuanwu laughed in a low voice. This is getting more and more interesting. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Wang Ting. There was an evil red glow in his eyes. I've underestimated you. Wang Ting looked at Zhao Yuanwu. His eyes flashed slightly. He didn't sound like a loser. Could it be that Zhao Yuanwu still had some tricks up his sleeve to turn the tables? What other tricks do you have? You can use them all. I'll make you admit defeat, Wang Ting said calmly. Huh. Zhao Yuanwu laughed. Sinisterly. I was planning to save this for Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong. Now, I can only use it on you. As he spoke, the red glow in his eyes intensified. His blood qi surged and became tangible. His veins bulged and wriggled like small snakes. This is... Wang Ting frowned. At this moment, Zhao Yuanwu looked like he was using a special secret technique to stimulate his potential. Wang Ting knew about this kind of secret technique before. However, it had serious side effects. The minor side effects would be a loss of blood qi and force depletion, which would take a long time to recover. The more serious side effects would be, the meridians would be broken, and one's potential would be damaged. It was equivalent to cutting off one's future path of martial arts. However, the greater the side effects, the greater the benefits. For example, one could instantly unleash strength that was several times greater than one's own. Boom, 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 explosions sounded from Zhao Yuanwu's body. His muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound on his chest was squeezed, as if it had healed and disappeared. The blood on the wound was evaporated by the terrifying high temperature, instantly disappearing. This scene was also clearly seen by everyone through the big screen. Many people cried out in surprise. Especially ordinary people, they had never seen such a situation. Zhao Yuanwu was clearly very weak when he was hit by Wang Ting's saber. Why did he suddenly seem like he had been injected with chicken blood? His aura was even stronger than before, which made people feel extremely incredulous. Zhao Yuanwu hasn't completely failed yet. He seems to have used some kind of secret technique. His strength is even stronger than before. Can he turn defeat into victory? On the second floor of the spectator seats, the expression of Heaven Essence sect master, Zhao Zhixing, changed slightly and he could not help saying, Yuanwu is too impulsive. Even if we lose this match, there will still be the revival match. There is no need to use our sect's brutal blood secret technique now. This situation can't be blamed on Yuanwu. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? He has such powerful strength, but he is willing to hide it. How can Yuanwu be willing to be defeated by him? The third elder of Heaven Essence sect said. It's inevitable for young people to be competitive. Yuanwu's life has been too smooth for the past few years. Now that he has lost, his mentality will definitely be unstable, another old man said. This person was the second elder of Heaven Essence sect. There are too many genius martial artists in the various famous schools. Not to mention Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong, just Wang Ting alone is extremely amazing. In today's society, the school system is the right way to go. Our sect is still outdated. Zhao Zhixing could not help but sigh. The second and third elders looked at each other in silence. In the arena. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded from Zhao Yuanwu's body. Here. I. Die. Come. Zhao Yuanwu exploded. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He charged towards Wang Ting in large strides. His heavy footsteps caused the floor of the arena to shake. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Ting and slashed down with his saber. Chi, the flames on the saber distorted the air as it burned. One could see how high the temperature was. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly as he raised his saber to block. However, Zhao Yuanwu did not give up. He slashed his saber again and again, forcing Wang Ting to retreat. Clang, clang. Clang, the two sabers collided and sparks flew everywhere. Wang Ting could clearly see that the saber in Zhao Yuanwu's hand was getting chipped. There were even cracks on it. It looked like it was about to be destroyed. Such a fierce slash and such a clean counterattack. Zhao Yuanwu's saber is in his hand, and we can only see his afterimages. Wang Ting seems to be in a disadvantageous position. Is he really going to turn the tables? The commentator, Zhang Jun, said. Wang Ting's situation doesn't look good. The other commentator, Su Xiao, said. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound suddenly came from the big screen. Crack, in the next moment, the audience saw that the saber in Wang Ting's hand was cut in half by Zhao Yuanwu. It shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Let's see how you're going to block it now. Zhao Yuanwu's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he slashed his saber at Wang Ting, who was wide open. Many of the audience could not help but close their eyes when they saw this. Lin Chohan's face turned pale. He did not expect such an accident to happen when it was clearly a sure-win situation. Ping Yuanshan, who was on the second floor of the audience seats, opened his eyes slightly and stared at the scene in the arena. The audience held their breaths and was very worried for Wang Ting. Clang, at this moment, a muffled sound came from the arena. The sound was as if the saber had hit an extremely heavy iron plate, but this was not right. Zhao Yuanwu was stunned. He looked in front of him and saw that an extremely black giant weapon had appeared in Wang Ting's hand. The audience also reacted and looked at the arena. Then, they could not help but look at the weapon. What is this? The audience, like Zhao Yuanwu, looked at the extremely strange weapon in a daze. It was like a saber and a sword, extremely huge. How could there be such a strange weapon? It was so flashy. This is demonic patterned black gold. At this moment, many of the big shots present could tell what this weapon was. It was actually a divine weapon made of demonic patterned black gold. And it was such a huge piece, Many of the big shots in the audience could not help but swallow their saliva, their eyes shining. F***ck, what a waste of God's gift, such a huge piece of demonic patterned black gold was enough to forge several ordinary weapons. Now, it was only used to forge the strange weapon in Wang Ting's hand. What a waste. Why do I feel that this weapon is a little familiar? Yi Jisun, who was on the second floor of the audience seats, muttered to himself. Have you forgotten about the battle a year ago? The weapon of the 8 arms Devil General Zur seemed to look like this, Thunder Dojo's master, Lei Zhenting, said subconsciously. After saying that, he suddenly reacted. His eyes widened and he looked at Yi Jisun. F***ck, this kid snatched the weapon of the 8 arms Devil General, : Both Yi Jisun and Lei Zhenting were greatly shocked. The two of them stared at each other and didn't move for a long time. The shock in their hearts wasn't small at all. Who is the 8 arms demon general that you two are talking about? Mr. Ma couldn't help but ask when he saw their expressions. The two of them instantly regained their senses. Yi Jisun said, the 8 arms demon general Zur's is a general-level dark apparition from the 8 arms demon race. At this moment, it was Mr. Ma's turn to open his eyes wide. After hearing the identity of the 8 arms demon general, his mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. He felt that it was extremely unbelievable. Wang Ting snatched the weapon of a general-level elite. Hee, this joke isn't funny at all. Mr. Ma laughed dryly. It shouldn't be wrong. Old Yi, look. The words MOK are on the weapon. It's the name of the 8 arms demon general Zur's weapon. Lei Zhenting took a deep breath and said. It's true. Yi Jisun looked into the distance. The vision of a general-level elite was extraordinary. He immediately saw the words MOK on the weapon and confirmed it immediately. Then how did he snatch it? Mr. Ma asked in disbelief. Who knows? Yi Jisun shrugged. This kid is a little unpredictable. Lei Zhenting sighed. While the crowd was discussing this matter endlessly, the atmosphere in the arena seemed to have solidified. Then, Wang Ting said, continue slashing. Slash to your heart's content. Even if you break it, you won't have to compensate me. Really, I'm not lying to you. Zhao Yuanwu, he looked at the weapon in front of him and felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. MMP. How can I slash this? The next moment, Zhao Yuanwu was furious. He felt that he was being toyed with and attacked even more ferociously. He had a limited time to use his secret technique. He had to end the battle quickly. Bang bang bang, Wang Ting fought with Zhao Yuanwu with the divine weapon, MOK, in his hand. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Soon, Zhao Yuanwu realized that the battle sword in his hand had cracked. Every dog has its day, this time, it was his turn. Zhao Yuanwu's expression changed slightly. He knew that he couldn't fight recklessly anymore. He quickly retreated and panted slightly. You should be proud to be able to force me to this extent. Boom, terrifying saber momentum erupted, and flames filled the sky. A huge flaming saber light soared into the sky. It was at least 10 feet high. The spectators stared at the 10-foot-long saber gleam, their hearts filled with horror, and their faces filled with shock. Wang Ting's expression was calm. No one noticed that there seemed to be flames burning in the depths of his eyes. A flaming saber was ready to be unsheathed. At this moment, Zhao Yuanwu was bathed in flames. He was like a son of fire, holding a saber in his hand. He looked majestic and insufferably arrogant. Big Dipper flaming saber, he suddenly swung his saber, and a saber aura of 10 feet long descended from the sky. Flames shrouded the sky and engulfed Wang Ting. Wang Ting is in danger. Everyone was shocked and thought to themselves. Lin Chuhan bit his lips and clenched his fists so tightly that they turned white. A low-grade heaven-tier battle skill. Ping Yuanshan abruptly stood up from his seat and stood at the edge of the spectator stands as he looked down. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Wang Ting's body. Flames rose to the sky and spiraled upwards. Clang, amidst the flames, a flaming saber gleam seemed to be slowly unsheathed from its scabbard. The saber gleam soared into the sky. The flames from Zhao Yuanwu's side were all absorbed into the saber gleam, becoming nourishment for the saber. If Zhao Yuanwu was the son of fire, then Wang Ting was the king of fire. Wherever the king passed, all would bow their heads. Clang, the sound of the saber being unsheathed became even more deafening. Saber intent, flaming saber intent. At this moment, Wang Ting no longer hid his strength and released his flaming saber intent. It seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. Just as Zhao Yuanwu's saber gleam was about to strike his head, Wang Ting finally moved. In an instant, the flaming saber intent that had been brewing for a long time was completely unsheathed. The terrifying saber gleam swept across the sky. Zhao Yuanwu's saber gleam was instantly destroyed. Everything returned to silence. Silence, the surroundings were completely silent. It was as if the flames and saber gleam in the arena had never appeared. Only the saber marks on the ground and the charred marks could prove what had just happened. Everyone was deeply shocked and could not recover for a long time. Huff, someone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the entire dragon's den seemed to have come alive, and an uproar rose into the sky. This is unbelievable. Is a real martial artist this terrifying? Can a human really make that kind of attack? In the resting area of the First Academy, Ji Xiaoming watched the entire battle. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. Later on, he started to pay more attention to it. Now, he was shocked. He could not help but sigh. Saber intent. Even he had to pay attention to Wang Ting. Beside him, Mao Na could not help but touch the back of her head. She said in surprise, "He's actually so powerful. It seems like I didn't lose for nothing." Yu Tao's face was slightly pale, and he felt bitter. He had wanted to teach Wang Ting a lesson in the arena to avenge Mao Na. Now, it seemed like he was lucky that God did not give him such a chance. Otherwise, he would have died a horrible death. He had lost to Zhao Yuanwu, and Zhao Yuanwu had also lost completely to Wang Ting. He had lost to Zhao Yuanwu. What right did he have to teach Wang Ting a lesson? On the other side, Ren Qingcang was expressionless. After watching the battle, a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes. He immediately snorted. On the second floor of the spectator stand, Yi Jisun was amazed. This kid has comprehended saber intent at such a young age. How shocking. Sigh, I regret it. If I had known, I would have let him represent Jisun Martial House. Save it. He will definitely represent Huanghai Military Academy. Why would he choose you? Lei Zhenting said sarcastically. Even so, he's still a member of Jisun Martial House. An SSS grade contract. It shows that I have foresight. Unlike you, all of you are so stingy. You even feel the pinch for an SSS grade contract, Yi Jisun retorted, not to be outdone. Chairman Ma, who was at the side, did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two big shots quarreling like aunties at a wet market. In the arena, Zhao Yuanwu's body was covered in wounds. He was covered in saber wounds. In an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As if he had gone crazy, he could not believe what had happened. He shouted, "How is this possible? How can I lose to a clown like you? This is impossible." The saber in his hand had been broken. He staggered, but he was still unwilling to admit defeat. He rushed toward Wang Ting and waved his broken saber without any pattern. His expression was mournful. One could see how big of a blow this defeat was to him. Why do you have to do this? Wang Ting placed one hand behind his back and shook his head. His eyes were filled with pity. When Zhao Yuanwu got closer, he slowly pulled out the hand behind his back. In his hand, there was a golden brick that dazzled everyone's eyes. Stop. A voice came from the spectator stand. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. However, he immediately smashed the brick without hesitation. Bang, the brick hit the face. He did not hit anywhere else but the face. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Wang Ting slowly stood up. He flicked his hair and let out a long sigh. Phew, I have not liked you for a long time, . The crowd fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the unrecognizable Zhao Yuanwu with strange expressions. The arrogant and domineering Zhao Yuanwu was now bruised and swollen like a pig's head. The contrast between before and after was huge. However, why did they feel so relieved? Many people tried to hold back their laughter. Wan Baijiu, Mao Na, and the others laughed out loud. They did not care about Zhao Yuanwu's identity at all. Serves him right. Evil people should be punished by evil people, Mao Na said with a smile. Yu Tao touched his face subconsciously. Once again, he was glad that he did not meet Wang Ting. He could not compete in this competition. If he did, he would become a pig's head. The price was too high. The corner of Ji Xiaoming's mouth twitched. He suddenly did not want to compete with Wang Ting anymore. Whoever met him would become a pig's head. Even though he was very confident in himself, he still felt his scalp tingle. It was too strange. He's just playing to the gallery. On the other side, Ren Qingsong curled his lips in disdain. However, his slightly raised eyebrows exposed his inner thoughts. That brick had left an indelible psychological shadow in many people's hearts. Even those who had not experienced it were frightened. After all, it was not a good experience to be smashed like Zhao Yuanwu. On the spectator stand, Lin Chuhan let out a long sigh of relief. Her pale face gradually regained some color. She had finally calmed down. Zhao Yuanwu's 30-meter-long saber light had really frightened him. He thought that Wang Ting would end up seriously injured. He was so scared that he almost fainted. He did not expect the tables to turn in the end. Wang Ting won in the end. This guy is always so scary. Lin Chuhan looked at the person below with a hint of reproach in his eyes. Big brother Wang Ting is so strong. Even Zhao Yuanwu can't beat him. Tian Xiaoxiao clasped her heart and said with a smitten look on her face. Lin Chuhan, you're always acting cool and attracting bees and butterflies everywhere. He is indeed very strong. Zhao Yuanwu is the representative sent by the sect. I did not expect him to be defeated by Wang Ting, Su Wantong said with a sigh. In General Bai's live broadcast room, super rockets bombarded the screen one after another, and countless bullet comments flooded the screen. 666, that's awesome. Mom asked me why I was kneeling on the phone, because I was really kneeling. This is a true powerhouse. Zhao Yuanwu and the others have to step aside. That's awesome. I'm going to blow Wang Ting up. The brick maniac is invincible. The brick maniac is invincible. The brick maniac is invincible. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Many of them had become fans and were shouting that they were awesome. They only hated that they were not there and could not personally experience the intense competition. In the arena, Wang Ting glanced at the audience on the second floor. Someone had shouted stop just now. The voice had come from that direction. He saw a middle-aged man standing at the edge of the audience on the second floor, staring at him with a gloomy gaze. Wang Ting grinned at the person. He didn't take the other party to heart. This was the national #1 martial arts competition. What could the man do to him? Moreover, he had Huang Hai as his backing. Would the man dare to make a move? On the other side, Ping Yuanshan was also standing at the edge of the audience, staring at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Ping Yuanshan's aura was vaguely locked onto the man, causing him to be angry but not dare to say anything. In the end, he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and returned to the audience. Then, Wang Ting retracted his gaze and glanced at the attribute bubbles on the arena. There were quite a few of them, so he immediately picked them up. Fire Force 140, Advanced Fire Talent 12, Big Dipper Flaming Blade 1, Comprehension 36, Mental Strength 42. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, causing his eyes to light up. Good stuff. 140 points of fire force wasn't a small number, but more importantly, as the fire force entered his body, Wang Ting broke through. When he returned from the Xingwu continent, he was already a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wasn't far from becoming a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. During the competition in the Dragon's Nest, the number of attribute bubbles dropped by the participants was very impressive. Many of them were fire force, causing him to get closer and closer to becoming a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Now, Zhao Yuanwu's 140 points of fire origin force had finally allowed him to cross the threshold. The 7th force nucleus on his spine lit up, fire force entered it, 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, achieved, fire force, star. This breakthrough came a little too suddenly, so Wang Ting was caught off guard. He felt very conflicted. He broke through during the competition. Wasn't it a little too easy? It was already bullying for him to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition as a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Now, he advanced again. Yes, the word again was used well. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was now a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. How were the others going to fight him? If Ping Yuanshan and the others asked him how confident he was, Wang Ting might tell them, about 120%. 120% was still too little. He was already very humble that he didn't say 180%. One must be humble. Wang Ting always remembered this saying. He was a humble person. Next, there were also 12 points of advanced fire talent. His fire talent was already advanced, but as the attribute bubbles entered his body, his fire talent became stronger. He also gained a lot of enlightenment and spirit attributes. It wasn't a waste of effort to smash people's heads with the brick. It was really tiring. He even sacrificed his image and reputation. Now, everyone must think that he was crazy. He always smashed his opponents until their faces were swollen. Even though he didn't smash them as hard as he did, he still smashed them. To be honest, this wasn't what Wang Ting wanted. He wanted to be a proper, righteous, and normal young man. This Big Dipper flaming saber seemed to be very powerful. Heaven-level low-class combat technique, not bad, not bad. An image of a person practicing a saber technique appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Flames surrounded the person's body and the flaming saber aura filled the air. The power was unparalleled. In an instant, Wang Ting understood. It was indeed a powerful saber technique, it just so happened that he lacked a fire element saber technique. Now, he could make up for it. Together with his flaming saber intent, its power would at least double. After picking up the bubbles, Wang Ting was completely enlightened. He looked at Zhao Yuanwu with benevolence in his eyes. He suddenly felt emotional. This Zhao Yuanwu was his lucky star. He helped him comprehend saber intent and even helped him break through to the 7-star soldier level. He even gave him this heaven-level low-class combat technique. Was there anyone better than him? At this moment, the referee finally announced that Wang Ting was the winner. The medical staff rushed to the arena and carried Zhao Yuanwu onto a stretcher. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. You must treat him well, Wang Ting said to the medical staff with a sincere gaze. The medical staff was dumbfounded. As his opponent, what was Wang Ting doing? Showing the benevolence of a victor? No. Suddenly, they seemed to have understood something. He wanted them to treat Zhao Yuanwu so that he could beat him again. This person was probably a devil. When Wang Ting walked down the arena, he felt that the gazes of the medical staff were a little weird, but before he could think about it, the medical staff carried Zhao Yuanwu away in a hurry. It was as if they were hiding from something. He couldn't see their gazes clearly and couldn't understand what they were trying to say. He was puzzled. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was probably not a big deal. The competition in the afternoon ended quickly, but many people were still talking about the match between Wang Ting and Zhao Yuanwu. I feel that the other matches are not on the same level as Wang Ting and Zhao Yuanwu. Yeah, they're too strong. I heard that it's a battle between 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. 5-star soldier-level martial warriors can transform their force into wings and fly in the sky. It's a pity that we weren't there. Transforming force into wings. I've never seen that before. Martial warriors are so powerful. They can fly. Sigh, I had the chance to become a martial warrior in the past. Come on, uncle. You're almost 50 years old. You're still dreaming, the crowd gushed out from the dragon's lair. The sound of discussion was incessant. All of them were agitated. Sometimes, they would even argue over different techniques until their faces turned red. It was very lively. At Huanghai Military Academy, Wang Ting and the rest returned to the hotel. On the way back, Han Zhu and the rest looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. That's enough. We've been here all the way, and you still haven't had enough. Wang Ting couldn't take it anymore. He glared at them. Anyone who was treated like a monster would feel uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Han Zhu coughed and said, "Are you really a first-year student? Don't tell me you've been repeating for 3 years." Wang Ting was speechless. Look, is this a question a human should ask? He had repeated for 3 years. Was he really that useless? If I repeated 3 years, you would have known me long ago, Wang Ting said angrily. You're right. Hanju regained his senses. He felt that he had asked a stupid question. Then you are a real monster. I'm not exaggerating at all. Even someone as inarticulate as Hanju cursed. It was obvious how shocked he was. Senior, if you slander me again, I'm going to pull you up on stage to spar, Wang Ting said faintly. Brick, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Hanju's forehead. He laughed embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, Junior Wang Ting, you're so handsome. How can you be a monster? I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. Wan Baijiu, do you, everyone, they had never seen Hanju act so shamelessly before. Hee hee. Wang Ting sneered. No matter what, Junior Wang Ting, thank you for avenging us, Wan Baijiu said sincerely. It's nothing. I just don't like Zhao Yuanwu, Wang Ting said as he waved his hand. Wan Baijiu smiled and didn't say anything more. There were some things that only needed to be understood in one's heart. There was no need to speak too clearly. After dinner, Ping Yuanshan gathered everyone and said, go all out during the competition. The school will take care of everything else. Don't worry. After saying this, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Alright, go back and have a good rest. Prepare for tomorrow's competition. Everyone was confused. They did not know why the president suddenly said this. After leaving the room, everyone went back to rest. Wang Ting smiled. Ping Yuanshan was talking about the competition in the afternoon. At the same time, he did not have to worry about the Qianyuan sect behind Zhao Yuanwu. Huang Hai would take care of everything. People with strong backing were so unyielding. Huang Hai Military Academy was powerful. Many of its alumni were spread across the country. They had real power. Some of them even went into business and became big shots. In terms of power, how many schools in the country could compare to them? How could the Qianyuan sect compare to Huang Hai? Even if the Qianyuan sect was unhappy, they had to swallow it. The next day, the competition continued. Another 2 days passed, and the competition was in full swing. Wang Ting still maintained a winning record. Every opponent was defeated by the brick. This made him even more famous as the brick maniac. This morning, the Dragon's Den was still crowded. The atmosphere was still lively. Instead, it became more and more intense as the finals approached. At 8 o'clock sharp, the battle list did not appear on the big screen as usual. The commentator's voice was heard. The competition has ended here. The national #1 martial arts competition has finally decided the top 16. Everyone was shocked. They had been enjoying the competition a few days ago. They did not expect it to be the finals. The top 16 are Ji Xiaoming from the First University, Ren Qingcong from Thunder Dojo, Luo Qing from Capital Military Academy, Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy, and Zhao Yuanwu from the Qianyuan sect. The commentator read out the names of the top 16. Every time a name was read, the corresponding participant's portrait would appear on the big screen. In the end, the 16 portraits were displayed side by side on the big screen. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and Luo Qing were in the first row. Wang Ting was in the first row of the second row. This order was obviously based on the performance and results of the previous contestants in the competition. Wang Ting's overall score was behind Ji Xiaoming and the other two. He was only in 4th place. However, he was already very high. After all, he was really young compared to everyone else. At first, no one had expected him to make it this far. However, Wang Ting's performance in the competition had changed everyone's impression of him. He won every battle, he did not lose a single battle, although he was not on the right track, he still amazed many people. Now, some people even listed him as another hot contender for the championship after Ji Xiaoming and the other two. Although Zhao Yuanwu had lost to Wang Ting, his overall score was enough for him to enter the top 16. It was worth mentioning that Hanju was also in the top 16. He was in 13th place. His ranking was not low. If he could perform better in the following matches, his ranking might go further, and it would not be impossible for him to squeeze into the top 10. Including Wang Ting, Huang Hai might have 2 people in the top 10. Their results were not bad. After introducing the top 16, I'm sure everyone is anxious. Next, we'll start the finals. Please look at the big screen. As the commentator finished speaking, the portraits of the top 16 on the big screen were suddenly messed up. Then, they were randomly rearranged. Finally, it was fixed. Countless people held their breaths as their eyes fell on the big screen. Wang Ting was not in a hurry. He only raised his head slowly when the list of his opponents was completely fixed. Anyway, it was a random arrangement. He would just do what he wanted. However, when he saw his name and his opponent, he was stunned. Wang Ting, Luoqing. His opponent was Luoqing from Capital Military Academy. In a sense, this was a clash between Huanghai Military Academy and Capital Military Academy, the 2 top military academies. Huanghai Military Academy versus Capital Military Academy, almost everyone had the same thought. They were no longer just watching the match between the 2 of them as individuals. All this while, everyone had been comparing Huanghai Military Academy and Capital Military Academy together. One was in the south, while the other was in the north. One was in the south, while the other was in the north. They represented many things, and it was not something that could be explained in a few sentences. Initially, everyone was looking forward to the clash between the 2 military academies. Now, their wish was finally coming true. However, everyone thought that Han Zhu would represent Huanghai Military Academy to fight against Luoqing. In the end, it was Wang Ting instead. Even so, the crowd's anticipation did not decrease. Instead, they placed their hopes on Wang Ting. The order of the first round of battles for the top 16 had been decided. The other heavyweight participants did not meet each other. Therefore, the battle between Wang Ting and Luoqing was the most interesting one. Participants of the top 16, please come to the front. Your battle arena will be there. The commentator, Zhang Jun's voice was heard. There were 9 arenas in the center of Dragon's Denver. The one in the middle was surrounded by 8 other arenas. These 8 arenas were taller than the other arenas, making them stand out from the rest. The central arena was the tallest, showing its unique status. The finals would be held there. Today, Wang Ting and the others were split into 8 groups. They would compete in 8 arenas. At that moment, Wang Ting and Han Zhu slowly stood up from their seats in Huanghai Military Academy's resting area and walked to the center of Dragon's Den. Wang Ting followed the arrangement and walked to the 8th arena. On the other hand, Luoqing leaped lightly. Then, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and landed lightly on the arena. Wang Ting could not help but pout. Luoqing looked serious, but in reality, he was still a young man. He liked to act cool. Unfortunately, he was not honest enough. Why did he have to be so secretive when he wanted to act cool? His acting was not smooth at all. I've already seen through it since the beginning. At the same time, the other top 16 participants arrived at their respective arenas, preparing for their matches. As the participants arrived at their arenas, the atmosphere became tense. It was on the verge of erupting. Just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Luoqing suddenly raised his hand. Wait. The referee could not help but look at Luoqing and ask, "Do you have anything to say?" The big screen gave him face and allowed him to show his face. After all, he was the leading figure of Capital Military Academy. In this national #1 martial arts competition, he was the face of Capital Military Academy. Even if Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingsong were in the limelight, he was still a popular contender for the championship. Moreover, in the competition, no one had been able to force Luoqing to use his full strength. Perhaps he was still hiding something. Just as the match was about to start, we saw Luoqing from arena number 8 suddenly raise his hand. What is he doing? Zhang Jun's puzzled voice echoed throughout the Dragon's Denver. The crowd also began to discuss in low voices. He can't be thinking of admitting defeat, right? How is that possible? You're thinking too much. Then what do you think he wants to do? This? How would I know? Let's just watch. In the ring, Luoqing looked at Wang Ting opposite him and said, "I want to apply for the big ring." Great arena. The crowd fell silent. The commentator repeated Luo Qing's words. Then, he shouted, Luo Qing wants to apply for the big ring. What the heck? What's a big ring? That's right. Explain it clearly. Many ordinary people had never heard of a big ring before. They were confused and kept discussing it. It wasn't hard to understand what a big ring was. However, they didn't know what a big ring was. Cough, cough. The commentator coughed and quickly explained, the big ring is a super big ring that a participant can apply for when he feels that he can't unleash his full strength in the current ring. Usually, only participants who are extremely confident in their abilities will choose this. Also, they must be at least a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. We all know that 5-star soldier level martial warriors have already broken free from the restraints of the earth and can fly into the sky to fight. It seems like Luo Qing is taking his match with Wang Ting very seriously. Everyone was enlightened when they heard this. I see. It seems like the next match will be very exciting. Both of them are 5-star soldier level martial warriors. This means that they might fight in the sky? Zhao Yuanwu is also a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. Why didn't he choose the big ring in the previous match? Haha, he probably doesn't care about Wang Ting at all. Zhao Yuanwu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he was mentioned. He was already furious that he lost to Wang Ting. Now, so many people were digging at his wounds. Who could take it? Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong couldn't help but look at Luo Qing. They were slightly surprised. They didn't expect this fellow to be so good at playing without saying anything. However, the big ring can't be approved so easily. The leaders in charge of the national #1 martial arts competition are discussing this matter. Let's wait for a while, the commentator said. On the stage, all the bosses were whispering to each other and discussing this matter intensely. After a few minutes, they finally came to a conclusion. Alright, the conclusion is out, the commentator said. Luo Qing's application has been approved. Now, the two of you, please take a rest below the ring. After the other 14 contestants have finished their matches, your match will begin. Wang Ting shook his head. Troublesome, however, he still followed the instructions and walked down the ring. He didn't feel much about it. What big ring? It was just a place to compete. It didn't matter to him at all. The other contestants' matches continued as usual. Wang Ting casually found a seat below the ring and sat down. He watched their matches with great interest. In particular, the match between Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong was very exciting. These two people were indeed the most popular contenders for the championship. They were really strong. They were also in the top 16, but their abilities completely suppressed the other contestants. Not long after, the two of them ended their matches. They didn't even show much of their true abilities. Wang Ting was a little disappointed. Then, he picked up the attribute bubbles that dropped from the ring. Metal Force *50, Earth Force *68, Lightning Force *46, Fire Force *60. The Metal Force came from Ji Xiaoming, and the Lightning Force came from Ren Qingcong. Their force attributes were obvious at a glance. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to it. He continued watching the other contestants. Hanju's opponent was Cao Qihe from Jinlin University. Cao Qihe was the leader of Jinlin University. They were evenly matched, and the battle was very intense. One had to admit that Jinlin University wasn't weak. Although Wang Ting had beaten them so badly that they doubted their lives, they didn't encounter him later on. At least they managed to save their last bit of dignity. The dean of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy, Yan Kong, heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't doubt that Cao Qihe would be beaten up by Wang Ting. Thank the heavens! In the arena, Han Zhu and Cao Qihe's battle lasted for half an hour. It was more intense because they were of similar strength. In the end, Han Zhu won, both of them were injured, but Cao Qihe collapsed first. The last person standing won. On the second floor of the spectator stand, Ping Yuanshan smiled. Huanghai Military Academy was going to win. When Han Zhu lost to Zhao Yuanwu, he thought that Huanghai Military Academy was going to lose. He did not expect Wang Ting to turn the tables around. Now, Han Zhu had fought until the end. This was a great result. Peng Yuanshan was happy, but Yan Kang's face darkened. MMP. He avoided Wang Ting, but he still lost to Huanghai Military Academy. Did Jinlin Military Academy go against Huanghai Military Academy this year? Yan Kang felt unwell all over. His forehead was throbbing with a dull pain. The matches in the arena ended. Although Zhao Yuanwu was injured, he had recovered a lot in the past 2 days. Moreover, he was strong enough to win this match. The commentator's voice echoed in the Dragon's Denver. Alright, the other participants' matches have ended. Now, please make some space for us to set up the big arena. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the participants in the Dragon's Den retreated to the outermost area under the guidance of the staff. Rumble, suddenly, a loud sound came from under the Dragon's Denver. The ground shook, and the gaps between the arenas slowly rose. Finally, they connected with the other arenas. Other than the arena in the middle, all the other arenas were connected into a ring. Hua! When the crowd saw this, they were shocked. The so-called big arena was actually like this. Now, let's welcome the 2 participants, Wang Ting and Luo Qing, to the arena, the commentator said loudly. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. It was extremely lively. Below the arena, Wang Ting's gaze flickered slightly when he saw this flashy maneuver. Then, he lifted his feet and walked up the stairs one by one. He arrived at the arena almost at the same time as Luo Qing. I know you. Luo Qing suddenly said. Huh? Wang Ting looked at him in confusion. My teacher specifically mentioned it to me before, Luo Qing said as a glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Ting was a little confused. He thought to himself, who is your teacher? She was talking to herself over there, making him confused. Luo Qing was speechless. The 2 of them fell into silence, and the scene was very awkward. Why did this guy not play by the rules? Shouldn't he ask who his teacher was? Luo Qing felt very tired. Helpless, he could only mutter, my teacher is the Crimson Tiger Legion's general. Xiao Nanfeng. So it's him. Wang Ting finally remembered that Xiao Nanfeng had once told Tan Taixian about this. Previously, he had also paid attention to the contestant who might be Xiao Nanfeng's disciple, but he hadn't been able to find him. He thought that the other party had stood him up. Later on, as the competition progressed, he forgot about it. He did not expect Luo Qing to be Xiao Nanfeng's disciple. The 2 of them met under such circumstances. Interesting. The 2 of them looked at each other and sparks flew. A figure suddenly flew over from somewhere else and stood in the air, floating above the arena. Zephyr, 7-star soldier level martial warrior. Looking at the powerful warrior who suddenly appeared in the air above the arena, the crowd instantly exclaimed in surprise. This was a little too grand. This was the first time many ordinary people saw such a powerful being. They were very excited, and their eyes were filled with yearning. Flying in the air had always been a big dream of humans. Although they could use planes in modern society, there were too many restrictions. They were not like martial warriors who could break free from the restrictions and use their own strength to stand in the air. Who wouldn't be envious of such a status? I'll be the judge for your competition. The 7-star soldier level powerful warrior in the air said slowly, are you ready? The 2 of them didn't even look at the 7-star soldier level powerful warrior. They just nodded calmly. What an annoying brat. The 7-star soldier level powerful warrior was speechless. He pursed his lips and didn't waste any time. He directly announced, then, the competition begins. Boom, boom, 2 auras exploded from the 2 of them and kept increasing. 3-star soldier level, 4-star soldier level, all the way to 5-star soldier level. Swoosh, a crisp sound was heard. A pair of origin power wings unfurled from their backs. A pair of aqua blue, gorgeous wings materialized behind Luo Qing. They flapped slowly and brought his body up into the air. On Wang Ting's side, crimson flames rose and circled around him. Finally, they turned into a pair of crimson, flaming wings behind his back. A strong wind blew, and his hair danced in the air. As the flaming wings flapped, he slowly rose into the air and stared at Luo Qing from afar. When the judge at the side saw this scene, he couldn't help but smack his lips and exclaim in his heart, what an amazing young generation. The surrounding audience was already in an uproar. Their faces were filled with amazement, astonishment, and yearning. It was extremely complicated. In the arena, the two of them flapped their wings and rushed towards each other like bolts of lightning. Boom, 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 intense crashing sounds were instantly heard. Amidst the afterimages, the two of them exchanged fists and palms. They fought with their physical bodies, creating loud bangs. Their speed was too fast. They kept changing their positions in midair. If the arena wasn't big enough, they wouldn't be able to execute their moves. Boom, suddenly, a figure fell to the ground. It was Luoqing. He was smashed down by Wang Ting's punch. He landed heavily in the arena, creating a loud thud. Amidst the dust, Luoqing wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were calm. He stomped his feet and charged towards Wang Ting again, turning into a blue ray of light. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. It emitted cold gleams and shrouded the sky. Wang Ting stood in the air. His gaze remained unchanged as he casually pointed a finger. Swoosh, a beam of flame shot out from his index finger. Ancient flame finger, Luoqing's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, the beam of flame landed accurately on the tip of his spear. Luoqing felt the long spear in his hand tremble. His arm went numb from the shock, and he almost lost his grip. What a powerful attack. That's a finger technique combat skill. Luoqing's expression was solemn. In a flash, he retreated far away and stared at Wang Ting cautiously. What Wang Ting performed earlier should be a finger technique combat skill. This type of combat skill is extremely rare. I'm ashamed to say that I've only seen it a few times. It's an eye-opener today, the commentator said loudly. Wang Ting didn't use the ancient flame finger again. Instead, he took out his divine weapon, MOK, and waved at Luoqing. He wanted to win this match beautifully. He wanted to crush Luoqing in all aspects. That was the only way to let Luoqing know that Xiao Nanfeng was inferior to Tan Taixian. As Tan Taixian's disciple, Luoqing was no match for him. Seeing Wang Ting's actions, Luoqing frowned slightly. This was a provocation. He squinted his eyes and didn't say anything. He flapped the wings on his back and turned into an afterimage as he flew towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting looked calm. He dragged MOK and turned into a flowing light as he clashed with Luoqing. Boom, when the two weapons clashed, terrifying force exploded. A loud explosion reverberated throughout the area. The two of them were in the air. One was covered in blue force while the other was covered in flames. It was as though they had turned into two balls of light, one blue and one red. So strong. Both of them are so strong. This is even more exciting than the match between Wang Ting and Zhao Yuanwu. Luoqing is indeed the leading figure of Capital Military Academy. Among the younger generation, I'm afraid no one can match up to him. The audience was speechless. However, they watched the match with their eyes wide open. They didn't even dare to blink as they were afraid that they would miss such an exciting scene. Wang Ting and Luoqing kept changing their positions in the huge arena. Every time they dodged, they would fight from one end to the other. The audience was dazzled. Sometimes, they couldn't even keep up with their speed. In the blink of an eye, they couldn't find them anymore. At this moment, Wang Ting held a huge weapon in his hand. He had been accumulating power for a long time. He swung it forward and smashed it towards Luoqing. A terrifying force exploded instantly. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Luoqing's expression changed drastically. He instantly fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom, the entire arena seemed to shake. A deep pit was formed in the arena. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Luoqing was lying in the middle of the pit with his arms and legs spread out. Wow, everyone's jaws dropped. Too violent, they didn't expect Wang Ting to be such a person. How could he be so violent? He wasn't gentle at all. Stars appeared in the eyes of many girls. There was nothing wrong with violence. It was so strong and powerful. He looked like a gigolo, but he was actually a real man. Double experience. It was simply perfect. As for Luoqing, he was too pitiful. This seemed to be the second time he had been smashed to the ground like this. His posture was a little awkward, and it looked like it was very painful. Even the hard ground of the arena cracked. It could be seen that the impact was not light. However, everyone soon saw Luoqing struggling to get up again. He shook his head and knelt on one knee with his spear propped on the ground. His head was lowered and his face could not be seen clearly. Boom! Suddenly, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body, rising steadily. Below the stage, Ji Xiaoming, who was watching the match from his seat, couldn't help but straighten his back. This power, a solemn expression appeared on Ji Xiaoming's face. This time, he felt threatened by Luoqing. This Luoqing was indeed a decent opponent, however, he was very curious at the moment. Between Luoqing and Wang Ting, who would make it to the end, after all, he could only meet him at the end. Ren Qingcang's expression did not change. He crossed his arms as if he did not care at all. However, even if he always acted as if he was invincible, he didn't miss any part of the process during the competition. In the arena, as Luoqing's aura erupted, the surrounding temperature started to drop. Soon, ice crystals formed in the air and spread in all directions. After a while, snowflakes started to fall from the sky. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They looked at the sky in shock. It's snowing. No, it's not snowing. It's Luoqing's force that condensed the air. Luoqing's force isn't water force. It's ice force. Ice force. Dual element martial warrior. The commentator's voice was heard. This is too shocking. Luoqing is actually a dual-element martial warrior with both ice and water forces. His ability is close to that of a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Everyone was shocked. This situation was out of everyone's expectations. The national #1 martial arts competition was indeed filled with geniuses. As the competition progressed, the participants revealed their trump cards one by one. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to them at all. On the other side, Han Zhu and the others looked serious. They said in shock, Luoqing is actually a dual-element martial warrior. On top of that, he's a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior with ice force. I'm afraid Wang Ting is in trouble. On the second floor of the spectator stand, Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the others also looked serious. They looked at Luoqing, who had become the center of attention. They couldn't help but worry for Wang Ting. Could he still defeat Luoqing? The principal of Jisun Martial House, Yi Jisun, said, I remember that Luoqing is Xiao Nanfeng's disciple, right? He's his disciple. He's really good at hiding his identity. Lei Zhenting sneered. Then, he smiled gloatingly. It seems like Wang Ting won't have a chance to meet Ren Qingcang. That's hard to say. Yi Jisun looked at Wang Ting's young face, which didn't change much. He shook his head meaningfully. So Luoqing is General Zhao's disciple. This is the first time I've heard of this, Mr. Ma said in surprise. At this moment, Wang Ting was looking at Luoqing below. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Luoqing to have ice force. Moreover, it seemed to have reached the level of a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He also had ice force. Moreover, he had obtained it when he first became a martial warrior. However, ice-element martial warriors were really rare. As a result, even after such a long time, his ice-element force was still very limited. It was still at the 3-star soldier level. Compared to the other elements, his ice-element force was still very far away. Now that he saw Luoqing unleashing his ice force, his eyes flashed. Should he secretly rejoice at this moment? Wang Ting looked at Luoqing as if he was looking at an ice force extractor. Release to your heart's content, let the ice force surge even more violently. Wang Ting tried his best to suppress the corner of his mouth that was about to curve up crazily. Luoqing was a little dumbfounded. What's with your inexplicably excited expression? He thought that even if Wang Ting wasn't shocked, he would at least be a little surprised. Then, he would become more serious. In the end, he saw such an expression. He even suspected that Wang Ting had some special fetishes. Senior Luoqing, are you done? If you're done, hurry up and start fighting. I'm so hungry from waiting, Wang Ting said as he stood in the sky and flapped his flaming wings slowly. Luoqing was speechless. At this moment, he finally understood why everyone said that Wang Ting wasn't serious. Could he not talk about other irrelevant things in such an important occasion, especially eating? This was the martial arts competition. Couldn't he be more serious? Luoqing took a deep breath and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his head. The aqua-blue wings behind his back had completely transformed into a pair of ice wings. With a sudden flap, he turned into a ray of icy blue flowing light and swept toward Wang Ting with a biting chill. A chilling aura swept across the sky. Wang Ting stood in the air, and the flames around his body became stronger and stronger. Swoosh, in an instant, Luoqing arrived in front of him. Boom, he thrust his spear forward, and an icy blue spear gleam swept across the sky and pierced towards Wang Ting. Even the audience could feel the bone-piercing coldness. They couldn't help but shiver and wrap their clothes tightly around themselves. A battle between 6-star soldier-level martial warriors could actually change the temperature within a small area. How terrifying. However, Wang Ting wasn't affected at all. Against the backdrop of the flames, his face was as calm as water. He raised his divine weapon, MOK, high up in the sky. His aura was terrifying. Boom, the next moment, the rolling flames exploded, and a sword gleam shot out from the flames. Earth-level swordplay, blazing sky, the sword gleam and spear gleam collided, creating a deafening sound. One ice and one fire, they couldn't tolerate each other, they were in a stalemate in midair. Oh my god, Wang Ting blocked Luoqing's attack as a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Both of them are evenly matched, the commentator exclaimed. Wang Ting's strongest performance so far was only at the 5-star soldier level. Hence, everyone thought that he was only a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Moreover, a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior was already very terrifying. He was just a freshman, and it had only been half a year since the college entrance examination ended. How monstrous was he to advance from a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior to a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior in half a year? If he exceeded this limit, he wouldn't be able to be described as monstrous. This fellow. Below the stage, Zhao Yuanwu's gaze was terrifyingly dark. He could be said to be a half-step 6-star soldier-level martial warrior after using his secret skill. He thought that he could compete for the top 3 with this trump card, but he didn't expect to be defeated by Wang Ting before entering the top 16. He also knew that there was a huge difference between a half-step 6-star soldier-level martial warrior and a real 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, Wang Ting wasn't at a disadvantage at all under Luoqing's attacks. It was obvious that Wang Ting was much stronger than him. It wasn't just luck that Wang Ting won. I don't believe that you can defeat a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhao Yuanwu snorted coldly as if he had just eaten a lemon. Bang, in the sky, the ice and fire melted. No one could do anything to the other. Luoqing and Wang Ting clashed again. Luoqing's expression was solemn. He had used all of his abilities. In addition to his ice force, which was supposed to be his trump card, even a normal 6-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be able to defeat him. However, Wang Ting was still able to block his attack, and he still looked like he was handling it with ease. The two of them fought for more than half an hour, but there was still no clear winner. The audience was stunned by such an intense battle. These two are really strong. Huff, huff, at this moment, Luoqing was panting heavily as he stared at Wang Ting. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This didn't make sense. Everyone said that he had very few opponents among his peers. However, there was someone who was able to fight against him, and this person was even younger than him by a few years. Damn it. Were those words in the past all lies? At this moment, Luoqing started to doubt his life. He took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to win this battle. If he was defeated by someone of a higher level, he would be utterly humiliated. Moreover, this didn't just affect his reputation. It also affected his master's reputation. Hence, he couldn't lose. He, Luoqing, couldn't lose here. Boom, an extremely dense chill exploded from his body. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and a layer of frost even formed on the ground. Spear intent, earth-level combat technique, dragon's terror, roar. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in heaven and earth. The moment Luoqing attacked with his spear, the snowflake swirled and condensed into an ice dragon. The huge dragon's head was lifelike, majestic and terrifying. Wang Ting panted as his expression turned serious. He couldn't afford to be careless when facing such an attack. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, the terrifying heat melted the surrounding ice and snow. Clang, the sound of swords clashing could be heard. Two rays of light, one sword and one saber, soared into the sky. Countless sword and saber auras burst out and intertwined with each other as if they were playing around. At this moment, Wang Ting unleashed the extreme flaming sword force that was close to sword intent and the flaming saber intent at the same time. Saber and sword dual mastery, saber and sword clashed together, a dazzling crimson light shone in the sky. Slash, the divine weapon, MOK, was swung down. The saber and sword gleam was controlled like an arm as it slashed toward the ice dragon that was charging at him. Roar, the ice dragon roared into the sky. The cold chill seemed to freeze the flames. Slash, 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 Wang Ting's eyes widened as MOK pressed down. The crimson saber gleam and sword gleam seemed to have merged into one as they slashed at the ice dragon's head. Dong, the atmosphere in the dragon's lair seemed to have frozen at this moment. Countless spectators widened their eyes as they watched this scene. Gotcha, suddenly and extremely. Crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. An eye-catching crack appeared on the huge ice dragon's head. Then, under countless gazes, the crack grew bigger and bigger. Gotcha, gotcha, crisp sounds rang out continuously. Luo Cheng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Boom, at this moment, a loud sound rang out as the huge ice dragon exploded. It had actually been slashed into pieces, torrential flames swept out. Bam, Luo Cheng was still one step too late. He was sucked into the flames and smashed into the ground. The frost that had just formed melted and evaporated under the flames in the blink of an eye. Scorch marks appeared on the ground as sword and saber marks coexisted. It was a horrifying sight. After a while, the flames disappeared completely. In the arena, Luo Cheng was in an extremely sorry state. His body was covered in saber and sword marks. He stood up shakily and spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff, he looked up at the sky, but his vision was blurred by the blood. He couldn't see clearly. He raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at Wang Ting, who was in the sky. I won't lose. A hoarse voice came out of Luo Cheng's mouth. It was filled with unwillingness. Then, he collapsed onto the ground. After witnessing Luo Cheng's collapse, the entire dragon's lair fell into silence. Countless people looked at the young man in the sky with a pair of flaming wings on his back. Many expressions flashed across their faces. Shock, amazement. In the next moment, many people in all directions stood up at the same time and gave a warm applause. Then, more and more people stood up, applause rang out from all directions until the entire dragon's lair was drowned in it. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingsong, and the other geniuses couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. Even they were shocked by this scene. Wang Ting had actually received everyone's recognition. What kind of honor was this? Even though Ji Xiaoming didn't care about being admired by outsiders and even saw it as an annoyance, his heart still wavered at this moment. Who could refuse such an honor? The huge dragon's lair was drowned in warm applause. Everyone was cheering for one person. Even if they didn't know Wang Ting before, even if they didn't come especially for him, they were still stunned by the battle they saw today. In the audience, Wang Xinghua and his wife looked at the crowd cheering for Wang Ting and felt proud. Their child was standing on the biggest martial arts stage in the country and was the center of attention, shocking everyone. Nothing could make them prouder than this. Lin Chuhan looked at the familiar figure and suddenly felt a little dazed. He was usually cheeky, but at the crucial moment, he always shone brightly. He was destined to be the center of attention. At this moment, three figures stood at the top of the dragon's nest. If Wang Ting could see them, he would recognize two of them as Tan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng. The two of them stood on the left and right of an old man. This old man was wearing a dark green robe that covered his skinny body. They had arrived early and watched the entire process of the match. However, no one at the scene noticed their presence. Even the general-level powerhouses among them were not outsiders. This child is interesting. After the battle, the old man suddenly smiled faintly. You're flattering me. Dan Taixian said with a smile. You have good taste. The old man said, then asked, you want him to join the Black Sparrow army? Yes, I'm tired of this position. With this kid's growth rate, he'll be able to rise very quickly and take over my position. Tan Taixian said. Xiao Nanfeng looked at Tan Taishan in surprise. Aren't you afraid that the people below will not be convinced? The old man said. If they are not convinced, they can fight. This position still depends on whose fist is harder. Tan Taishan said nonchalantly. What you said is not unreasonable, but if you want to convince the people, just relying on your fist is not enough. You must have military achievements. The old man said. That's why I'm sending him to train in the Black Sparrow Army, Tan Taishan said. The old man nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned to Xiao Nanfeng and said, Your disciple is also very good. It seems that you have put in a lot of effort to nurture him. Thank you for your praise. He is still lacking a lot, Xiao Nanfeng said, flattered. There's no need to belittle yourself. There are quite a few outstanding youths in this batch. If you nurture your disciple well, he'll definitely become a cornerstone in the future, said the old man. Yes, I won't let you down, Xiao Nanfeng said excitedly. Well, I'm tired. I'll go back first. The old man yawned and disappeared in a flash. Come and go without a trace, it was as if he had never appeared. Tan Taishan and Xiao Nanfeng immediately bowed in the direction where the old man had disappeared. What do you think, Xiao Nanfeng? Is my disciple all right? Tan Taishan turned around and smiled proudly. Humph. Xiao Nanfeng snorted and disappeared in a flash. He was depressed and didn't want to talk to Tan Taishan. After the old man left, the general-level powerful warriors in the dragon's den finally noticed the two people at the top. However, they soon felt that the two auras were familiar. It's them. Yi Jisun looked up and was surprised. These two are back too, Lei Zhenting said. Who are they? Mr. Ma asked curiously when he saw their expressions. The generals of the Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop, Yi Jisun said with a smile. It's them. Mr. Ma was shocked. The applause in the dragon's den didn't stop for a long time. The commentator's voice was heard. Wang Ting won this match. He won with the ability of a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. This is too shocking. Hearing the commentator's voice, Wang Ting slowly descended from the sky. The wings behind his back dissipated, and he landed on the arena. He scanned the arena and picked up a few attribute bubbles. Water Force *76, Ice Force *132, Advanced Ice Talent *1 Mental Strength *20 Enlightenment *36, Wang Ting was elated. 132 points of Ice Force. Why did he fight so hard against Luoqing for so long? Wasn't it to gain more benefits? His efforts weren't wasted. Other than that, the most noteworthy thing was the Advanced Ice Talent. Luo Cheng's talent was the biggest reason why he was able to become a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior at such a young age. Hard work was important in martial arts cultivation, but if one wasn't talented enough, they would need to spend more time. On the other hand, those who were talented and hardworking would naturally spend less time on it. Wang Ting originally had intermediate ice talent. Now that he had advanced ice talent, it was a complete change. In the future, he would be able to cultivate ice force with less effort. The judge announced the results. Wang Ting glanced at Luoqing and felt a little regretful. This was the pride of the Capital Military Academy. He hoped that this competition wouldn't be a huge blow to him and affect his ability improvement in the future. After all, the stronger he was, the more benefits he could gain. He walked down the arena, and Han Zhu and the others immediately gathered around him. You're too perverted. Han Zhu punched Wang Ting's chest and exclaimed. Go away. Don't spoil our potential champion. Wan Baiqiu pushed him away and said with disdain. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Let's go back and rest. You'll probably have to face Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingcong next, Han Zhu said. In the afternoon. The people who lost in the morning were re-ranked. Even if they were severely injured, they still had to fight unless they forfeited. Luckily, the factions behind these participants wouldn't be stingy with their high-quality pills. They only needed to rest for a few hours to recover. For example, Zhao Yuanwu had clearly used a secret technique. Logically speaking, he should have needed a long time to recuperate. However, in just 2 days, he returned to the arena full of energy. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to the rankings after that. The competition continued the next day. The 8 people would fight in pairs to choose the top 4. Wang Ting was stunned when he saw the names on the big screen. This time, his opponent was a girl. After Mao Na, another female martial artist had fallen into his hands. The girl's expression changed when she saw that her opponent was Wang Ting. Mao Na's experience was not far off. The brick hit the back of her head. Not only was it painful, but it was also very embarrassing. Wang Ting, can we negotiate? The girl asked carefully. Huh? Wang Ting looked at her in confusion. Let's have a good fight. Please don't take out your brick, okay, the girl said. Oh. Wang Ting finally understood. He nodded and said, don't worry. I'll go easy on you. Okay. Thank you so much. The girl's uneasy heart finally calmed down. Her expression turned solemn as she gestured and said, let's begin. A few minutes later. Bam, with a muffled thud, the girl's eyes rolled back and she fell face first onto the ground. F***ck, didn't you say you wouldn't use the brick? Wang Ting looked down at the girl at his feet and shook his head. Indeed, a woman's brain was never proportional to her body. A man's mouth was a liar. If she couldn't understand this, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the future. Today, he would treat it as a free lesson for her. Wang Ting was almost touched by his own kindness. How could one be so outstanding? There weren't many people who were willing to help others like him. Spirit *12, Enlightenment *10, Would Force *66, Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles on the arena and walked down. To be honest, there were only 2 or 3 people in the top 16 who could attract his attention. The other contestants were not bad, but they were still lacking compared to the people in the first tier. In the morning, it was time for the 8-4 duels. Wang Ting had successfully advanced to the next round. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Xingsong didn't waste too much time either. They had also advanced to the top 4. The last person would be decided between Luo Qing and Zhao Yuanwu. Obviously, Zhao Yuanwu was the loser. In front of a real 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, especially one who was at the same level as a prodigy, the difference of one level was like a chasm. Not everyone could defeat someone who was at a higher level than them like Wang Ting. Hence, after Wang Ting, Zhao Yuanwu suffered another crushing defeat. The top 4 were quickly decided. The other 3 contestants were expected to be in the top 4. Only Wang Ting advanced to the top 4 as a dark horse. Many people were still reminiscing about that battle. When the crowd dispersed, everyone was still talking about it. It was very lively. The top 2 will be decided in the afternoon. I wonder which 2 people will fight for the championship in the end. I still think that Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingsong have a higher chance. It's hard to say. From the start of the competition until now, Wang Ting has been very relaxed. It seems like he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Now that you mention it, that's true. On the way back to the hotel, Han Zhu asked, you'll be facing either Ji Xiaoming or Ren Qingsong in the afternoon. Are you nervous? This time, according to the rankings, he could enter the top 10, so he was in a good mood. At this moment, he was even teasing Wang Ting. There's nothing to be nervous about. In my opinion, they are no different from ordinary opponents, Wang Ting said calmly. You sure have guts. These 2 are the hot contenders for the championship. How can ordinary participants compare to them? Wan Baiqiu, who was beside him, said in a speechless manner. Wang Ting shook his head and said, that's because you put them on a pedestal too high. Without that extravagant appearance, they're no different from ordinary people. They'll still lose. The people from Huanghai Military Academy looked at each other. Although they felt that it made sense, they still felt that something was off. Alright, you're right. Who asked you to be so handsome? Han Zhu said. Wang Ting, everyone. At the same time, everyone in the country was talking about it. When they bumped into each other in the afternoon, they didn't ask if they had eaten. Instead, they asked questions like, have you watched the National Martial Arts Competition? Or, who do you think will be the champion? The popularity of the competition was high on the internet. The topic of the champion was pushed to the top of the trending searches. All the celebrity scandals had to be pushed aside. The national #1 martial arts competition had become the hot topic of discussion. In the afternoon, the Dragon's Den was packed with people. At a glance, there were almost no empty seats. Every seat was filled with people. The commentator's voice rang out. Everyone, the competition has reached its final stage. Now, we have to decide the champion. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, Wang Teng, and Luo Qing. Out of these 4 participants, who will emerge victorious in the end? Let's wait and see. Alright, let's not waste any more time. We'll start immediately. Please look at the big screen. The names of the participants appeared quickly. Wang Ting vs Ji Xiaoming. Luo Qing vs Ren Qingcong. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. My opponent is Ji Xiaoming. He stood up and walked towards the arena. Ji Xiaoming. Suddenly, screams could be heard. The female audience in the arena instantly exploded. Ji Xiaoming's reputation was terrifying. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He would never admit that he felt a little jealous. This kid isn't as handsome as me. In the audience, Xianxia's head kept swaying left and right. What should I do? What should I do? Ji Xiaoming is so handsome, but I should firmly support little brother Wang Ting. Lin Chuhan was speechless. Can you please have some principles? Su Wantong said as she covered her forehead. Alright, I'll firmly support little brother Wang Ting. Xiaoxia's expression was serious as she nodded vigorously. In the arena, Wang Ting and Ji Xiaoming walked up and stood facing each other. Ji Xiaoming's entire body was like a sharp longsword. His eyebrows, eyes, lips, they were all like swords. Even people who didn't know him would think that he was a swordsman at first glance. There was no doubt about it. With Ji Xiaoming's talent in the way of the sword, he's probably already comprehended sword intent, Wang Ting thought to himself as he looked at his opponent. Ji Xiaoming held his sword and tilted his head towards the referee. Please open the arena. This request wasn't too surprising. This time, the outcome was quickly decided. The arena was opened once again. Alright, now we can have a good fight. Ji Xiaoming smiled at Wang Ting. At first, I thought that only Ren Qingcong could make me take him seriously. Later, I realized that you're not bad either. We all misjudged you, cut the crap. Let's fight. Wang Ting interrupted him. Ji Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Alright. Boom, his aura exploded as he strode forward. The sword in his hand turned into an afterimage, and sword flowers bloomed. It was extremely exquisite. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He held the divine weapon, MOK, and slashed out. No matter how exquisite your sword art is, I'll break it with my own strength. Boom, origin power erupted, forcing Ji Xiaoming to withdraw his sword and retreat. In the first round, Ji Xiaoming was actually at a disadvantage. Many people in the audience rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe it. It can't be. Ji Xiaoming's sword art has never failed. This time, he actually lost to Wang Ting. Ji Xiaoming didn't underestimate his opponent, did he? Wang Ting already has the upper hand in the first round. It looks like there's still a fight to be had. Ji Xiaoming, you can do it. After forcing Ji Xiaoming to retreat, Wang Ting's figure flashed and disappeared. He swept towards Ji Xiaoming like a waterfall and slashed down with Mo Quebec. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed slightly. He didn't block the attack. Instead, he stabbed his sword towards Wang Ting's heart. He was using offense as defense. If Wang Ting didn't stop attacking, both sides would be injured. Ji Xiaoming wasn't that stupid. His eyes flashed. He blocked the attack with MOK and punched Ji Xiaoming's face with his left fist. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed again. He met Wang Ting's attack with his palm. Bang, the two of them collided. Origin power exploded, and the powerful impact pushed both of them back several meters. In the next moment, they looked at each other. The wings on their backs unfolded, and they turned into afterimages as they rushed into the sky. An even more intense battle erupted. The two of them clashed in the sky. Ji Xiaoming seemed to have turned into a dazzling sword ray that no one could look at directly. However, what surprised everyone was that Wang Ting seemed to be able to handle the powerful Ji Xiaoming with ease. He held the divine weapon, MOK, and performed all the sword and saber techniques he had learned. His moves were as intricate as Ji Xiaoming's. Everyone watched with rapt attention, afraid that they would miss out on any exciting scene. Ji Xiaoming is indeed a genius in the sword principle. His sword radiance is so powerful that he looks down on everyone. There are very few people in the younger generation who can reach such a level. The commentator paused for a moment before continuing. However, we can see that Wang Ting's sword techniques are also very profound. Moreover, he performed both sword and saber techniques at the same time. His saber techniques are not inferior to his sword techniques. His talent is truly astonishing. This battle is a contest between two prodigies. Boom! In the sky above the arena, the two figures retreated. Ji Xiaoming's expression didn't change. He focused his gaze and released a sword ray. Ultimate kill sword technique, earth-grade combat technique, streaks of lightning-fast sword rays pierced toward Wang Ting's vital points. From afar, one could only see spots of cold light that sent chills down one's spine. Wang Ting felt that his entire body was locked down. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, he couldn't. The sword was extremely fast, however, he wasn't afraid at all. He knew similar sword techniques. Shadow kill sword technique, earth-grade combat technique, an eye for an eye. As the sword rays flashed, the attacks from both sides disappeared as if they had never appeared. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed slightly. No one could block his sword techniques with just sword techniques. Wang Ting's sword techniques seemed to be quite good too. It seems like Ji Xiaoming has met his match, the commentator said. In the resting area of the First Academy, Mao Na and the others were shocked when they saw this. No way. Xiaoming's sword technique was blocked. This guy is simply a monster. Yu Tao said bitterly. On the other hand, in the Yellow Sea resting area, Han Zhu and the rest were overjoyed. We have a chance of winning. Defeating Ji Xiaoming. If this was in the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Wan Baiqiu sighed. Getting into the top 3 and fighting for the championship? Does Huang Hai have such glory as well? Du asked. According to the current trend, it's not impossible. Again. On the stage, Wang Ting waved at Ji Xiaoming. How arrogant. Ji Xiaoming's face darkened as he exuded a sharp aura from his body. His invisible sword aura pressed down on Wang Ting. Boom, the calm air suddenly let out a sonic boom as it was compressed to the extreme. Wang Ting's expression did not change. His sword aura burst forth. It was as if the tip of his sword had just lightly poked a hole in the aura of his opponent. Ji Xiaoming's expression changed again. He suddenly felt powerless as if all his tricks were useless in front of Wang Ting. He felt extremely aggrieved. Clang, the long sword hummed as if it was comforting him. Ji Xiaoming's body shook, and his expression became firm again. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Everything I've learned is in the sword. This is my strongest attack. If you can take it, you win. Ji Xiaoming's voice slowly spread as he rushed up to the sky. Wang Ting couldn't help but look up. In the blink of an eye, he could only see a black dot. He could feel that Ji Xiaoming's aura was getting more and more condensed as he flew higher. On the second floor of the spectator stands, Ji Huayang, the dean of the First University's Martial Arts Academy, stood up with his hands behind his back. He walked to the edge of the stage and looked up at the sky. This sword strike was the one that would decide the outcome of the battle. Ji Xiaoming was the leader of the First University. If he lost to Wang Ting, the First University would lose. Ji Xiaoming suddenly rushed up to the sky and flew higher and higher. What is he trying to do? The commentator, Zhang Jun, was shocked. It seems like he's going to use his strongest attack. It seems like he's condensing his aura. Another commentator, Su Xiao, said. Condensing his aura. He's actually condensing his aura. It seems like Ji Xiaoming's attack is not to be underestimated, Zhang Jun said. The spectators talked among themselves as they stared at the sky. They even held their breaths as if they were more nervous than Ji Xiaoming. Wang Ting held MOK in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the sky. Then, he saw a huge sword aura descend from the sky. This attack is very powerful. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He could feel that this attack contained at least 30% of the sword intent. Ji Xiaoming had condensed all his sword moves into one attack. It wouldn't be easy to block it. If he wasn't careful, he would lose this match. The situation was urgent, so he didn't have time to think. Wang Ting instantly made a decision. He unleashed the power of a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Boom! At this moment, a strong wave of force surged out of his body. Wang Ting swung MOK toward the sky. Flaming sword. Intent, overflowing rain sword intent. 2 sword intents were unleashed at the same time, a blue sword aura and a red sword aura intertwined and shot into the sky. Wow, Ji Huayang had just sat down, but he instantly stood up with a shocked expression on his face. 2 sword intents. He couldn't be blamed for this. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend one intent, but Wang Ting actually comprehended 2 intents. Furthermore, they were 2 intents of opposite attributes. The difficulty was much higher, anyone would be equally shocked. The blue and red sword auras seemed to have transformed into 2 water and fire dragons as they clashed with Ji Xiaoming's sword aura. Boom, the sword and the saber were in a stalemate in midair. Loud bangs could be heard as they collided. The sword aura was above, and the sword aura was below. The 2 of them didn't give way to each other, and it looked like they were going to perish together. Slash, however, Wang Ting still had some energy left. He swung MOK again and slashed with his sword aura. This sword aura instantly broke the stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion rang out as origin power wreaked havoc in all directions. After the shockwaves dissipated, the scene in the arena was revealed. A figure was half kneeling on the ground with a long sword in his hand. It was Ji Xiaoming. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. Ji Xiaoming was actually injured. On the other side, Wang Ting stood there quietly with MOK in his hand. Apart from being a little messy, he wasn't injured at all. The difference between the 2 of them was obvious. You've lost. Wang Ting looked down at his opponent and said indifferently. Ji Xiaoming suddenly raised his head. He opened his mouth to say something, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft, his expression was gloomy. He staggered to his feet and walked down the arena. I've lost. Just as he had said before, Wang Ting had won since he had blocked his attack. That was because that was his strongest attack. If even his strongest attack couldn't do anything to Wang Ting, it would be futile to continue fighting. The crowd was shocked. Ji Xiaoming had actually admitted defeat. Everyone looked at Ji Xiaoming's back. It was as if he was filled with desolation and loneliness. The genius that everyone thought highly of had actually lost here. Ji Xiaoming's expectations were too high. Almost everyone believed that he would walk to the end. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Wang Ting won. The entire Dragon's Den was in an uproar. This result was out of many people's expectations, especially Ji Xiaoming's supporters. They didn't expect him to lose to Wang Ting. They couldn't accept this result. However, many people were shouting Wang Ting's name. They were cheering and cheering for him. His performance had won the hearts of many people. Powerful people would receive respect and admiration wherever they went. Wang Ting's strength was undeniable. In General Bai's livestream, a rich person sent 100 rockets. The audience was in an uproar. Too impressive. Dark horse, definitely a dark horse. Wang Ting is amazing. He even defeated Ji Xiaoming. I feel like I'm seeing a supernova rising. And this was the view of ordinary people. As for warriors, they could see much more. For example, Wang Ting was actually a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Another example was that he had water-type force. He even mastered water-type blade intent. All these things shocked everyone. Wang Ting revealed many things in this competition. On the second floor of the spectator stand, Ji Huayang heaved a sigh of relief and sat down dejectedly. The first university lost. They lost to Huanghai Military Academy. This result was hard for him to accept. However, could he blame Ji Xiaoming? Of course not. He knew that Ji Xiaoming had tried his best. However, Wang Ting was too monstrous. Monstrous people like him were rare, but he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't blame him. Ji Huayang looked at Wang Ting, who was in the arena. What an amazing talent! If the first academy had been able to rope him in back then, this battle wouldn't have happened today. The glory of being the champion would still belong to the first university. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Ping Yuanshan and the others were overjoyed. Wang Ting actually won. This was beyond their expectations. This was a big surprise. At first, they thought that Wang Ting would be good enough if he could get into the top 10. They didn't expect him to not only get into the top 10, but also into the top 3. The gap between the top 3 and the top 10 was not small at all. And from the looks of it, there was a chance for him to become the champion, even with Ping Yuanshan's composure. The thought of Huanghai Military Academy bringing back the glory of being the champion made him excited. After the match ended, Wang Ting walked down from the arena. Then, it was Ren Xingcong and Luo Cheng's match. Both of them were 6-star soldier-level martial warriors, but Ren Xingcong was very powerful. He only used 10 minutes to win the match. Luo Cheng was smashed out of the arena by him and fell into a coma. Wang Ting looked at the figure bathed in thunder light on the stage with a solemn expression. Thunder body is indeed an extremely powerful body refining technique. Ren Xingcong seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The corners of Wang Ting's mouth curled up, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Today's competition is completely over. The final winners are Wang Ting and Ren Xingcong. Tomorrow, the champion will be decided from these two contestants. Then, who will be the champion of this year's national No. 1 martial arts competition? Let's wait and see tomorrow's competition. As the commentator finished speaking, everyone left the Dragon's Den one after another. The next day. Early in the morning, the Dragon's Den was already filled with people. This was the last day of the national No. 1 martial arts competition. It was also the most crucial day. The champion would be announced today. There were only Huanghai Military Academy and Thunder Dojo in the arena. Wang Ting sat in the resting area of Huanghai Military Academy. His expression was calm. There was no sadness or joy on his face. Even before the competition, he was still as calm as ever. Even if his opponent was Ren Xingcong, suddenly, he heard footsteps beside him. He couldn't help but look up. "Teacher." It was Tan Tai Xian. "I'm relieved to see you like this," Tan Tai Xian said with a smile. "There's nothing to worry about." "It's just a competition," Wang Ting said calmly. "That's more like my disciple," Tan Tai Xian said. Ping Yuanshan and the rest were speechless when they saw this pair of master and disciple. They were worried for nothing. They didn't even take it seriously. On the other side, Ren Xingcong stood beside an old man in a wheelchair. "I didn't expect the Wang family to have such a genius," the old man suddenly said. "His talent is not bad, but I will defeat him," Ren Xingcong said confidently. "So what if you defeat him? He's so young. Give him time, and he will definitely rise in the future," the old man said as he shook his head. "Injuries and deaths are inevitable in the arena," Ren Xingcong said coldly. The old man hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "Do what you can. The Ren family still depends on you." While the two of them were talking, Wang Ting also noticed the old man. "It's him." Wang Ting recognized him immediately. He was old Master Wang's rival. He didn't expect him to come to the arena today. Interesting. I'll defeat the grandson he's so proud of in front of him. I wonder if that old thing will die of anger on the spot. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. He had no pity for this old man. He hated old Master Wang to the core and wanted nothing more than to destroy the Wang family. In his previous life, the Wang family fell into the abyss because of him. Although there were many differences between the two lives, the hatred was the same. 8 o'clock sharp. Time's up. May the two contestants please enter the central arena. The commentator's excited voice echoed throughout the Dragon's Den. "I'm going up." Wang Ting slowly got up and walked toward the central arena. A moment later, Wang Ting and Ren Xingcong arrived at the central arena. The two of them faced each other. Ren Xingcong suddenly raised his right hand and slashed it across his neck. When Wang Ting saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Just as everyone was confused and didn't know what he meant, a finger suddenly popped out of his fist. Middle finger, Ren Xingcong's face instantly darkened. Pfft. Many people in the audience burst into laughter. Naughty, this Wang Ting was naughty, the referee looked at the two of them and immediately announced the start of the match. Boom, dazzling lightning suddenly erupted from Ren Xingcong's body as he strode toward Wang Ting like a lightning god. Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. He directly used the 8th-level demonic art, and all the muscles in his body changed and became as hard as metal. He strode toward Ren Xingcong. The two of them were quite far from each other. At first, they were just striding forward. Later on, they turned into afterimages and collided with each other. Boom, Ren Xingcong's fist landed, and he didn't hold back at all. Wang Ting also threw a punch. Who was afraid of who? Boom, the two fists collided. Neither of them retreated. At the same time, both of them threw another punch with their free left hand. Boom, another punch collided. The force exploded, and a shockwave rolled back. The two of them were locked in a contest of strength. A hint of disbelief flashed in Ren Xingcong's eyes. Wang Ting's physical body could actually compete with his. One had to know that he had cultivated the heaven-tier body of thunder. What did Wang Ting have? Ren Xingcong was extremely conceited. He didn't take Wang Ting seriously from the very beginning. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would appear in front of him like a dark horse? Even Ji Xiaoming, whom he regarded as his rival, had been defeated by Wang Ting. It was ironic. Now that they were actually fighting, he realized that Wang Ting was not simple. Even his body of thunder had been blocked by Wang Ting. He couldn't accept this. At this moment, the two of them were very close to each other. Origin power surged out of their fists as they tried to send each other flying. However, both of them didn't move at all. It was as if they were two giant rocks standing on the ground. Boom, Ren Xingcong's eyes flashed with indifference. He suddenly bent his knee and aimed it at Wang Ting's chest. If this hit connected, at least a few of his ribs would be broken. Wang Ting raised his leg and kicked the other party's calf. He forcefully blocked the attack midway. The two of them separated immediately after the collision. Ren Xingcong took a few steps back and stomped his foot. He suddenly turned into an afterimage and appeared on Wang Ting's left side. He then swept his leg at him from the side. Wang Ting reacted quickly. He threw a punch at Ren Xingcong's knee. The two of them fought with all their strength. They didn't hold back at all. Ren Xingcong's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to take this punch head-on. Lightning surrounded his body as he disappeared from the spot and attacked Wang Ting from the other side. I'm not slow either. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Wind origin power surged out of his origin core. Gale step, Wang Ting's body seemed to turn into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ren Xingcong's attack hit the afterimage he left behind. Ren Xingcong's pupil shrank. He suddenly turned around and raised his arm to block. Bang, a heavy blow landed on his arm. Ren Xingcong was pushed several meters away by the huge force. Eh? Your reaction is not slow. Wang Ting was quite surprised, and he once again disappeared and reappeared around Ren Xingcong, continuously attacking. Ren Xingcong's expression was somewhat unsightly, but he did not dare to be careless in his heart. His gaze constantly swept the surroundings, searching for Wang Ting's figure and blocking it. Pung pung pung, the sound of fists hitting flesh kept ringing out, making the audience's eyelids twitch. Ren Xingcong, who was known for his physical body, had actually fallen into a passive state at this moment. There was something wrong with this script. Scram! Ren Xingcong suddenly erupted, and thunder light exploded on his body. A pair of thunder and lightning wings unfurled, and he charged into the sky like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it was impossible to track him. So fast. Wang Ting was shocked. His eyes could not keep up with his speed. Lightning slash. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. A bolt of purple lightning flashed in the sky and struck down. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. The wings on his back unfurled, and wind origin power swirled around him as he pushed his speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. Boom, the purple lightning struck the spot where Wang Ting was standing, and a charred hole appeared on the ground of the stage. the power was astonishing. Wang Ting's figure appeared in the sky. When he saw the destruction caused by the previous attack, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Ren Qingsong with a dangerous gaze. However, Ren Qingsong's speed was too fast. He kept changing his position in the sky, and it was hard to lock onto him. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly, and MOK appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword emitted a cold light. Shadow Assassination Sword Art, Fast Sword, using speed to fight speed, Qi, facing the sword light that was so fast that it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake, Ren Qingsong's figure was forced out. There were even a few sword marks on his clothes. Take another punch from me. Wang Ting chased after him and punched him. Ape King Fist, Ren Qingsong's expression was unsightly as he greeted Wang Ting with a punch. Pong, when the two fists collided, Ren Qingsong's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but fly back. Again. Wang Ting flew over as if he had transformed into a violent ape. His fists rained down like a torrential storm. Pong. Pong. Pong, the terrifying fist force exploded and landed on Ren Qingsong's body. Boom, a figure fell from the sky and landed on the stage with a loud bang. Before the dust settled, the figure rushed up from the ground again. It was as if he had turned into an arrow of thunder, aiming at Wang Ting in the sky. Ancient Flame Finger, Wang Ting's eyes narrowed as he pointed out with his finger. Flames erupted from his finger and rushed towards the arrow of thunder. Boom, it was as if two rays of light had collided in the sky and exploded. Ren Qingsong, what other moves do you have? Show them all. Don't be so secretive. Wang Ting laughed. Humph. Arrogant. Ren Qingsong snorted as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without saying anything, his body swayed, and two figures that looked exactly the same instantly appeared. This is... Wang Ting's eyes moved, and he was a little stunned. Then, he saw the three figures of Ren Qingsong split up again, turning into 9 figures that looked exactly the same. The 9 figures suddenly turned into afterimages and started to revolve around Wang Ting. It was as if there were countless figures. Heaven-level combat technique, 9 thunder strikes. Among the afterimages that revolved around Wang Ting, the 9 figures suddenly attacked with thunder strikes. Boom, 9 thunder strikes struck Wang Ting. The power was terrifying. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. Even a normal 7-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be able to block Ren Qingsong's attack. He did not dare to be careless. He gathered his force and punched towards the thunder strikes. Ape King Fist, Fist Intent, an Ape King as huge as a mountain appeared behind Wang Ting. It raised its head and roared. Then, it punched out. Bam, the giant ape and thunder strikes collided, and the sound of the collision reverberated throughout the area. Thunder annihilation, the giant ape disappeared, the shockwave spread in all directions and scattered Ren Qingsong's afterimages. A figure appeared. It was Ren Qingsong himself. Wang Ting raised MOK, and the flaming blade intent exploded. Heaven-level combat technique, Big Dipper Flaming Blade, a terrifying flaming blade intent slashed towards Ren Qingsong. Ren Qingsong's expression changed drastically. He did not have time to dodge, so he could only activate his thunder body to the maximum. The lightning around his body was extremely dense as he took the attack head-on. Boom, the flaming blade intent instantly descended. The flames engulfed Ren Qingsong completely. Ren Qingsong was like a shooting star as he fell from the sky with a long tail of flames behind him. Boom, the ground was shaking, and cracks were everywhere. The flames burned for a long time before a huge crater appeared. A figure was lying in the crater, looking extremely pathetic. Silence, the entire area was silent. Ren Qingsong actually lost. Many people were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Everyone's gaze was focused on the figure in the sky. This? How is this possible? Old Master Ren's eyes widened. Ren Qingsong, whom he had high hopes for, actually lost. Furthermore, he lost to the descendant of the person he had always hated. He could not accept this. At this moment, his breathing was rapid, and he could not help but cough dryly. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as if he could die at any moment. All attribute martial arts. Everyone's attention was focused on him. At this moment, Wang Ting was the center of attention. He was the most dazzling person in the crowd. Ji Xiaoming stared blankly at this scene. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Even Ren Qingcong lost? The greatest blow to a prodigy was that someone he had never taken seriously had defeated him. Furthermore, the person had gone further than him. Ji Xiaoming gripped his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He won? Han Zhu and the others were in disbelief. They looked at each other, unable to accept the fact. As a freshman, Wang Ting had never participated in the national #1 martial arts competition before. In the end, he even won the championship. Who would have thought of this? Even Ping Yuanshan, who had allowed Wang Ting to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition, did not expect this. The champion of the national #1 martial arts competition, this was a term that was full of dreams, and even contained the martial arts dreams of countless young martial artists. It was something that all martial artists pursued. Ping Yuanshan, who was sitting on the second floor of the spectator stand, was in a daze. He looked at the proud figure below and sighed. He turned to Tan Xian and asked, "Principal, did you expect him to win the championship?" Tan Xian was slightly taken aback. He said awkwardly, "I just asked him to try." What a good try. It was not unreasonable for a disciple to be unreliable. After all, even his teacher was like that. Everyone was speechless. Yan Kong, the principal of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy, looked envious and disdainful. If he could win the championship so casually, wouldn't he be able to win the world championship if he was serious? He would never admit that he was jealous. After all, Wang Ting was their target. In other words, Jinlin University had a chance to win the championship. Yan Kong was about to explode when he thought of this. That was the championship. He had missed it. It was the biggest regret in his life. Yan Kong felt terrible. He was depressed. He wanted to find a secluded corner and draw circles to curse the lucky fellows from Huanghai Military Academy. On the other side, Yi Jisun, the principal of Jisun Martial Arts School, sighed with emotion. Then, he couldn't help but say, "I remember that this kid has the ice element. I saw that he was using the fire element the whole time. Then, he used the water element, the earth element, and the wind element. He is a multi-element martial artist." Chairman Ma, who was next to him, was stunned when he heard that. He secretly counted and said, "5 elements?" "Yes." Yi Jisun nodded with a smile. "If I didn't hide it, I do have 5 elements." Hiss. Boss Ma sucked in a breath of cold air. This talent, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. Then, he turned to Thunder Dojo's dojo master and said, "Dojo Master Lei, it seems that your disciple didn't lose unjustly." Lei Zhenting, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, suddenly smiled. "The match isn't over yet." Boss Ma was stunned. Lei Zhenting raised his head. "The world is going to change." Hearing this, Yi Jisun's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a storm was brewing. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the clouds, and a silver-white light illuminated half the sky. The audience, who were still immersed in the match, was instantly awakened. "Thunder!" Yi Jisun looked solemn. He looked at Lei Zhenting and said, "Your disciple is crazy." "For the championship, this is nothing," Lei Zhenting said disdainfully. In Dragon's Den, the commentator's voice sounded. "There's thunder. What a strange weather. There should be very little thunder in winter. Fortunately, the winner of our championship match has been decided." "Wait, what did I see?" Ren Qingcong stood up again. He actually stood up again. The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief, and it instantly attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at the figure standing up shakily in the ring. How is it possible? He can still stand up after that attack. Everyone was surprised and couldn't help but discuss. The match that had already been decided was suddenly full of suspense. Can Ren Qingcong still fight? Does he still have a chance? He's so tenacious. Wang Ting lowered his head and looked at Ren Qingcong with surprise. Then, he frowned and looked at the sky. This thunder was very unusual. Boom, as if confirming his guess, another thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and this time, it actually struck straight towards the ground. Boom, the next moment, the lightning landed directly on Ren Xingsong's body. This is? Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Ren Xingsong was definitely up to something. Ren Xingsong was struck by lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ren Xingsong had just gotten up, and everyone wanted to see if he could make a comeback. Why was he suddenly struck by lightning? Could it be that he had done something wrong, and the heavens couldn't stand it, so thunder struck him to death to prevent him from winning the championship? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts appeared in everyone's minds. Boom, boom, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning in the middle was connected to the lightning that struck Ren Xingsong. It was like the branches of a big tree, forming a spectacle. Amidst the lightning, Ren Xingsong raised his hands to the sky, and his short hair stood on end. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out. At the same time, an extremely powerful force erupted from it. Even if everyone was slow and still didn't know how Ren Xingsong did it, they finally understood that Ren Xingsong wasn't struck by lightning. He deliberately attracted the lightning and gathered the power of the lightning for his own use. Everyone didn't know how to describe such a crazy action. It was too crazy, it was too suicidal. No one expected Ren Xingsong to reverse the situation in such a way. Wang Ting, you can't beat me in the end. Ren Xingsong's voice came from the thunder. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thunder and looked at Wang Ting. Stop talking nonsense. Use all your moves, Wang Ting said calmly. His expression didn't change. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Ren Xingsong's expression turned cold. Then, he attracted all the lightning to his right hand. Lightning Dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, all the lightning gathered and gradually formed a lightning dragon. It circled in the sky and roared. Wang Ting's expression was grave. He felt a huge threat from the huge lightning dragon. With the help of the power of nature, Ren Xingsong's attack has already broken through the limit. It's probably close to the power of an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can only try that move. He didn't expect Ren Xingsong to be able to do this. His eyes flashed rapidly. In the end, he realized that he had to use the move he had been experimenting with. Otherwise, he might not be able to block Ren Xingsong's attack. The lightning dragon hovered in the sky, and the thunder seemed to turn into a dragon's roar, deafening everyone. Everyone looked at the sky in shock, afraid that they would never forget it. Wang Ting also looked at the lightning dragon, but there was no fear in his eyes. At this point, he could only stake it all on this one throw. Whether he could succeed or not was up to fate. The corners of Wang Ting's lips curled up. He was a crazy person too. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and the scenes of his previous experiment appeared in his mind. Have you accepted your fate? Ren Xingsong saw him close his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This scene was also magnified by the big screen. When the audience saw it, they were puzzled. Had Wang Ting really given up? Although Ren Xingsong's attack was very terrifying, he had already reached the final step. How could he not give it a try? The commentator said. Ren Xingsong used the power of thunder for his own use and condensed the lightning dragon. Its power is amazing, but Wang Ting closed his eyes at this time. Is he admitting defeat helplessly? Or is he planning something else? In the audience, Lin Chuhan held Su Wantong's hand tightly. She was extremely nervous. She held her breath and did not blink. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. Wind! A deep shout came from his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind spiraled around him. It kept spinning and rushed into the sky, and a violent wind raged around the entire arena. Fire! Another shout was heard. Flames surged and swept across the sky, completely surrounding Wang Ting. At this moment, Wang Ting's figure could no longer be seen. There was only the endless flaming whirlwind, connecting the ground below and the sky above. However, this was not enough. Sword! A voice was heard from the flaming whirlwind again. Clang! After the sound of a long sword being unsheathed, the flaming whirlwind suddenly stopped. Then, streaks of sword chi appeared and merged with the flaming whirlwind. The flaming whirlwind suddenly became violent, as if it would collapse at any time. It was extremely unstable. But gradually, the flaming whirlwind and the sword light within it reached a delicate balance. The sword chi spun with the whirlwind like a fish in the sea. At this moment, Ren Qingsong's expression changed. He felt a terrifying destructive power from the flaming tornado. Damn it, how did Wang Ting do it? He clenched his teeth, and the lightning origin power in his entire body surged, gathering even more lightning into the giant lightning dragon. Thunder rumbled in the sky as lightning wreaked havoc. Bolts of lightning struck the thunder dragon, causing it to grow larger and more violent. The veins on Ren Qingsong's right hand bulged, and cracks even appeared on the surface of his arm. Blood seeped out, making him look extremely miserable. His face was pale. He suddenly grabbed his right wrist with his left hand and held on. On the second floor of the spectator stands, Lei Zhenting's expression finally changed as he roared, "This brat doesn't want his life anymore. His right hand will be crippled. Young people nowadays are really crazy." Yi Jisun shook his head and said, "But how did Wang Ting do it?" He actually merged several different types of attacks into one and produced an unimaginable transformation. Its power is terrifying. In the arena, Ren Qingsong finally couldn't hold on any longer. Thunder stopped gathering, and the thunder dragon also stopped expanding. His expression was extremely solemn, as if it was extremely difficult for him. His right hand slowly swung down in Wang Ting's direction. "Go!" Ren Qingsong's expression was ferocious as he roared. In an instant, the giant thunder dragon circled in the sky and swooped down toward Wang Ting. At this moment, another word came from the flaming whirlwind on the other side. "Blade!" Suddenly, a blade light shot out from the flaming whirlwind. Boom! The flaming whirlwind instantly expanded, and the blade light rushed left and right as if it had completely gone out of control and was about to explode. "This guy is too reckless." Peng Yuanshan's expression changed drastically, and he jumped up from his seat. "Don't panic." Tan Taixian frowned and gestured for him to sit down. "He's in the eye of the storm. If he's not careful, he'll lose his life. As his teacher, are you just going to stand by and watch?" Peng Yuanshan said anxiously. "As his teacher, I choose to believe in him." Tan Taixian stared at the storm below, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Boom! The flaming whirlwind spun at high speed, and the blade light and sword shadows were everywhere. It was like a terrifying storm. Success! Wang Ting had succeeded. Roar! The giant thunder dragon in front of him roared and rushed toward him. Boom! In the next moment, the giant thunder dragon crashed into the storm. Before the thunder dragon could wreak havoc, it seemed to be restrained and could not move at all. Roar! The giant dragon wailed as the blade light in the storm cut into its body. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape. Boom! A moment later, the terrifying thunder dragon completely exploded, turning into streaks of lightning and disappearing into nothingness. The remaining power of the storm swept in all directions, and Ren Qingsong bore the brunt of it. He was immediately covered in cuts and bruises, and his entire body was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood and was completely dispirited. His powerful aura quickly dissipated, and he was extremely weak. The storm gradually dissipated. Wang Ting appeared in the sky. He was panting slightly, and his face was a little pale. He slowly landed on the ground and could not help but stagger. The consumption of this move was simply too great. Even with his origin power reserves, he almost couldn't hold on any longer. He looked at Ren Qingsong, who was not far away, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he had finally won. If Ren Qingsong could still fight after taking this move, he would really have to admit defeat to him. While Wang Ting was letting his imagination run wild, he realized that his surroundings had become somewhat quiet. He looked up and looked around. Everyone was staring at him in a daze. "A prodigy of the generation." The commentator's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, I can only think of these 4 words. Today, Wang Ting is the prodigy of the generation. He deserves to be the champion. Champion, Wang Ting. Once this voice rang out, everyone seemed to have regained their senses. Almost simultaneously, they stood up and shouted in unison. Champion, Wang Ting. Champion, Wang Ting. Champion, Wang Ting. The applause was thunderous, and the cheers resounded through the clouds. It was as if the entire dragon's nest was about to be overturned. Everyone went crazy. They threw away anything that could be thrown away, including hats, clothes, and even shoes, into the sky. Han Zhu and the others from Huanghai Military Academy hugged each other, shouting and jumping around. It was as if this was the only way to express the excitement in their hearts. The champion belonged to Huanghai, no one would laugh at them. Only envy. Ji Xiaoming from the First University was envious. Luoqing from Capital Military Academy was also envious. Xiao Yunfan from Donghai University, Zhao Yuanwu from the Qianyuan sect, and so on were all envious. This was the charm of a champion. The crowd was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of people were shouting the same name. How magnificent and exciting was that! Their eyes were burning with passion as they gave their applause and cheers to the young man in the middle of the field. He was a prodigy of the generation, only he was invincible. Dragon's Den, the national #1 martial arts competition had finally ended. The final result was out of everyone's expectations. Wang Ting entered the finals as a dark horse and won the championship. Furthermore, the value of the championship was not low at all. In all the previous competitions, there had never been so many 6-star soldier-level martial artists. However, there were 4 6-star soldier-level martial artists in this competition. Luoqing, Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingsong, and even Wang Ting. More importantly, not only were their realms high, but their combat power was also terrifying. Normal martial artists couldn't compare to them at all. Especially in the final match between Ren Qingsong and Wang Ting. Their attacks shocked all the veteran martial artists present. They were too powerful, their attacks had exceeded the limits of their realms. Normal martial artists couldn't unleash such powerful attacks. The cheers and applause lasted for a long time before it gradually died down. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles that Ren Qingsong had dropped around the arena and walked down. Lightning Force *50, Lightning Force *45, Advanced Lightning Talent *10, Lightning Force *63, Thunder Body *1. As the attribute bubbles entered his body, Wang Ting's eyes became brighter and brighter. What a huge gain, force, talent, technique, all in one go. Now, he also had lightning talent, and even a heaven-tier cultivation technique was in his hands. If Ren Qingsong knew about this, would he vomit blood? He. No matter what Ren Qingsong thought, Wang Ting was overjoyed. He had been jealous of Ren Qingsong's lightning talent for a long time. He had been eyeing it since the start of the competition. Now, he finally got what he wanted. The lightning force was very powerful. Wang Ting had experienced it during his battle with Ren Qingsong. Otherwise, with his 7-star soldier-level ability, he should have been able to crush Ren Qingsong. However, he was forced to use that attack that he wasn't confident in. Other than the fact that Ren Qingsong had activated the natural power of heaven and earth, the bigger reason was that the lightning force was too powerful. Luckily, he had succeeded in the end. Moreover, with this experience, that move could be considered to have completely taken shape. If he were to use it again in the future, he would naturally be familiar with it. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Moreover, now that he had obtained Ren Qingsong's high-level thunder talent, it was equivalent to having an extremely powerful attack. As long as he raised his realm, he could directly crush Ren Qingsong if he met him again. Wang Ting looked at the lightning force on his attribute panel. Lightning force, 2 stars, there was still a long way to go. If he wanted to improve his lightning origin power, he would have to find another way. Like being struck by lightning, Wang Ting couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that feeling. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Wang Ting was deep in thought. When he walked down the arena, Han Zhu and the others hurriedly rushed over. Han Zhu punched Wang Ting's chest and laughed loudly. "Good fellow, you're the champion. Calm down, calm down. Don't make a fuss," Wang Ting said with a look of disgust. Han Zhu was speechless. "You're bragging again." Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. On the second floor of the spectator stand, Yi Jisun smiled. "Old Lei, your disciple still lost." Lei Zhenting shook his head gloomily. "Sigh. Wang Ting is a monster. He can even come up with such a terrifying attack. Ren Qingsong's loss is not unjustified. Yeah. Wang Ting's attack was really terrifying. Chairman Ma exclaimed. That should be a move that he came up with himself, Lei Zhenting muttered. It should be. At least, I haven't seen such an attack before, Yi Jisun said. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Lei Zhenting exclaimed. On the other side, Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the others were all smiles. They couldn't hide the joy on their faces. Wang Ting has done a great job this time. Ping Yuanshan said with a smile. He even won the championship. Our Huanghai Military Academy is the biggest winner. Tong Hu rubbed his hands excitedly. Look at you guys. Isn't it just a championship? Tan Taixian said calmly. Everyone was speechless. Bragging, what a blatant bragging. This is a championship. Do you think it's a cabbage? Principal, you don't know how expensive it is. The school's resources are all squeezed out by me from other places. Otherwise, with so many students, how many of them would be starving? Peng Yuanshan complained. Ahem. Is it that serious? Tan Taixian said awkwardly. What do you think? Peng Yuanshan said angrily. Ha ha ha. Look, I didn't do nothing. I groomed a good disciple and won the championship. Tan Taixian shamelessly took the credit for himself. Yan Kong, the dean of Jinlin University's Martial Arts Academy, walked away quietly. Next was the award ceremony. For the top 10, it wasn't just an honor. It was also a generous reward. Martial artists needed resources the most. Why did they work so hard? It was all for the sake of resources. If they got a good ranking, not only would they get more resources from their respective organizations, but they would also receive generous rewards. The national #1 martial arts competition has ended. Now, let's welcome the top 10 to the rostrum. The Minister of Education will present the awards. The commentator's voice was heard from the broadcast. Everyone went up to the rostrum to receive their awards. Wang Ting was the last to go up. It was his turn after everyone else had received their awards. At this moment, Ren Qingsong walked down from the rostrum. He had suffered serious injuries during the battle with Wang Ting, so his face was extremely pale. When he saw Wang Ting, his expression turned ugly. A sinister look flashed past his eyes. Their gazes met. Wang Ting walked past him with a calm expression. Next time, I won't lose to you, Ren Qingsong said softly. You can try. Wang Ting didn't look at him anymore. He walked straight to the rostrum. Behind him, Ren Qingsong's expression darkened. He had always been the one to ignore others. He didn't expect it to be reversed today. To him, this was a great humiliation. Wang Ting stood still on the rostrum. An elegant middle-aged man walked over. This man was the Minister of Education. He smiled kindly at Wang Ting. Someone walked over with a plate. He took the plate and passed it to Wang Ting. You did well. Continue to work hard and reach the warlord level soon. The Minister of Education patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Warlord level, everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard this. The Minister of Education had such high expectations for Wang Ting, he didn't even say this to Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingsong. They didn't expect him to see Wang Ting in such a different light. Thank you, head. Wang Ting took the plate with the prizes on it and said. Go. The world is destined to belong to you young people, the Minister of Education said. When Wang Ting walked down from the rostrum, the Minister of Education looked around. His voice spread throughout the Dragon's Den. Everyone, the national #1 martial arts competition has come to an end. However, life doesn't stop. Martial arts doesn't stop. Regardless of whether you are ranked or not, I hope that you will continue to climb to the peak of martial arts. You will go further and further on this path. Here, I wish all of you good luck in martial arts. With that, he cupped his fists at the crowd. Everyone stood up and cupped their fists at the same time. Good luck in martial arts. Ghost blows out the light. After the national #1 martial arts competition ended, the people from the various factions left capital Xia one after another. Under the lead of Ping Yuanshan and the others, Wang Ting and the rest took the plane back. On the plain, Wang Ting closed his eyes and rested. In his mind, he was counting the rewards he had gained this time. There were many geniuses in the martial arts competition this time. Countless attribute bubbles were dropped during the competition. Of course, most of them were force. Wang Ting's fire force had not only reached the 7-star soldier level, but his metal, wood, water, and earth force had also reached the 7-star soldier level. Metal force, 7-star, wood force, 7 stars, water force, 7-star, fire force, 7-star, earth force, 7 stars. When these forces came back from the Xingwu continent, they were already at the mid to late 6-star soldier level. During this competition, they rushed all the way to the 7-star soldier level. Many people thought that he was at the 6-star soldier level like Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingcong, and the rest. In reality, he had already reached a new level and was far ahead of them. Ren Qingcong still wanted to compete with Wang Ting. If they met again, he would probably understand the despair of not being able to catch up with him. Other than the breakthrough in his level, Wang Ting's enlightenment and mental strength also increased by a lot. Comprehension, King Realm, Spirit, Emperor Realm. During the competition, he spared no effort in smashing many people's heads with the brick. It was all for his enlightenment and mental strength. Many years later, if someone mentioned this year's martial arts competition again, they would probably remember the fear of being smashed by the brick. For example, Xiao Yunfan, Mao Na, Zhao Yuanwu, and the rest. Speaking of which, it was a little regretful that he didn't smash Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong with the brick. They were geniuses. Their enlightenment and mental strength were definitely higher. If he smashed them with the brick, they would definitely drop a lot of attributes. What a pity, he was too engrossed in the battle and didn't seize the opportunity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped. In fact, many people also wanted to enjoy the scene of Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong being hit by the brick. That kind of scene would be very beautiful. Especially the idiotic netizens in General Bai's livestream. They waited for a long time but did not see that scene. When the competition ended, many of them pounded their chests and sighed in regret. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely make it up to you. Wang Ting secretly made up his mind. At the same time, Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong, who were far away in capital Xia, shuddered at the same time. For some reason, they felt a strong sense of malice enveloping them from afar. In addition, Wang Ting had also comprehended the flaming saber intent during the competition and completed the concept of the blade storm. On the other hand, his fire sword force, metal sword force, and even wind sword force had improved greatly, and it would be extremely helpful to his comprehension of concepts in the future. Wang Ting had even obtained the Heaven rank Fiery Battle skill, Big Dipper Flaming Saber, and the Heaven rank Thunder Body. Of these two battle skills and techniques, one was the Qianyuan Sect's signature battle skill, while the other was the Thunder Dojo's famous technique. Both of them were powerful battle skills and techniques that couldn't be bought on the market. However, Wang Ting had obtained them without anyone noticing. He had really profited greatly. In terms of talents, Wang Ting's greatest gain was probably the Advanced Stage Ice talent and Advanced Stage Lightning talent. These were the Advanced Stage Mutated Element talents. The cultivation speed of advanced talents was several times faster than intermediate talents, and more than 10 times faster than beginner talents. The reason why Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingcong were called geniuses was because they were extremely talented. Their cultivation speed was faster than ordinary martial artists, and their comprehension ability was stronger than ordinary martial artists. Now that Wang Ting had these two advanced talents, his Ice Origin Force and Thunder Origin Force's cultivation speed wouldn't be slow at all. On top of that, Wang Ting had also obtained many advanced sword talent attributes from Ji Xiaoming. Ji Xiaoming's sword talent was terrifying. Naturally, he had dropped a lot of sword talent attributes. Wang Ting had also gained a lot from his battle with him. Now, Wang Ting felt that his comprehension of various sword techniques had reached a higher level. Whenever he touched a sword, he would feel an urge to express himself. All in all, Wang Ting hadn't come to this competition in vain. Becoming the champion wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the attributes he had obtained. Of course, the champion's reward was also very generous. It included 30,000 mid-yellow origin stones, a 7-star battle sword, and a bottle of 5-star cultivation elixir. These things weren't essential to Wang Ting, but if he gave them to other martial warriors, they would definitely be worth a fortune. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Eastern Sea airport. Wang Ting, Han Zhu, and the others got off the plane and prepared to return to school. At the same time, Xiao Yunfan and the others from Eastern Sea University also got off the other plane. They had left capital Xia at almost the same time as Wang Ting and the others, but they had taken a different plane. Huanghai Military Academy students had a private plane to pick them up, but Xiao Yunfan and the others didn't. Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao were also on the same plane. Su Wantong's family was in capital Xia. It was already winter break, so she didn't return to Eastern Sea. At this moment, it was just the two of them. After the two of them got off the plane, Lin Chuhan urged, "Let's go, let's go." "What are you afraid of? Senior Xiao won't eat us." Tian Xiaoxiao naturally knew why Lin Chuhan was avoiding Senior Xiao. She couldn't help but snicker. "You don't understand. It's very annoying," Lin Chuhan said helplessly. "If you ask me, you should just use Wang Ting's name. I guarantee that Senior Xiao won't dare to pester you again," Tian Xiaoxiao said. "Sigh, what identity should I use?" Lin Chuhan couldn't help but think of the figure in the competition. Even though she had always been very confident and felt that she wouldn't lose to anyone, now she felt powerless. "Of course you should use the identity of his girlfriend," Tian Xiaoxiao said matter-of-factly. "Who's his girlfriend?" "Aya, now's not the time to talk about this. Let's go." Lin Chuhan pulled Tian Xiaoxiao and wanted to leave immediately. However, things didn't go as she wished. At this moment, Xiao Yunfan's voice came from behind. "Junior Lin." Lin Chuhan wanted to cover her face. She pretended not to hear and squeezed into the crowd with Tian Xiaoxiao. However, after a few steps, Xiao Yunfan and the others had already caught up with them. "Junior Lin, why are you walking so fast? Are you going back to school? We have a car waiting outside. Why don't we go together?" Xiao Yunfan didn't know that Lin Chuhan had been avoiding him. He walked up with a smile on his face. "No, senior. We're not going back to school. It's already the holidays. We're planning to go home," Lin Chuhan said awkwardly. "That's okay. We can ask the driver to send you home first," Xiao Yunfan said persistently. "How can I?" Lin Chuhan was about to refuse without thinking. "Lin Chuhan?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd on the left. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yunfan's expression changed. He was too familiar with this voice. He would never forget it even if he died. Ghost blows out the light. While Xiao Yunfan was immersed in his bad memories, Lin Chuhan was pleasantly surprised. Then, he turned around. As expected, they saw a familiar figure walking over from afar. It was Wang Ting. Behind Wang Ting were Han Zhu and the others from Huanghai Military Academy. "It's really you. I thought I was mistaken," Wang Ting said in surprise as he looked at Lin Chuhan. "I went to capital Xia to watch the competition," Lin Chuhan said with a smile. Wang Ting nodded in realization. Then, he asked, "Do you want to go back? I'll give you a ride." "Sure." Lin Chuhan nodded. "Let's go then." Wang Ting turned around and was about to leave when he noticed Xiao Yunfan and the others. He said in surprise, "Hey, isn't this Senior Xiao from Donghai University? Why are you here too? We seem to be fated." "Fated my ass, what an ill-fated relationship," Xiao Yunfan felt a headache coming on as he complained in his heart. However, when he saw Wang Ting, he laughed dryly and said, "Heh, heh heh. Wang Ting, we just came back from capital Xia. We just happened to bump into each other on the way back." "I see. Speaking of which, the competition just ended. Senior Xiao must be going back to rest and recuperate. I won't chat with you anymore." Wang Ting was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. "Haha, Wang Ting is right. We really need to go back and rest," Xiao Yunfan said embarrassedly. "Then, we'll take our leave." Wang Ting did not say anything else. He cupped his fist at Xiao Yunfan and then left with Lin Chuhan and the others. After they left, Xiao Yunfan's face darkened. From Lin Chuhan's attitude, he knew that he had no chance. If it were someone else, he might try to fight for it. However, it was Wang Ting. He did not have the confidence to fight for it, nor did he dare to fight for it. *CK, that brat might look like he's easy to talk to, but he's really ruthless. He clearly remembered that at that time, Wang Ting had a smile on his face and said that he would be gentler, but in the end, Wang Ting violently threw a brick at him. That appearance was simply like a devil. This guy is really arrogant. Didn't he just win the championship? What's going to happen to him in the future? Besides, Lin Chuhan is the campus belle of Donghai University. What right does he have to take advantage of her? A student from Donghai University couldn't stand it anymore and immediately said indignantly. Hearing this, Xia Yunfan could not help but smile bitterly. Wasn't it just a championship? Only he dared to say that. Xia Yunfan looked at his classmate and shook his head. This guy is too naive. There were many big shots who were paying attention to the national #1 martial arts competition. Once one became the champion, one would gain the attention of these big shots. How could the champion's status be ordinary? Furthermore, if Wang Ting won the championship, Huanghai Military Academy would definitely place more importance on him. In the future, they would definitely arrange for him to enter the military and even pave the way for him. As for ordinary students like them, the normal path was to mingle with the big forces for a few years. In the future, they might be able to get a high-ranking position. Even better, they would just enter the system and perhaps have some development. However, when comparing the two, they were on completely different levels. In terms of talent, they were even more incomparable. Wang Ting had defeated all the young geniuses in the country and stood at the top of this generation. Even the Minister of Education and other big shots had high hopes for Wang Ting and said that he could enter the warlord realm. What did a warlord realm martial artist represent? They were the most powerful group of people in this era. They had unparalleled status and endless wealth and resources. Compared to ordinary martial artists, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xia Yunfan did not say anything else. This classmate had spoken up for him just now. If he retorted, it would definitely make both sides unhappy. There were some things that he could not say. Some things could not be understood just by talking. In the end, he had to go through hardships in society to truly understand. In the car, Wang Ting said to Lin Chuhan, "Why are you with that guy?" Before Lin Chuhan could say anything, Tian Xiaoxiao interrupted, "We met on the plane. He has been following us and won't let go. You two girls should stay away from him." "That Xia Yunfan is not a good person," Wan Baiqiu suddenly said from the side. "That can't be. I think Senior Xiao is a pretty good person." Hearing Wan Baiqiu's words, Tian Xiaoxiao was a little unhappy. After all, Xia Yunfan was their senior at Donghai University. It would not look good if an outsider badmouthed him in front of them. "Hee, that's because you haven't seen the other side of him." Wan Baiqiu sneered and said, "If you go to the Xingwu continent one day and work with him, you will naturally understand how scheming he is." Seeing her certainty, Tian Xiaoxiao was a little hesitant. "Is that really so? What good will it do me to lie to you? I'm just reminding you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Little girls like you who haven't seen much of the world should be careful not to be eaten alive by him," Wan Baiqiu said and ignored Tian Xiaoxiao. "It's fine as long as you know it in your hearts," Wang Ting said. Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao looked at each other and nodded. In the end, they did not say anything else. Wang Ting first sent Lin Chuhan and Tian Xiaoxiao home. Lin Chuhan got out of the car and looked at Wang Ting with some worry. She explained, "There's nothing between me and Senior Xiao. We just met on the plane, and then he has been following us. Are you afraid that I will misunderstand?" Wang Ting teased. "I'm just saying. You can interpret it however you want." Lin Chuhan's ears turned red. She turned and ran away. Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. Then, he returned to the car and returned to school. "Junior Wang Ting, is she your little girlfriend?" Wan Baiqiu winked at him. "I'm so envious. You already have a girlfriend in your first year, and she's a campus belle," Han Zhu said with a serious expression. "I didn't expect you to be such a senior," Wang Ting said. "Senior, I'm a man too," Han Zhu said bitterly. "Senior Wan, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Why don't you consider it?" Wang Ting chuckled. "Hee, even if I'm single for the rest of my life, I won't find such a boring man," Wan Baiqiu sneered. Hanju was speechless. Wang Ting laughed loudly. When they returned to school, they were summoned by Ping Yuanshan. Ping Yuanshan and the rest had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Wang Ting and the rest, they said, "You have won glory for the school in the national #1 martial arts competition. The school is on winter break now. Because of the competition, we have wasted a lot of time. The new year is coming soon. Go back and spend time with your families. Celebrate the new year happily. If there's anything else, we can arrange it next semester. The new year is coming." Wang Ting finally realized why the streets were so lively when they returned. Everyone was smiling. Everyone was eager to go home. They said goodbye to each other and left the school. After leaving the school, Wang Ting hailed a cab and returned to his house in Deer Garden. In the cab, Wang Ting looked out of the window. Red lanterns were hung by the roadside. The festive red color could be seen everywhere. The faces of the passers-by on the streets were also filled with joy, and there was a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere everywhere. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile when he saw all this. Perhaps this was why so many martial artists were willing to work so hard behind the scenes. This was a great era. However, behind every era, there were many people silently pushing it forward. The stability and beauty of society required people to carry the burden. To ordinary people, war and death were far away. They couldn't see it and wouldn't know about it. Many martial artists only hoped that ordinary people could live their lives peacefully and have a peaceful new year. That way, their efforts would be worth it. The national #1 martial arts competition has ended. Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy is the champion. In the cab, the driver was listening to the broadcast. He couldn't help but sigh. The national #1 martial arts competition is a national competition. However, Wang Ting from Donghai has become the champion. He has really made Donghai proud. Wang Ting touched his nose and smiled. "Master, you're also paying attention to the national #1 martial arts competition?" "Of course. Martial arts are becoming more and more widespread. Even ordinary people like us know about it. In my opinion, martial arts must be very useful. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't have spent so much effort to organize the national #1 martial arts competition," the driver said wisely. "Master, you're a smart person." Wang Ting was a little surprised. He gave the driver a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, young man, I see that you're from Huanghai Military Academy. Are you a student there too?" the driver asked. "Yes." "Do you know Wang Ting?" the driver asked. "Yes, we're classmates," Wang Ting said. "Wow, classmate? Your classmate is amazing. Tell me about him. What kind of person is he?" Half an hour later, Wang Ting alighted outside Deer Garden. As he watched the driver drive away, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After chatting with the driver for a long time, the driver listened with great interest. He was very curious about martial arts. "Young Master Wang." When the guard saw Wang Ting, he immediately let him pass. "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Ting greeted him with a smile and walked into Deer Garden. "Not at all, not at all." When the guards saw Wang Ting walk into Deer Garden, they couldn't help but sigh. "I heard that young Master Wang became the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. That's amazing." "Yeah, that's the national champion. I heard that she's really good. I watched the live broadcast. D*MN, that scene was simply 2F** King awesome. It was too strong. Mom, I'm back." Wang Ting walked into the house and shouted as usual. "Teng is back." Li Xiaomei's face was filled with joy as she walked out of the kitchen. Wiping her hands on her apron, she pulled Wang Ting and said, "Quick, check if Mom is injured." "I'm not injured. Your son is fine." Wang Ting allowed Li Xiaomei to do whatever she wanted. "It's good that you're not injured. Your dad and I went to watch your competition. It was so intense that I was scared out of my wits," Li Xiaomei said with lingering fear. "You went to Capital Xia to watch the competition?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. "Your mom and I just came back last night." At this moment, Wang Xingguo walked out of the living room. "Dad." Wang Ting greeted him. Then, he smiled at Li Xiaomei and said, "Actually, it's nothing. Your son is very powerful. Who can hurt me?" "Only you can," Li Xiaomei rebuked. However, when she thought of Wang Ting becoming the national champion, she couldn't help but feel proud. Wang Ting chuckled. "Alright, go and rest." "I'll cook," Li Xiaomei said as she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua sat down in the living room. "Where's Daodu? Why don't I see her?" Wang Ting asked. "She's sleeping upstairs." Wang Xinghua smiled and asked softly, "What's the purpose of the national #1 martial arts competition? Why is it suddenly open to the entire country?" As expected, someone as observant as Wang Xinghua could see some clues. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Dad, times have changed. Where is this era heading?" Wang Xinghua frowned and couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry. No matter where it goes, there will always be a tall person in front of it," Wang Ting said. "What about you?" Wang Xinghua asked. "Me?" Wang Ting thought for a moment and smiled. "I'll eventually have the power to protect everything. You and my mother can just wait for your retirement." Wang Xinghua looked at Wang Ting with mixed feelings. His son had grown up and could protect the family. He should be happy. Now, many of his friends knew that his son had become the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition and was a powerful martial artist. After the competition, many of his business friends called him to congratulate him. Even some of the big families that had looked down on the Wang family called him to seek cooperation. This made him feel very proud. However, when he thought of the terrifying battle between martial artists during the competition, his heart was filled with worry. The power of martial artists could easily split rocks. Some could even manipulate the power of nature. It could be said to be earth-shattering. If such an attack landed on a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, what could he say? His son had already embarked on the path of martial arts. Moreover, he had entered a prestigious school like Huanghai Military Academy. He was destined to enter the military and have a bright future. Was he going to stop him? "I don't know much about martial arts. Your mother and I just want you to be safe. You are our only son. We still need you to take care of us when we're old," Wang Xinghua said. "Don't worry. I'm afraid of death. I'll definitely be the one who lives the longest," Wang Ting said. "You child." Wang Xinghua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, Li Xiaomei finished preparing the meal. The whole family sat at the dining table and enjoyed the meal. Daodu had already woken up. However, she was still a little groggy. She looked at Wang Ting and thought that she was still dreaming. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Daodu, are you dreaming? Did you dream that Big Brother is back?" Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua laughed. "Daodu, pinch your cheeks. Does it hurt?" Daodu pinched her cheeks in a daze. She immediately cried out, "It hurts." This caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. The whole family finished their meal amidst laughter and chatter. At night, Wang Ting lay on the large bed in his room. The gentle moonlight shone in from the window. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. Returning home was like returning to another world. He was far away from martial arts and everything else. There was the sound of his parents chatting in the house. There was the news broadcast from the television in the living room. There was also the sound of Daodu playing around. Everything was so peaceful and tranquil. Wang Ting closed his eyes and fell asleep under the moonlight. He would protect all of this. No one could break it. When Wang Ting returned home, he could finally relax. The next day, he slept until 9:30. Li Xiaomei did not wake him up. She felt that her son was tired enough from practicing martial arts in school. Now that he was finally home, of course he should have a good rest. At 9:30, Wang Ting woke up in his room. Looking at the surroundings, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was at home. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. He stretched and yawned as he walked into the bathroom to wash up. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went downstairs. Li Xiaomei heard the movement and walked out of the kitchen. She smiled and said, "You're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "I can't sleep. I usually wake up early. I'm used to it. Wang Ting said. You guys are tired from practicing martial arts. Li Xiaomei sighed. No pain, no gain. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled. Li Xiaomei brought out breakfast. There was porridge, youtiao, steamed buns, and so on. Wang Ting smelled the fragrance and immediately sat down to eat. Delicious. You child, isn't it just porridge and youtiao? What's so delicious about it? Li Xiaomei smiled. You can't say that. How can the food outside compare to the food at home? Wang Ting stuffed a youtiao into his mouth and said vaguely. Today is New Year's Eve. I'll make more delicious food for you tonight. Li Xiaomei said. Today is New Year's Eve? Wang Ting was surprised. What do you think? Time flies. Wang Ting sighed. Wasn't it? Now that he thought about it, half a year had passed since he returned to this world. It really felt like a lifetime ago. After breakfast, Wang Ting walked out of the house and saw the spirit flame underworld crow Little White playing with Daodu in the yard. You're back. Jie. When Wang Ting came out, Little White called out to him. Recently, he directly let Little White go and let it move around him. As long as it didn't go too far, there wouldn't be any danger. What's more, if something really happened, Wang Ting could also know immediately through the spiritual pet contract, so there was basically no problem. Along with the increase in strength, Little White's body was getting bigger and bigger. Lil P's small body could directly lie on its body. Xiaobai carried Daodu and flew into the air, making the little girl giggle. Little White was very intelligent. It was not difficult for it to ensure the safety of a child. Wang Ting was also very relieved. Seeing Wang Ting, Dodo patted Little White's back, descended from the sky, and then flew into Wang Ting's arms. Big brother, Xiaobai is so fun. The little girl was sweating profusely as she giggled. This little girl seemed to have gained a lot of weight recently. Her little face was chubby. Wang Ting couldn't help but pinch it. He smiled and said, Have you been eating and sleeping recently? You've gained a lot of weight. Ah. No. Dodo practices martial arts. If you don't believe me, Dodo will show you. Dodo struggled to get down from Wang Ting's arms. Then, she practiced a set of gymnastics in the small courtyard. It was exactly what Wang Ting taught her before. He didn't expect her to remember it so clearly. She was so small, and she could do it so well. Wang Ting looked at it once, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly wiped the sweat on her forehead and said, Okay, I believe you. I didn't expect our Dodo to be a little genius. She practiced so well. Really? Hearing Wang Ting's praise, Dodo's big round eyes immediately lit up. She looked at Wang Ting expectantly, hoping to get confirmation. Of course it's true. Wang Ting said with a smile. Then Big Brother can teach Dodo some more powerful things? Dodo said hopefully. Okay, but you have to continue practicing the gymnastics just now. You have to practice until you are very, very proficient. Wang Ting said. Okay, Dodo will keep practicing until I am very, very proficient. Dodo nodded seriously. Good girl. After that, Wang Ting accompanied the little girl to practice martial arts in the courtyard. Although these things were like child's play to him now, he still patiently taught Dodo and corrected some of her small mistakes. Wang Ting stayed at home with his family for a day. The next morning, he said goodbye to Li Xiaomei and got into his car, ready to go out. Son, where are you going? Li Xiaomei hurried out and asked with a burning gaze. Her eyes were shining with the light of gossip. I am going to my classmate's house. Wang Ting said casually. You are going to Lin Chuhan's house. Li Xiaomei said with an expression of I have already seen through everything. How do you know? Wang Ting face-bombed. Sometimes, he really had to admire his mother's sharp premonition. Oh, what can you hide from your mother? Just you wait. Li Xiaomei's face was full of arrogance. After saying that, she hurriedly went back into the house. Mom, where are you going? Wang Ting called out, but he could only see the back of Li Xiaomei's hurried back. He did not get a reply. He had no choice but to wait. It was difficult to obey his mother's orders. 10 minutes later, Xiaomei came out with big and small bags. She opened the door of the passenger seat and stuffed all of these things into the car. What are these? Wang Ting's head was full of question marks. These were all given to your father by someone else. Our family can't finish them. Take them with you. You silly boy, going to someone else's house empty-handed. If I were your future mother-in-law, I wouldn't be nice to you, Li Xiaomei said angrily. Wang Ting, future mother-in-law? Did his mother think so far ahead? Go quickly, silly boy. Li Xiaomei put the things away and closed the car door. Wang Ting touched his nose and drove away. At times like this, one should never try to refute his mother. It was useless. All of his struggles would be in vain. On the way to Lin Chuhan's house, Wang Ting glanced at the gifts on the passenger seat and shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, this was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he faced such a situation. Not long after, the car slowed to a stop. They had arrived at their destination. Wang Ting walked to Lin Chuhan's house with big and small bags. All of the neighbors looked at Wang Ting with curiosity. Lin Chuhan's family owned a grocery store. It was almost the end of the year and business was good. Lin Chuhan was also helping out in the store. Mother Lin's eyes were sharp. When Wang Ting approached, she noticed him. She immediately left the customers and welcomed him with a smile. Wang Ting is here. Auntie, I'm here to wish you a happy new year. Wang Ting smiled and handed over the gifts. Aya, why did you bring so many things? It's a waste of money. Mother Lin kept scolding Wang Ting for spending money recklessly, but the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. She pulled him into the house. It's not a lot. I brought them from home. I didn't spend any money. It's just a token of my appreciation. I didn't even think about it when I left home. It was my mother who prepared it for me. Wang Ting said. Oh, even your mother knows that you are coming. Mother Lin was surprised. She knew a long time ago. Speaking of which, it was my father who asked the class teacher for help to arrange for Chuhan to be my deskmate. Wang Ting smiled, seeing that Wang Ting's parents knew about Lin Chuhan's existence and seemed to have a good impression of her. Mother Lin heaved a sigh of relief. The smile on her face widened. She knew that Wang Ting's family was very well off, and she was afraid that Wang Ting's parents would look down on her family. Now, it seemed that Wang Ting's parents weren't the kind of people who were prejudiced against family backgrounds. At least, this wouldn't be an obstacle between the 2 young people. Mother Lin knew her daughter best. Mother Lin could see that Lin Chuhan treated Wang Ting differently. Naturally, she hoped that they could have a good ending. Mother Lin pulled Wang Ting into the house and said to Lin Chuhan, Chuhan, don't be busy. Take care of Wang Ting. Lin Chuhan handed over the packaged goods to the customer and collected the money. Then, she turned her head and asked Wang Ting, why are you here? Did you forget what I said before? Wang Ting said. Lin Chuhan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her eyes shone with surprise. You're here for Chuxiao's matter? What Chuxiao's matter? Mother Lin asked curiously. Chuhan didn't tell you? Wang Ting was surprised. I haven't told my mother yet. I'm afraid that I'll be happy for nothing. Lin Chuhan explained. Then, she said to Mother Lin, Mom, Wang Ting found a way to treat Chuxia. Really? Mother Lin was stunned. She stared blankly at Wang Ting and asked. Really? Wang Ting nodded. Mother Lin immediately covered her mouth. Unknowingly, tears flowed out of her eyes. Mom, why are you crying? This is a good thing. Lin Chuhan quickly went forward to hug Mother Lin and comforted her. I'm happy. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. Mother Lin quickly wiped her tears. Let's go. Let's go and give it a try now. Wang Ting immediately said. Okay. Mother Lin said excitedly. Lin Chuhan suppressed the joy in her heart and nodded. Then, she directly closed the door of the shop and the few of them went upstairs. When they arrived at Lin Chuxia's room, Lin Chuxia had already heard the commotion. She looked hopefully at Wang Ting and asked nervously, Brother-in-law, did you really find a way? Wang Ting smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. He took out the lunar eclipse poison scripture and passed it to Lin Xianxia. Take a look at this scripture first. If you have any questions, you can ask me, Wang Ting said. The moon s the poisons Chuhan. Lin Chuhan read reads right, Chuhan's, right, she immediately, she. Chuhan of Chuhan Han to read to her Chuhan's, of Chuhan's twos to her, Chuhan's her of course Chuhan's, Chuhan. This process lasted for more than half an hour before Lin Xianxia finished digesting the contents of the Chuhan. Then, under Wang Ting's guidance, Lin Xianxia sat cross-legged. At this moment, Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin were nervous. It seemed that they were even more worried than Lin Xianxia. Don't be afraid. I'll stand guard beside you. Even if something goes wrong, I'll be able to adjust in time. Wang Ting saw Lin Xianxia's anxiety and comforted her. Okay. Lin Xianxia nodded. Seeing Wang Ting's faint smile, she immediately felt more at ease. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Following the Chuhan, she began to guide the poison origin power to cultivate. Lin Xianxia spent more than 10 minutes to gradually enter the cultivation state. Wang Ting placed one hand on her back to sense the poison origin power flow in her body to prevent any mistakes. Fortunately, Lin Xianxia's talent was not bad. Although her first cultivation was a little slow, there were no problems. The poison origin power in her body flowed through her limbs and bones according to the Chuhan. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything was going smoother than he had imagined. Seeing him put down his hand from Lin Xianxia's back, Lin Chuhan asked nervously, "How is it?" "Don't worry. Everything is going well," Wang Ting said. "That's good. That's good." Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin let out a sigh of relief. Then, the three of them waited quietly at the side. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. There were many attribute bubbles scattered around the room. Poison origin power * 12 demon lotus poison body * 5 poison origin power * 15 poison origin power * 20 demon lotus poison body * 8. He picked them up, one by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. It increased his poison origin power by a lot. His demon lotus poison body was also more complete. Poison origin power, 4 stars, demon lotus poison body, 0. More than an hour later, Lin Chuhan suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Look at Xiaoxia's face." Wang Ting had already noticed the changes in Lin Xianxia. The poison spots on her face were slowly shrinking and returning to normal. Mother Lin held Lin Chuhan's hand tightly. She held her breath and was extremely nervous. It was as if she was afraid of disturbing Lin Xianxia's transformation. Time passed slowly. After another hour, the poison spots on Lin Xianxia's face had completely disappeared. A pretty face that was 70 to 80% similar to Lin Chuhan's was revealed. It was round and smooth, and it was impossible to tell that she was originally ugly. Lin Xianxia let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. "Xianxia." Mother Lin looked at her daughter excitedly. Her eyes were once again filled with tears. "Mom, sister, I..." Lin Xianxia saw something from their expressions, but she was still very nervous. Lin Chuhan quickly ran out of the room and came back with a mirror. Lin Xianxia used to feel inferior because of her ugly appearance. Therefore, she never had a mirror in her room. Facing the mirror that Lin Chuhan brought over, Lin Xianxia didn't dare to take it. She didn't even dare to look at it. Lin Chuhan nodded at her as if to give her confidence. Lin Xianxia looked at Wang Ting and Mother Lin. She saw the encouragement on their faces. Then, she gathered her courage and took the mirror to look at her reflection. The next moment, she saw a pretty face. Her eyes were wide open, and her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Then, she looked surprised. Her expression kept changing, and it was very complicated. Lin Xianxia touched her face. She couldn't help but cry. The mother and daughters hugged each other, crying and laughing. It was as if they wanted to vent all the pain that they had suffered all these years. Wang Ting quietly walked out of the room and gave them some space. Just as he walked out of the room, he saw a black shadow flash past the door at the end of the corridor. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment. Then, he walked over and pushed the door open. He saw the dispirited middle-aged man again. Lin Chuhan's father. He was sitting in a wheelchair. There were wine bottles all around him. When Wang Ting came in, he didn't raise his head to look at him. The room fell into silence. After a while, a hoarse voice sounded. "Thank you." Wang Ting didn't know what to say. In the end, he just said, "It's my pleasure." After a while, Wang Ting walked out of the room. Lin Chuhan and the others had also sorted out their emotions. They walked out of Lin Chuxia's room. "Why did you come out of my dad's room?" Lin Chuhan asked in surprise. "I wanted to wish you a happy new year." "Can't I?" Wang Ting said. "Really? My dad?" Lin Chuhan's face was full of suspicion. She knew her father's condition very well. He never came out of his room, let alone talk to others. Mother Lin and Lin Chuxia also looked at Wang Ting with a puzzled expression. Wang Ting didn't joke around anymore. He told Lin Chuhan and her two daughters what he saw. Mother Lin's eyes suddenly showed a trace of gentleness. This old thing still knows how to care for his daughters. All these years, the burden of the whole family had been on her shoulders. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel resentment. However, now that her elder daughter was admitted to a prestigious school like Donghai University, and her younger daughter's strange illness was cured, she could live like a normal person in the future. She didn't need to spend a lot of money on treatment. Most of her worries were gone. Even if her father couldn't recover, she could rely on herself to support the family in the future. "My dad, he didn't have it easy," Lin Chuhan said. "That's right, Mom. Dad must have felt terrible all these years." "Don't blame him," Lin Chuxia said. Okay. With the two of you, I can't be bothered to blame him," Mother Lin said. "Actually, with the current medical technology, he can still live like a normal person with artificial limbs. It might even be possible to recover his legs in the future," Wang Ting said. "That's right, Mom. In this day and age, anything is possible," Lin Chuhan comforted her. "When I earn money in the future, I will find a way to cure my dad." "Me too. I also want to earn big money in the future. The first thing is to cure my dad's legs. Then, I will let you two travel around the world," Lin Chuxia said, not to be outdone. "It's good that you two are so considerate." Seeing that her two daughters were so sensible, Mother Lin was very happy in her heart, but then she sighed and said, "But your father can't get over the threshold in his heart. If he can get over it, even if he doesn't have legs, he can still live well." Wang Ting nodded in understanding. For a martial artist, losing both his legs and having his core crippled was a huge blow. No wonder Father Lin had been unable to walk out of this shadow all these years. Father Lin's generation could be said to be the first batch of martial artists. The era had just changed. It was not easy to become a martial artist. Naturally, their status was not low. Later on, they fell to such a state. Most people would not be able to accept it. The few of them stopped talking about Papa Lin. Mama Lin pulled Wang Ting and said, "Auntie really doesn't know how to thank you for helping Chuxiao recover. Auntie will personally cook something delicious for you tonight. You must stay." Wang Ting wanted to decline, but Lin Chuhan said, "Stay. If you don't do something, my mother won't be able to sleep. Brother-in-law, let's go. I'll show you the results of my recent spear training." Lin Chuxiao pulled Wang Ting straight to the room. After her body recovered, she became a lot more cheerful. She didn't even have to worry about physical contact with others. For example, Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin, if they wanted to come into contact with her, they would have to be careful. Although it wasn't that they couldn't touch her at all, they definitely couldn't be as carefree as they were now. These things would affect her family's living conditions. Now, she didn't have to worry about these things at all. "I'll help my mother cook. You two can play by yourselves for a while," Lin Chuhan said as he accompanied Mother Lin downstairs to buy groceries and cook. Wang Ting rubbed his nose. Then, he saw Lin Chuxia take out a toy gun from the drawer. Lin Chuxia held the toy gun and fired a few shots outside the window. Martial artists had very strong eyesight. Wang Ting clearly saw a few bullets turn in midair and finally hit a little mouse that scurried out of the sewer. All hits, that little mouse was completely dumbfounded. This was really a case of a mouse running across the street and bullets flying from the sky. However, they were plastic bullets after all, so the damage was limited. The little mouse cried out twice in pain, then immediately turned around and crawled back into the sewer, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia saw his masterpiece and couldn't help but chuckle. Naughty. Wang Ting also couldn't help but laugh. He tapped her head. How is it? Compared to last time, I've improved, right? Xianxia smiled a little proudly. Not bad. You'll be able to cultivate force in the future. With runes bullets, your power will definitely be very shocking, Wang Ting said. Other normal martial artists started to train their physique when they were martial disciples. Then, they started to cultivate force skills and became martial artists. However, Xianxia was different. Her body constitution was special, so she could cultivate force skills directly. Now, she was almost at the 2-star soldier level. Runes bullets and runes guns are very expensive, right? Xianxia said. When you become a 3-star soldier level martial artist, I'll give you a runes gun, Wang Ting said. Really? Xianxia was instantly shocked. She had been learning gun skills recently, so she specially looked up the price of runes guns. It was very expensive. A 1-star runes gun cost more than $1 million. Her family couldn't save that much money even if they worked for 10 years. To a high-rank martial artist, that's just a small amount of money, Wang Ting said with a smile. Then I'll have to become a high-rank martial artist first. My dad used to be a martial artist too, but in order to cultivate, he didn't leave much money for the family. This shows that it's not easy for martial artists to earn money, Xianxia lamented. Wang Ting was stunned. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but admit that Xianxia's words made sense. Not all martial artists were as rich as him. Most martial artists earned money faster than normal people, but cultivation required a lot of resources. The speed at which they spent money was faster than the speed at which they earned money. Sometimes, they really couldn't afford decent weapons. Don't worry. Just because others can't afford it doesn't mean that I can't. I said that I'll give it to you. I won't go back on my words, Wang Ting promised. That's what you said. I won't stand on ceremony with you, Xianxia said with a smile. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. In reality, he already had many discarded weapons in his space ring. Anyway, he couldn't use them. Even if he sold them, the price would be greatly discounted. It wasn't worth it. He might as well give them to the people around him. Then I'll have to work hard to cultivate, Xianxia said with a smile. Good luck. But you're still too young. Also, you didn't go to school before, so you're lagging behind in your cultural studies. The most important thing now is to improve your cultural studies results. Then, you'll consider if you want to enter university early to cultivate, Wang Ting said. Xianxia held his chin and looked at Wang Ting's expression. He didn't say anything and just nodded. Although Wang Ting also saw Xianxia's expression, he didn't think much of it and continued, however, I suggest that you don't let outsiders know that you've become a martial artist and that you have a special constitution. Wait until you enter university before slowly revealing it. At that time, you'll naturally attract the attention of the school's higher-ups. They'll definitely value a special talent like you. I didn't see them value me before, Xianxia said with a frown. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and said earnestly, after all, people have to show their worth in order to attract the attention of others. Moreover, you're probably the first poison-type martial artist on Earth Star. Before they know the strength of a poison-type martial artist, I'm afraid that no one will do anything for you. Sometimes, the world is so realistic. There's no need to complain about anything. After all, you have to live for yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you and your family live a better life in the future. He knew that Xianxia would definitely have resentment in his heart. Anyone would feel the same way. However, as he said, the world wouldn't stop spinning just because someone was missing. There was no such thing as unconditional love. If it weren't for Lin Chuhan, he might not have known about Xianxia's situation and helped her solve this problem in the end. Xianxia thought for a moment, then her brows relaxed. She nodded heavily and said, I understand. I must continue to become stronger and then take control of my own fate. No one can control me. Also, if anyone dares to bully my family in the future, I'll let them know how powerful I am. Wang Ting couldn't help but find it funny when he saw her "I'm super fierce" look. However, he could see that Lin Xianxia was more mature than he thought. Some things were easy to understand. She definitely wouldn't be like a naive sweet girl who would be tricked into working for others just because they offered her some small favors. After all, the world of martial artists was too dangerous. Wang Ting had seen many life and death situations in it. Naturally, he didn't want Lin Xianxia to rush in head first and have something happen to her in the future. Tricking, oh no, educating was a success. When it was almost 6 p.m., Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan finished preparing dinner and called Wang Ting over. In order to entertain Wang Ting, Mother Lin really put in a lot of effort. The dining table was filled with all kinds of dishes. Although the ingredients weren't expensive, they were extremely sumptuous. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. This was the first time Lin Xianxia was able to sit together with her family for dinner. Her eyes shone with happiness. It was obvious that she was very happy. Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan were also very happy. Perhaps their only regret was that they didn't have Father Lin. Mother Lin kept putting food into Wang Ting and Lin Xiaoxia's bowl. The smile on her face didn't disappear for a moment. This bowl of lychee meat was personally made by Chuhan. Try it, Mother Lin said as she put food into Wang Ting's bowl. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuhan. He smiled slightly. Lin Chuhan was a little embarrassed and avoided his gaze. However, he still glanced at Wang Ting from time to time. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Wang Ting naturally picked up the lychee meat in the bowl first. After tasting it, his eyes lit up. Delicious. The lychee meat was indeed very well made. The texture was crisp and tender, and it was sweet and sour. It was very suitable for his taste. Lin Chuhan immediately let out a sigh of relief. Mother Lin saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Mother Lin and Lin Chuhan's culinary skills were really good. Wang Ting's chopsticks never stopped moving. The sound of laughter could be heard throughout the meal. It could be said that this meal was very enjoyable for both the guests and the host. After the meal, Wang Ting stayed at Lin Chuhan's house for a while. He gave some instructions on Lin Xiaoxia's cultivation. Then, Lin Chuhan sent him off. When Wang Ting returned home, it was already past 8 p.m. Wang Xinghua was watching television with Li Xiaomei in the living room. Daodu was playing with Little White at the side. The living room was filled with the little fellow's laughter. "Son, how was it?" Li Xiaomei saw Wang Ting walk into the house and immediately went over to ask. Wang Xinghua seemed to be focused on the television, but his ears perked up. "What do you mean, how was it?" Wang Ting pretended not to know. He walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. "Daodu, come to me." "Coming." Daodu immediately left Little White behind and ran toward Wang Ting. She jumped into his arms. Li Xiaomei didn't fall for Wang Ting's trick. She walked over and pulled his ear. "Don't play dumb. Tell me." "Oh, Mom, let go. Let go. Can you save some face for me in front of Daodu?" Wang Ting shouted instantly, causing Daodu to laugh out loud. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Li Xiaomei asked. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know." Wang Ting immediately submitted to his mother's authority as the head of the family. Being a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was nothing. When it was time to be a coward, he still had to be a coward. Wang Xinghua snickered secretly. Ever since his son came home, the firepower had shifted away from him. Great. How was Lin Chuhan's house? Did his parents dislike you? Li Xiaomei asked. Very good. They all like me a lot, Wang Ting said narcissistically. Really? Li Xiaomei was suspicious. She clearly didn't believe him. Of course. Don't you know whose son I am? Wang Ting flattered his father without leaving a trace. That's true. My son is very outstanding. Li Xiaomei nodded. My genes are not bad too, Wang Xinghua said. Move aside. Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes at him in disgust. Then, she smiled and asked Wang Ting, "What's their family situation like? Tell me about it." Wang Ting thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told him about Lin Chuhan's family situation. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei knew a little about Lin Chuhan's family, but they didn't know much about it. Now that they heard Wang Ting's words, they knew the situation of Lin Chuhan's family. Li Xiaomei immediately showed a sympathetic look and sighed, "I didn't expect that child to have suffered so much since she was young. Her father is also a warrior. I really couldn't tell at all. But then again, being a warrior is really too dangerous." She couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with a worried expression. "Mom, don't worry. I'm very strong. Who can hurt me?" Wang Ting said casually. "Sigh, forget it. You're all grown up. I can't stop you, but you must pay attention to your own safety," Li Xiaomei reminded him. I know. Wang Ting nodded hurriedly. "You just said that you cured Chuxia's strange disease?" Wang Xinghua asked. They had seen Lin Chuxia before and knew that the little girl had a poisonous spot on her face. She couldn't live like her peers, so they were very concerned about her. "Yes, it's actually not a disease. It's just a special body constitution. I found a way to cure her special body constitution when I went to the Xingwu continent," Wang Ting said. "I see." Wang Xinghua nodded thoughtfully. "Then, her face is better?" Li Xiaomei said happily, "That little girl's face shape shows that she's a little beauty. She'll be very beautiful when her face is better." "It's better," Wang Ting said with a smile. "Mom, you're right. That little girl is comparable to her sister." That's good. Next time, you should invite the two sisters over for a meal. Mom and Dad want to meet them," Li Xiaomei said. This? Wang Ting suddenly hesitated. This was really the prelude to meeting the parents, speaking of which, he and Lin Chuhan hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. How could he bring her home without a proper reason? "What's this? You've already gone to her house, and her parents have already met you. Shouldn't your father and I meet her?" Li Xiaomei glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of her eyes and released a terrifying aura. Wang Ting immediately quivered and nodded. "Yes, I'll definitely bring her back for you to meet her when I have the chance." "Don't look for a chance. You must bring her back after the new year," Li Xiaomei gave an ultimatum. "Can we postpone it?" Wang Ting carefully made a final struggle. "What do you think?" Li Xiaomei glanced at him. "Actually, it's just a meal. Your mom and I aren't that difficult to get along with." "What are you worried about?" Wang Xinghua comforted. All right. Wang Ting could only accept his fate. It seemed like he couldn't avoid it. All kinds of images flashed through his mind. Confession was a technical job, so what should he do? Wang Ting felt like his head was about to explode. He had never felt that something was so difficult. Why weren't there any confession attributes that he could pick up? System, your services aren't comprehensive enough. The next day, Wang Ting woke up early and went to the basement of his house. He had asked Wang Xinghua to set up a few workshops at home for pill refinement, equipment refinement, and so on. Wang Xinghua even asked professionals to design a pill refinement room, equipment refinement room, and even runes workshop. The 3 rooms were connected to each other and were well equipped. Wang Ting took a look, nodded with satisfaction, and started working. Wang Xinghua's company framework had been set up. Now, he just lacked some products to open up the market. Wang Ting thought for a while. First, he refined some 1-star and 2-star healing pills, force recovery pills, and so on. These types of pills had always been scarce. Low-level martial artists had a huge demand for them. Almost every time they went to the other world, they would have to buy these pills. Wang Ting was now an advanced pill refinement master. Refining low-level pills was not difficult at all. Moreover, he relied on the system attributes to increase his proficiency. In terms of experience, he was much more proficient than ordinary advanced pill refinement masters. He multitasked and refined more than 10 furnaces at the same time. It was completely mass production. This was also something that he had told Wang Xinghua in advance. This pill refinement room was a mass production line. More than 10 furnaces were lined up in a row for him to operate at the same time. After half a day, Wang Ting had refined more than 1,000 pills. There was not a single failure. His success rate was shockingly high. If other pill refinement masters were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. This was simply not something a human could do. These should be enough for a while. Wang Ting nodded. He put the pills into a jade bottle and placed it in his spatial ring. He looked at his phone. It was already lunchtime. He walked out of the basement and returned to the living room. We have a guest. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Wang Xinghua was sending a middle-aged man off. When he saw Wang Ting, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. This must be President Wang's son. Haha, it's him. Wang Xinghua smiled and introduced him to Wang Ting. This is Uncle Zhao. He's one of our company's business partners. Uncle Zhao, Wang Ting greeted. You flatter me. Mr. Wang is the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. You're young and promising. You'll definitely have a bright future. The middle-aged man waved his hand. You flatter me. Wang Ting smiled reservedly. The middle-aged man exchanged a few more pleasantries before leaving. Wang Xinghua returned to the house. He shook his head and said, I'm not as influential as you are now. These people are all here for you. They're quite well informed, Wang Ting said. They're all businessmen. Of course, they'll go wherever there's a fishy smell. Moreover, our company has caused quite a commotion. They've already heard about it. Now that you're the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition, they'll definitely take action, Wang Xinghua said. That'll depend on how you deal with it, Dad. Wang Ting smiled. He was a hands-off boss. He left all the company matters to Wang Xinghua. In the next few days, Wang Ting stayed at home to refine pills, weapons, and talismans. In just a few days, he refined a large number of low-grade pills, weapons, and runes. He had a wide variety of products. As he busied himself, Chinese New Year's Eve arrived. Chinese New Year's Eve. Wang Ting and his family woke up early. The house was cleaned. They were going to the old mansion to celebrate Chinese New Year with Old Master Wang. At around 9 o'clock, Wang Ting and his family arrived at the old mansion. Eldest uncle Wang Xinghong, third uncle Wang Shenjun, and youngest aunt Wang Jiaoling also arrived one after another. My son is back. Come here and let Grandpa see you. Old Master Wang saw Wang Ting. He smiled brightly and held Wang Ting's hand. Grandpa, I wish you a happy new year, Wang Ting said with a smile. Good, good, good. Come in. Let's go in. Old Master Wang was overjoyed. Let's see our family's prodigy. Wang Ting's eldest uncle Wang Xinghong's eyes lit up and he laughed. Cousin Wang Ting. His cousin, Wang Yanan, also walked over and greeted him with a bright smile. Teng. Wang Ting's third uncle and youngest aunt surrounded him and greeted him enthusiastically. Eldest uncle, eldest aunt, cousin. Third uncle, third aunt. Youngest aunt, youngest uncle. Wang Ting greeted them one by one. Ting won the national #1 martial arts competition this time. Are you preparing to enter the military? Third uncle Wang Shenjun asked with a smile. I will probably enter the military later, but it will depend on the school's arrangements, Wang Ting said. With your current qualifications, you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future, Wang Shenjun said. Of course. Ting is a prodigy. Huanghai Military Academy will definitely treat him like a treasure, Wang Xinghong said. Everyone chatted as they put up Spring Festival couplets and hung up lanterns. The women went to the kitchen to prepare the reunion dinner. The sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. Their phones rang from time to time. The Wang family was not a small family. They had a huge network of connections. Naturally, many people came to visit them. Now that Wang Ting had risen, the Wang family's status had also risen. More people came to visit them. Wang Xinghong, Wang Shenjun, and the others were happy to connect with each other. They did not feel annoyed at all. Wang Ting also made a few calls to give his New Year greetings. Tan Taixian was the first to call. After all, he was a teacher, so he had to go first. Hello. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher, Happy New Year. Give me my red packet, Wang Ting said with a smile. On the other end of the phone, Tan Xian's face darkened when she heard Wang Ting's voice. Do I look old to you? How dare you ask for a red packet from me? You brat, are you getting carried away? Wang Ting instantly felt a sense of malice coming from the other end of the phone. He laughed dryly and said, hee hee, I'm just kidding. I'm mainly here to wish you a Happy New Year. As your disciple, I can forget anyone but you. Wow, you're quite a sweet talker. You know what's good for you. However, it's not impossible for you to get a red packet. I'll give you a big present after the new year, Tan Xian said. Big present? What present? Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he asked hurriedly. Tan Xian was a big boss. The present she mentioned would definitely be something big. You'll know when the time comes, Tan Xian said and hung up the phone without giving Wang Ting a chance to ask further. Wang Ting looked at his phone and felt that Tan Xian's tone was a little strange. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just as he was about to call Ping Yuanshan to wish him a Happy New Year, his phone rang with a red packet notification. He opened it and saw that it was from Tan Xian. It was a super big red packet worth 88,800 yuan, speaking of which, this was one of the benefits of this era. The red packet limit was quite high. The person who sent the red packets felt good, and the person who received them felt good too. This cheap teacher might be bad, but she's tough on the mouth and soft on the heart. Wang Ting laughed and accepted the red packet without hesitation. He then sent a husky emoji of gratitude. Tan Xian immediately replied with a proud emoji. After that, Wang Ting called Ping Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the other deans and teachers to wish them a Happy New Year. The deans and teachers were very happy and generously sent a few red packets over. Other than that, Wang Ting also called Fu Tiandao of the Donghai branch of Jisan Martial House to wish him a Happy New Year. After exchanging some pleasantries, Fu Tiandao said, You haven't come to the martial arts school for a while. If you're free after the new year, come over and share your experience with the other martial artists. I'm still a student. How can I share my experience? Wang Ting laughed. That's different. You're the champion of the martial arts school. You're now a 6-star martial artist. Many people in the martial arts school see you as their idol, said Fu Tiandao said. Alright, I won't impart my experience to you. Let's exchange some pointers. Wang Ting couldn't reject him anymore, so he agreed. Alright. Fu Tiandao was extremely happy. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Oh, by the way, our dojo master will be coming to Donghai on the 5th day of the new year. He said he wants to meet you. The president wants to see me? Wang Ting was shocked. Ha ha ha, your performance in the national #1 martial arts competition was too eye-catching. Even the president wants to meet you personally. Fu Tiandao laughed. He was the one who recruited Wang Ting into the Jisan Martial House. Now that he had performed so well, the martial arts school was considering changing his position and increasing his benefits. Alright, I'll be there on time, Wang Ting said. After hanging up, Wang Ting thought for a while. The president of the Jisan Martial House was a general stage martial artist. There was no harm in meeting him. He might have another powerful backer in the future. Then, the Wang family would be able to develop steadily in Donghai. Cousin Wang Teng, it's time to eat. At this moment, Wang Ting's cousin, Fang Qianwen, ran out and called him. Alright, I'll be right there. Wang Ting kept his phone and smiled as he walked into the house with her. In the living room, a big round table was placed in the middle. There were big plates and small bowls filled with delicacies. Fish, meat, lobsters, abalone, rice cakes, dumplings, and many more. The reunion dinner was officially here. The whole family sat down. Some drank wine, some drank soft drinks, and the atmosphere was joyous. Fireworks were set off outside, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard. It was very lively. The television was playing the Spring Festival Gala. Singing, dancing, crosstalk, skits. The performances were exciting. Everyone was overjoyed, especially Old Master Wang. He looked at this big family of 3 generations. How could he not be happy? And this year, the Wang family could be said to have taken a big step forward. Wang Ting's rise allowed the Wang family to complete the leap that he had been unable to complete. Now, the Wang family could be said to be in the limelight in Donghai. Even many big families were competing to cooperate with them and develop together. Many leaders of big families were very polite to him when they saw him. He knew that all of this was thanks to his good grandson, Wang Ting. Martial artist, this era was the era of martial artists. A talented martial artist was enough to change the situation of a family. The Wang family was moving towards becoming a big family. It might not be long before they could enter the top ranks and be on par with the big families in the country. Good grandson, come, drink with grandpa. Old Master Wang raised his glass and smiled at Wang Ting. Grandpa, I should toast you. Wang Ting quickly got up and smiled. New year, new atmosphere. I wish you good health and good luck in the new year. Good, good. Sit down. Don't get up. We're a family. Old Master Wang's face was full of joy. He finished the Maotai in his hand and looked around. You should all know why the Wang family has improved this year. Eldest, your company's development, third, your promotion, and fourth, your family has benefited a lot. It can be said that it's all because of Teng. You must remember this and not forget your roots. Dad, don't worry. We all know. Wang Xinghong was the first to express his attitude. He smiled and said, yes, we all remember. It's all because of Teng that we can have such success this year. Now, my colleagues are all more polite to me when they see me. How can I not understand? Wang Xinjun smiled and said, Dad, actually, we all know that if it wasn't for Teng, the outsiders wouldn't be so polite to us. Wang Ting's uncle, Fang Junming, smiled and raised his glass. Come, Teng, this toast is for you. Uncle, you're too polite. Wang Ting smiled and clinked glasses with him. Then, he drank the wine in his glass without hesitation. Fang Junming's uncle came from an ordinary family, but he was a capable person. He started from scratch and started a big company. It was developing well now. Of course, the Wang family had helped a lot. The reason why Fang Junming came to the Wang family for the new year was that his parents had passed away early. There was no one left in the family. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei saw this scene and were full of pride. As parents, what could make them happier than their children's achievements? Moreover, Wang Ting wasn't just an ordinary person. He was too outstanding. He changed an entire family by himself. How many people could do that? Many of the younger generation in the family couldn't achieve this level of success. Even some of the more outstanding juniors could only handle the family affairs in the company. If they didn't make any mistakes, it would be considered impressive if they could earn 1 or 2 billion for the family. However, they couldn't compare to Wang Ting at all. Wang Xinghua smiled and said, we're all family. Don't praise him. Otherwise, this kid will become arrogant. Isn't that so? You know best what kind of person this kid is. He can't take any compliments. Li Xiaomei smiled and said. Wang Ting was speechless. He said, Dad, Mom, how can you talk about your own son like that? Everyone burst into laughter. Eldest aunt and third aunt couldn't help but look envious. For women like them who lived in families, there was a saying that a mother's status rose because of her son. If their children were successful, their status would naturally be higher. Originally, their family background was much better than Li Xiaomei's. In the past, they felt a sense of superiority. However, when they faced Li Xiaomei now, they couldn't feel any sense of superiority at all. Who asked her to give birth to a good son? As long as Li Xiaomei brought up Wang Ting, the families behind them would have to stand aside. How could they compare? The two of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They looked at each other as if they felt the same way. Then, they smiled and chatted with Li Xiaomei. After all, they were all family. Since they couldn't compare, they should quickly build a good relationship with each other so that they could help their children in the future. Old Master Wang saw that everyone had a harmonious relationship and didn't cause any trouble like the other families. He was very pleased and said, I won't say anything like that. I'm old. The Wang family will be handed over to you. You didn't let me down. In the future, we'll work together. We're one family. We'll rise or fall together. Dad, don't worry. Everyone smiled and said. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Old Master Wang took out a stack of red envelopes and happily gave out New Year's money to the younger generation. In this segment, the children were naturally the happiest. They happily lined up. Wang Yanan was the oldest and was the first. Grandpa, I don't want it. Wang Yanan was a little embarrassed. You want it if you're not married. Old Master Wang stuffed the red envelope into her hand and said with a smile, find me an excellent grandson-in-law next year. I won't give it to you even if you want it. Grandpa. Wang Yanan blushed. Everyone immediately teased her again, making her even more embarrassed. Then it was Wang Yalong's turn. Ever since he was shocked at Wang Ting's graduation banquet, he had changed a lot. He was now working in the company and no longer fooling around. Wang Xinghong was very pleased. Old Master Wang handed him the red envelope and said a few words of encouragement. When it was Wang Ting's turn, he stepped forward and said with a smile, Grandpa, Happy New Year. Haha, come, this is for you. You must be safe and sound. Grandfather Wang patted his hand and said kindly. After receiving the New Year's money, the adults either played mahjong or watched the Spring Festival Gala. The younger generation went to the yard to set off fireworks. Wang Ting played for a while and walked to a quiet corner. He quietly watched them play and then looked up into the distance. He couldn't help but smile. The lights of the homes, the fireworks were brilliant, how nice. End of chapter 380. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.